Okay, so this girl, she's got long dark hair and a creepy smile, and she's clearly up to no good. We cut to our boy looking totally lost and soaked after falling into the water. Honestly, a bad start. This girl saves him, pulling him out and holding him close, but her expression is intense, to say the least. 6 years later, our boy is all grown up, but haunted by memories of that day and the island he was on. He's back on the island, investigating something, and straight up walks into a creepy, abandoned building. Inside, he finds a room with a window, and everything's dusty and forgotten, giving off major bad vibes. Suddenly, he hears a sound, water dripping, and turns around, totally unsuspecting what's about to happen. No way, this girl appears out of nowhere, looking even more unhinged than before, and her eyes are fixated on him. She's grabbing his face, and he looks terrified, but she's smiling, like she's been waiting for this moment forever. He's drowning, literally, and she's holding him under, and it's clear this isn't a rescue, it's a straight-up obsession. He's at a doctor's office, and this dude is clearly writing down everything he remembers about that island. But the doctor interrupts, asking if he's been back to university, and honestly, rude timing. Our boy starts writing again, explaining he has to communicate in writing because it's raining. So weird. He writes about a friend he mentioned before, but then pauses, clearly hesitant to share the full story. He admits he can tell the doctor more, but doubts they'll even believe him. Major foreshadowing, bro. We get a close-up of his face, and you can see he's seriously troubled by whatever happened on that island. He's scribbling on the paper, and the doctor is scribbling on his notes. Both are focused, but for different reasons. The doctor's face is super close, and he looks intense, like he already knows more than he lets on. He writes, "I can, but I doubt you'll believe me," and a big blue stain spreads across the page. It's getting dramatic. And that's it. Cliffhanger ending. This girl is straight up terrifying, and our boy is in deep trouble. He's running on the beach, launching a little boat. It's a cute scene, honestly. But it's a trap. He's suddenly pulled under the waves. No way. He's struggling, and she's there, holding him down. She's getting aggressive. The water around them swirls and bubbles, and she's clearly controlling it all. They're way down deep now, 10,000 feet under the ocean, and she's still smiling. She says the tide is coming in soon, and her crew is there. This is a full-on operation. He's laughing, seemingly okay with being dragged under, which is unsettling, to say the least. The crew looks concerned, but she's totally unbothered, still grinning like a maniac. She's got him pinned, and she's whispering something, probably some creepy love confession. And honestly, this whole situation is giving me major red flags. She's completely lost it. He's cautiously approaching the cave, telling himself to avoid the rocks and enter carefully. Bro, that's a terrible idea. He tosses a little toy into the cave, then pauses listening for a reaction. What's going on here? Tap, tap, he's testing the silence, but then hears a rustle and flinches, immediately on edge. He gulps, asking what that noise was. This is straight up a horror movie setup, I'm telling you. More rustling sounds, and he jumps, realizing something is definitely in there. No way, this is good. He takes a step forward and immediately regrets it, letting out a groan. Ouch, that must have hurt. He hears a tiny voice, and his eyes widen in shock. It sounds like a kid. What is happening? He's freaking out, hiccuping and whimpering. This girl is clearly messing with his head. He's a mess, still clinging to that toy, totally terrified. Honestly, who wouldn't be? He's convinced someone is there, and it's a child. But is it a real child, or something else entirely? He's sobbing, overwhelmed by the sight of the memorial. This dude is falling apart, and honestly, we get it. Someone asks Eunjeon what she plans to do, calling it unfair. She's clearly the target of their frustration. They're talking about his husband dying so young, and his son being too little. It's a heartbreaking scene, seriously. Our boy is completely wrecked, clutching his suit and openly weeping. This is brutal. He steps forward, and then nothing, total blackness. What the heck is going on? He's stumbling in the dark, and then a little hand grabs his. Is that the kid again? The kid asks if he's okay, looking up with wide, scared eyes. But something feels off about this whole interaction. He's lost his footing and his slipper falls off. Uh-oh, this is not a good sign. The slipper drops onto something, and we see a bizarre, woven structure. What is this place? It's a massive, glowing web-like thing, and it's surrounding him. No way, this is getting seriously creepy. He's running, desperately trying to escape. But the woven structure pulls the mermaid down, and she collapses. The net tightens around her, and our boy sees her. He's totally frozen in shock, realizing what he's stumbled into. The web is pulling her under, dragging her deeper. It's a horrifying sight, and he's paralyzed with fear. She's sinking, her body falling limp. It's a gut punch, honestly, and the scene is super intense. He scrambles forward, tripping and falling towards the water. No way, this is a disaster unfolding in real time. He splashes into the water, and everything goes dark. What is happening? This is so chaotic. The water swirls around him, and we see her eyes open underwater. She's watching him, but she looks different. She's rising to the surface, her body shifting. It's a full mermaid reveal, and it's both beautiful and terrifying. She surfaces, gasping for air. Her long hair and tail are visible, and she's staring right at him. She's fully revealed, a mermaid with a haunting gaze. But something is seriously wrong with this picture. He yells "Oh," spotting this girl floating in the water. She's clearly in trouble, and he's reacting fast. He's tangled in some kind of woven net, and it's all over him. But he tells her she can keep it. What? She's completely wrapped in the same net, and it's her doing. This girl is straight up building traps now. She stares at him with this intense gaze, and honestly, it's less a rescue mission and more a creepy obsession. This girl is clearly messed up, gripping our boy's hand so tightly it looks like she'll break it. Big warning sign flashes on screen. This episode is going to be dark, hinting at child abuse, so buckle up. Our boy is crying, and this girl asks if he's sad because of her. Talk about twisted. He says no, but she's not buying it, and straight up says she's happy to see him after all this time. She pulls him into the bathroom, and things are immediately getting super weird and intense. He looks horrified, and you can tell something seriously messed with her while they were apart. She's asking him if he's going to tell her what happened, but her tone is totally controlling. He's clearly traumatized, but she's fixated on finding out what he's hiding. No way this is healthy. She demands to know how he got here, and honestly, the pressure she's putting on him is insane. Our boy is cornered, and this girl is completely losing it. This obsession is about to explode. She's practically vibrating with intensity, demanding to know what happened 6 years ago. Bro, she's losing control. He tries to explain he just came to the island, but she doesn't believe him for a second. This is getting seriously creepy. She's convinced someone hurt him, and straight up says she'll make them pay. This girl is terrifying. She pulls him under the water, and honestly, it's a total power move asserting dominance. He's struggling, and she's swirling the water around them both, trapping him. No escape. She's saying his name, Yunhai. But it sounds like a threat, not a question. Chills, seriously. She reaches out and touches his face, and he flinches. This is escalating way too fast. She pokes his cheek, and he's completely frozen, staring at her with wide eyes. The tension is unreal. She's got him pinned, her hand on his neck, and he's totally trapped. This is beyond obsessive. But then, she appears to be feeling something, like a connection is restored. What's going on? She's counting down, 1, 2, and bro, the door is creaking open. It's super ominous. He tries to play it cool, saying they can meet tomorrow, but she's not having it. She wants him now. The door swings open and she grabs his arm, pulling him back into the bathroom. No escape. She's losing it, demanding to know why he's leaving, and then she slaps him, straight up out of nowhere. He's reeling from the slap, and she yanks him closer, yelling at him to get out. This is intense. She's furious, asking why he'd even come here, and honestly, she's terrifying. This girl is a mess. He apologizes, trying to shut the door, but she's blocking him. She's not letting him go that easily. He manages to close the door, but she's still screaming and trying to get in. It's a total standoff. But then the scene cuts to her alone and sobbing. Wait, what? Is she genuinely upset? She's saying she'll wait for him, even if it takes forever, and it's creepy AF. This obsession is spiraling. He hears her whisper his name, Haeson, and she's suddenly right there, asking if he's okay. She says it sounded bad earlier, but he brushes it off, telling her he's fine, even though she's clearly freaking out. She just flops onto his bed, and our boy looks genuinely confused. What is happening right now? She turns away from him and bro, she's crying. It's a total 180 from the rage a second ago. She admits she wishes her auntie would just disappear, and honestly, this is getting seriously disturbing. He tries to endure it a little longer, saying he would normally feel sick of this life. But it's different now. She's the source of happiness from his past, and she's finally found him again. She turns to him, and her eyes, they're filled with tears, but there's something else there too. She's reaching for him, and our boy looks completely stunned. No way this is going to end well. She's got him now, and her expression is unreadable. This is a total turning point. The teacher is laying down some serious advice. Don't dwell on sad thoughts. but our boy just nods, looking totally spaced out. The teacher reveals he lost his father at 30, trying to relate, and tells him to be strong. It's a bit much, honestly. But our boy straight up asks if he looks discouraged, and the teacher is stunned. This dude has zero chill. Suddenly, everyone's talking soccer, and the losing team has to buy snacks. Typical high school stuff, right? But then, the other guys are bragging, betting 100 zalos and won. They think they're so good it's annoying. And then, she shows up with her friend, and everyone's staring. This girl always makes an entrance. Someone asks if she's Hyosung Jum, and she smiles. It's a little too sweet if you ask me. She asks our boy if he knows her, and he's confused. Apparently, he's kind of famous for being good looking. She says he's famous for being good looking Zay and getting good grades. Wow, a total golden boy. But he's still reeling, asking how she knows him. This is where things are about to get wild. I can feel it. They're inviting our boy to a restaurant on April 28th, but he points out it's the second day of midterms. Talk about bad timing. He asks if they should study, and this girl, Unsol, looks totally shocked. Like she can't believe he'd say that. The others say they only have gym and music exams on the last day. But our boy still seems hesitant. He's clearly got stuff on his mind. Someone tries to defend him, saying that's why he gets the second highest grades, but it doesn't really land. He apologizes, saying he can't make it, but thanks them for asking. He's trying to be polite, but it's awkward. They say bye and head off, leaving our boy looking lost. Seriously, what is going on with him? Unsol's friend thinks he seems nice and even suggests they'd make a great couple. Oh, this is getting interesting. Unsol slumps against her friend, looking completely flustered. I think someone's got a crush. But then she suddenly announces they should postpone going to the restaurant until April 29th. Wait, what's the deal? She's staring intensely and her eyes are glowing. No way, this girl is straight up terrifying. Unsol's friend says she'll handle everything, and straight up tells our boy to just trust her. This is getting intense. She's claiming she's always known he'd be mature, but bro, that's a little creepy, right? Everyone's chatting and laughing, but our boy looks totally spaced out. He's clearly got bigger problems. Unsol suddenly grabs his hand and says to leave it to her. No way, this girl is about to do something wild. This girl, Yoonha, is straight up telling our boy he looks exhausted lately, which okay, a little weird to just blurt out. She drops a bomb she wants them to visit Mull Island. Our boy is confused, because that's a serious trek from Seoul. He lists all the reasons this trip is impossible. Exams, no money, but this girl doesn't even care about practicalities. She just says he has her, and then, she reveals she can literally connect the water she's sitting in to Mull Island. He asks if he can go through the water too, and she just says yes. No hesitation, no explanation, just yes. Our boy is clearly processing something, staring off with a really unreadable expression. This is getting intense. Yoonha says she's been home for a long time, and her eyes are intense. This isn't a reunion, it's a setup. She asks him if he's seen her, and bro, the way she's looking at him is sending chills down my spine. We get a glimpse of her tail, and then her reaching out towards him in the water. She's fully leaning in. Something is seriously off, and I have a feeling this trip to Mull Island isn't about a relaxing vacation. Yoonha says she can only manifest when they're this close. Talk about intense personal space. Thankfully, she disappears and our boy breathes a sigh of relief, but it's short-lived. He's still reeling when he hears someone calling his name. Who is that? A man barges in, looking frantic, and starts questioning where our boy has been. The man's grip tightens on his arm, but our boy pulls away, clearly unsettled by this whole situation. He's trying to figure out who this guy even is, but Yoonha is watching from the doorway. Creepy. The man claims he's been looking everywhere, and our boy is starting to suspect something seriously wrong. He asks the man who he is, and the response is nothing, straight up silence. Our boy is left speechless, and honestly, I'm right there with him. What is happening? The episode ends with a cliffhanger and I need answers now. This is getting wild. He hears someone yell about a runaway and stolen money. Talk about a messy situation. Someone's peeking around the corner, and it looks like our boy is about to get a surprise. This dude straight up G-ribes him, and it's clear our boy is not happy about it. The grabber isn't done talking, and he's not being nice. Things are escalating fast. He demands our boy find someone by April 28th or else, which is a seriously ominous threat. But when our boy tries to explain she's been gone over a week, the grabber dismisses it instantly. The man pulls our boy closer, and it's super unsettling. He's definitely hiding something. He reveals they've been in prison more than once, and I'm starting to piece things together. Then, bam, a brutal threat, call the police, and he's dead, no questions asked. Our boy is left reeling, and honestly, this is a whole new level of messed up. April 28th is here, and everyone's scrambling to turn in their tests. The pressure is on. Haesung asks for the answer to question 3, and someone immediately offers to let him copy. Our boy admits he totally bombed the test, and his friends are instantly concerned. They ask if he's sick, but he's clearly just stressed. It's a bad day for our boy. His friends are giving him pep talks, saying bad grades happen, but then they drop a bomb. The girls postponed their trip. They're pushing the trip to tomorrow's for him, and bro's face says it all. He's completely thrown. He's stunned and asks if they can just go today instead. He's desperate to leave. No way. He's clearly hiding something, and it's making things even more chaotic. He mutters Jaejong under his breath, and the look on his face is straight up haunted. This girl has him completely messed up, and I'm officially worried about our boy. This obsession is terrifying. He bumps into someone, and his face instantly drains of color. It's them, no doubt. He mutters a curse, realizing they actually came to his school. This is escalating fast. Everyone's pointing and whispering, zeroing in on him and his green backpack. Talk about unwanted attention. His friends are frantically trying to call a cab, but the app says it'll be another 2 minutes. Oh, the suspense! A man approaches, giving a curt nod to someone off panel. This dude is clearly in charge, and it's intimidating. Another man with a gold chain steps forward, sizing up the situation. These guys are straight up trouble. They're spotting him in the crowd, identifying him by the green backpack. He's completely surrounded. He's trapped, and honestly, this is a nightmare unfolding in real time. He's panicking, and his friends are useless. They need to get him out of there, NW. The man in charge gives another nod, and it's clear our boy is about to be taken. No way this ends well. He tries to play it cool, saying hey, but his body is betraying him. You can see the panic rising. They're closing in, and this dude asks if he really thought they wouldn't find him. The audacity! He's frozen, completely speechless, and honestly, I'm right there with him. The men exchange a look. It's a silent threat, and our boy is definitely picking up on it. They're shoving him into a car, and his friend is yelling, asking what's wrong. It's chaos. The car speeds off and his friend is left staring after them, completely helpless. Frustrating. Inside the car, our boy is hyperventilating, clutching his chest. He's straight up falling apart. He's wheezing and struggling to breathe, and his friend is desperately trying to help. This is awful. His friend asks if he's carsick, but we all know it's way more than that. This girl is messing with his head. He's completely overwhelmed, his face buried in his hands. This situation is spiraling out of control. Someone overhears them and immediately jumps to conclusions. They think the two are doing each other's makeup. The men escort our boy inside, offering a vague apology, but it's clearly a power move. His friend demands to know what happened at home, sensing something is seriously off. He's right to be worried. Our boy is completely stunned into silence, and honestly, he looks like he's seen a ghost. Okay, so things are messes. Why our boy is clearly rattled, and someone named Haesung is missing. The police show up, everything seems okay, but honestly, this girl is spiraling. He tells the doctor he doesn't want therapy, straight up refusing to deal with his trauma. Big mistake. This girl's neighbor called the cops because things got too loud, and our boy is clearly not coping well. He's in the hospital, but the chair breaks as he's sitting. Something is wrong, and it's not just the furniture. He pays the exam fee, refusing a follow-up appointment, and bro is just trying to escape. He's in the waiting room, looking completely broken, surrounded by other patients. It's a bleak scene. He starts walking, taking each step with visible effort, and the soapy bubbles show just how much pain he's in. He's climbing the stairs, each steep echoing his struggle, and he's completely falling apart, sobbing uncontrollably. He covers his face, overwhelmed with grief, and the Kyovir text. Yeah, this is about to get real dark. She's holding him, sobbing, and straight up asks what she's going to do. It's intense. She murmurs something, then looks down at his face with a creepy yawn. Something's definitely off. Close up on our boy, and he's a mess, tears streaming down his face, clearly traumatized. She stares down at him, face streaked with tears, and it's a super unsettling close-up. She reveals she hid the bodies in the ocean, believing no one would ever know. No way, that's dark. She looks at his shocked face, and her tail subtly appears in the water. Wait, is she revealing herself? He stares, completely speechless, and the stare text emphasizes his shock. Bro is frozen. Another close-up of her, and she justifies her actions, saying they deserve to disappear. He finally speaks, saying that justification won't fly in their world. He's trying to reason with her. He asks if she's going to kill, and honestly, we're bracing for the worst. This is getting real. She confesses she could never endure his death. Talk about intense and possessive, right? He shudders, completely lost, questioning why she's changed so much in 6 years. Bro is seriously confused. She doubles down, claiming her speech, personality, and lifestyle are all different now. This girl is unhinged. He's dizzy, clutching his head, and clearly overwhelmed by everything she's saying. It's a lot to process. He's spiraling, saying he doesn't understand what's happening, and asks why she's even having this conversation. After everything, he desperately needs to escape, declaring he needs to get away from her, and honestly, same. 1 week later, and we jump to a bright, sunny day outside a school building. A total shift in tone. Someone complains the exam was too hard, and it's a surprisingly normal moment, but it feels off. And then, bright flashes of light erupt around the school, signaling something huge is about to happen. We're left on a cliffhanger with more light flashes. This is going to be a wild ride, isn't it? Haesung finds our boy walking alone and rushes over, hugging him tightly. It's a super sweet moment. He awkwardly apologizes, saying he was just lost in thought. But Haesung immediately presses, asking if everything's okay. He gives a short yeah, but bro is clearly spacing out, and we know something's seriously wrong. He claims he's with friends and something funny just happened, but it feels like a total lie. He's isolating himself. He walks alone, thinking everything feels empty, and admits he won't see Yoonhae anymore. Ouch, that's brutal. We cut to Yoonhae, and she's straight up terrified, wondering what will happen if being with him hurts him. She says she can't live the way she used to, and this is where things get intense. She's changed completely. She explains she was young and free before, but now she has responsibilities to her family. A huge shift in priorities. She reaches out and squeezes his face, and it's a possessive, unsettling move. This is not healthy, people. She insists he's different, a human unlike her, and declares she needs to stay away, begging him to find happiness elsewhere. He's spiraling, straight up clutching his head and muttering about things being different. Something's seriously off. He rushes into the bathroom, then collapses in front of the sink, looking completely broken and lost. Suddenly, he's saying bye and see you tomorrow to the building? No way, this is getting weirder. A pause, just a shot of shoes. But it feels heavy, like a beat before something massive happens. 2 men tell him he needs to go to his room, but our boy is fixated on his uncle, calling out to him desperately. His uncle tries to pull him away, asking someone to come over, but the others insist he doesn't know anything. We get a close-up of him, and he's clearly distressed, but it's like he's seeing something else entirely. And then, a final shot of the bathroom sink, with a broken cigarette filter floating in the water. What is going on? She's watching him, and it's clear she's not okay with him talking to anyone else. This girl is intense. She's convinced he's different, a human unlike her, and is determined to stay away. But we know that won't last. Someone asks if this is his ex-wife, but he quickly corrects them. It's the new one, and bro looks seriously uncomfortable. He's relieved they aren't there about the thugs, gulping down water and trying to stay calm, but something's clearly wrong. His friends question why he's so unfazed, since he lived with her for so long. They think he should be freaking out. Our boy suddenly flinches, saying his aunt just died, but his mind is racing with other thoughts. It's a mess in there. He insists there's a reason he's not upset, revealing she used to abuse the kids and was a total wreck. She was an alcoholic, shopaholic, and borrowed money from dangerous people. This woman sounds like a nightmare. She even asked him to pay off her debts, and apparently wasn't even his real aunt, so why would he care? He's confused why his uncle is defending him for once. It's a total 180 from how he usually acts. We get a flashback of his aunt being chased by loan sharks. It's a dark and desperate scene. A contract lies on the floor next to her feet, and honestly, this is all starting to feel super twisted. This girl corners him, demanding to know how long he intends to use her. Talk about intense? His uncle suddenly stops taking her calls, and she's desperately trying to reach him, but he won't answer. He's on the phone with her, and she sweetly asks him to come home soon. Then click, he hangs up. But she's not alone. Another woman is right there with him, and he reacts with a violent CK and a string of curses. Our boy is flipping through old photos, and honestly, it's kinda sweet. Family memories and all. He sees a pic of his mom, dad, and baby sister, and it's a total mood. A happy little family, you know? Then there's a photo of him as a kid, all energetic and waving, with his mom looking so proud, but something feels off. He wonders if his mom's okay, and then this girl, Hyeonseo, straight up demands more cotton swabs for her princess ears. Super weird. Hyeonseo asks someone named Hyosong to get more swabs, and our boy's looking around, totally confused by what's happening. He starts rummaging through stuff, and the thought hits him, what if his mom gets a new dad? No way! He's digging around, searching for something, and it's clear he's seriously worried about his mom, like full on panic mode. He finds a container of cotton swabs, but then sees his mom lying on the floor, and things go from 0 to 100 real quick. He calls out for his mom, but she just mumbles something, and it's seriously unsettling. What is going on? He's desperately asking where his mom went, but she's just out of it, and the whole scene is giving us major bad vibes. He's determined to find his mom, and Hyeonseo's tagging along, insisting they have a mom, of course. They start walking up a long flight of stairs. It's like a symbolic journey, right? Step, step, step. The pacing is building, and we're getting closer to the sea. A boat speeds across the water, but our boy doesn't even notice. He's fixated on finding his mom. They reach the top and he spots someone diving, yelling, "Mom?" Finally, a lead. But Hyeonseo cuts him off, saying his mom won't be there, and it's a total gut punch. Hyeonseo then slaps him, straight up slaps him, and tells him to go home alone. No way! He's reeling, but keeps running toward the docks, calling out for his mom again and again. He scans the harbor, packed with boats, and it's a desperate search. Will he even find her? This girl is seriously messed up, and our boy is about to realize just how dangerous things have become. He spots a figure on the boat and yells, "Hyeonseo," thinking it's his mom, but it's not. He runs toward the figure, desperate, but Hyeonseo is already moving, and it's super fast. He reaches out, calling for his mom, but she's just distant, reflected in a window. He asks where she is, but this girl just stares out at the sea, completely ignoring him. He looks up and seagulls are circling. It's a creepy omen, bro, we can feel it. Hyeonseo's hands emerge from the water, reaching for him, and it's seriously unsettling. He's startled by a feather falling near him. Something is definitely off with those birds. A flock of seagulls descend, surrounding him, and it's straight up terrifying. What is happening? Hyeonseo transforms, wings sprouting from her back, and our boy is about to witness something insane. She's becoming a creature of the sea right before his eyes. This is where things get really twisted. He's completely out of it, collapsing onto the floor. It's a total breakdown. Hyeonseo throws a blanket over him, but it feels less like comfort and more like containment. She pulls him closer, and he's clearly struggling against her grip. This is getting intense. Suddenly, she's dragging him, and he's fighting back, but she's surprisingly strong. She forces open a door, and our boy sees a memorial shrine. What the heck is going on? He realizes it's his mom's memorial, and he's absolutely devastated. But Hyeonseo just stands there. She's expecting this. No way. What has this girl been planning all along? A portrait of his mom is displayed, and honestly, it's super unsettling with all the flowers. He reaches for incense, apologizing to his mom, but it feels wrong, like a performance. He lies prostrate before the shrine, completely broken, and Hyeonseo's plan is clearly unfolding. He's sobbing, calling for his mom, and Hyeonseo just watches him. It's ice cold, bro. She's smiling at a framed picture of his mom surrounded by lilies. Super creepy vibes, honestly. Our boy tries to compose himself, lighting incense for his mom, but it feels so forced and unnatural. He prostrates himself before the shrine, completely broken, and Hyeonseo is clearly the puppet master here. Rain starts pounding against the window. It's like the weather is mirroring his grief, but it feels staged. He's trying to eat, but can barely lift the food to his mouth. Hyeonseo taps the table, urging him on. He manages a bite, but immediately gags, and Hyeonseo just continues tapping, relentless and unnerving. Two guys show up, asking how they got here, and Hyeonseo lets our boy explain about the train and bus. One of the guys looks at Hyeonseo with suspicion, and she just stares back. She's totally playing a role. The other guy seems confused, but Hyeonseo's got everyone wrapped around her finger. This is messed up. Hyeonseo's uncle straight up tells our boy they care about him more than his own mom. Talk about a low blow! The uncle grabs him, and it looks like he's choking him, but his eyes are weirdly intense. The other two guys are shocked, asking if this is really Hyeonseo's uncle. It's a total scene. One of the guys tries to say something, but Hyeonseo's uncle just keeps going, completely unhinged. Hyeonseo's uncle asks what time their train leaves, and our boy nervously tells him 5:50 p.m. This is creepy. Hyeonseo's uncle asks if he's always like this, and one of the guys explains he gets this way when drunk. However, it feels like more than that. Our boy apologizes awkwardly, and the other guy just looks uncomfortable. The tension is thick. They head for the exit, and Hyeon-seo's uncle says they'll leave now. He's totally controlling the situation. Our boy looks completely defeated, and honestly, we're starting to worry about him seriously. Hyeon-seo's uncle tells them to get home safe, but it feels less like concern and more like a threat. Hyeon-seo's uncle drops a bomb. Our boy has a little sister, and he needs to protect her. Talk about pressure, but then our boy just starts crying. No way, bro, seriously, he's a mess. His friends are shocked, yelling at him to stop, but he can't. The door is closing, and it's all happening so fast. They rush to comfort him, telling him to cry it out, and honestly, that's exactly what he needs right now. The teacher is about to dismiss class, but he drops a bomb. Everyone needs to check their midterm grades. Straight up, our class scored the lowest in the whole school, and the teacher looks done with everything. He says good grades are the best gift for parents, then asks if they've learned anything from Haesong. Two students are seriously questioning his line of thinking. Why is he even bringing up Haesong's personal life? One of the boys is clearly not okay with this, and he's straight up fuming about it. He storms off totally enraged, and honestly, we get it. This is a weird flex from the teacher. His friends try to calm him down, telling him it's not worth reporting the teacher or demanding a replacement. But our boy insists he's fine, even though he's still visibly upset. Classic tough act. The friends are still worried, questioning what just happened and why the teacher would even say that. They're trying to move on, but you can tell this whole situation is leaving a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Haebin's name is on everyone's lips. Apparently she was on Jeju Island last week and everyone's buzzing. Our boy asks what she was even doing there, and his friends say she went to a funeral instead of vacationing. But then someone remembers a boy named Jung Cheol. Jung kept talking about Haebin, and it gets weird fast. The friends spot Jung Cheol and immediately start questioning him, but he tries to bolt. No way. They grab him, and this dude is trembling, like he's seen a ghost or something. He's trying to break free, yelling at them to let go, but they're holding tight. He finally spills that his mom told him Haebin went to Jeju Island. Talk about a messy situation? Someone pats our boy on the head, telling him it's okay, but he looks totally freaked out, and rightfully so. His female classmates are losing it over whoever he just dealt with, calling them so cool. It's a bit much. They ask him if he's angry, but he brushes it off, saying there's no reason to be. He straight up admits he lied, but then says it's okay to lie about stuff like that. What is happening? Our boy suggests they watch a movie since they didn't do anything on Children's Day, but this girl is not having it. She declares movies are for babies, and honestly, we kinda get her energy right now. They're looking at the movie options, and there's a seriously creepy lineup. This is getting intense. She spots a birthday party movie for Charlotte, and her face lights up. It's her birthday today, apparently. And then we see a flashback of little Charlotte celebrating with a cake, looking adorable. But something feels off. Back in the theater, she says this is the best birthday of her life, but her expression is kinda unsettling, bro. He's trying to comfort her, but she's sobbing uncontrollably, and it's honestly a little scary. She's straight up bawling, clutching her face, and he awkwardly pats her shoulder. This is rough. He tries to offer a comforting touch, but she pulls away, and it's clear she's spiraling. Suddenly, she's cooking up tteokbokki, a spicy Korean rice cake dish, and insists he eat it. She's offering him the food, but she's saying eat up with this weird intensity. Something is off. He asks about Haebin, if she remembers their time on Mole Island, and the tension is building. A flashback hits us, a happy family throwing a huge birthday party for little Haebin, but it's a bit unsettling. They're saying her dad always went all out for birthdays, and even celebrated every milestone. So sweet, but also creepy. Haebin asks if she had birthday parties too, and it's clear she's realizing something huge. She says her parties were bigger than the one in the movie, and honestly, this girl is unhinged. Haebin drops a bomb, she didn't have a dad either, and our boy is visibly shaken. Wow, that's rough. She reveals she's a mermaid, flashing her shimmering tail, and it's a total mind blow for him. He's underwater with her, looking up at her tearful face, and it's super emotional, but also kinda creepy. She's cradling his face, and he seems mesmerized, but there's a strange intensity in her eyes. He remembers diving with his mom, and how she was always gone, and realizes Haebin's been alone too. He says he has friends now trying to connect with her, but she's not really listening, honestly. He's walking with a girl, and he asks if they should walk, but she's distracted, and he's oblivious. Suddenly, he feels a throbbing pain, and something is clearly wrong. This is getting intense. He points out the walk signal, and she says okay. But her expression is unsettling, bro. The light turns green, and she shouts it's the green light. But it feels off, like a trap is springing. Hyben is sprinting, yelling they can make it. But our boy is straight up begging her to stop. He's terrified, eyes wide with worry as he watches her run into the street. This is bad, really bad. She's gaining speed, hair flying, and looks totally lost in her own world. It's unsettling, honestly. Suddenly, a horn blares, and she's running right into the path of a car. No way! She's airborne, flying through the air after getting hit. Oh my god, this is happening. Our boy is losing it, screaming her name and demanding someone call 911, total panic mode. He races toward her, pushing past onlookers, while others stare in shock. He's a mess. He's kneeling beside her, face full of despair, and it's heartbreaking. This is awful. He looks up, face contorted with fear and disbelief. This dude is seriously traumatized. And honestly, this whole situation is spiraling out of control, and we're left on a cliffhanger. She groans, still reeling from the impact, while our boy dives forward, desperate to reach her. He stretches his hand out, trying to grab hers as she's nearly under the car. It's so close. This girl blurts out that he told her not to run, but she did anyway. It's a broken confession. He's pulling her up, frantically asking if she's okay, but honestly, both of them are clearly shaken. Our boy is questioning whether he really felt a hand on his shoulder, but this girl is straight up freaking out about it. He insists he must be mistaken, but she explodes, saying why would he fall if no one touched him? She claims it felt like someone's hand, and immediately suggests it was a ghost, but he brushes it off. She tries to play it off as a joke, but her face is a total mess, and we can tell she's seriously disturbed. She's huddled on the bed, looking completely unhinged, while our boy just stares at her from the doorway. He turns away, clicks something, maybe his phone, and gives a super vague yeah, leaving us hanging. He's scribbling something in a notebook, totally ignoring her, while she watches him from the side. She's getting closer and closer, and he's completely oblivious, focused on his writing. Talk about a bad situation brewing. She's right behind him now, and the panel focuses on the space between them, building insane tension. No way. She's grabbing his hair, and it looks like she's about to lose it, like a full-on yandere moment. Career counseling is happening, and everyone's murmuring about who went first. First come, first served. It's a total madhouse to get help with college applications. Our boy Hyo-sung finally gets called up, and the teacher looks exhausted, honestly. The teacher asks for Hyo-sung's report card, and he's clearly bracing for impact. We get a look at Subin's career survey. Billionaire is the only goal, and he wants to be rich. Fair enough. Hyo-sung reads it in paths, thinking this dude is delusional, but he's clearly judging hard. He stares, trying to hide his smirk, and we see his expression shift into something colder. A close-up reveals a note on Kim's file: parents deceased, special care needed. Wow, that's heavy. Hyo-sung taps the file, lost in thought, and you can tell something's clicking in his brain. He's starting to connect the dots, and the look on his face. Straight up calculating. Okay, so the girls are gossiping, and they're convinced Hyo-sung is into Subin. It's a whole thing. One of them straight up asks if Subin likes him too, and the tension is building, I swear. Subin and another guy over here, and Subin confidently says me too, smooth player. Everyone gathers, and it's clear they're all fixated on whether Hyo-sung has a crush on Subin. This dude Hyo-sung is grinning, and he's egging them on, asking if Subin's interested. Total instigator. Someone asks why he even cares, and it's clear she's skeptical of his motives. Hyo-sung is looking at Subin, and they're both frozen. It's a weird, intense moment. The girls think Subin doesn't want to leave, and they call out Hyo-sung's name, trying to get his attention. But Subin's face, he's looking at the app on his phone, and he's totally freaked out. He whispers karaoke, and honestly, the look on his face is pure terror. What is going on? The girls are losing it. They think Hyo-sung is totally obsessed with Subin, and she's blushing like crazy. Hyo-sung waves goodbye, but Subin is staring at her phone, totally freaked out. Something's wrong. The girls swarm Subin, trying to comfort her, and honestly, it's a little much. They're all gossiping about how Hyo-sung was staring at Subin, and Subin is trying to escape the drama. Subin tries to shut down the conversation, saying Hyo-sung is just a guy, but the girls aren't buying it. They point out his car only seats 5, and they're all trying to figure out how they'll all fit. It's a logistical nightmare. Hyo-sung suggests someone can run behind the car, and Subin is like absolutely not. Good for her. But then the girls start saying she's the hottest girl in school, and Hyo-song is clearly listening. Subin says she's leaving, and she starts to walk away, but the girls are still buzzing about Hyo-song. Hyo-song is smirking, thinking she's just a girl, but trust me, he has no idea what he's up against. Subin blurts out "Oops" and straight up grabs his head. He's clearly realizing something huge. He tries to play it cool, covering his mouth, but the girls are definitely noticing his weird behavior. Meanwhile, that mysterious guy, the one who's been fixated on Subin, is giving him the side eye. Hyo-song is hyped about karaoke, but the girls are all like, what's wrong with him? It's a total mess. The guy, whose name is Jonho, is looking at Subin with a confused expression. What is this dude thinking? Jonho calls out, "Hey, wait up," and starts following Subin, and honestly, we can feel the tension building. They're all walking towards the karaoke place, and someone mentions the freebies. Priorities, people. Jonho catches up to Subin and apologizes for earlier, but Subin is all, what about it? Awkward. Junho says he shouldn't have mentioned their parents, and Subin's face is scremi and he's hiding something. Junho turns around demanding to know what Subin is talking about, but Subin is refusing to explain. No way this ends well. Junho steps up to the karaoke mic and immediately gets a terrible score, like 60% bad. The machine is brutally honest, yelling terrible, and you suck. Ouch, harsh vibes. Everyone is shocked, but Unsol is especially disturbed, questioning if there's a person inside the machine. Junho is convinced the machine is broken, freaking out and demanding answers. Drama is brewing. Unsol pulls another girl aside, whispering that she got it. Whatever it is, it's definitely a plan. Unsol suddenly needs to vent, and rushes off, leaving the others confused and worried about what happened. Our boy Subin is left alone, staring into the darkness, and asks why everyone is acting so strange. He's completely isolated, highlighted in the darkness. It's super unsettling, honestly. Unsol and another girl are huddled together whispering, and it's clear they're scheming something big. Subin is totally lost, but Unsol is already several steps ahead. This girl is playing a dangerous game. Unsol sees her chance and asks Subin how long she can stay. She's totally fishing for info. Subin says not too long, but Unsol presses him, asking why not, and honestly, she's being super sus. He claims his little sister is too young to be left alone, but Unsol doesn't buy it for a second. She's calling BS. But before Subin can explain, Jonho jumps in, telling Unsol to not talk about his parents. Talk about a mood killer. This girl is straight up confessing she acted like a coward because she was terrified, and our boy is right there listening. She apologizes, saying she misunderstood everything, but then drops a bomb. She's forgotten what he's done for her. She rattles off how he saved her sister, and then him, and finally admits she's grateful, like a weight is lifted. This girl looks genuinely moved, tears welling up, and it's kinda heartbreaking seeing her vulnerable side. She reveals she never had a father, and then goes even deeper. No mom or dad, ever. She's been alone her whole life. She was separated from everyone else. They said she was too different, and our boy is just absorbing this information. And then it hits him, that's why he missed her so much. He understands her loneliness on a deeper level. She leans in, offering to be a friend he can lean on when things get tough, and the tension is real. We get a glimpse of someone looming in the shadows, and honestly, it's a super creepy cliffhanger. Our boy is completely overwhelmed, saying he's so tired of everything, and you can just feel his exhaustion. He's totally spiraling, saying everyone leaves, straight up convinced he's destined to be alone. She asks if she felt this way too, and it's clear she's trying to connect with him on a deeper level. This girl drops a bombshell. She believes his friends will blame him for everything. She says they'll say it's because he's different, but he refuses to believe that about his friends. She argues they'll all abandon him eventually, and our boy is visibly crushed by her words. She's leaning in, offering comfort, but it feels off, like a possessive move. He finally breaks down, apologizing to her, and honestly, it's a super emotional moment. She's saying no one understands what they went through, implying this is a shared trauma. She tells him not to beat himself up, but it feels less like support and more like control. He's just completely broken, overwhelmed, and she's holding him so tightly. This is getting intense. He's clearly racked with guilt, wondering if leaving her before is why he feels so bad now. This girl suddenly wants to show him something, reaching for the water, and it's super ominous. She tells him to look inside the water, and bro, her expression is intense. Something's up. She commands him to go inside, and it's not a request, it's a straight-up order. He cautiously enters what looks like a giant tub or pool, and we're all on edge. He's fully submerged, and honestly, it's a really unsettling scene. What is she planning? He's underwater, and the view is distorted, filled with strange shapes and shadows. He tries to speak, but water floods his mouth, and it's a total panic moment. No way, he's seeing her underwater, a ghostly reflection, and it's terrifying. He's completely overwhelmed, gasping for air, and this girl's obsession just reached a new level. He asks if this is the same place, the same ocean, and bro, the look on his face is pure confusion. This girl confirms it's the Mole Island Ocean, and she's just smirking, which is not a good sign. She pulls him down, deeper into the water, and he's totally helpless. This is getting seriously creepy. He's sinking, struggling to breathe, but she's holding him, and it's like she wants him to drown. No way, her lower half is a mermaid tail, and it's identical to what he saw before. She's literally recreating it. She pulls him closer, showing him the tail, and he's completely speechless. This girl is straight up terrifying. He's staring at her tail, realizing it's exactly the same, and honestly, it's like she's forcing him to relive a memory. They're both suspended underwater, and she's just gazing at him like he's a precious object. She starts to swim, pulling him along, and it's a full-on recreation of their childhood, but so much darker. They glide past underwater rock formations, and it's like she's trapping him in a never-ending loop. This is not okay. He reaches for her, desperate to hold on, but she's already pulling away, swimming faster. He calls out her name, Yoonhae, but she doesn't even look back, straight up abandoning him underwater. He's gasping for air, flailing, and it's a total panic as he realizes she's leaving him to drown. He's sinking, choking on water, and screams for Yoonhae again, but it's like she can't hear him. He's pulled upwards, and it's an older man, her dad, who's somehow saved him, but the look on the guy's face is intense. Yoonhae's tail disappears, and she's back to human form, but she's furious, demanding to know why he's interfering. She's dragging him towards the surface, but her grip is so tight. It feels like she's still trying to hurt him. He coughs, sputtering water, and calls out her name again, but she's completely unresponsive, still pulling him along. He's completely broken, pleading with her, saying he doesn't want to die, and it's heartbreaking. But honestly, this girl is a menace, and this whole situation is terrifying. She's lost it. She's looming over him in the tub, asking if it's okay, but her face is totally unhinged. She's a predator. Our boy is staring up at her, eyes wide with fear, and he's clearly realizing this isn't a rescue, it's something way worse. She leans in for a kiss, and he tries to pull away, but her grip is iron. No way out for this dude. They're kissing, and it's brutal. He's completely trapped, and she's just relentless. He's submerged again, completely underwater, and it's like she's trying to finish what she started before. He's gasping, struggling, and she's holding him down, but then he sees something in her eyes. A flicker of regret. She pulls back, letting him surface, and asks if it was okay, but it's the most terrifying question ever. She's genuinely asking. He's spitting out water, staring at her, and finally says this is wrong, and honestly, it's an understatement. She's got this creepy, satisfied smile on her face, like she's getting away with something, and bro, she is. But wait, there's a final panel. His eyes flash red and he's smirking, like maybe, just maybe, he's not as helpless as she thinks. He's reeling, clutching his head, and straight up admits he kissed something not human. This is too much for him. He's desperately trying to process what just happened, and the image of her embracing him flashes through his mind. He's touching his neck, where she kissed him, and declares he can't believe it, but it's also super creepy. Can't blame him. Our boy stares intensely, and honestly, that smirk means he's not as helpless as this girl thinks, and things are about to change. Our boy is working and awkwardly tries to ask Seolbi for something, but he's clearly nervous about it. He stammers, admitting he wishes he could buy her new clothes, but straight up says he's broke right now. He asks if she has any clothes she doesn't wear anymore, hoping she'll share, but it's a super awkward ask. Seolbi looks confused for a sec, then assures him not to worry if she doesn't have anything to give. She heads to her closet, but bro, it's completely empty, like, not even a single hanger has anything on it. Seolbi returns, and her roommates are immediately suspicious. They're questioning why she'd give away her own clothes. Wait, Seolbi's roommate yells, saying there's more to the story, and grabs our boy's arm. She slams the door shut, and her friends are totally freaking out about what just happened. Seolbi's roommates hand our boy a massive pile of clothes. Apparently she has a ton! He's shocked she's offering so much, and thanks her, wondering how he'll ever repay her. But Seolbi isn't doing this out of kindness. She drops a bomb, saying there's a condition to accepting her help. She grabs his collar, and our boy is visibly jolted by the sudden move. This is getting intense. She's pulling at his shirt, and honestly, it's a super creepy power play right now. He's speechless and she's just staring him down. The tension is unreal. We get a close-up of the clothes, and there's a little bunny charm attached. It's kinda sweet, but also unsettling. Sylvie's roommates are squealing, saying this is his chance to make her fall for him. No way is this healthy. Sylvie's all smiles, saying the dress is so pretty, but our boy is totally thrown. What is happening? He tries to be nice, saying it does look good, but his inner monologue is wild. He needs to cheer her up so she doesn't get controlling. Solby reveals she actually prefers an old shirt he gave her because it's special, and honestly, that's kinda sweet. But he points out the shirt is ragged and she already has this dress, which Aishi gave her, making things super awkward. She doubles down, saying someone else gave her the dress, and our boy is clearly confused. Does she think he's oblivious? He mumbles a guess, and his internal thoughts reveal he thinks she's suggesting someone bought her the dress for him. Seolbi suddenly wants him to come see the ocean again, and it's a total mood shift. What is she planning? He remembers the last time he went in the water was terrifying, and straight up admits he doesn't want to go again. This girl is something else. She's clearly using this whole ocean thing to manipulate him. However, it's not about the ocean at all. She's just testing him, and bro, her obsession is getting scary. He's spiraling, wondering if she's bringing up their childhood because she wants a repeat. This is getting intense. She shuts down the memory of their younger selves, and straight up says it's different now, which is a choice. She claims she's talking about something else entirely, and her eyes are cold. Bro, this is a power move. He asks if she's been watching him at school, and honestly, good question. This girl is a stalker. We get a super close-up of her eyes, and they're kinda mesmerizing, but also totally unhinged. She insists water is everywhere, and it's a weird, ominous statement. What is she implying? She gets right in his face, demanding he get into the waters now, and it's super aggressive. He's stunned, but she's already pulling him toward the water, and this is escalating fast. He sinks beneath the surface, and it's like a whole new world opens up. But it's terrifying. A massive blowing tail appears, and she says she needs to see something. No way this is good. He has no choice but to obey this girl, Yoonha, and she's making it clear he can't go back to normal. Yoonha makes sure he understands. She's gonna show him what's really happening, what's true. She starts dragging our boy under the water, and he's struggling, gasping for air. This is straight up assault. He's fully submerged now, and we see a massive, glowing tail. She's a mermaid, obviously, but the scale is insane. She's forcing him to see something, and he's choking, sputtering, completely helpless. This is terrifying. She asks if he should just leave them like this, and we see bodies sinking to the bottom, bro. But it wasn't just anyone. She killed his friends, and she wants him to witness it, to understand her reality. He tries to fight her, but she's too strong, holding him under, and honestly, it's brutal. He's flailing exhausted, and she just stares down at him. This girl is ice cold, no remorse whatsoever. She says she killed them, and our boy's left gasping, completely broken. No way this is ending well. He's completely at her mercy, totally broken and accepting his fate. It's devastating. He's like a zombie, completely numb after everything he just witnessed. No way he can process this. Suddenly, the door slams open, and someone yells for Hyben. Talk about bad timing. It's a guy, and he's furious, demanding to know why she's drawing a bath while he's around. Talk about overreacting. Hyben tries to explain she needs it for science homework, but he won't listen, refusing to accept her excuse. She's visibly upset, asking why he won't listen to her, and honestly, she's spiraling. She admits she's become way too irritable, and it's clear she's falling apart. This is getting messy, but it gets worse. Someone points out she forgot her nam tag, and she'll get demerit points. Seriously? We see another student, looking concerned, and then our boy. He's clearly shaken and trying to hold it together. He clutches his chest, and you can tell he's replaying everything. This whole situation is spiraling out of control. He reveals Yoonhae only comes out of water near him, and straight up admits she gets furious if he's with anyone else. Our boy remembers Yoonha saying she can only come out of water near him. Any source big enough, apparently. Then it hits him she was able to appear at school, and now he realizes she can access just one water source at a time. He connects the dots, and the bathroom mirror Shektar's. Bro, this is a total breakdown and a huge warning sign. They arrive at this super rundown beach house, and honestly, it smells awful. The others complain, but our boy tries to stay positive. Everyone wants to hit the beach, but bro is suddenly feeling super sick, claiming it's car sickness. Suspicious, right? He says he'll catch up later and wanders off alone. But little does he know, this girl is already watching him. He's staring out at the ocean, looking totally miserable, when she appears behind him. No way this is a coincidence. She grabs his hand and straight up tells him he has to meet her at sunrise. Like it's not a request, but an order. Her grip tightens and her eyes are intense. She says he has no choice, and it's giving major yandere vibes. This girl is seriously obsessed. She's got this creepy, possessive energy, and our boy looks totally freaked out. He's sneaking around the house, grabbing a water bottle and wait, is that a knife block? He says he's tried everything to escape Yunhai, but the only way is to make her disappear. Straight up chilling. He's muttering to himself, and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes. This dude is spiraling. Meanwhile, back at the beach, everyone's admiring the sunset, but Hyo-song is noticeably absent. Someone points out he's been cooped up in his room all day. They're starting to get worried. But our boy is focused on something else entirely. He's staring at those knives, and it's terrifying. He's got a plan, and it doesn't look good. He's getting ready to do something drastic, bro. He's grabbing a knife, and honestly, this is where things go from bad to worse. He's heading outside, and it's clear he's not going to the beach. He's got a dark purpose, but the others are starting to realize something is seriously wrong. They're finally connecting the dots. They've got sashimi and everyone's excited, but something feels off with Hyo-song. He offers to set the table, but the others notice there are 6 sets of chopsticks when it's only 5 people. Someone explains they drove for an hour to find the sashimi place, and it was totally empty along the way. Hyo-song asks how they got the sashimi, and his expression is intense, to say the least. Everyone starts eating, but Hyo-song refuses to participate, and it's straight up awkward. This girl tries to offer Hyo-song some, but he brushes her off. So rude. The others are getting seriously concerned, questioning what's wrong with him today, and telling someone to leave him alone. Hyo-song is spiraling, muttering about how they all came out here just to have fun, but he won't join in. He sighs and declares he's always the bad guy, and honestly, it's a huge mood. But the others aren't buying it, and are starting to realize something is seriously wrong with our boy. Hyo-song is losing it, laughing maniacally and saying he can't believe he's seeing this. He's seriously unhinged, clutching his head and muttering about how messed up this is. He's staring intensely at someone off panel, a weird smile creeping onto his face. No way. He's grabbing someone's shirt, ripping it open, and they're trying to pull away. It's a total struggle, and the others are completely shocked by what's happening. Suddenly, everything goes silent, and the person Hyo-song attacked collapses. Everyone is frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief. It's absolutely terrifying. Someone asks if they all decided on their high school choices, trying to break the tension. The girls confirm they're going to Jucheon All Girls High School, and Solbi's headed to beauty school. But they turn to Hyo-song for his answer, and bro is completely out of it, still reeling. He says he needs to take care of his sister and plans to go to Deokan All Boys High School. But everyone is side, eyeing him hard. They're all over him, telling him he can't go to a worse school, and that his grades are too good to waste. Someone even says his parents will take care of his sister, and he just shuts down, face falling. He tries to force a smile, saying it's his parents' dream for him, but it's so strained and unsettling. Then he drops a bomb. He doesn't have parents, and they're gone, straight up leaving everyone speechless. He confesses he told his friends everything, and now the whole table is staring at him with a mix of shock and pity. But this girl, Solbi, is totally unbothered and changes the subject. She's giving major "I knew it all along" vibes. Hyo-song is completely frozen, staring blankly ahead, and bro looks seriously broken. He's lost in his own world, but honestly, this whole situation is just a mess. And now, everyone is looking at him, waiting for a reaction, but he's just gone. Hyo-song starts spilling. An elderly lady who used to dive with his mom sends him money for food every month. She also paid for his cell phone, but he couldn't accept it, feeling too guilty and burdened. He's clearly overwhelmed, and Solbi just listens quietly, shaking her head slightly. But then, the scene cuts to a rooftop and our boy is clearly having a nightmare. He's thrashing around. He's seen flashes of someone, a woman with long dark hair, and it's seriously unsettling. He's sweating, eyes squeezed shut, and looks like he's about to fall off the edge. No way! He jolts awake, tangled in a blanket, and whispers, "When did I fall asleep?" Everything is dark and shadowy, but you can see a figure standing in the doorway, watching him. This woman is giving off major villain vibes. She's got a creepy smile and intense stare. And honestly, this whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen, and I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, so things are INTNC. We get a warning right off the bat. This episode is gonna be a lot. This girl is in the water, looking totally wrecked with tears streaming down her face, and she's clearly seen something awful. Our boy and another dude are walking, and the other guy spots her in the water. He's asking who's that? Immediately. But our boy knows and straight up says, "This is bad." He's already bracing for impact, you can tell. He's thinking she saw I'm, and is questioning why she came out of the water. Like, what did she witness? He's seriously spiraling, asking why. It's clear this is a huge problem and he's already panicking. The other dude is confused, just staring at him with a face totally oblivious to the danger. We see this girl again, still in the water, looking heartbroken and vulnerable. It's super sad. And then, no way. Something is rising up behind her in the water, and it looks seriously ominous. Whatever it is, it's huge and shadowy. It's like a dark force is pulling her under, and it's terrifying. Okay, so the other dude is trying to pull our boy away, yelling at him to get out of the water. He's totally freaking out. But this girl speaks up, and it's chilling. She asks if they really think they know everything about Haesong. The other dude insists he's Haesong's real friend, but she just gives this creepy little smile. He's yelling at her to stop, telling her to go, but she's totally ignoring him and just stares. And then, no way, she grabs our boy and pulls him under the water, straight up attacking him. The other dude is losing it, screaming, "Enough!" He's completely horrified by what's happening. We get a shot of this girl's face, and she looks absolutely unhinged. It's a total yandere moment. She's holding our boy tightly underwater, and it's clear she's not letting go anytime soon. The other dude is just frozen, watching in horror as she drags him deeper. This girl is looking down at him, and it's so unsettling. She's completely lost it, and it's terrifying. He's struggling, trying to get away from her grip, and straight up asks why she keeps getting him in trouble. She's totally unhinged, saying both you and them, like she's comparing him to other people. It's creepy. She reaches out to touch him, but he flinches, saying that's not what he likes. Bro is clearly disturbed. She's getting more intense, demanding he realize she's special, and pulls him closer in the water. He weakly says he'll try, but she doesn't believe him, and honestly, we don't either. This girl's face is so intense, she's practically glaring into his soul. She's losing it. She reveals she brought something sharp, and it's a total bombshell. No way, she's planned this. Our boy is absolutely terrified, eyes wide with shock. He clearly knows what's coming. She explains why she brought the sharp object, and it's a twisted confession. She wants to make him hers, but he's still pushing back, screaming at her to stop. This is spiraling out of control. She's holding the knife to his throat, demanding to know if he can see. It's a total power play. Her eyes are wild, and she insists he understands what she is, getting way too close for comfort. Our boy is panicking, begging her to stop, but she's lost in her own world. It's heartbreaking and terrifying. She claims she brought the knife for her own protection, but then says she'd eye or never hurt him, which is confusing. Another dude is floating nearby, seemingly oblivious, while she continues her monologue. What is his deal? She's back to staring intensely, and it's clear she's not okay. This girl is seriously unhinged. She remembers protecting him on Mole Island, and he's confused. But that memory is clearly warped in her mind. She flat out says she doesn't like how he's reacting, and honestly, that's a huge red flag. Her expression is chilling. She's not just obsessed, she's losing control, and it's super unsettling. Her eye is wide and intense, and she's fixated on him, signaling that the situation is about to explode. He thinks he made a mistake, and tries to backtrack, but she cuts him off, claiming she just got confused. She straight up says she'll make sure no one finds out about him. That's possessive, even for her. Our boy is begging her to let the other guy go, tears streaming down his face, but she's not listening. This girl, Haesong, tells him he doesn't need anyone else, and it's chillingly calm. She says he was always lonely, even surrounded by friends, and wonders if he knows why. She gets super close, claiming what he needs is right there. And honestly, it's creepy AF. She promises to make all his wishes come true, and it's less of a sweet offer and more of a threat. She demands he come back to Mole Island, and bro looks totally stunned. She says they'll go back to when they were happy, and our boy is visibly shaken. He finally gives in, saying he'll go with her. No way, he's just giving up. She's clutching her arm, a bandage barely holding things together, and looks totally broken. It's heartbreaking, honestly. Suddenly, she's being pulled into the water by the brown-haired guy, and our boy is right behind them, diving in after both of them. He gets the other guy above water, but Hyo-song is still submerged, and she's staring right at him with those intense eyes. He asks if the other guy is okay, but gets straight up told to leave, and the tension is insane. Hyo-song tells him to go, and it's not a request, it's an order delivered with a chilling coldness. She's pleading with him to find happiness somewhere else, while dragging the other guy into a bathroom stall. What is happening? Hyo-song is now sobbing, saying she needs him to find happiness, but it's clear she's not talking about letting anyone else in his life. She's whispering about his loneliness, implying she's the only one who truly understands him, and it's giving major red flags. Hyo-song promises to fulfill his wishes, but it's less a promise and more of a creepy, controlling threat, and our boy looks terrified. She demands they return to Mull Island, and her face is so close to his. It's suffocating, and honestly, we're worried for him. Hyo-song suddenly shoves the other guy into the water, straight up out of nowhere. Our boy dives in after them, but Hyo-song is fixated on him, even underwater, and it's creepy. He manages to pull the other guy to safety, but Hyo-song is still submerged, and she's desperately reaching for him. She's begging him to leave, telling him to find happiness elsewhere, but it's totally twisted and possessive. No way. They arrive at the Sinam police station, and it's serious. This girl is about to get questioned. The guy accompanying our boy is so embarrassed to be here, but he's playing the guardian card hard. He straight up tells the police he assumes they have permission, then leaves our boy to face the music alone. Turns out, you need a guardian to even stay in paid accommodations if you're a minor, and this dude is dropping that bomb now. Our boy is led to a bare interrogation room, looking totally defeated, and just sits down. He confirms he was at the beach, but then things get weird. Bro, Soonbin followed him, and it's all downhill from there. He's recalling the night, and it's clearly messed with him. He's dripping wet and visibly shaken. The interrogator wants to know everything that happened in that ocean, and our boy is struggling to answer. He manages to choke out that they were just going to the beach, but his face says it's a total lie. And then he starts shivering and getting soaked again. No way. This interrogation is triggering some serious flashbacks. He blurts out Hyo-song. Something's seriously wrong with our boy. He's losing it. Suddenly, he jolts back, knocking papers off the desk, and the interrogator is like, "What's wrong?" He's panicking, saying he can't do this anymore, straight up overwhelmed and hyperventilating. We get a weird shot of his feet. He's fidgeting so badly he's practically vibrating. The mom barges in, announcing her son is prepping for art school, trying to distract from everything. She then drops a bomb. Hyo-song doesn't even have parents, and our boy's mom looks shocked. She tries to silence him when he objects, but she whacks his arm. This woman is intense. She yells at him, blaming him for everything, and honestly, this is a mess. She's screaming, but the son is looking down, defeated, like he expected this. But it's clear this whole situation is way more complicated than anyone realizes. The detective asks about Hyo-song and Soonbin's friendship. Apparently they were besties, super close. But then our boy starts remembering. Hyo-song seemed different lately, and they actually fought in April. He recalls Soonbin opening up about his family for the first time the night before the incident, getting emotional. And then, huge reveal, both of Hyo-song's parents died at sea, which is a lot to unpack. He figures Hyo-song would have been terrified if Soonbin fell into the water, given his family history. His friends jump in, insisting Hyo-song would never hurt Soonbin. They're fiercely loyal. They say Soonbin was always careful around Hyo-song, never crossing any lines, and our boy looks shook. The detective then asks if they were drinking when Hyo-song talked about his family, and things get tense. His mom cuts him off mid-sentence. She's hiding something for sure, and he looks totally defeated. But it turns out they had beers, and the detective is furious. Apparently, that changes everything, and the case is now leaning toward accidental drowning. Hyo-song's homeroom teacher apparently asked if our boy ate, and now Hyo-song is showing up out of nowhere. Super sus. He asks why Hyo-song even bothered to come, but this girl straight up says he should have come. Hyo-song claims he knows how our boy feels and feels the same way. Okay, that's a little creepy, even for this story. He shakes our boy, and then drops a bombshell if he keeps running. Nobody will believe he's innocent, not even Haesong herself. She's pleading with him to come forward, insisting he needs to prove he didn't kill Soonbin. The pressure is insane. Haesong says he needs to meet her tomorrow at 3 p.m. by the entrance, and honestly, this feels like a trap. We cut to a view from above, and it looks like our boy is staring out a window, totally lost in thought. Suddenly, he's at a memorial, a funeral, maybe, and Haesong is sobbing, looking completely heartbroken. Haesong is openly weeping, and our boy is just standing there, looking wrecked. This is brutal. But the episode ends on a cliffhanger. Haesong is inconsolable, and it's clear she's spiraling out of control. The funeral director shows our boy a screen with Soonbin's info, family details, everything, and it's super unsettling. He nods along, but it's clear he's processing a lot, staring at the screen with a blank expression. The director leads him deeper into the funeral home, and Haesong is right there, looking absolutely devastated. Haesong's teacher is crying, clutching a handkerchief. She's clearly falling apart over Soonbin's death. Our boy glances at Haesong, and you can see the confusion and pain swirling in his eyes. This is getting intense. The director bows deeply, and Haesong follows suit, but something feels off about the whole scene. Haesong is totally broken down, and our boy is just there, a statue of grief and shock. He's spiraling, and this girl is completely falling apart. It's a mess of raw emotion. But it's obvious Haesong is putting on a show. She's way too theatrical, and our boy sees right through it. No way. She's playing the victim, and he's caught in the middle of her twisted game. Haesong grabs our boy's arm, and it's a super intense move. She's holding on tight. They're at Soonbin's funeral, and Haesong tells him not to say anything. What is going on? Everyone is mourning, surrounded by flowers, and incense is burning. The atmosphere is heavy. Our boy kneels before the altar, seemingly lost in thought, while Haesong watches him closely. He's kneeling in water, and it's rising. But it's not a leak, it's intentional. This is weird. The water is soaking his clothes, and he looks absolutely stunned. What is happening right now? He's completely submerged, and Haesong is just standing there watching him drown. No way! He's pulled under, and she's still just staring, her face unreadable. This girl is terrifying. Haesong's hand is outstretched, but she doesn't actually help him. She's letting it happen. He jolts awake, gasping for air, and straight up stares at Haesong. She's playing some serious games. Someone asks for a mirror, while others murmur that the winter uniform is too hot. Total mood. Our boy asks Haesong how he looks, trying to get a compliment, but she just gives him a sure. So cold. He demands to know if she even looked at him, and she's straight up annoyed. This dude needs to chill. Haesong asks if he's ready, but something is definitely off. She's planning something, and it's not good. Okay, so our boy and his friend are at some kind of facility, and it's already giving off bad vibes. This girl, Haesong, is dressed all in black and looks totally heartbroken, which is unsettling, to say the least. She's nervously fiddling with something in her hands, like she's trying to decide whether to do something drastic. Haesong straight up tells them her family is struggling, and it happens so suddenly. She's hinting at something huge. She starts talking about her brother, and you can see she's barely holding it together, tears welling up. Haesong is so distraught she's barely making sense, and the whole situation feels supercharged. Her brother, Haesong, is standing there looking off, and he hesitates when she calls his name. He's trying to act normal, but bro is definitely hiding something, and his face says it all. Haesong is clearly devastated, and it's obvious this brother situation is way more complicated than it seems. But honestly, the tension is insane, and I have a feeling things are about to explode. Haesong is begging Yubin to just leave, saying it's for his own good, and it's seriously intense. She's telling her family to ask the police to drop the investigation, claiming it was just an accident. Sketchy, right? 3 guys rush in, trying to pull Yubin away from Haesong, but she's clinging on tight. Yubin pleads with Haesong, begging her to let go, but Haesong is completely unresponsive. Haesong insists Yubin stay for a while then leave quietly, and honestly, it's a super creepy request. One of the guys tries to pry Yubin off, yelling drop, but she won't budge. This is escalating fast. We finally get a good look at the brother, and he's just standing there, looking totally defeated. He says it would be best for Yubin too, but that just makes everything even more unsettling, doesn't it? Haesong is begging Yubin to stay with her friends, but Yubin is straight up refusing. She needs to leave now. She mumbles she can't stay, and her expression is terrifying, like she's fighting something inside herself. Yubin suddenly rushes past everyone, and bro is trying to stop her, but she's already booking it. One of Yubin's friends asks where she's going, but she doesn't even answer. She's completely zoned out. Hai Sung looks completely devastated as Yubin speeds away, and honestly, this is heartbreaking. She's clutching her arm, and you can see a dark, shadowy mark appearing. What is going on with her? Yubin is desperately trying to get away, muttering she can't stay there, and it's clear she's losing control. She's a mess, babbling about needing to escape, and Bro is watching, completely helpless. But the mark on her arm is spreading, and it's seriously disturbing. This isn't just some obsession anymore. Yubin is completely unraveling, and it's a total cliffhanger. What's happening to her? Hai Sung is pulled under the water, and it's a total shock. No way she's going down like this. She's struggling, reaching for Yubin, and desperately calls her name before disappearing beneath the waves. Yubin stares at the spot where Hai Sung vanished and blurts out she won't see her for a while. She's standing in the water, seemingly unfazed, and then says something chilling about what Hai Sung did wrong. Cut to our boy, who's just standing in the rain, looking completely lost and heartbroken. The rain is coming down hard, and he pauses like he's trying to process everything that just happened. He slowly lifts his head, staring up at the stormy sky. But something is clearly wrong with him. Up close, you can see he's a mess, tears streaming down his face in the downpour. He's clutching his head, and his expression is pure agony. This dude is falling apart. His hair is plastered to his face, and he looks utterly broken, like all hope is lost. Our boy staggers home, completely wrecked. He's a mess, honestly. His mom rushes to him, asking if he's okay, but he just says he needs to go out again for 3 hours. She's confused, asking what's going on, and he just looks away, super shady. He tells her not to come looking for him, and she's instantly worried, like something's seriously wrong. Cut to a shot of the bathtub, and the faucet is dripping, ominous much. He's back at the pool, staring at the water, and Bro is clearly planning something drastic. He's remembering Yoonha killing his friend, and straight up says she'll do it again. This dude is spiraling. He vows to make sure it doesn't happen again, because he doesn't know who she'll target next. He declares it can't go on like this, but honestly, it feels like it already has. And then, the bathtub starts to fill, and it's clear he's not just upset. He's planning something terrifying. He reaches for her, trying to pull her closer. It's a desperate grab, honestly. Their fingers brush, and she's reaching back, but it feels off, like a forced connection. She's in the tub now, eyes downcast, and he's right there with her. Things are escalating fast. He cups her face, and she looks up, fragile and broken, but something is definitely wrong with her gaze. He leans in close, saying he missed her, and she's visibly trembling. It's creepy, not cute. She confesses she realized he's all she has and wants to go back to Mull Island. Total possessiveness. She begs him to take her there right now, and he's clearly conflicted, but also giving in. He says he's glad she's back, but it feels less like relief and more like a trap closing. She whispers his name, Hai Song, and the water around them starts swirling, turning icy blue. No way, the water is literally consuming them both, and this whole scene is giving me chills. She's underwater, spiraling down, and straight up declares she doesn't deserve to live. Wow, dark. She keeps repeating, "I'm sorry, everyone," as she sinks, and it's so heartbreaking but also suspicious. Everyone is gathered, crying, and honestly, it's a total mess. She really did a number on them all. But wait, she's still saying she's sorry, and the water is still swirling around her, like she's not actually gone. It's been a month since our boy arrived on Mull Island, seeking some peace and quiet, or so he thinks. He's out swimming with this girl, who we quickly realize isn't just any girl, and honestly, the vibe is peaceful. But things take a turn because she's not fully human, and she pulls him under, and bro, it's a whole other world down there. They're descending into this underwater cave system, and it's beautiful but also super ominous. You can feel it. Our boy is clearly struggling, gasping for air, but this girl, she's thriving, like this is where she belongs. She's holding his face, staring into his eyes, and it's intense, a little too intense if you ask me. She's confessing she only survived because she wasn't allowed to die, and it's a creepy, possessive vibe, straight up. This girl is caressing his face underwater, and it's starting to feel less romantic and more controlling, honestly. She's clinging to him, embracing him tightly, and it's clear she's been waiting a long time to find him again. But she says she lived only because she wasn't allowed to die, meaning someone, or something, kept her around for him. He's confessing he used to collect seashells for her, which is sweet, but also a little unsettling, honestly. She admits she was happy with him for about a month, But then he left, and it clearly wrecked her. She's breaking down, saying it was so hard when he left, and he's trying to understand what she's feeling. We get this flashback of her as a mermaid, cradled in his arms. It's a tender moment, but feels laced with foreshadowing. She's apologizing profusely, and then she just plops into the water, pulling him down with her. They're clinging to each other underwater, and she's really losing it, sobbing about how she was sad he changed. She's furious that his childhood friends treated him badly, claiming they hurt him and she couldn't stand it. She's spiraling, saying she can't stand it, and bro, this is getting seriously intense and possessive. She's drowning him in her grip, and it's clear this isn't about love anymore. It's about control. Our boy is completely submerged, and she's holding him so tightly. It's terrifying, and we're left wondering how he'll escape. He's confessing he never realized how selfish he was, and this girl Yoonha is just holding on so tight. He says if he hadn't left, Yoonha would have stayed the same, but she's straight up devastated by that thought. He's spiraling, admitting he ruined everything with his greed, and it's a total gut punch. He realizes he never understood what was wrong with him until Yoonha showed him, and wow, that's heavy. They're locked in a hug underwater, and it's super emotional. But also seriously, can't he breathe? She pulls him deeper, and the water swirls around them, and it's like a vortex of obsession. He's sinking, completely blank-faced, and honestly, it looks like he's giving up. But then Yoonha surfaces, dragging him with her, and he's coughing up water. She asks if he's okay, if he feels dizzy, but he insists he's fine, which no way, he is not fine. She's cradling him, protective and intense, and it's clear this isn't a rescue, it's a capture. She asks if he brought enough food, thinking he's going to be stranded, but our boy assures her he's okay. He tries to brush it off, saying he hasn't been able to eat because he's been in the water all day, but she doesn't buy it. Yoonha suddenly suggests they head back to Seoul, and it throws him for a loop. He's totally caught off guard. She points out his vacation is almost over, only 7 days left, and bro looks like he's about to short-circuit. He asks if he can stay, and Yoonha's expression softens, but it's so unsettling and calculated. She says she'd hate for him to get sick, and then wraps her arms around him in a super tight hug. She pats his back, thanking him, and he's staring at her with a confused, almost panicked expression. She's pulling him closer, her grip tightening, and it's clear this isn't a comforting hug, it's a possessive hold. He's frozen, eyes wide with realization, and this girl is straight up trapping him. Yoonha is holding him so tightly now, and honestly, this isn't a rescue, it's a full-blown obsession. Haesung bursts into the room, door creaking open. After hearing a beep, she's frantic, calling out his name. She shakes him, desperately asking if he's sick or if something he ate is bothering him. He just mumbles that he's going to sleep and tells her not to wake him, straight up rejecting her concern. For the first time in weeks, Yoonha actually lets him sleep, and he collapses into a deep rest. But then, while Yoonha's in the bath, she asks him about the weather outside. It's so random. Someone answers that it's the rainy season, but Yoonha's expression is unsettlingly blank. She's staring at him intensely, and our boy looks super uncomfortable with her unwavering gaze. He tries to ask what's wrong, but she just continues to stare, completely ignoring his question. She's clearly playing mind games, and he's starting to realize this isn't about concern, it's control. He's trapped, and honestly, this whole situation is giving us major bad vibes. He asks if the outside means Seoul, and this girl just drops a bomb. They've been spending dollars all their time in the bathtub. He's clearly disturbed, and a single tear rolls down his face, but Yoonha seems unfazed. She just says alright. So cold, and the scene cuts to torrential rain outside. Yoonha's chillingly calm, enjoying the downpour while our boy looks totally lost. He announces school starts tomorrow, but he's not interested anymore. He doesn't want anyone staring. He leans toward Yoonha and asks if he should quit school and live with her on Mull Island. Bro, seriously? She asks why, with a creepy smile, and then straight up says this is what she wanted. Just the two of them, forever. She's basically admitting her obsession, and his face is a mix of shock and something else. He's staring at her, and it's like the pieces are finally clicking. No way he's oblivious anymore. She leans closer, and honestly, this is getting way too intense. The rain is a perfect metaphor for the storm brewing. He asks if she wants to discuss it, and she immediately asks with who. Haesung. He's staring at her, and it's clear he's finally putting everything together. Bro, the realization hits hard. She steps closer, and his grip on the umbrella tightens. This is seriously intense. The tension is unreal. He's totally cornered, and honestly, this girl's obsession is straight up terrifying. Okay, so things are ATINGP. This girl Yoonhae is straight up seducing our boy while he's half dressed. She's all, you must be excited, and he's like, school starts tomorrow, right? Super sus vibes. Then the phone beeps and Yoonhae's face drops. Something's definitely wrong. No way. She's pulled him into the bathroom, and there's a frantic energy, like she's trying to protect him. But wait, she's freaking out about her uncle, and the phone keeps beeping. What is going on? She demands a minute, but then the door bursts open, and our boy is totally caught off guard. Another dude rushes in looking shocked, and our boy is like, huh, total chaos right now. He's asking why they're here, but it's clear something bad just happened, and honestly, the tension is insane. Look at his feet. He's standing on a mat, and you can see a red mark on the other guy's shirt. Things are escalating quickly. This whole scene is a mess, and I have a feeling Yoonhae's uncle is about to make things way more complicated. He tries to defuse the situation, telling the other dude, Haesong, to apologize to Yoonhae tomorrow and make things normal. But Haesong is not having it. He straight up asks what Yoonhae did to Seolbi, and it's clear he's furious. Yoonhae insists Seolbi is struggling, then demands Haesong leave, and bro, the tension is THK. Haesong is losing it, yelling about how he wasn't even close to those girls. This is getting messy. He asks what about AM, demanding to know why he's supposed to watch Yoonhae suffer alone. Yoonhae drops a bomb. She says he means nothing to her. No. Haesong is stunned, speechless, and honestly, this is brutal. He tells her to stop stressing out and leave him alone, and Yoonhae just turns and walks away. Haesong is completely broken, staring after her with a devastated look. Ouch. He's reeling, and you can tell this reveal has completely shattered him, and we're left hanging. Yoonhae corners Haesong, revealing the police questioned him about both Haesong and Soonbin. Major red flag. He admits he didn't tell them anything, wanting to protect Haesong, but now regrets keeping it quiet. Yoonhae's face contorts, and he's clearly about to unleash something. This is not good. He smirks, and Haesong asks why he didn't just tell the police everything. The tension is unreal. Yoonhae chokes out a jackass, and Haesong just stares, completely floored by the outburst. Haesong turns and slams the door, then staggers back, clutching his head. He is wrecked. He leans against the door, trying to compose himself, but this whole thing has clearly broken him. The door breaks open, revealing nothing. This is straight up creepy. Haesong is completely alone, and you can tell this is just the beginning of something terrifying. Our boy is a mess, and this girl is playing a dangerous game. It's about to get wild. Yoonhae is soaking wet, dramatically declaring he's so mean. Talk about a mood. Meanwhile, Jaejong trudges up the stairs, looking totally bummed and covered in. Is that blood? He pauses at the door, clearly dreading what's on the other side. The tension is killing me. Haebin is shocked to see him, blurting out brother. No way she expected this. Jaejong apologizes to Haebin, but then drops a bomb. There's nothing he can do to help Yoonhae. Haebin is losing it, demanding to know if he's serious. Can you blame her? He seems genuinely defeated, admitting he's not sure what to do right now. This is heartbreaking. Haebin, desperate, asks if he even has a cell phone. She's trying anything at this point. Jaejong is a mess, and we're left hanging, wondering what happens next. Cliffhangers. But seriously, this whole situation is spiraling, and I have a bad feeling about where this is going. Jaejong tells Haebin to call him if anything happens. Seriously, what a terrible idea. Haebin trudges off, looking completely defeated, while Jaejong just stands there. Bro, go after her. Haebin stares at her phone, freaking out, and honestly, we're right there with her. School has resumed, but it feels so wrong, like everything is pretending to be normal when it's not. Yoonhae slides into the classroom, looking totally detached. This dude is a walking disaster. He avoids eye contact with everyone, including Jaejong, and it's super awkward. Just look at him. We get a close-up of Yoonhae, and he looks off, like something is seriously wrong inside his head. The classroom is full of students, but Yoonhae is completely isolated. It's a heartbreaking scene. Jaejong's backpack is visible, and honestly, it feels like a weight on his shoulders. Symbolism much. Yoonhae's gaze is fixed on Jaejong's back, and it's unsettling. This girl is obsessed, and it's terrifying. Yoonhae suddenly grabs Jaejong's arm. Talk about a surprise attack? He says hi song, but Jaejong looks totally confused and unresponsive. Weird flex. Yoonhae straight up slaps Jaejong, and it's brutal. No way, this is escalating quickly. We get a super close-up of Yoonhae's hand, and it's covered in old scars. What is going on? Jaejong's surrounded by Seolbi and her friends, and they look shocked. A total scene. They all stare at Jaejong, but he's avoiding eye contact. This is getting seriously uncomfortable. Seolbi tells Jaejong not to talk to Yoonhae anymore. She's fiercely protective, and we love that. Seolbi's ranting about Yoonhae being the only one who suffers, and honestly, she's not wrong. Yoonhae is standing alone in the hallway, looking totally broken. Our boy is a mess. He's slumped against a wall, completely defeated, and it's a heartbreaking end to this chapter. Everyone at school just stops talking to Jaejong after Yoonhae's outburst. Talk about a cold shoulder. 2 weeks pass and Jaejong is completely isolated. Bro is seriously alone now. He's sitting in class, staring out the window, looking totally lost and disconnected. It's rough. But then, someone calls out his name, Hae-sung-joon. And it feels like a turning point. Everyone's asking what's up with Hae-seong. He's been acting super strange lately, and they need answers. This girl, Seolbi, explains her brother used to be so sweet, but he's completely changed and become mean all of a sudden. She insists it's not just her he's been picking on. He's been awful to everyone, and her brother's behavior is seriously concerning. He tells them Hae-sung claimed he wasn't sick, which is already a red flag, but it gets weirder. Seolbi reveals she once filled the bathtub for him, but he flew into a rage. Apparently, he gets super angry about water. She shows them a note he left. Don't drain the bathtub. He literally leaves the tub full all weekend and warns people not to touch it. The group is starting to get seriously freaked out, wondering if Hae-sung has some kind of mental illness or obsession. Someone brings up an accident in the ocean, and Seolbi is completely lost. She has no idea what they're talking about. No way. It turns out she wasn't told about the accident, and the others realize she's been kept in the dark. Everyone gasps. This is huge, and it means whatever happened in the ocean is the key to understanding why Hae-sung is like this. Seolbi insists she wants to know the truth, and she's relieved to see our boy here to help. He explains everyone gave up on Hae-seong, and she's so glad they haven't. It's sweet, honestly. But the doctor drops a bomb. The real problem isn't if Hae-sung can get better, it's if he wants to. They're trying their best, but it sounds like Hae-seong is a lost cause, and that's rough. Suddenly, a staff member brings over a mountain of desserts. Cakes, pastries, the works. Apparently, a lady felt bad for Hae-sung and asked her to deliver them all to Dev-him. Seolbi tries to ask for one, but the staff member straight up refuses. Everything is for Hae-sung. Hae-sung is devouring the sweets and it's kinda unsettling. He looks obsessed. The other girls are cooing over him, calling him so cute, and it's just getting weirder and weirder. This is escalating quickly, and I have a bad feeling about where this is all going. Okay, so Hae-sung is pulling Seolbi aside and he's got this plan. It's dangerous, but he needs her help. They're all huddled around a table, and Hae-sung lays out his idea, and honestly, it's wild. The girls are totally confused, but Hae-sung is explaining everything, and it's clear he's been thinking about this for a while. Suddenly, the other girls approach. They're greeting Hae-sung like he's a celebrity, and it's so awkward. They're all over him, calling him cute, and our boy is just standing there, completely bewildered. Hae-sung tries to pull Seolbi away, but the girls are blocking him, and it's starting to feel super creepy. He finally manages to get Seolbi alone and asks what she thinks, but he's clearly freaked out by the whole situation. Hae-sung is questioning why they're all greeting him like this. He has no idea what's going on. He's sitting alone now, looking lost, and the vibe is totally off, like something's seriously wrong. And honestly, this whole scene is giving me major chills. This girl's obsession is escalating fast. The teacher straight up summons Hae-sung to the office after school, and our boy is confused, to say the least. Hae-sung arrives, and the hallway is eerily empty. It's a total horror movie setup, honestly. He enters the teacher's office, and the teacher immediately questions what's going on with him, saying he's acting different. The teacher points out Hae-sung isn't even opening his textbook in class anymore, which is a legit concern. Hae-sung tries to brush it off, saying he's just busy, and that he needs to meet Yoonhae. But we all know that's a lie. He blurts out a half-hearted apology, hoping to escape, claiming he has things to take care of. However, the teacher isn't buying it for a second and yells at him to come back. This is escalating fast. The teacher is clearly worried about Hae-sung and wants to know what is going on, but our boy is desperate to leave. Hae-sung tries to make excuses, but the teacher isn't letting him off the hook. This dude is so stubborn. The teacher demands answers, and Hae-sung looks totally trapped, realizing he can't just run away from this. The teacher is laying it all out. He lost his father young and still pays tuition for his siblings. No way! He expects Hae-sung to be strong and work through things, but our boy is clearly shutting down instead. The teacher accuses Haisung of showing weakness, saying everyone can see he's falling apart. Ouch, harsh. He reveals he hid his own struggles after his father died, refusing to let anyone see him vulnerable. Haisung just stares, processing this unexpected confession. It's a total mind game right now. The teacher demands Haisung forget his problems and live his life, but it's clearly not that simple. He's left speechless, standing there as the teacher rants about him ruining everything. The tension is insane. Suddenly, Haisung remembers hearing similar words before, but he couldn't understand why he wasn't angry then. He's completely stunned, realizing this situation is hitting way closer to home than he thought. And then, another voice cuts in. Someone is asking why the teacher brought up Haisung's personal life. This girl is straight up haunted by the past. She says no one understands what she and Haisung went through. She's a mess, tears streaming down her face, and honestly, it's kinda terrifying to see her like this. The teacher suddenly chimes in, saying since Haisung is an orphan, he's basically his guardian now. What? Haisung is totally lost, asking what the teacher is even talking about, and the teacher looks shocked. Another teacher asks what's going on, but the first teacher just says he's always been curious about Haisung's situation. Haisung explodes, asking if the teacher really thinks he could be his son. This is getting wild. He lays it all out. He's 16, his sister is all he has, and he's so over being compared to a 30-year-old. The teacher accuses Haisung of being immature, but Haisung fires back, saying the teacher just wants to feel good. The teacher is losing it, trembling with rage, saying he wishes he'd lost his father when he was younger. He rants about wanting Haisung to be busy preparing for high school. But seriously, this is a total breakdown. Haisung demands to know what the teacher just said and then me chase K. The teacher straight up slaps him. A muscle-bound guy jumps in, trying to pull the teacher off Haisung, but she's yelling about doing this for herself. Another HK's the teacher hits Haisung again, screaming about his manners and calling him a scumbag. No way! The muscle-bound guy yells at the teacher to calm down, but she's completely unhinged and losing her mind. The coach is all partner up in practice, but straight up says they're getting graded on effort, which sends the whole team into murmur mode. Everyone's quietly side-eyeing each other, probably dreading this. It's a total mess of awkward energy. This dude Jong Won confidently announces he's teaming up with Haisung, but his partner looks shocked. Apparently he's bailed on team stuff before. Someone points out Haisung doesn't participate anymore, but another guy quickly suggests Jong Won should just pair with him anyway. Jeong Won is insistent on Haisung being his partner, grabs his arm, and basically forces the issue, but Haisung looks super uncomfortable. Haisung tries to politely back away, but Jong Won doesn't get the hint. He's really pushing this partnership, and it's kinda creepy. Suddenly, our boy Jung just snaps and storms off, slamming the door behind him. What the heck is going on with him? Someone casually mentions they're getting graded, but Jung clearly overheard and is spiraling, it seems. Jung sighs, then admits he understands why the girls have been trying to talk to him, hinting there's more to this than just badminton. But honestly, Jung's reaction is way out of proportion. Something's seriously bothering him, and it's definitely connected to Haisung. Jeong Won tries to play it cool, saying he just wanted a practice partner, but his face is throbbing with something else. Someone points out he has plenty of other friends and Jung just stares blankly, clearly lost in thought. Then Jung suddenly asks if this is all about Yoonha, straight up accusing someone of being jealous. His eyes widen, and he looks completely unhinged, like he's piecing together a terrifying realization. Someone asks what, but Jung doesn't respond, he's clearly spiraling inward. Cut to a phone screen. Someone's been texting Jung, telling him to go to bed because he's been through a lot today. But the phone is still on, and it's showing a live stream of Haisung. No way! We see a group of girls sitting around a table, looking tense. They're discussing whether to tell another girl, Bin, about everything. And honestly, the whole situation is a mess. Jung's obsession, the secret meetings, this girl spying on him. This girl, Yoonha, is definitely pulling the strings here, and it's about to get seriously twisted. The girls are freaking out. They think Jung is ditching them for Yoonha, and it's a major betrayal. Someone suggests they're just friends, but another girl points out Yoonha is totally controlling the conversation. Jung's friends are convinced he's abandoning them for this girl, and it's honestly a little dramatic. One of the girls, Bin, is brought up, and they agree it's impossible Haisung is involved, but that feels like a red herring. The pink-haired girl is seriously worried. She notices Jae Jong seems way too comfortable talking to Yoonha. They speculate Yoonhae is dating Jae Jong, and one of them thinks she's calling all the shots. Our boy is now the subject of wild rumors. They're saying he's abandoning his friends for a girl. Can you believe it? But things take a turn. Another girl notices Yoonha speaks strangely, like something's off. She says Yoonha doesn't sound like a normal person, and points out she refers to consoling a person. It's super creepy. One of the girls tries to brush it off, saying Yoonhae is just bad with words, but honestly, Jae Jong's friend is onto something. Jae Jong's friend Seojun confronts him, demanding to know how he found out about everything. It's intense. Seojun grabs Jae Jong, straight up shaking him, and demands answers, but Jae Jong looks totally lost. Seojun reveals he was sacrificing himself to protect everyone from Yoonha, thinking he was doing the right thing. He explains he thought he was protecting them from something scary. But now he's realizing things aren't what they seem. But now, Seojun is spiraling, he can't breathe, and he's completely freaking out about what Yoonhae is capable of. He's realizing Yoonhae isn't who he thought she was, and honestly, this is a major plot twist. Seojun is totally losing it, shaking and shuddering. It's a really disturbing scene. Jae Jong is still reeling, clearly shocked by Seojun's confession and the situation unfolding before him. And then, total silence, a blank panel. Seriously, the tension is unbearable right now. We cut back to a shadowy figure, and it's Yoonha. She's watching everything, and she looks unhinged. Seojun collapses, coughing and stumbling, and Jae Jong rushes to catch him. It's a total mess. Jae Jong frantically tells Seojun he needs to tell him what's going on, but Seojun just keeps coughing. Jae Jong realizes Yoonha can't see this. No way she can know what's happening right now. He's panicking, wondering if Yoonhae overheard anything, and what he's supposed to do. Jae Jong calls out for Haeshong, desperate for help, and Seojun is clearly struggling. Suddenly Jae Jong is shoving Seojun aside, moving super fast. It's intense and unexpected. An older man appears, asking who's missing, and someone immediately shouts, Haeshing Jum. Another student points out they haven't seen Haeshing since gym class. It's starting to click. Someone else scoffs, saying he probably just doesn't care, and honestly, that's a harsh take. But this whole situation is seriously messed up. Yoonhae is watching, and things are about to explode. Haeshing didn't come back to school, and everyone's realizing it. It's super unsettling, bro. Turns out, they decided not to tell anyone about Yoonhae, and they've been awkwardly greeting her even though she's ghosted them. They feel terrible for recording him because Haebin trusted them. This whole situation is just messy. Haesung left his backpack and gym clothes, so Jae Jong is heading to his house, hoping to get answers. Jae Jong checks his phone, and it's a call from Haebin, but he straight up ignores it. He tells whoever's on the other line not to call Haebin again, and then, someone approaches him. It's Haesung, and he says he heard everything. Everything. This is getting intense. Jae Jong is blocking Haesung's number, straight up cutting him off, no questions asked. Haesung tells Jae Jong not to call Yoonha again, and honestly, he's being super controlling. Yoonha looks devastated by this and is clearly holding back tears. This girl is hurting badly. She tries to play it cool, but her face gives it away. No way she's okay with all of this. Our boy is getting a little too close to this girl, confessing he's never told anyone about her smooth move. But someone already knows about their connection. Someone is watching them right now, and it's freaking him out. He's relieved when she says she already knows, claiming she overheard earlier, but honestly, that's even creepier. He realizes she was totally watching him, and now he's convinced someone else is too, adding to the tension. He tries to play it cool, saying she must be upset, but she's not having it, and straight up calls him out. This girl is losing it, saying he's weird and creeps her out, then immediately asks why he ran away from her earlier. The whiplash is real. She's getting way too close, touching his face and looking intense. It's a total power play and our boy looks uncomfortable. She drops a bombshell. She knew he'd be problematic for her, which is a lot, even for a yandere story. He's apologizing, saying he got scared and wasn't thinking, but honestly, being scared is a perfectly reasonable response right now. He's totally caught in her web, and she's clearly not letting go. This situation is escalating fast, bro. She tells him she already said anyone who bothers him needs to disappear, and our boy is starting to sweat. He asks if she means she'll kill him, and this girl just stares him down with a chilling smile. She doesn't answer, instead asking what he'd do to make someone vanish from his life. Seriously, the mind games are strong. Suddenly, a dude gets straight up launched across the room, crashing into everything. This girl grabs our boy's chin, forcing him to look at the mess. It's a power move, and it's terrifying. She's rambling about how he's a problem, and how she's been watching him, but honestly, it's a total word salad. He tries to apologize, saying he was scared, but she doesn't care, she's completely lost it. She's tightening her grip, and he's trapped, completely under her control. But then, someone else grabs his arm, pulling him away from her. No way, another player is entering the game. This new guy is looking furious at this girl, and our boy is caught between two seriously dangerous people. He's reeling, asking how she could say those things. But she can't believe he had someone he called a friend. No hesitation, she straight up attacks him with the tire iron, and it's brutal, bro. She's screaming about Soonbin, how much he cared for him, and honestly, it's a total meltdown. He's cornered, and she's relentless with the tire iron, leaving a nasty gash on his shirt. They're back at the table, and she's saying she wants to be there for him if he ever needs her. But it's a twisted offer, because she's also saying the problem is he suffers alone. She wants to control his pain. She admits she's nervous because she can't read what he's thinking, which is unsettling. She just wants him to lean on her, or anyone else. Honestly, she just can't stand him being independent. She asks if they're still friends. A loaded question after all of that. He's clearly shaken, rubbing his head and barely managing an okay. This is a total power play. The house creaks and clacks as someone walks around. It's tense, bro, like a horror movie setup. Eun-sul is crying, saying she needs to hug her parents when she gets back. But this guy is shutting it down. He tells her not to say that in front of Haesung, and she's like, of course not, why would I? Sketchy vibes. He's shocked she told them about his life, revealing only Soonbin, and he knew until now. He claims he and Soonbin have totally opposite personalities, so Haesung might not want to talk to him. Smooth move, avoiding the truth. He's saying they need to be there for Soonbin if anything happens, and honestly, it feels like a threat. He's lost in thought, looking away, and admits he didn't want to think this way. Something's seriously wrong. He's clutching his shirt, looking devastated, and confesses he really didn't want to think about who survived instead. He's completely broken, and it's clear this reveal is hitting him harder than anyone expected. Our boy is spiraling, and this girl's obsession is straight up terrifying. We're in deep now. Someone yells at him to stop in the street, but he just keeps going, totally ignoring everyone. People try to intervene as he's being attacked, yelling for it to stop, but it's chaos. He's ranting about ignoring her now, just like she asked, and threatens anyone she talks to. No way. He's panting, clearly losing it, and she just stares back, completely unreadable. Someone asks if he can even stand, and he's swaying on his feet. This is bad, bro. He turns, and his face is a mess. He's clearly been through hell. He's mumbling about what happened, saying his heart is pounding, and honestly, who wouldn't be freaked? He's zipping up his hoodie, looking totally broken, and it's like a shield against everything. She whispers, "It's done," and the moonlight hits the building. It's a super ominous moment. We get a close-up of her face, and tears are streaming down. This girl is a wreck, but like, a dangerous one. Everyone wants a selfie with Mr. Kim, but our boy is clearly checked out. He's barely holding it together. Someone says the kids won't bother him again, but he's spiraling, and this girl just grabs his arm. It's intense. He tells them he needs to lock up, and then grabs his backpack, but she's already moving, like she knew this was coming. They count down, 3, 2, 1, and he's bracing for the photo, but something feels super off. He turns, and there's a bouquet of flowers clutched in his hand, and honestly, it's a little sweet, but also creepy. She tells him to leave, saying his parents are waiting, and he just stares. Bro, what is going on? We get a close-up of the card. It says, "Congrats on your graduation," and it's all kinds of unsettling. He's standing there, hooded and distant, and it's clear this whole situation is messing with his head. The bouquet is beautiful, but it feels like a trap. This girl is playing a long game, and it's terrifying. His expression is blank, and he looks totally defeated. Our boy is trapped, and this is just the beginning. He starts to slide the bouquet off the table, but this girl grabs his arm. She's not letting go. She's pleading with him to play soccer, saying she's been waiting, but his face is stone cold. He yanks his arm away and she stumbles back. This dude is officially done with her games. However, she's already stepping forward, and he's completely cornered. No way out for our boy. This girl claims she just scraped her arm on a rock, trying to play it cool, but bro, it looks way worse than that. She's seriously hurt, like the wound is deep and glowing, but insists she's fine, straight up refusing help. She doubles down, saying his concern makes her feel better, which is a choice, honestly, considering the state of her arm. Our boy is not buying it, pausing and giving her a seriously skeptical look. He knows something is off. Suddenly, they're back at the house and it's dark, but he's asking if she's sick, clearly worried about what he saw. She's huddled up, looking all fragile, and a candle flickers nearby, setting a super creepy mood. This is getting intense. He's clearly seeing through her act, and the tension is building as he watches her, trying to figure out what's really going on. The candle is the only light source, casting long shadows as he continues to question her, trying to get to the truth. But this girl is a master manipulator, and she's definitely hiding something. We know it. He knows it. Everyone knows it. The scene cuts to black with a SWH sound effect, and honestly, that feels like a really bad omen. He asks what she did as a kid when she caught a cold, trying to connect with her past. She says she can't remember much, but then flashes back to her mom tucking her and her brothers in. This girl suddenly decides she's going to keep him warm, which is a major red flag, honestly. She pulls him into a tight hug, her hand creeping up his neck. It's getting seriously intense. We get a close-up of their embrace, and she's looking down at him with this unnerving expression. She's shivering, claiming she's colder now that she's wet, and it's clearly a manipulation tactic. She says she's sleepy and our boy is like, "You're tired. You should rest," but it feels off. He starts walking away, but she calls out, questioning where he's going, and the tension is back. He turns around and she's right there, close enough to touch, and the suspense is killing me. She's stepping closer and her expression is unreadable. This is a power move, no way. Someone asks if anyone is inside, and then grandmother Haesong straight up recognizes Yoonha. This is wild. Yoonha's brother is shocked to see grandmother, and he's clearly hiding something from her. He tries to play it cool, saying grandmother is visiting, but she's not buying it for a second. Grandmother asks where he's been, and he mumbles about being out for a walk. "Yeah, okay, sure." He tries to change the subject, talking about the snacks he brought, but grandmother is laser, focused on Yoonha. He claims Yoonha is a friend from work, but grandmother sees right through the lie. She remembers her. He's desperately trying to steer the conversation, but grandmother won't let it go. She's demanding answers. He finally breaks down, kneeling on the floor and looking totally defeated. Something is seriously wrong. He starts touching this dark, oily substance on the floor. It's giving me major bad vibes, and it looks familiar. Grandmother insists he didn't mention he was bringing anyone, and honestly, this whole situation is escalating fast. He's reeling, confessing he's getting a divorce. Wow, that's a bombshell, and it's coming out of nowhere. He's lying on the hospital bed, totally broken, but grandmother Haesong doesn't seem to care. She asks if he knows what his sister's dream was, and it's a setup. She's about to drop something huge. Her sister dreamed of living in Seoul with Haesong and Haibin. But that's impossible, because his sister is DA'd. Grandmother's face is twisted with emotion, and the tension is insane. She's clearly hiding something. He's finally standing, trying to process everything, but grandmother is still relentless, demanding answers. He explains he was too embarrassed to tell anyone, but he's living alone because of the divorce. This is heavy. He's desperate, asking how he's supposed to raise 2 kids when he can barely take care of himself. It's a legit question. But grandmother just stares at him, her expression unreadable, and the silence is deafening. What is she planning? This dude is falling apart, and I have a bad feeling about where this is going. Yoonha is lurking somewhere nearby, I just know it. Okay, so Yoonha's uncle is grabbing his arm, totally invading his space. It's super awkward. He's laying down the law. He's not asking for help with his niece and nephew, but he expects to inherit everything. The uncle's face is all smug, and our boy is visibly disturbed. This is a power play, for sure. He's begging the uncle to just take the inheritance, desperate to avoid whatever deal this is. No way. The uncle and Yoonha's aunt are walking upstairs, and honestly, she looks furious. Things are about to explode. Yoonha's uncle is looking down the stairs, and his eyes are glowing. Something is seriously wrong with this guy. The aunt asks if her brother left, but he hasn't, and our boy is completely frozen. The tension is unreal. And the final panel, total blackout. This cliffhanger is brutal, bro. Okay, so Yoonha's uncle is straight up squeezing our boy's hand. It's a power move, and it's creepy. He's begging Yoonha's uncle to leave things alone, but this guy is relentless. He wants control. Our boy's losing it, revealing he'll do anything to protect his siblings. This is heartbreaking. Yoonhae's uncle touches his hand, and our boy flinches. The tension is building to a breaking point. Grandmother suddenly reveals she sent them to Seoul, admitting it was hard on both of them. Wow. She says they were young, and she knows it must have been difficult, but she's proud of how hard he's working. It's a lot. Grandmother insists it's okay to blame her, but he absolutely cannot give up. She's really pushing him. However, our boy's eyes are narrowed, and he's clearly not buying it. Something is off with grandmother. He's staring intently, and for a split second, we see a flash of something in his eyes, determination, and then he's touched again. Yoonhae's uncle is back, and the scene cuts to black. No. Okay, so it turns out our boy was ranked second in his class. A total genius, honestly. But there's a catch. He's 23rd overall, and his test scores took a massive dip after the first exam. The school notes he showed great potential, but he's under pressure and tends to belittle teachers. Ouch, that's rough. However, it's clear this isn't just about stress. Something's seriously weighing on him, and it's connected to his personal life. This girl, Yoonhae, looks totally lost and heartbroken standing in the water. Something's clearly wrong. Suddenly, our boy shouts for Yoonhae, and the screen goes black. Talk about dramatic timing. He's all smiles, excitedly asking if she brought something, and honestly, it's kinda cute. He starts counting, 1, 2, 3, and the tension is building, bro. I can feel it. Yoonhae emerges from the water, and she's holding a massive seashell, like seriously huge. He's completely blown away by the shell, saying it's as big as his face. No way! He's geeking out over the seashell, but she just stares at it, looking strangely intense. He's amazed she keeps finding these giant shells, but she's not even reacting to his excitement. She's holding the shell, but her gaze is fixed on him, and it's giving me creepy vibes. He's still marveling at the shell, completely oblivious, but this girl is straight up obsessed. Oh no! He slips and tumbles off the cliff and Yuna screams his name. He's flailing, trying to grab onto something, but it's no use. He splashes into the water. His mom appears, totally shocked, calling out, "Mom!" What a relief! He asks when she'll come home, and she says before dinner, explaining Grandma Malsuk is cooking. She urges him to hurry home before it gets dark, and he agrees. Okay, this is getting intense. We get a shot of the dark water, hinting at something lurking below. Super creepy. He rushes toward Yoonha, who's rising from the water, and it's a close call. Phew. He's relieved, but then realizes he saw her just now. That's his mom. No way. She confirms it's her, and he's still processing everything. Bro, what is going on? She's staring at him with this intense look, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me chills. He's yanked under the water by someone, or something, and shouts, "Huh!" in total shock. We get a glimpse of a long-haired woman looking down, clearly upset about something. She's submerged in the water, asking what it means to be born. It's getting seriously philosophical. Everything goes black and honestly, it's a total mood shift, super ominous. But then, she's revealed as a mermaid, her lower half a shimmering green tail. No way! She explains everyone in her family was born and raised here, and her parents have been friends forever. She admits she used to be jealous of her mom and dad, and then she scratches her own arm. That's disturbing. She stares intensely and straight up declares she has him now. This girl is unhinged. She asks if that means he could be born again, and it's clear she's planning something huge. She's got this creepy, determined look, and bro, I have a really bad feeling about this. She's fantasizing about becoming a naval captain, but honestly, it's a little unsettling given the circumstances. Our boy is dragged underwater, and she's clutching him tightly. It's a full-on rescue mission gone wrong. She demands he save her if anything happens, but that's rich coming from the person actively endangering him. She's surfacing, and it's clear she's been watching him this whole time. This is getting seriously creepy. She's testing her powers, making a piece of glass shatter with just a touch. No way, she's straight up breaking things. More glass shatters and droplets fall. It's a visual metaphor for something, I just know it. It starts raining, and someone suggests testing our boy, like he's some kind of lab rat. Seriously. She's staring out the window, looking all wistful and lost in thought. But is it sadness or manipulation? She's got this intense gaze, and bro, she's definitely plotting something huge. I can feel it. The rain continues to fall, and it's a total foreshadowing moment. Something bad is about to go down. Someone tries to get our boy Hyo-sung to talk. He's completely silent though, because of the rain. They offer 5,000 won to whoever can break through his silence. But it feels off, honestly. Someone calls out to Hyo-sung, trying to get his attention, but he's totally zoned out. He's slumped over at his desk, completely unresponsive, and someone's about to try and snap him out of it. Someone taps him on the shoulder, urging him to listen, but he doesn't react at all. He suddenly jumps up, sending his chair crashing to the floor. What a shock! But it's not a normal reaction. Everyone burst out laughing, thinking it's hilarious, but the situation is getting seriously weird. Someone's notes get smudged in the chaos, and they're complaining, but like, seriously. Hyo-sung's having a full-on meltdown, and it's clear something is deeply wrong with him. This girl is straight up losing it. And it's way more than just a reaction to a ruined notebook. They ask if he has a crush on Hyo-sung, and honestly, it's a total reach. He insists he apologized, but it comes off super defensive, and this girl is not buying it. He tries to play it cool, but his awkward smile just makes things worse, bro. Someone accuses him of liking Hyo-sung, and he straight up explodes. It's a total overreaction. He grabs this other dude's shoulder, and it's aggressive, like way too much force. This girl, she's had enough and pushes him away, and the chair goes flying. Chaos! She demands to know why he's being so serious, and it's a legit question. What's going on? He thinks she's better than everyone just because she's class president, but she's not having it. She asks if he's okay, but it feels less like concern and more like assessment. Her expression is so intense, and something tells me she's about to make things even weirder. She yells at him to not touch him, and straight up jolts back like he burned her. He's reeling, clearly caught off guard by her outburst, and she's staring right through him. Our boy is trying to figure out what's happening, but this girl is ice cold, assessing him like a specimen. She demands to know what's wrong with him, but it's less concern and more of a threat, honestly. Okay, so things are already super tense. Our boy's uncle suddenly starts hanging around the house a lot. There's a big warning about domestic abuse, which immediately sets off alarm bells, honestly. We see the uncle casually lounging, looking way too comfortable, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. Little Hyben is hiding, reading, but she hears someone approaching, and her face is full of fear. The uncle tells her to stay put. But it's a creepy command, not a protective one, and we all know that's bad news. Someone asks about Hyben, and the uncle casually says she's sleeping, but his expression is totally off. His eyes are narrowed, and he looks straight up menacing. This dude is hiding something huge. He's muttering under his breath, calling someone an annoying bastard. And it's clear he's losing control. The uncle claims he lost his business, trying to look pitiful, but we know it's a lie or an excuse. But honestly, it's a setup. This whole scene screams danger, and this girl is in serious trouble. The uncle tells our boy he's in high school now and needs a part-time job to cover expenses. Seriously? But our boy immediately jumps to the conclusion his uncle lost money and wants more, and honestly, he's not wrong. He thinks about Hyben needing money for snacks with her friends, and it's clear he feels responsible for her too. He wonders if anyone would even hire him, and bro, his self-doubt is real right now. He's spiraling, admitting he wants to run away to Mull Island. No way, not again. We get a glimpse of Hyben kneeling, desperately trying to open a door, and it's heartbreaking. The uncle walks by and casually drops that she doesn't even have her things anymore. What does that mean? Our boy is totally devastated, and you can see the guilt eating him up inside. He's clearly blaming himself, wishing he could help Hyben, but it's a mess of emotions. However, this whole situation is so messed up, and it feels like something really bad is about to go down. The uncle reveals Mull Island used to be where criminals were tortured and bodies dumped. Super dark. He continues, saying someone foolish lived there even after it was abandoned, and our boy is immediately suspicious. The uncle lights a cigarette, then taps a lighter on the table, and it's clear he's building up to something awful. He drops the bomb. Our boy's mom stayed on that island and continued to dive, even after their parents died. Our boy is reeling, eyes wide with shock, and the uncle calls her an ignorant fool. Can you believe the nerve? We see a woman, presumably his mom, looking distressed, clutching her stomach. She's clearly pregnant. The uncle doubles down, claiming his sister was even more ignorant than he is, and our boy is about to explode. But our boy snaps back, asking if the uncle is more ignorant, and straight up challenges him. He stares at his uncle, face full of disbelief and a little bit of anger. This is a turning point. However, it's clear this whole conversation is about control, and this dude is manipulating our boy. Hysen leans in, listening intently, but then hears a crash and jolts back in terror. What was that? She hears another crash and shouts what the heck someone said, completely freaked out. Suddenly someone Navichi CKS song sending her flying, and it's brutal. No way. Hysen hits the floor hard, gasping for air, her heart pounding like crazy. she's seriously shaken. The uncle calmly tells Haising to listen, then reveals a wad of cash. What's he up to now? He claims she has no fear of adults because she was never punished as a kid. Talk about a weird flex. The uncle scoffs, and honestly, it's clear he's trying to gaslight Haisong, manipulating the situation. He stares down at Haisong, demanding to know why she's glaring at him. This dude is straight up infuriating. Haisong glares back, and you can feel the tension building. She's not backing down from this fight. But the uncle just laughs, a really unsettling sound, and it's clear things are about to get even worse. He declares he's ending things today, but Haisong visibly flinches. She's totally caught off guard. A tear streaks down her face as she tries to hold it together, but bro, she's crumbling. The uncle suddenly grabs her, pulling her away roughly. What is happening? Haisong stares at him, eyes wide with shock and betrayal, barely able to speak. She insists she's fine and tells him not to come out, but she's trembling. Yeah, right? The uncle pulls her tighter, and she's desperately trying to hide. It's horrifying. He asks what she's doing, and we see her on the floor, wiping up shattered glass, a total mess. The uncle lets out a chilling laugh, and honestly, it's creepy AF. Haising's expression is unreadable. She's clearly plotting something, and it's intense. She's staring straight ahead, and it's clear this girl is playing a dangerous game. He tells her he's letting her off easy today, but it's so condescending. Like, who does this guy think he is? Suddenly, a door slams and an alarm blares. Total chaos erupts, and he's scrambling to clean up a mess. She appears, and he tries to push her away, claiming the floor is dirty. What a flimsy excuse, seriously. She ignores him and moves closer, holding bandages, asking if he's hurt. But he's clearly avoiding her gaze. She starts sobbing, apologizing for something, and it's honestly heartbreaking to watch her fall apart. He demands to know why she's apologizing, and she confesses they attacked her. No way, this is getting intense. She cries that she tried to protect him, but she couldn't, and it's just a lot of raw emotion right now. He stares at her, eyes softening, and says it's alright, that he'd feel worse if she got hurt. Talk about a power move. He's totally focused on her well-being, and honestly, it's a little creepy how much he cares. She reaches out to touch his face, and he lets her. This girl is obsessed, and our boy is walking right into it. He tells her they need to go inside because of school tomorrow, trying to act normal. But she's a mess. She's down on the floor, and he's just standing there, looking down at her bare feet. So awkward, bro. He quickly grabs a shirt from the closet, rustling it and snapping it open. Like he's trying to hide something. He's clearly scrambling to cover up, but it's too late. She already saw everything, and honestly, this is wild. Okay, so this dude, let's call him Jay, is getting a surprise visit from this girl and her friend, no idea why. Apparently Mr. Mun is a total hotshot doctor, super booked up, and you end an appointment to see him. But Jay's being set up with a meeting anyway, and they're stressing he's not obligated to go if it feels weird. Jay's silent, processing, and honestly, he looks a little freaked out by this whole situation. He gives a weak okay, and then stares intensely, like he's trying to figure something out. Suddenly, Jay blurts out he wants to talk about something, catching everyone off guard, especially the redhead. She's totally flustered, and the friend seems to realize Jay's request isn't about medical advice. Jay straight up asks if there's a way to make a lot of money quickly, which is a wieldy turn. The redhead suggests a youth support program, but the application period is already over, leaving Jay stuck. She asks if he has financial problems, and bro, this is getting suspicious, and things are about to get messy. Jay refuses the money, clearly uncomfortable, and tries to leave, but the redhead is persistent. The friend, Yoonhae, chimes in, suggesting Jay just hang out at the center, especially when it rains. The redhead reveals he's heard Jay's struggles with rain, and straight up invites him to spend time there, no strings attached. Yoonhae mentions a vacant club room at the center, hinting at privacy and a quiet space for Jay. Jay's thinking about being stuck in the classroom with those bullies, and it's clearly stressing him out. He wonders if this is some kind of setup, if the redhead is only suggesting this to make him look bad. But he's also worried about what Mr. Mun will think if he goes to the center, seriously overthinking it. The redhead asks if he'll really be left alone, sounding way too eager, and it's kinda creepy, honestly. Yoonhae, however, is thinking about something else. Will Jay actually avoid her and stay away? She's totally fixated on him, and it's giving major yandere vibes. This girl is obsessed. Jay apologizes to Mr. Mun, but honestly, it feels kind of forced, like he's hiding something. Yoonhae and the redhead step out, and she's immediately questioning Jay's apology. She's so suspicious. She confesses she felt confused and upset when Jay suddenly asked for her help. But it's clear she's not mad at all. She admits she was desperate to help him, even if it meant cornering him, and the redhead is sighed, eyeing everything. Jay says he wasted their time and is worried about his reputation, but Yoonha shuts that down immediately. The redhead finally speaks up, saying he doesn't know Yoonha well, but he understands why she did what she did. He explains she was just trying to do her best as his teacher, and it's a surprisingly sweet moment. Yoonhae is clearly not okay with this, and Jay is just stuck in the middle of their weird dynamic. The redhead offers to talk more, but Yoonha cuts him off, needing space to process everything. She walks away, leaving Jay and the redhead alone in bro. The tension is THEK. Jay tells Yoonha to sit, and starts explaining something difficult. But it sounds like he's about to drop a bomb. He admits he already called Grandma Malsik, and she told him not to worry, which feels off. Yoonhae asks if he told her about their conversation with their uncle, and Jay's expression is screaming trouble. Yoonha confesses she didn't mention how angry the uncle was. She's trying to protect Jay, but it's backfiring. Jay straight up explodes, yelling at her for being a fool, and the tension is insane. He rants about how grandmother Malsik is struggling, forced to work because of them, and Yoonha looks devastated. He reminds her she canceled her cell phone, implying she's recklessly putting her grandmother at risk. Yoonhae is speechless, and Jay's face is a mess. This is a really ugly fight. We cut to a shot of grandmother Malsik working, and she's clearly sacrificing everything for her family. She risks her health and safety to provide for them, and it's heartbreaking. No way this is okay. Yoonhae asks what else they can do, admitting they have no money, and Jay suggests calling grandmother Malsik for more. Jay instantly regrets it, realizing he yelled at Yoonha and straight up spirals. This dude is falling apart. Suddenly, a series of beeps erupt from his phone, and he's shocked to see who's calling. It's his mom. She's already at the door, asking what she can wear, and Jay looks completely stunned. His mom strides in, casually asking what's going on, and Yoonha's face is priceless. She's clearly judging everything. She asks if Jay told her about their uncle, and his mom brushes it off, saying the clothes look expensive, but she's on her way. Someone asks who Jay is. Apparently, it's a neighbor, and she's quickly dismissed as his nephew. This girl compliments Jay, calling him cute, while clicking something on her phone, and it's giving major red flags. His mom dramatically barges in, claiming her heel broke, and Jay is left speechless. Talk about timing? She casually explains her uncle told her to get a new pair here, and honestly, this is also weird. His mom says she'll see them soon, then turns and walks away, so fake bro. Jay's uncle is apparently drowning in debt, and stole money from their family. No way! Jay is absolutely livid, but before he can process, he hears a crash upstairs. He sprints up the stairs, ignoring Hi Sung's worried calls. This is about to get messy. He bursts into the room, and it's chaos, broken glass everywhere, water pooling on the floor. Jay stares at the wreckage, completely speechless, and honestly, he has no idea what happened. He's fixated on the broken glass, the water reflecting the dim light. It's super eerie. Jay's internal monologue is spiraling. He can't handle this. The stress is overwhelming. He's clearly on the edge, and we're left with this shot of the wreckage. Talk about a cliffhanger. This whole situation is spiraling out of control, and Jay is about to lose it. I can feel it. Hi Sung grabs Jay's hand, and honestly, it's a little too intense. She's holding on tight. She pulls his hand up, and it's submerged in water, but her hand is completely dry, which is super sus. A shadowy figure rises from the water, completely enveloping Jay. It's like a watery doppelganger. The figure fully forms, and it's a ghostly version of Hi Sung, but way creepier and translucent, bro. Okay, so our boy is remembering how Yoonha said she wouldn't visit him at school, but it's not just that making things tough. The teacher assigns a group project, find a real, life example of social perspective, which sounds simple enough. But the classroom is chaos as desks get rattled and shoved around, and honestly, this dude is already annoyed. He gets stuck with the hem, and everyone's reactions are gold. They're straight up dreading this group work. Someone whispers that this is the worst, and our boy is already getting grilled about what class evens is. Then someone asks if he's even going to stay in school, which is a low blow, but honestly, a little justified. His teammates try to shut it down, telling everyone to stop picking a fight, but he's already getting roasted. They're all wondering why he even comes to school, and it's clear he's a major point of contention. Someone straight up says he's completely useless, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. However, someone defends him, saying that's actually true, which is a weird flex, but adds to the drama. Our boy decides he needs to talk to a counselor, escaping the classroom drama. Smart move, honestly. He finds the student support center, and the door is open. But there's a please knock first sign. Awkward. He's about to knock when he hears someone inside asking if he enjoyed lunch, and it's the blonde guy from class. This guy is already holding his phone, looking right at our boy through the window in the door. Creepy, right? He seems surprised to see him, but also calculating. Something is definitely off with this dude. Our boy pauses, totally thrown off, and the blonde is just standing there, staring him down. The tension is building. Then, the blonde casually walks away, phone still up, and our boy is left staring at the closed door, completely confused. He cautiously opens the door, and the room is empty. No counselor, just bookshelves, and it feels way too quiet. He scans the room, but can't find anyone, making him wonder if he imagined the whole thing. But we know better. He's left with a bad feeling and a major mystery, because that blonde is straight up sus, and something is definitely happening. He refuses to talk until he's ready, and this blonde guy, he's not having it. The blonde explains where everything is, counseling room, club room, and starts walking, but it's a weird power move. He flicks a light switch, and then just keeps walking, leaving our boy in the dark, literally and figuratively. He enters the room, and it's stocked with books, but something feels seriously off about this setup. The blonde slides open the curtains, revealing a rainy view, and offers him books to read. Too eager, honestly. He points out a radio and a Bluetooth speaker, insisting our boy can use anything without asking, which is unsettling. He lays it on thick, saying he can use anything, and our boy finally asks what this is all about. The blonde's expression doesn't change, and he's just watching, waiting for a reaction. He's practically begging our boy to open up, but it feels less like concern and more like control. But this whole situation is a trap, and our boy is walking right into it, bro. He's poking around the bookshelf, and realizes he hasn't read a book in ages. Talk about a mood. But wait, almost all the books are about psychology, and it's seriously creeping him out, bro. He grabs one, How to Recover from a Burnout, and starts reading, but it feels like a setup. Our boy is scanning the titles, and something about them feels targeted, like this girl knows exactly what he's going through. He's lost in thought, staring out the window at the rain. It's a total downpour, mirroring his mood. But his reflection in the glass, it's distorted, and he's starting to feel trapped, like he's being watched. He's back to the books, and honestly, the sheer number of psychology texts is beyond unsettling. He's really digging into the theory of happiness now, but it feels like a twisted game, like she's testing him. Our boy is deep in thought, analyzing everything, and realizing this whole room is designed to mess with his head. He's starting to piece things together, but this girl is playing a long game, and he's walking right into her web. He's reeling, realizing she knew about his piano lessons and his burnout. She's been watching him for a long time. His heart is pounding, and he clutches at the curtains, yanking them open and letting the rain blast in. He throws the room open and storms out, desperate to escape this suffocating space, but where can he even go? He's practically sprinting, ignoring the stairs, and straight up bursts through a door, knocking books everywhere. He finds a peer counseling activity sheet, and it's all about him. His problems, his parents, everything is documented. She's been analyzing him, labeling him, and it's terrifying. This isn't help, it's control, bro. He reads the sheet, confirming his fears. She's obsessed with understanding his pain, but for all the wrong reasons. He's desperate to understand what's happening, but honestly, this girl is a whole other level of messed up. He's staring out the window again, and this time, he sees her lurking in the rain, and it's a straight-up nightmare. He's lost it, completely and utterly, and whispers she said she wouldn't come to school, but she clearly doesn't care. He's rambling about how people listen when they feel safe, but it's clear he doesn't think he inspires that. He's clutching a stack of cash, trying to give it to her, but his hand is shaking so badly. No way. Her hand is turning translucent, like she's phasing through reality, and she's grabbing for the money. She's pulling the money from his grasp, her fingers looking all ghostly and weird, and he's completely frozen. She's leaning in close, asking what he is to her, and honestly, the tension is insane right now. He's stunned, eyes wide, and can't even respond. This girl is seriously putting him on the spot. He bolts, turning away and practically running from her, leaving the money on the table. He's escaping into a deserted classroom, collapsing into a chair, trying to catch his breath. He's hunched over, head in his hands, totally defeated. This is a mess, bro. And just when you think it's over, he looks up and realizes he's not alone, and this girl is still following him. Miss Seo is calling out to her, but this girl is focused on handing our boy a mysterious bottle of vitamin C. She's all, "This is for you," and asking if he's busy, and honestly, the timing is super sus right now. He asks what it is, and Miss Seo blurts out that she's been sick and couldn't concentrate, but he's from out of town. But she's rambling, and it's clear she's trying to justify her obsession. This is getting seriously creepy, bro. Our boy cautiously pushes open the classroom door, and it creaks super dramatically, like a horror movie. He steps inside looking for his seat, but something is seriously off. No way, his seat is completely destroyed, like someone straight up smashed it to pieces. He's totally confused, but then this girl, with the green hair, points to a different seat. She says the classroom changed while he was gone, and tells him to sit over there. But she's giving off some serious vibes. The classroom falls silent, and they're just staring at each other. It's intense. Math class is next, and she immediately asks if he did his homework, then offers to let him copy hers. He knows how much their math teacher loves to nag, and he's not trying to deal with that today. But he admits he didn't do it, and honestly, he's already regretting it. He says he doesn't want to hear it and doesn't want the class to fall behind, but he's definitely bracing for impact. She shoves a brand new notebook at him, insisting he use it, and bro is just trying to process everything. He hesitantly takes the notebook, mumbling a thanks, and she immediately volunteers to do something for him. She starts to grab his old, beat-up notebook, but then clunk, she just yanks it away and starts tidying up. He's left staring out the window, feeling super small and pathetic, and honestly, we get it. The title card flashes, "To Drown in You," and the tension is already through the roof. Cut to a quick shot of this girl, Yoonha, calling out his name, and it's kinda creepy, not gonna lie. Then, a flashback, she's submerged in water, looking totally vulnerable, and our boy is standing over her. She asks if he gets lonely when he's alone in the water, and it's a loaded question. You can feel it. She confesses she does get lonely, and then gives him this intense, unsettling smile. She says it can get painful, and promises she can help him. But that help is definitely not what he thinks. She wants him to raise her, and straight up says she'll be the only one for him. No way. She claims he can forget everything he leaves behind, and that she'll be there for him. But this is getting seriously twisted. He asks if she wants him to only care about her, and honestly, the look on his face is pure dread. She's totally unhinged as she stares at him, and another girl walks in. Talk about bad timing. Yoonhae insists it's not the right time to talk, and then starts rambling about why he needs to go to school. She says he can't focus on her on the island because school is the only place he sees people, but that's a flimsy excuse. She reaches for him and splashes water everywhere, but he's starting to see through her manipulation. She doubles down, claiming she can help him, but it's clear she's not offering support. She wants control. She says the only place he gets to see humans is at school, and our boy is officially freaked out. She's offering help, but it's a hollow promise, and we all know this is about to go south fast. She's tickling him in bed. Yes, really? And he's desperately trying to push her away, but she's relentless. He yells at her to stop, explaining his kids are in the next room, but she just laughs it off. She doesn't care about his kids at all, and that's a major red flag, honestly. We cut to the school, and this girl, Hyo-song, is peacefully sleeping in class. Suddenly, our guy walks into the student counseling club room, looking super serious. He's greeted by another dude, and the atmosphere is instantly tense, bro. The counselor seems way too calm, and we quickly realize he's been expecting him. He's smirking, and it's creepy as heck, like he knows exactly what's going on. Our boy is totally unsettled by this guy, but he's gotta play it cool, right? However, the counselor's smile is anything but friendly. This is straight up a trap. He admits they said he's more than qualified for the program, but the amount is less than he needs, and he's hesitant. He's worried about applying and getting selected, because he doesn't know how he'll make ends meet. The counselor asks him to explain what's going on at home, and our boy is clearly reluctant to share. But the counselor insists he needs to know more about Hyo-sung's situation before he can help. Our boy finally spills the tea. His parents passed away, and he lives with his uncle and little sister. However, his uncle's business failed, so they're relying on money from their grandmother to pay rent. It's tight financially, but he's counting on this support program to get them through it. The counselor acknowledges how unfortunate it is about the uncle's business, but his expression is off. He presses for more details, asking what his uncle is like, and our boy looks seriously uncomfortable. This dude is digging for dirt, bro, and honestly, it's a super shady move. The counselor straight up says Hyo-sung's uncle isn't someone to depend on. Harsh! But our boy immediately defends him. He tries to brush it off, saying he's just not sharing much, and sighs like this is hopeless. The counselor insists he just wants to help and hopes Hyo-sung will unburden himself by talking about it. But then Hyo-sung just breaks down, covering his face and admitting he wants to run away to his hometown. He confesses he's not even envious of other kids anymore. This is getting seriously sad, bro. Hyo-sung reveals his life feels so far from normal, and he doesn't even feel human anymore. And honestly, this is a lot for one conversation. Our boy is clearly overwhelmed. The counselor seems satisfied with this confession, but something is so off about his smile. Hyo-sung is clearly a mess, but this dude is acting way too calm. No way this is a genuine offer of help. Our boy looks like he's realizing the counselor's intentions aren't pure, and honestly, it's about time. The counselor is reeling from what Hyo-sung just revealed, saying it's something no one could endure alone. He doubles down, straight up telling Hyo-sung he thinks what he's done is incredible and his sister is lucky to have him. Hyo-sung is completely broken, but the counselor's praise feels wrong. Like, seriously wrong, bro. Our boy is starting to see through this fake sympathy, and honestly, it's about time he realized this counselor is shady. Okay, so our boy is stuck in this weird situation where the student counseling room and club room are mashed into one space. He's trying to focus on his work, but he keeps faintly hearing the tearful voices of students getting counseled in the next room. Awkward. Then, this girl starts pouring her heart out about her boyfriend ignoring her texts and calls, straight up devastated. She's completely broken, saying she can't live without him, and that her father just doesn't understand her pain. But then another girl chimes in, and things take a dark turn. She says her life will never get better. Our boy overhears all of this, and honestly, he looks super disturbed by what he's hearing. He's trying to block it out, but the weight of their despair is clearly getting to him, and it's heavy. He's picturing a life that won't get any better, and it's a bleak thought, honestly. This whole scene is setting a seriously ominous mood, and you can feel the tension building. It's like everyone around him is spiraling, and our boy is caught in the middle of it all. No way this ends well. The girls are gossiping about a friend who was a top student but is now failing. Major shade. They say he's changed and needs to socialize, but one girl points out it's weird to talk about someone like that. She's clearly uncomfortable with the gossip, and starts subtly wiping the table. She's not here for it. The girls are still chatting, and the one with the green hair notices our boy looking over, instantly changing the subject. She awkwardly announces the next class is science, then tries to casually ask him for his math notes smooth. He's hesitant, but straight up offers to let her copy them. Our boy is a total sweetheart, but the green-haired girl's expression is intense, like she's planning something. This is unsettling. She thanks him, and honestly, her smile doesn't reach her eyes at all. It's creepy. Then she starts fiddling with her chair, making this super obvious creaking sound. She's totally trying to get his attention. She keeps glancing at him, and bro, she's definitely fixated. This girl is giving major yandere vibes. She asks if he's going to copy the answers, and he jolts, totally caught off guard by her sudden move. He's scribbling on his test, looking stressed, but she leans in close, like she's reading his mind. She points out he got the problem right up until a certain point, then reveals he used the wrong formula. She's schooling him. He's stunned, and she's practically beaming, rubbing his paper with her hand. This is getting weird. She asks a question, and her expression is so intense, like she's expecting a specific answer. Creepy vibes are strong. He's confused by her question, but then she says it's not about math. What is she even implying? She insists he's better at math than she is, but this feels like a setup. She's definitely manipulating him. He's still lost, and honestly, she's acting way too pleased with herself. Something seriously off. She starts casually rubbing his arm while helping with the problem, and our boy looks completely bewildered. But she's not just helping with math, she's getting way too close, and straight up seems obsessed with him. He asks what she means, and she's all, "Oh, you're not going to university." Total curveball. She asks why he's even studying if he's not planning on college, and our boy is visibly thrown. This girl straight up declares learning shouldn't just be for university. She's building a whole argument. She claims she's narrow-minded for even thinking that way, but honestly, she's the one doing all the thinking here. He admits once he decided against university, he lost his motivation to study. It's kinda sad, actually. She demands to know if he's found another reason to study now, and her face is so intense, it's unnerving. He just says he feels better studying, but it's a super vague answer. He's definitely hiding something. Suddenly, another guy grabs his shoulder and is asking him to look over there. What's going on? The panel slides and we see nothing. It's a total misdirect and honestly, annoying. The other guy asks what's next period, and our boy is still completely distracted. This girl has him mesmerized. Someone overhears them and blurts out that they're dating. No way, that's a total jump to conclusions. This girl sighs and apologizes, but then straight up says the insults don't bother her at all. She asks him what he's apologizing for, and he explains people are making fun of him because of her. She insists their insults are immature and don't affect her, but her face says otherwise. She's clearly bothered. Our boy looks relieved to hear her say that, and gives her a little smile, but it's kinda awkward. She looks away, a little flustered, and bro, the tension is building. Something is definitely off. Suddenly, she's thinking out loud about how she hasn't seen him since they were kids. She remembers him being small and fragile, and that he used to get sick easily. It's a weird flashback. She thinks about how she's always protected him, and that she's going to keep doing so. That's a little possessive, right? But now she's realizing he's grown up, and she's starting to question if she even knows him anymore. The lunch staff are looking for someone, but nobody seems to know who. It's kinda eerie, honestly. They find our boy and tell her the homeroom teacher wants to see her after lunch. What's going on? The teacher asks if anything happened after Jaehyui started sitting with him, and this girl answers no, suspicious. She says he's changed so much he doesn't need her help anymore, but the teacher looks totally shocked. The teacher's all excited, thanking Jaehyui profusely, but what did Jaehyui even do? This girl is embarrassed by the praise, claiming she didn't do much, but the teacher doesn't seem to believe it. The teacher thinks Jaehyui is amazing, and our boy is watching. She seems genuinely happy, but something feels off. The teacher asks if she could continue helping him, and requests Jaehyui tell her if it ever becomes too much. That's a loaded question. Jaehyui reaches out and takes the teacher's hands, promising she will, and bro, the intensity is real. The teacher's expression is a little unsettling. Is she encouraging this obsession, or is she oblivious? Jaehyui's totally caught off guard when the teacher asks if she could help our boy again, and she straight up says she can. She promises to tell the teacher if things get too much, but her grip on her hands is intense, to say the least. The teacher's reaction is weird. She seems to be encouraging this whole possessive vibe, which is a huge red flag. But then the teacher drops a bomb. Hyo-sung isn't coming to school tomorrow, and Jaehyui just freezes. Our boy is gearing up for a dive, prepping his mask and suit like a pro. He jumps into the rough sea, ignoring the warnings about the terrible weather and tides. Total disregard for safety? The team warns him it's dangerous out there, but he brushes it off, saying he'll be right back. Okay, so he's diving, swimming deeper and deeper into the murky water, determined to find something. He's kicking and swimming, pushing himself forward, but the current is strong and visibility is low. This girl is watching him from the rocks, her expression unreadable. She looks kinda creepy, honestly. She's staring intently, a tear rolling down her cheek, and it's clear she's got some serious feelings for this dude. But here's the thing, she's clutching her hands together, looking distressed. So this isn't a happy reunion. He swims on, completely unaware of the intense gaze fixed on him from the shore. And she just watches, her hands tightening, as he disappears into the depths. Something is definitely off with this girl. She starts speaking, revealing there were rough waves that day, but her mom didn't notice. She was already underwater. No way, she pushes him straight up, sending our boy tumbling into the waves. He's pulled under, gasping for air as the ocean crashes over him. It's chaos down there. He struggles, trying to swim up, but the waves slap him back down again and again. She's watching him drown, and honestly, it's terrifying. This girl is not okay. He's flailing, completely submerged, and she just stands there. What is happening? He's trying to fight to surface, but the waves are relentless, slamming him around like a rag doll. She yells no, but it feels wrong, like she wants this to happen, bro. Another wave crashes over him, and it's looking grim. He's losing the battle. He's getting pulled deeper and deeper, and this girl just watches, her face a mask of something. Straight up chilling. She's clutching a seashell, remembering something, It's clearly a flashback, bro. She recalls her mom losing consciousness on a rock and the tides pulling her away. Oh no. She remembers the waves getting rougher and how no one found her mom for a long time. It's heartbreaking. She describes seeing tiny bubbles around her mom's mouth and her face turning pale. Super grim details. She turns to him, saying he already knows this part, and honestly, it's a huge red flag. She's revealing her mom drowned, and she's implying he somehow knows about it. What is going on? He's clearly shaken, remembering the scene, but she's staring at him. It's intense. She's holding the seashell tightly, and he's looking away. The tension is building, seriously. She's lost in her own world, clutching the shell, and he's completely frozen. It's a creepy vibe. The title card hits, "To Drown in You," and it's clear this whole thing is about to get more twisted. He begs her to stop, panting and clearly distressed, but she just keeps talking about his mom. He explodes, demanding she stop describing his mother's death, revealing he is her son. He's spiraling, shaking and crying, desperately trying to process why she's bringing this up now. She looks shocked, eyes wide, like she genuinely didn't realize he was the son. Wait, what? He rants about how she couldn't have considered his feelings that day or now. It's a total meltdown. She's stunned, whispering that she just thought he missed his mom, which is a wild understatement. He asks if that's why she's doing all this, and she's visibly taken aback. Something is shifting here. He starts wiping away tears, and honestly, it's a heartbreaking scene, bro. She's reeling, realizing the pain she's caused, and it's a huge moment of realization. But she's still clinging to her obsession, and this whole thing is about to get even messier. She presents herself to him, rambling about how he looked when his eyes dimmed and he took his last breath. It's intense. She pushes him, and he staggers back, completely blindsided. What is happening right now? She looks especially broken, lost in her own memories, and it's a total mood shift. Our boy is left reeling, staring at her with wide, terrified eyes. No way is this a dream. We get a glimpse of the cuts on her back, and it's clear this isn't just obsession, it's self-destruction. She turns away, lost in thought, and he's desperate for answers, asking why she pushed him. She's silent, and the tension is THCK. Seriously, you could cut it with a knife. He's begging for a response, but she just doesn't say anything, and it's brutal. She finally breaks the silence, whispering about his back, and it's clear she's piecing things together. But it's too late. She's convinced herself she needs to protect him, and honestly, this is terrifying. He's desperately trying to justify himself, saying it's not like he killed her mom. Seriously, what even is this conversation? He doubles down, asking why she's mad at him after all that, and honestly, it's a terrible read. She claims she did it all for him, and they're standing by a rushing river. This is getting seriously ominous. Cut to a lavish, empty mansion, and it's clear this place has been abandoned for years, a total ghost town. An older man is kneeling, clutching a bouquet and whispering Yinjong's name, totally heartbroken. This is her dad, right? He's lost in grief, saying he misses his baby, and it's a super sad moment, but we know this girl is complicated. Our boy and the maid are standing there, and she's visibly upset. They're clearly in the middle of something heavy. We get a close-up of a memorial, and it confirms Yoonjong Jo passed away in 2D2X. No way, she's actually gone. But then, the camera pans up to reveal her. This girl is straight up a ghost, and our boy is staring right at her. She's back, and it's a total mind blow. However, this isn't the reunion anyone expected, and things are about to get wild. The teacher announces a psychological evaluation instead of class. Talk about a curveball. Everyone's settling in, but our boy is clearly distracted, staring straight ahead. Something's definitely up. We get a close-up of this intense guy with the weird hairstyle, and he's fixated on our boy. Creepy vibes. He's practically glaring, and it's clear this isn't just some random glance. This dude is a problem. It's pouring rain like a total downpour, and the scene is super moody, setting the stage for some serious drama. This girl is outside in the storm, soaked to the bone, hugging herself and looking absolutely heartbroken. Our boy is reeling, asking why she couldn't think of him, why she wasn't there for him back then. He's desperately questioning what she was thinking, demanding to know why she didn't reach out to him. She's still outside, crying in the rain, but there's something really unsettling about her expression. She looks almost content. We cut to someone tapping on a window, and it's definitely adding to the tension. Who is it and what do they want? It's another dude looking in, but he seems distant, like he's just observing the situation from afar. He's saying it hasn't stopped raining for days, which honestly feels like a metaphor for all the sadness and despair. And that's it. The rain is relentless, the girl is a mess, and our boy is desperate for answers, setting up a seriously intense showdown. Haesung admits he feels anxious about talking on a day like this, and bro, can you blame him? He apologizes, but the other dude, the one who's been lurking, is just staring, asking why, which is kinda rude. Haesung reveals he's anxious about talking specifically, and this girl's expression is getting weirder and weirder. The other dude is processing, and then, out of nowhere, suggests they try writing instead. Smart move, actually. He grabs a notebook and pen, sliding it across the table, and honestly, it's kinda sweet, this attempt at connection. He says the space within the pages can be their safe place, and it's a really vulnerable moment, but also creepy. We get a quick shot of Haesung's shirt. Doesn't really add to the story, but okay, and then a view of their legs. The other dude declares it'll be just the two of them, and the comfy sofa, and that's when the tension really hits. Haesung looks up, and his expression is unreadable, but you know something's off, and it's a total cliffhanger. Straight up, this whole scene is giving me bad vibes. Like, something is about to go down, and it won't be pretty. Haesung stares down at the notebook, totally frozen, and can't think of what to say. The other dude, this girl's protector, says anything will do, any secret Haesung can't share with others. Haesung's mind spirals, and we get a flashback of him and a friend, laughing and swimming together. But then the image shifts, and it's dark. He wonders if it's about killing someone who threatened his life. Another flashback, a blurry scene of someone saving his family, and he's starting to connect the dots. However, the final image hits hard. Someone he loved, someone precious, is now gone. He's thinking about his best friend, and now we understand why he's so messed up. The girl's protector keeps pushing, asking what if this friend also killed someone precious to him. Haesung is completely overwhelmed, his thoughts racing, and honestly, this is a lot for one session. The scene fades to water, and we're left with the chilling implication of what this girl's friend did, and why. Haesung lays it all out. His friend saved him and his family, but then killed someone else. The protector asks if he'd consider that friend good, or a murderer, and Haesung's brain short-circuits. He admits he wouldn't see this friend as a good person, but he'd feel temporary relief if the danger stopped. But he'd also develop a new fear for this friend, and that's a total mood, honestly. We cut to this girl, and she's holding a picture of someone, looking all intense and protective. Haesung questions why the protector uses such a dramatic example, but it's clearly hitting a nerve. He thinks about feeling grateful and indebted to someone who saves you. But wouldn't forgetting that debt be selfish? Then a voice cuts in, chillingly asking if he'd call someone a psychopath for forgetting a debt. No way. This is getting dark, and the tension is building with every line. Haesung is spiraling, and we're left with the unsettling question of what this all means. Haesung tries to explain his feelings, but he's clearly struggling to articulate it all. He's writing furiously, trying to make sense of being indebted to someone who also terrifies him. We get a full view of the protector, and bro, his expression is unreadable. It's kinda creepy. The protector reassures Haesung, saying it's normal to feel this way, but it feels off. This girl's friend is thinking aloud, wondering if Haesung was the one being protected all along. She's picturing a scene, and it's clear she believes someone else was the real target. And she's not happy about it. She's convinced this friend doesn't deserve to be seen as a savior, but rather someone to be feared. She admits she'll live in constant fear, believing this person could harm her at any moment. Yikes. This girl imagines being so scared to upset this friend that she'd walk on eggshells forever, and honestly, that's a toxic dynamic. She's spiraling, and we're left with the terrifying realization that her protection is just control. This girl is holding onto Haesung so tight, and he looks totally trapped. Like, seriously uncomfortable. He's stumbling, and she's gripping his clothes, and it's clear she's not letting go anytime soon. Haesung realizes something isn't right, and it hits him hard. He feels like he's learned a secret he shouldn't have. He's shuddering, scratching at his arm, and trembling, straight up losing it over whatever he just understood. But even though he fears her, he can't shake the feeling that she's the only one who truly gets him. He wonders if he could ever leave her, if he could abandon the only person who seems to understand his life. Our boy is sitting alone, totally lost in thought, and the weight of this realization is crushing him. He's questioning everything, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me major red flags. He's realizing that her protection is actually control, and that's a terrifying twist. He thinks this might sound like common sense, but it's clearly not. because he just walked right into this mess. Haesung realizes this relationship harmed someone important to him and caused trauma. Wow, he's finally putting it together. He wonders if this is unhealthy, but then he admits he'd reevaluate everything and protect himself. Good for him, finally. But then she's right there, pulling him into a super tight hug, and it's like all that self-awareness vanishes. She's declaring she'll find a way to protect him, and honestly, this feels less like love and more like a possessive grip. The teacher is lecturing, telling everyone to focus on page 45, third paragraph. Classic school stuff. But our boy is totally checked out, staring at a letter, and honestly, he looks wrecked. He's reading a message, and it's clear whatever's in it is hitting him hard. He's covering his face. The letter says, "So you're saying you don't believe me?" And bro, he knew the other guy wouldn't believe her. Turns out, he ran away because he got so embarrassed and feared being seen as strange. He's clutching at himself, trying to calm down, but it's not working, and it's making us anxious too. We see what he's reading. The letter is covered in scribbled text, like a frantic confession. He's spiraling, hands clamped over his ears, trying to block everything out, but it's clearly not enough. He's sitting with someone, another guy, and it's okay to admit you're exhausted and need help. However, this whole situation is giving us major bad vibes, and we have a feeling things are about to get even more complicated. He decides he needs to apologize, straight up admitting he shouldn't have run away from her. Our boy walks toward the student support center, but he's seriously hesitating. This is a big moment. He pushes open the door and honestly, the look on his face is so conflicted, it's killing us. The room is empty, just chairs and desks, but it feels off, and we can feel the tension building. He's standing there back to us, and something about this scene is screaming trap. We're so worried for him. He takes a deep breath, trying to compose himself, but this girl is clearly messing with his head. He's staring into the room, a strange look on his face, and it's like he's bracing for impact. But then the door clicks shut behind him, and no way, he's locked in, and this is bad, really bad. He whirls around, and for a split second, we see a flash of pure panic on his face. This is a total setup. However, he's trying to stay calm, masking his fear, and we're desperately hoping he has a plan. He's pouring his heart out, finally ready to apologize, but the counselor interrupts, clearly shocked by what he said. The counselor is totally freaked out, staring at our boy like he's grown a second head. Everyone thinks his confession sounds like a serious delusion, and they're immediately jumping to psychiatric treatment. Yikes. They're saying Haesung's condition is so bad he can't even go to a normal clinic, which is a whole new level of worry. The teacher tries to offer to take him, but apparently, it has to be a family member to authorize treatment. What? But it gets worse. Hospitals won't even treat minors with medication unless a family member is present, leaving him stuck. The counselor can't give an official diagnosis, but based on his delusional symptoms, she suspects schizophrenia. Our boy is reeling from that word, schizophrenia, and honestly, we are too. This is a lot to process. They're all talking about Haesung, and honestly, it's making things worse. He's clearly distressed. But then, Haesung bursts in, looking totally unhinged, and demands to know what they're saying about him. He's straight up yelling that he doesn't have schizophrenia, and the counselor tries to calm him down. However, he spirals, confessing he wishes he had schizophrenia so he could just take medicine and fix it. This is heartbreaking. He's so desperate for a logical explanation for what's happening to him. It's rough. He's accusing them of belittling his situation, and honestly, he has a point. It feels really dismissive. He's cornered, pleading with them to believe him, and we can see the desperation in his eyes. But the counselor and the teacher just exchange worried glances. They're clearly convinced he's losing it. He's totally losing control, his expression shifting to sheer panic, and it's a gut punch. This dude is crumbling, and we're left wondering just how much more he can take before he breaks completely. The counselor tries to reassure Haesung, offering help, but our boy is not having it. Haesung snaps, demanding to know if they think they can fix him, and it's a brutal question. He accuses them of wanting to replace the mermaid with a friend, and then asks if they'll just make her disappear. The teacher and counselor look shocked, trying to calm Haesung down, but he's clearly spiraling. The counselor suggests medication will help, promising better sleep and fewer thoughts about the mermaid. He claims medication will fix everything, offering a normal life. But Haesung isn't buying it. Haesung straight up refuses to take any medication, and honestly, it's a terrifying moment. He reveals he'd rather use the meds to kill himself, and this girl just loses it, screaming at him. No way, he's a mess, tears streaming down his face, and the situation is escalating fast. But it's clear he's hit rock bottom, and we're left wondering how anyone can reach him now. Hyo-sung covers his face and practically bolts from the office, and everyone is totally stunned. The counselor asks what's going on, but Hyo-sung is already halfway down the hall, this girl trailing behind. This girl looks genuinely freaked out, her expression saying it all. She's seen something bad. The counselor Ms. Lim glares at Hyo-sung, arms crossed and looking seriously unimpressed. Ms. Lim demands to know what's happening, and this girl just stares back, clearly shaken. We get a closer look at Ms. Lim's office. It's fancy but cluttered, with a view of a pool. The counselor is still seething, and this girl's feet are visible under the table, showing she's totally tense. Ms. Lim reveals that Hyo-sung has become even more agitated, and that he was screaming at his teachers. She explains he's refusing medication, and honestly, it's a terrifying cycle. Ms. Lim insists medication will help, but it's clear she doesn't understand the mermaid is the problem. Ms. Lim demands an answer, wanting to know what they plan to do with Hyo-sung. She reveals Hyo-sung is suspected of having a serious mental illness. Straight up, it's bad. So instead of counseling, they're prepping for hospital care. And this girl's brother is now having it. He cuts her off, demanding to know what she's even talking about, refusing to acknowledge the situation. Okay, so huge warning at the start. This episode gets intense with domestic abuse themes, just FYI. This dude's dad is straight up threatening him with punishment the second they get home. It's already a bad vibe, but it gets worse. He casually says he wishes our boy had faked a mental illness and stayed in the hospital. Our boy just shrugs it off, saying whatever, but you can tell he's trying to stay calm. The dad laughs like he's joking, but honestly, it's super unsettling and creepy. He claims he's been too lenient, which is code for, I'm about to lose it, and it's terrifying. He tells our boy to keep talking, then drops the bomb. He's going to teach him and his sister a lesson. Our boy is just staring him down now, face all tight, and you can feel the tension building. And that's where it ends, left on a cliffhanger with this incredibly disturbing threat hanging in the air. Our boy is totally losing it, sobbing and clutching his chest, and this girl is convinced he's gone insane. She says it's over when they get home. But bro, she's the one who pushed him to this point. We cut to the cleaning lady, and she's a mess, hiccuping, gasping, and straight up falling apart. She's clearly spiraling, buzzing phone in her hand, and it's heartbreaking to watch. But Taeyeon is on the case, texting her supervisor Ms. Lim, asking if Hye-sung is still at school. He says he's worried and wants to talk to Hye-sung when he calms down. Finally, someone with a normal reaction? Taeyeon presses a button on what looks like a security panel, and honestly, this is ominous. A door clicks open, and we're back with the cleaning lady, who is still completely devastated. She's covering her face, sobbing into her hands, and it's just a lot right now. No way this is going to end well, and I'm seriously stressed for everyone involved. Hye-sung is back, and the cleaning lady welcomes her home, but it's super awkward, like, immediately. Then Haibin shows up and things get weird fast. He tells Hye-sung to go to her friend's house and return in 3 hours. Hye-sung is confused and asks why, but Haibin just stares her down, totally unhinged. She's questioning everything, and honestly, can you blame her? This is a lot to process. Haibin orders her to hurry, and the cleaning lady chimes in, saying she won't let him hurt Hye-sung. He reveals he's teaching her sister a lesson and wants Hye-sung to think carefully. This is escalating quickly. The cleaning lady threatens that if Hye-sung leaves, both she and Haibin will get a worse beating. Hye-sung is visibly shaken, shivering and asking what's happening, but she's clearly terrified. She says she can't let him hurt her sister, and it's a powerful moment. She's finally standing up. No way this is over. Haibin is looking at her, and you just know something bad is about to happen. Hye-sung is a mess, clutching her chest and trying not to fall apart. This girl is seriously hurting. Haibin casually tells her he's going to teach her sister a lesson, and expects Hye-sung to just accept it. He says he's sure she doesn't want blood on her uniform. It's a super creepy threat, and Hye-sung is horrified. He grabs her by the back of the neck, and straight up cracks it. No way, this is brutal. Hye-sung is reeling, and he's pushing her toward the door. It's like he's not even seeing her pain. He's practically dragging her out, and she's desperately trying to understand what's happening, but it's too late. He asks where she thinks she's going, and it's not a question. It's a demand, and it's terrifying. Haibin turns away, heading toward the elevator, and it's clear he's completely lost it. He's selecting a floor on the elevator panel, But it's not a floor, it's a temperature setting, and it's dropping fast. Our boy is trapped and Haibin is about to do something truly awful. I'm officially panicking. Haibin is all like, "You're just asking for more pain, aren't you?" Talk about gaslighting? He's splashing water all over the floor, and it's glowing. Okay, this is getting seriously weird. Our boy collapses, saying he's done, and then admits he's been wrong all along. Huge confession. He's kneeling in the glowing water, realizing his plan to sacrifice himself was a mistake, and honestly, it feels like a turning point. Haibin smirks, and it's the most unsettling thing ever. This dude is loving this. He reveals he thought sacrificing himself would end things, but he was totally off base. Haibin continues, saying his situation is hopeless, no matter how much he sacrifices, so bleak. Our boy looks up, and he's finally seeing things clearly. It's a major shift in perspective. He declares that anyone who hurts him doesn't deserve to live. And that's a promise, not a suggestion. She agrees with him, saying, "You're right," and it's chilling. They're on the same page now. He's straight up telling his dad he doesn't care if anyone dies because of him. Talk about a cold take. His dad is furious, yelling about making him feel bad, but our boy is completely unfazed. This dude is stone cold. He explains he knows money, family, even humanity are out of reach for him. Wow, that's a bleak worldview. So, he's decided to stop being moral, and honestly, it's a terrifying decision. He's got this manic grin, saying he needs Yoon-hae more than ever. No way, this is getting intense. His dad's shocked, yelling at him, but our boy is just standing there, accepting it all. The dad grabs him, demanding he stop ignoring him. But he's met with resistance, and things escalate fast. He shakes him, screaming about not acting strange. But our boy's got a plan, and it's not pretty. He declares he won't go easy on anyone if they act up, and you can see the threat in his eyes. This is bad news, bro. Haibin and our boy are officially on the same dark path. His dad's trying to restrain him, but our boy just straight up shoves him away. Wow, the disrespect. He's declaring he'll protect Yoon-hae at all costs, even if it means ruining everything. This is escalating quickly. The dad is losing it, demanding to know what's happening to his son, but our boy is completely zoned out. He's clutching his head, saying Yoon-hae's voice is all he can hear, but it feels less like love and more like control. This girl arrives at the apartment, looking a little disheveled, and rings the bell. She's here to see our boy's uncle. She punches in the code, but the door's already unlocked, which is kinda sus if you ask me. She tells whoever opens the door she's here to see the uncle, expecting him to be inside, but our boy reveals his uncle isn't home, and you can tell something's immediately off with him. He's seriously shaken up. This girl refuses to leave, insisting she traveled all this way and wants to wait inside, no matter what. She settles into the apartment, but our boy suddenly gets a message. His uncle told her not to come here anymore. She's completely blindsided, demanding to know what's going on, but she's straight up freaking out about it. She insists they spoke yesterday, and he told her he was breaking up with her, which is a total bombshell. She's adamant she's not lying, and she's clearly devastated, convinced something isn't right with the story. No way, she's spiraling, and honestly, this whole situation is about to explode, bro. She hears from his uncle that he ended things because her perfume disgusted him and he's with someone else. No way. Our boy overhears and absolutely loses it, slamming the door in her face, totally enraged. He sighs, clearly regretting his outburst, but he's already grabbed her arm and is pulling her inside. She's desperately trying to get away, shouting at him to let her go, but he won't budge. He's dragging her toward the bathroom, and she's screaming, but it's like he doesn't even hear her. And then, he turns on the shower and starts scrubbing her face with water like he's trying to wash something off. She's sobbing and begging him to stop, but he just keeps going, his expression completely unreadable. He's relentlessly cleaning her, and honestly, this is getting seriously disturbing, bro. But then, she stops fighting, staring up at him with a blank expression, and it's even creepier. She just lets him continue, and it's clear this isn't about the perfume anymore. Something is seriously wrong with this girl. He's thanking her, Yoon-hae, while rinsing her off, but it's seriously unsettling, bro. This girl is clinging to him, practically devouring his face, and he just lets it happen. We get a glimpse of his back, and you can see the scars, old wounds he's clearly hidden. He stands there, dripping wet, while she's still latched onto him in the tub, and it's a total power imbalance. The shower's still running, and he's staring down at her, but his face is blank, totally detached. She's pulling him closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, and he doesn't resist at all. He explains he couldn't leave her, because he'd lose a friend, and the pain would never end. His expression breaks, straight up devastated, as she clings to him, tears streaming down his face. But then, he's gripping something in his hand, a razor, and honestly, this is terrifying. He's holding the razor tight, and you know this is about to go from bad to so much worse. He's shaking her, desperately trying to get through, but she just stares back, totally unhinged. She says, he told her this would happen, and it's like a switch flips. She's suddenly in control. She's squeezing his hand, tightening her grip on that razor, and it's clear she's not letting go. No way. She raises the razor, and he asks, voice cracking, why she's still alive. This is brutal. She's pressing the blade against his skin, and he doesn't even flinch, just stares. She's ranting about how he promised this, how it was always going to end like this. It's insane. He's recalling his words, his promise to never leave her, and the realization hits him hard. But then she's cutting him, a thin line of blood appearing on his arm, and our boy is just accepting it. She keeps cutting, and he keeps repeating it's okay, like he deserves this, it's messed up. The title card flashes, To Drown in You, and honestly, this episode is a total emotional roller coaster. She's still cutting him, but now she's saying she doesn't want him to get hurt. Total mixed signals. He's lost it, straight up admitting he's not even sure if he's alive anymore. It's dark. He rambles about being too alive to be dead, but can't be alive with her here, and bro, the obsession is real. She's holding him close, whispering about disappearing together and ending all the misery. Yikes. He says he hasn't felt this clear-headed since meeting her, which is messed up because she literally just cut him. She insists it was always supposed to end like this, and honestly, this girl is terrifying. He remembers promising her he'd never leave, and it hits him. She thinks she's fulfilling a promise. He's accepting the cuts, saying it's okay, and it's like he's resigned to his fate, which is heartbreaking. This girl is squeezing his hand, eyes locked on his, and she looks completely unhinged. But then, she's the one bleeding now, and our boy is staring, completely shocked. What is happening? He confesses he's starting to like her even more, even after everything. Bro, is he serious right now? She throws it back at him, reminding him he promised to die with her on Mull Island, and the tension is insane. He tries to reassure her, saying he'll be right there, but she cuts him off, demanding they end it now. He's spiraling, begging her to die already, and honestly, it's a lot. Her eyes are locked on his unblinking, and she looks totally detached from reality. This girl is scary. Their hands are clasped tight, and she says she feels hurt, like he's the one causing her pain. She asks if he'll hug her, and he's submerged in the tub with her. What is happening? He's staring at her, completely wrecked, and it's like he's finally seeing the full extent of her obsession. He's a mess, tears streaming down his face, and it's clear he's completely broken. But she's still there, holding on, and it's like she's determined to drag him down with her, no matter what. He's completely broken down, burying his face in her hair, and straight up begs her to stop. She whispers his name, Hyosong, and it's clear she's not letting go, like ever. She's clutching him so tightly, and he's just letting it happen, completely defeated. But she says she's the one hurting, claiming he's the source of her pain, and no way, this is twisted. Our boy is pretending to read in class, looking super shifty like he's hiding something. This girl with the cool green hair notices him, looking all unimpressed and kinda judging him. She asks what he's reading, and he tries to play it cool, saying it's just a science textbook, but she doesn't buy it. She demands to see it, and he reluctantly hands it over. She's straight up relentless. She starts quizzing him about gravitational contraction and nuclear fusion. No way, he's clearly out of his depth. He mumbles through an answer about silicon, phosphorus, and sulfur, and honestly, it sounds made up. He tries to cover by saying the science was fun, but she sees right through his lie, calling him out on sounding annoying. He weakly admits he guesses it was fun, but she's giving him a serious side eye. She's looking at him with a strange intensity, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. Her gaze is intense and unwavering, and it's clear this isn't about science anymore. Something is definitely off. She remembers when she first saw him solve a puzzle, and bro, she's totally fixated on his intelligence. She admits she's being too nice, which is a hudgy red flag. Honestly, this girl is intense. She casually suggests he take geoscience as an elective, then drops that she's taking both physics and geoscience. Our boy is visibly flustered, looking down and mumbling about how it's a coincidence. Yeah, right? He's questioning if that day will actually come, and it's giving major foreshadowing vibes. The green-haired girl looks over, questioning what they were talking about, and accusing them of flirting again. She's totally suspicious, and our boy is trying to play it cool, but she's not having it. She presses him, asking what he said, and he awkwardly tries to change the subject. He's avoiding eye contact, and you can tell he's completely thrown off by her attention. But she's not letting it go, staring at him with a look that says, "I know something you don't." Okay, so this girl and her friends are straight up reenacting how she and our boy found love in 3rd grade. It's so awkward. But the teacher walks in mid-scene and everyone freezes. Major cringe moment. She dramatically falls back into her chair, pretending to be scared, and honestly, it's a little too much. The teacher looks so done with their antics, and the girl is just giving her a knowing look. Then, she grabs our boy's hand, and he looks completely shocked. No way she's this forward. She asks if he's having fun, but it's not a normal question, it's menacing. He tries to pull away, but she just tightens her grip, and her smile is sending chills down my spine. She claims she's shaking in her boots from excitement, but it's a total lie. She's clearly enjoying this. Our boy calls her out, saying she's totally ridiculous, and she just laughs, straight up admitting she loves it. Someone is whispering for the homeroom teacher, and I'm officially worried. This situation is escalating fast. She accuses him of admitting he's dating her, but our boy is so confused. He wasn't even talking to her. He tries to explain he's just making things awkward, but she's not hearing it, and straight up asks if he's scared. She grabs his arm, and he's visibly startled. This girl is getting way too close for comfort. He tries to push her off, but she shoves him hard and he wobbles back. No way, she just did that. She pushes him again, sending him crashing into a table, and everyone is staring. What is happening? He falls to the ground, and she's looming over him, looking absolutely terrifying. Bro, this is bad. She's yelling at him, calling him a waste of space, and honestly, the rage is intense. A teacher rushes over, demanding to know what Haesong is doing, but it's probably too late to help. Someone is crying and covering their face. Everyone is genuinely scared of this girl, and rightfully so. She's still screaming at him, and the look on her face is just unhinged. This obsession is spiraling out of control. Haesong is shaking him, demanding he die, straight up trying to kill our boy. Someone tries to pull Haesong off, but she whacks them and keeps going. She's totally lost it. Everyone is yelling at her to stop, but she's completely unresponsive, still shaking him violently. A girl looks horrified as Haesong continues the attack. This is a nightmare unfolding. They're both on the floor, and Haesong's face is twisted with rage. She's got a death grip on him. He's gasping for air, barely conscious, but she doesn't care. This girl is terrifying. Someone asks if he's okay, but he's spitting blood and muttering about her trying to kill him. Haesong's still on top of him, and honestly, the scene is chaotic and disturbing. What a mess. The teacher is there, but it's too late. She's completely unhinged, and everyone is frozen. Someone mentions Jolmin and Haesong dating, but it's a total misunderstanding. This whole thing is insane. Someone's telling everyone to stop, to let them all speak, but Jolmin just starts cursing again. What a mess. A girl says she didn't care because she's been ignoring them all. She's totally checked out of this drama. The teacher thinks Haesong has had enough, and says it's understandable she's upset because of the bullying, but a guy cuts her off, claiming he'd listen if she hadn't been ignoring him. Seriously, the nerve of this dude. He's screaming about his neck being red, saying he's the victim, but honestly, we know who the real victim is. He rants that she's ignoring him while listening to Jaehui. The audacity is unreal, and the teacher finally snaps. The teacher demands to know why he's even standing there if she wasn't going to listen. She's done with his games. Another girl interjects, saying Cheoman isn't innocent either because she's heard things about him. Oh, here comes the tea. Cheoman claims he hasn't done anything because Haesong didn't want him to, which is a choice. A really bad one. The teacher asks Haesong why she did it, and a girl suggests she could have asked for help. But we all know this girl doesn't play by the rules. Someone's trying to reason with Cheoman, asking if he truly thought talking could change things, but it's not getting through. Cheoman straight up admits he knew words wouldn't work, and that he used violence instead. No way! Haesong is completely floored, staring him down and telling him he needs to change how he thinks. She's not backing down. She's telling him violence is never the answer, and honestly, it's about time someone called him out on this. Our boy and this girl run straight into Grandma's arms. It's a sweet family reunion, honestly. Grandma's already cooking up Haibin's favorite cutlassfish stew, because of course she is. They head inside, but the conversation quickly turns serious. They ask about Haibin's uncle, who's been gone for 2 weeks. Haibin explains they reported him to the police, but since he's an adult, there's nothing they can do. Grandma's worried sick. She asks how they've been managing without his income, and it's clear things are tight. Haibin admits they stretched the money from last month, which is not good, honestly. Grandma's completely floored. She can't believe they've been struggling in silence. She questions why Haibin didn't tell her, and you can feel the tension building in the room. But Haibin doesn't say anything. She just looks away, and our boy is clearly picking up on the heavy vibes. This whole situation is stressing me out. Something's definitely off, and I have a bad feeling about this uncle. Our boy asks why Haibin's apologizing, and she straight up says it makes sense to her. Red flag city, honestly. He insists he's just worried she'll be okay living without an adult. But Haibin's quick to say it's better without her uncle. But then Haibin drops a bomb. She says they have no idea what her uncle did to Hyeseong, and she starts shaking. Our boy demands she tell them, and Haibin finally breaks down, tears welling up in her eyes. She's completely distraught, and honestly, the way she's shaking is terrifying. Grandma rushes over, trying to comfort Haibin and urging her to spill what happened with the uncle. Haibin finally confesses. He yelled at Hyeseong and threw things, even calling their mom a fool. She's sobbing, and it's clear this memory is seriously traumatic for her. Grandma's trying to soothe her, but the damage is done. Haibin is completely broken. No way this uncle is a good guy, and I have a feeling this is only the tip of the iceberg. Grandma's blaming herself, saying she should have known about the uncle. It's heartbreaking, honestly. But our boy steps in, saying their uncle barely even came home, so it wasn't her fault at all. Haibin's still spiraling, apologizing over and over, and it's clear she feels responsible somehow. She admits she thought telling Grandma would make her feel better, but it just makes things worse. And then she drops another bomb. She guesses Hyeseong knew all of this would happen. This girl is seriously messed up, and it's terrifying how much she seems to anticipate everything. She's naming Hyeseong and Haibin together, like they're one and the same. Super creepy vibes. Grandma's trying to calm Haibin down, but I'm worried this is going to escalate quickly. Haibin's a mess, but our boy is holding it together. He's got to be freaking out inside though. However, Haibin's clearly not okay, and I have a feeling this is all part of Hyeseong's plan. Grandma's laying out a whole spread, trying to make it a normal meal. But the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Our boy looks totally stunned, like he just heard something insane. And honestly, he probably did. Haibin's nodding furiously, agreeing with everything Grandma says. It's kinda unsettling how eager she is. Grandma announces they'll stay at the house until her son returns, but our boy looks skeptical as heck. Grandma asks Hyeseong what she thinks, clearly looking for reassurance, but it feels like a trap. Grandma pats Haibin's hand, all smiles. It's sweet, but I'm getting major villain vibes from her. She claims she's getting old and considering retirement, but our boy is definitely side, eyeing her. But then Grandma reveals she was saving money for Hyeseong's tuition, and now can't. Talk about a guilt trip. Haibin weakly says they'll be okay, but I can tell she's reeling. This girl is being manipulated hard. Grandma's laying it on thick, saying she was planning to help Hyeseong with tuition. This is straight up emotional blackmail. Hyeseong asks if he's made dinner, and our boy admits he's been busy with school. Total understatement, bro. He explains he was studying, but Hyeseong just says it's good he's focused. She's so passive-aggressive it's painful. She casually mentions Haibin's been crying, and our boy is instantly on edge, like of course she has. Hyeseong claims Haibin's just upset about leaving home, but honestly, this feels like a setup. She says she made soup for Haibin, then insists everything's fine. Yeah, right, everything is now fine. We see Haibin lying on the couch, looking totally drained, while Grandma comforts her. It's a cozy scene, but creepy. Grandma offers them grapes and melon, trying to play the doting grandma. But her eyes are kinda intense, right? Our boy is staring at his notes, trying to ignore the weirdness, but he's clearly thinking hard about what's going on. Grandma knocks on his door, asking if he's busy. She's relentless, and it's giving me bad vibes. She reveals she's been saving for Hyeseong's tuition, and now can't. Talk about a guilt trip. She's playing dirty. Hyeseong says she found his old phone and wants to reactivate it. She's digging up the past. No way. She insists on getting the cheapest plan, trying to act reasonable, but it feels so calculated. Hyeseong pats our boy on the back, trying to reassure him it'll work. It's a weirdly possessive gesture. He agrees, saying he's coming, but his face says he's totally uneasy. Something's off here. Our boy goes to the closet, and it's crammed with stuff. He's searching for something specific. He finds a box, opens it up, and it's full of memories: a graduation cap, a baseball, earbuds, all. And then, the phone. The Jupiter phone. This is the one she bought him 6 years ago. He plugs it in, and the screen flickers to life. It's giving me chills, seriously. He starts swiping through the phone, and his face just falls. Whatever's on there is hitting hard. This dude is clearly devastated by what he's seeing, but what is it? We need answers. He starts recording a selfie video, and straight up introduces himself as Soonbin Kwon, the handsome magician. Someone's recording him recording, and confirms with a simple yup. This is getting creepy fast. The video cuts to a classroom, and it's Haesong, looking totally unamused by his performance. She's giving him the side eye. He's showing off to her, but bro, she looks mortified. This girl is playing a whole different game. So, this girl, the mermaid, is trying to get our boy to join the class chat room, but he's totally ghosting her. She's got a goal though, get over a 60 average, which is kinda sweet, right? But here's the thing, she's suddenly got a phone, and everyone's side, eyeing her hard. She claims it's an old phone she reactivated, which is already sus, honestly. Our boy asks if she needs to make a call, and she just gives him her number straight up. Her phone buzzes immediately, and she hands him the number, and it's all kinda awkward. She keeps pushing for him to join the group chat, but he's hesitant. And for good reason, because this girl is intense. He brushes her off, saying it's okay, but the look on his face says he's seriously uncomfortable. She's staring at him, and bro, she's giving off major yandere vibes. He's clearly noticing her stare, and he's starting to look really uneasy. Something is definitely up. Ms. Lim announces they're finishing early and handing out gifts. Super sweet of her, honestly. She's handing out little presents, and everyone seems hyped, but our boy looks unimpressed. Ms. Lim explains they all worked hard during the term, and it's a thank you. A nice gesture, right? Jae-wee tells her to hurry up and finish, and she's clearly trying to avoid eye contact with someone. She glances over at our boy, and he's just standing there, totally frozen. Something's definitely off. This girl straight up says have a nice summer to him, and it feels less like a farewell and more like a threat. He's zipping up his bag trying to escape, but she's still staring, and it's making everyone uncomfortable. He turns to Ms. Lim, calling her name like he needs a distraction, and she seems confused. Ms. Lim asks if he's talking to her, and our boy is clearly desperate to get away from this situation. Ms. Lim responds, asking if it's Haesong, and honestly, this is about to get messy. She asks if she can hug him, and bro, the desperation in her eyes is kinda scary. He awkwardly agrees, and she's practically clinging to him. It's super uncomfortable. She wishes him a nice summer and hopes he forgets the hardships of the past, but that feels loaded. He gives a quick thank you and tries to escape, but then another student asks if he'll be at school during the summer. Our boy confirms he'll be there, and this other student is instantly hyped about visiting him. Weird. She thanks him for saying that, and then another guy appears, saying they'll visit for the counseling club meeting. This dude announces he needs to finish his last session of the day, and honestly, he's so over it. Someone wishes our boy an enjoyable summer, and another says they're glad to see him before he leaves. He's trying to get away, but this girl is just everywhere, and it's seriously stressing him out. She's definitely not letting him go easily, and now he's stuck listening to everyone's farewells. He thanks her for everything, and honestly, it feels like a goodbye, a really awkward goodbye. She thanks him for getting healthier, then straight up asks if he has plans for the break. Our boy says he's going to do things he's been wanting to do, and then drops that he's going to apologize to a middle school friend. This girl's expression shifts, and she asks if he'd like to talk in the counseling room. Talk about Mohat, exactly. He says he'll go, but she's definitely giving him the side eye, and it's super unsettling. She tells him to rest up and not worry about anything, and bro, that's a red flag if I've ever seen one. He says okay, and she finally lets him go, but it feels less like letting go and more like planning something. And just when you think it's over, another girl says Haesong needs to borrow his tape. What even is happening? Someone's jealous that our boy got a gift from his teacher. It's a little desk clock, and this girl wants to open it right now do. He gives her the go ahead, and she immediately starts scrolling through texts from Soonbin Kwon, who is clearly freaking out. She reads out a message about his phone disconnecting, then another about it being his last text. It's all super weird and intense. This girl declares the clock is so cute, and our boy just accepts it, but his face says otherwise. She hands him a little card, and then, wait for it, reveals she's also written down the PIN number for her bank book. She wants him to take money whenever he needs it, and honestly, this is getting seriously unhinged. She tells him to buy whatever he wants, but her expression is so unsettling. It's like a plea, not a gift. Our boy looks completely stunned and is straight up speechless. You can see the anxiety radiating off him. She's asking why he's anxious, and bro, she's the reason. The audacity is unreal. She's babbling about being anxious herself, but this whole situation is just a lot, and our boy is trapped. Everyone's trying to tell our boy to just act normal around Haesung and not mention the past. But then someone drops a bomb. Apparently, this girl used to be totally obsessed with Haesung. Haesung snaps, demanding to know what they're talking about, and everyone clams up, saying they know something. She's clearly losing it, clutching her hands and looking super stressed. This is getting intense. She starts to freak out, and someone tries to stop her, but she pushes them away. Haesung finally looks up and her eyes meet our boy's, and she just says, "Hi." The whole group reacts to him, saying, "Oh, hi, and long time no see." It's super awkward. Haesung asks if he thinks it's been a long time, and honestly, the question is just weird. She's leaning way too close to him, and this whole situation is screaming red flags. Our boy is trapped and she's clearly not okay. This is escalating fast. The girls are whispering, totally realizing Haesung is here and they don't know what to say. Awkward. Suddenly, another guy shows up, asking if our boy is okay at Boo I High and mentions it's full of troublemakers. Then, the other girl blurts out that Haesung went to Boo High too, and the reaction is priceless. She's shocked. But honestly, Haesung is straight up losing it, and this whole situation is about to explode. Our boy is desperately trying to see his friends one last time and act normal, but he admits he doesn't even know what normal is anymore. A warning flashes on screen. This episode contains depictions of self-harm, so buckle up, it's about to get heavy. While he's talking, he's experiencing intense stomach pain, like he's being ripped apart from the inside out, which is not good. This girl straight up killed her uncle, and feels absolutely zero guilt about it, claiming he wasn't even human, which is a whole mood. She and another woman are lying there, and she continues to rationalize her actions, saying she doesn't know how she feels now that it's done. We get a shot of someone's head from the back, and honestly, it's super unsettling and adds to the tension. He's losing it, telling everyone he's going crazy, and just needs his friends, because things are spiraling. He's having a flashback to middle school, but it's all distorted and messed up, hinting at a traumatic past. Another dude is yelling, but honestly, we don't even care because our boy is clearly falling apart. He's totally freaking out, remembering something from middle school, but the details are hazy and terrifying. He's desperately trying to explain he's been acting weird, saying he's just been preoccupied with his grandmother. But his friends aren't buying it, pressing him for details about what's really going on, and he's clearly losing his grip. He claims things feel more stable since his grandmother arrived, and they start to connect the dots about her. They remember this woman worked with his mother, and it's like a light bulb goes off. This is the key! He's totally blanking, asking what they were even talking about, and it's honestly frustrating because the answer is right there. His friends fill him in, explaining they asked how he's been, and it finally clicks his grandmother's arrival is connected. He reveals his grandmother recently came to live with them, and it feels like a huge piece of the puzzle just fell into place. He's saying things feel more stable with her around, but his friends are skeptical, remembering she used to work with his mom. They confirm she's the lady he mentioned before, and you can see the realization dawning on his face. This is huge. His friends seem relieved, saying that's good, but honestly, I'm stressed because this feels like the calm before the storm. He starts to explain what he said to Jae-young that day, but his friends are already looking super uncomfortable. He claims he didn't mean it, that he was just angry back then, but it's not landing well with anyone. One of his friends straight up says he was willing to fight with Jae-young if it meant things could go back to how they were. But the mood shifts instantly. The air gets heavy, and our boy's face darkens, like something's triggered. He's spiraling, saying Jae-young isn't here anymore, so why even talk about it? And his eyes are terrifying. No way, he's flashing back to that day and the scene is all distorted and unsettling. He's desperately trying to backtrack, insisting he really didn't mean what he said, but it's too late. However, the friend who spoke up is staring right back at him, looking totally shaken and realizing something's off. This girl is clearly remembering something important, and her expression is saying everything. And honestly, This whole situation is giving me chills. Something is seriously wrong with Jaeyoung. He's laying it all out. How he wanted to approach Jaeyoung but held back, and honestly, it's a total mess. He remembers Jaeyoung isolating herself at graduation, and admits it wasn't easy to watch her suffer alone. But he confesses he felt bad, like he was purposely avoiding her, and his friend is listening now. Suddenly, Jaeyoung speaks up. She understands now, saying Jaeyoung needed time to deal with everything privately. However, she adds that he kept pushing to talk about it, and our boy is starting to look seriously defensive. He tries to deny it, but Jaeyoung cuts him off, saying that's not what happened at all, and the tension is insane. Flashback time, we see a blurry, idyllic scene of them holding hands on a beach, and it's sweet, but unsettling. And then Jeon's voiceover. She remembers that moment perfectly, and it's clear this isn't about understanding anymore. She's recalling that memory as she stands in front of him, and her expression is not good. But something is clearly off, and she's remembering things very differently than he is. Jaeyoung and her friend are at the counter, and honestly, the vibe is icy. Her friend looks worried, but Jaeyoung's got a blank stare going on. She's clearly processing something huge. She insists she's fine, but bro, that's a total lie. She's clearly holding back a ton. Flashback to a rainy day. Jaeyoung and our boy are under an umbrella, and it looks like a sweet moment, but it's so loaded. He says something to her then, and she snaps, telling him he doesn't know when to be quiet. Ouch, that's harsh. He turns away, visibly upset, and she reaches out to stop him, but it's too late. She's calling his name, frantic, and he's literally backing away from her. This is getting intense. He's staring at the floor, lost in thought, while she tries to get him to sit and talk, but he's not listening. He finally looks up, and straight up apologizes, says he shouldn't have said those things to her. But he adds that he totally understands what she said before, and it's like a switch flips. This is a major turning point. She claims she was mentally unstable back then, and that explains all the weird stuff she said. Total deflection. She grabs his hands, and they're both trembling. The tension is insane, and she's clearly reeling. She's shocked he remembers her saying those things, but tries to brush it off as nonsense. Seriously, this girl is a mess. She begs him not to say he understands, and her eyes are pleading. She's desperate to control the narrative. She weakly says okay, but her face is all tight and strained. She's barely holding it together, honestly. The group is at the table, and Jaeyoung is quiet, looking down. The atmosphere is so awkward, you could cut it with a knife. Her friend tries to lighten things up, telling him to be nice if he's sorry. A small attempt at peace. She asks if they're friends again, and it's so fragile, like one wrong word will shatter everything. However, the focus shifts to Jaeyoung, and her face is completely obscured. What is she hiding? No way. Her expression is unreadable, but there's something dangerous brewing, and our boy is about to be in trouble. Everyone's staring at him, wondering why she apologized. Bro, the tension is THK. She claims she was confused after so much time passed, and thought they were finally getting somewhere. But it's a total lie. She's telling him she's okay, but her voice cracks. Seriously, this girl is falling apart before our eyes. However, she's clearly putting on a show, and our boy is starting to see through it. Something is very wrong. It's pouring rain, and everyone's realizing Hyosong is super late, like seriously missing. Huge warning flashes on screen. This episode gets dark, with self-harm depicted, so brace yourself. Haibin is standing alone in the school hallway, looking lost and vulnerable as the rain comes down. Someone asks if they should call her uncle, but Haibin is visibly shaken and starts trembling. Haibin bursts into tears, and someone, presumably her brother, is rushing toward her, totally panicked. We get a close-up of Haibin, her eyes red and swollen, clearly distraught about something awful. Our boy runs through the rain, umbrella in hand, desperate to reach Haibin. He's a mess, honestly. He's sprinting now, metal bouncing on his chest, clearly worried sick about his little sister. He finally reaches her and apologizes for staying late, blaming himself for whatever happened. Haibin tells him it's okay, then shockingly demands he say hello to their brother. But why? Haibin straight up explodes at him, accusing him of caring more about the competition than her. Ouch! She's furious, saying he apologized to their teacher first, not her, and calling him selfish. Harsh! Our boy is reeling, totally caught off guard by this outburst, and apologizes immediately. Haibin demands he never be late again, making a solemn vow. This girl is intense. Cut to Hyosong, looking down at someone, and honestly, the vibe is super creepy. She's apologizing too, offering to do whatever it takes, but her face is unreadable. He replies that he did it and is sorry. But what did he do? The suspense is killing me. She's standing over him, looking down, and bro, something is seriously off with her expression. He's clearly upset, and it's obvious this isn't a normal apology, but a power play. However, she's got a steely look, like she's in control, and it's making my skin crawl. Seolbi's on the phone, totally freaking out about Hyosung's whereabouts, and honestly, we get it. Grandma tries to reassure her, telling her to just keep watching him all summer. That's intense. Seolbi confesses she told Hyosung she didn't need his help, and now she thinks it's her fault. She's spiraling, worried something will happen to him, but Grandma is surprisingly calm. Cut to a karaoke room, and it's a disaster. The room is shaking and banging, like something's breaking. Someone yells the castle is full and to hurry. What castle? This is getting wild. Seolbi's back at the karaoke place, and someone is telling her other customers are waiting for a turn. She's asked to pick the next song, but she's clearly distracted. Where is Hyosung? She spots him in the distance, hooded and brooding, and it's giving major bad vibes. Seolbi demands to know where he is, but he doesn't answer. This dude is playing games. Seolbi is on the phone, begging someone to hurry. She's desperate for backup, and it's clear something is wrong. She's frantic, yelling at whoever is on the line to call the police, convinced something terrible is happening to Hyosung. She's furiously pressing the elevator button, trying to get a response, but it's no use. This is escalating fast. Seolbi's calling out Hyosung's name, but she's getting no answer, and the tension is building with every second. She's practically pleading with whoever is on the phone, begging them to come, right now. And honestly, we're right there with her. Someone thinks Hyosung is playing a prank, but Seolbi insists he's in danger. This isn't a game, bro. She grabs the fire alarm, determined to get everyone's attention, but it's flimsy and feels like it's about to break. And it does. The alarm snaps off in her hand. No way. But she's committed now. She has to warn everyone. She finally gets through to someone, and they promise to hurry, but it feels like too little, too late. We see a hooded figure watching from above, and straight up, this is giving us major villain vibes. This is not good. Hyosung is getting comforted by an older woman. Not his grandmother, apparently, and someone overhears, asking questions. A doctor explains Hyosung is a minor and they need family consent for treatment, but his uncle is unreachable. Huge problem. But wait, someone whispers that Hyosung attempted to harm himself, making this a total emergency, no joke. The doctor sighs, clearly frustrated, and asks the woman to wait while he figures things out. This is stressful. The older woman, the doctor, and Hyosung sit together, and she's reassuring him that everything will be okay. It's a sweet moment. However, the doctor reveals Hyosung's condition is high risk, and they're begging for treatment because he has no guardian. That's awful. The doctor is clearly at his wit's end, and he's just venting about the situation. He's so exasperated. He's still ranting, saying they're jumping through hoops to get Hyosung help, and honestly, it's infuriating. The doctor explains again that they need consent, but the uncle is MIA. It's a bureaucratic nightmare. The doctor is losing it, stating Hyosung needs urgent care, but they're stuck in a loop. This is a mess. Hyosung's uncle arrives and immediately puts his arm around him, offering comfort. It's a sweet, protective gesture. The receptionist tells them to fill out medical forms and wait, but she's eyeing Hyosung's uncle with suspicion. Something's off. Outside, rain is coming down in sheets, mirroring the heavy mood inside. This storm is ominous. This girl is lying in bed, clearly in pain, groaning and clutching her chest. She's seriously suffering. She tries to get up but collapses, moaning and sobbing. Her condition is rapidly worsening, and it's heartbreaking. Hyosung's uncle brings him a glass of water, but his hand is shaking. Bro is clearly stressed and hiding something. Hyosung looks at her, face pale and trembling, and it's clear he's deeply worried. He's freaking out. This girl confesses she hates being younger than him in moments like these. It's a vulnerable, honest admission. She desperately wishes she could keep him safe, but it feels hopeless. The weight of everything is crushing her. However, this is all happening while someone watches them, and we're getting a really bad feeling about it. Hyosung's friend remembers he left the gloves on the snowman. It's a small detail, but it hits him hard. He recalls her hands being freezing all winter, and honestly, it's a devastatingly sweet memory. But then he gets dizzy, and the world starts spinning. Something is seriously wrong with our boy. Haibin sees him falter and straight up grabs his arm, pulling him close. She's not letting him fall. Okay, so Jaehui is clearly trying to avoid something, or someone, but he's getting cornered. Hae-sung asks if someone's there, and then boom, this girl Haibin just shows up with Jaehui. Bin is all smiles and waves, but Jaehui looks totally freaked out, like seriously disturbed. Sung greets Bin and Jaehui just stands there looking like he wants to disappear. Grandma is so happy to see them, and Jaehui is still stuck in daze mode honestly. Grandma invites Jaehui to dinner, and Bin excitedly spills that Jaehui brought her home. Bin's grandma is super sweet and mentions Jaehui goes to the same high school as Bin, which is convenient. Everyone is thanking Jaehui for helping Bin, but he's clearly not okay with this whole situation. He's trying to process everything, but it's obvious this family is way too cheerful for his liking. Jaehui is trapped in a happy family dinner, but we know this girl is obsessed, and things are about to get wild. Jaehui sees a message pop up on his phone. It's Sung, and he's confused. The text reveals Sung is worried Jaehui is forcing himself to eat and asks why he isn't home yet. Jaehui responds that he's at Bin's and straight up admits he's eating because of the stew. He adds that Bin's grandmother is an amazing cook, and the stew is seriously delicious. Bin's mom suddenly taps Bin on the shoulder, and she's beaming at Jaehui. She asks if Jaehui is the class president, and Bin looks totally flustered by the question. Bin's mom gushes over Jaehui, calling him both pretty and smart, and says his parents must be proud. Bin awkwardly replies that's not really the case. No one volunteered for president, apparently. Bin's mom then reveals Sung won awards since elementary school, and Jaehui visibly flinches? Bro, this is getting creepy fast. Sung is clearly a golden child, and Jaehui is stuck in the middle of it all. Jaehui tries to shut down his grandmother's questioning, but she's relentless, asking about Sung's school life. Bin's mom chimes in, saying Sung is both pretty and smart, and Jaehui is visibly uncomfortable with the praise. Bin awkwardly admits no one volunteered for class president, but her mom immediately pivots to Sung's awards. Jaehui flinches as Bin's mom brags about Sung winning awards since elementary school. This is getting intense. He excuses himself from the table, needing air, and Bin follows him outside, offering thanks for bringing her home. Bin confesses she owes him one, saying he's smart and nice, and Jaehui just accepts the compliment. She casually mentions he got a free dinner, minimizing the gesture, and Jaehui seems relieved by her downplaying it. Bin asks if he's been studying lately, and Jaehui admits he hasn't been focused on school much. Bin presses him, asking why not, and Jaehui just shrugs. He's clearly hiding something. She stares at him intensely, and it's clear this isn't just a casual conversation. She's digging for answers. Sung suddenly calls out Jaehui's name, and our boy visibly jumps. What is happening? She asks if he's okay, but Jaehui is totally thrown, questioning what she wants from him. Sung straight up tells him not to waste his brain, and Jaehui is confused, like, what is that even, man? She grabs his hand and Jaehui is frozen. This girl is getting way too touchy, way too fast. Jaehui tries to pull away, but Sung's grip tightens and her expression is intense, to say the least. She insists he doesn't need to study, and Jaehui is starting to panic. This is not a normal conversation. Sung's grip on his hand is almost painful, and Jaehui is realizing this isn't just a friendly gesture. He finally manages to break free, and Sung's face falls. No way, she looks genuinely hurt. Jaehui tries to play it cool, saying he needs to go, but Sung's eyes are locked on him. This is so creepy. She stares him down, and it's clear this isn't over. Our boy is in serious trouble, I can feel it. Jaehui spits into the sink, trying to regain composure, but Sung is right there, smirking. This girl is a menace. She asks why he's staring, and he's all, stop talking nonsense. But honestly, he's totally rattled. Sung doubles down, declaring he's just like her boyfriend, and Jaehui is completely lost. Another girl, Solbi, pops up and comments on how pretty they both are, and Sung's reaction is intense. Jaehui turns on the faucet, trying to drown out the weirdness, but Solbi is still gushing about how lucky Sung is. Solbi gets a phone call and immediately blurts out that Jaehui is there. Sung's eyes snap to him. Jaehui takes the phone and Sung casually suggests they all go to a movie tomorrow with Solbi. What? Jaehui hesitantly agrees, and Sung's face is unreadable, but you can feel the tension building. Jaehui hangs up, and Sung's face is unreadable, but bro, she's definitely plotting something. They start grading each other's work, and Jaehui finishes first. He's so smug about it. Sung's scribbling furiously, and Jaehui's getting antsy, asking what's wrong. She turns the paper over, and her expression is intense. Oh no, this isn't good. Sung drops the bomb. He got 3 questions wrong, but she's being weirdly complimentary. She claims he's smart, but then throws a curveball. These were basic questions, apparently. She keeps going, saying he answered everything in just 2 hours. She's really laying it on thick. Hae-sung suggests they might end up at the same university, and Jae-hui is totally thrown. Jae-hui looks completely uncomfortable. Is that okay with him? Seriously, bro, run? Hae-sung is laying on the charm, but Jae-hui is clearly questioning everything. She's so close to him, and he's visibly panicking. This girl is straight up obsessive. Okay, Jae-hui's looking down and sees a red mark on his neck. No way, this girl attacked him. He tries to play it cool, saying he's planning on getting into a good school, but his voice is shaky. She asks if he has plans after this, and honestly, the way she says it sends chills down my spine. Hae-sung is way too close for comfort, and Jae-hui is clearly freaked out. Bro, she's suffocating him. Everyone's at the restaurant, digging into this massive seafood stew. It looks insane, honestly. Our boy is just trying to enjoy the meal when this girl, Hae-sung, offers to bring more side dishes. The table is already covered in food, but she keeps bringing out plates, and it's a little much. Hae-sung suddenly asks what's wrong with Cheolmin, seemingly out of nowhere. Super weird flex. She insists Cheolmin is pretty normal, but her friend looks totally unconvinced, and honestly, same. Someone thinks Hae-sung is jealous, and she's definitely giving off some intense vibes, bro. Hae-sung mentions Cheolmin said there are strange kids in his class, and it's a total mood shift. Her friend asks if they're bullying Cheolmin, but Hae-sung is clearly fishing for info. No way. Someone else at the table wonders if Hae-sung is talking about Cheolmin's gang, and the tension is building. But the other girl isn't comfortable talking about it, and honestly, she's right to be suspicious. Hae-sung suddenly calls Cheolmin by name, Solbi, and everyone at the table freezes, totally confused. She claims Cheolmin was super quiet in middle school, which is a weirdly specific detail to bring up right now. Cheolmin looks shocked by the name, and Hae-sung's expression is unreadable. She's playing games. Hae-sung's friend asks what she's even talking about, and she just stares intensely at Cheolmin. Bro. Cheolmin demands to know what she's getting at, but Hae-sung just keeps staring, like she's sizing him up. She reaches out, grabs his hand, and the table goes silent. Talk about awkward tension. But before anyone can react, Hae-sung throws a bowl of food right at Cheolmin, causing a huge mess. Everything's flying everywhere. Plates clatter, food splatters. It's absolute chaos. No way. Cheolmin is stunned, and Hae-sung demands to know what he's trying to hide, straight up accusing him of something. Someone else at the table calls Hae-sung out, saying she shouldn't have brought it up, and the fight is on. Cheolmin tries to apologize to Hae-sung, but she cuts him off, saying she shouldn't have acted like she knew everything. He tells her it's okay, he knows she meant well. Smooth move, our boy, but she's clearly not buying it. Suddenly, someone else at the table is saying Hae-sung should have been more careful, and oof, that's a low blow. Hae-sung's friend looks totally done with everything, while this other dude, Jae-hui, decides no boo is the time to ask for Cheolmin's number. Jae-hui asks for his number, and Cheolmin actually hands over his phone. What is happy men, bro? She takes the phone and thanks him, but honestly, something feels super off about this whole interaction. Jae-hui is bragging about how they even get celebrities at the restaurant, and her tone is unsettling, to say the least. She looks over at Cheolmin, and her expression is icy. This girl is straight up plotting something. However, she agrees to give him her number if she has time, which is a seriously shady response. And that's it, cliffhanger time. Something's brewing, and it feels like Cheolmin is walking right into a trap. Hae-sung is spiraling in the car, convinced Cheolmin is only being nice because he feels bad. She's desperately trying to convince herself he didn't mean what he said. It's kinda heartbreaking, honestly. But she's stuck in a loop, repeating that he said it was fine, so it has to be fine, right? Cheolmin asks what's with the gloomy vibes, and she just keeps insisting Hae-sung said everything was okay. She's practically begging herself to stop thinking about it, but she can't shake the feeling he was just being polite. Cheolmin notices she seems oddly excited, a total red flag, and asks what's up. She plays it cool, asking if he thinks she seems excited, and then asks if she can hit him. No way. The scene cuts to black, and then we're suddenly outside with Jae-hui and another girl. Jae-hui casually drops that they spent the whole day having fun instead of studying, which is suspicious, and the girl is sporting a t-shirt with a heart and a dagger on it. This whole situation is screaming danger. Cheolmin finds Jae-hui's chosen field of study interesting, English, of all things, and she's determined to do this. She declares 2 hours a day won't be enough, and Cheolmin is immediately like, no, absolutely not. But Jae-wee insists she can handle 50 English words a day, and Cheolmin reluctantly agrees. Okay. They start studying at a cafe, and Jae-hui brags about how popular the instructor is. Suspicious much. She asks how to access the class, and Cheolmin sends her the link, but then her phone dings with a message. It's from Jae-jong Lee, asking if he's studying, with a picture of the instructor. This girl is obsessed. Cheolmin is totally creeped out, and honestly, same. Jae-wee is straight up spiraling. She claims she feels like she's getting a fresh start when she's with Cheolmin, but it's giving major red flags. She's desperately trying to convince herself it's okay, but Cheolmin is clearly not buying it. And the episode ends with Cheolmin realizing something's wrong. This is a disaster waiting to happen, bro. Cheolmin asks Jae-wee if this Jae-jong is her friend, and she's all awkward, saying they only talk sometimes. She tries to brush it off, but Cheolmin is not letting it go. He wants to know why she's being so cagey. Cheolmin demands to know why she won't talk about Jae-jong, and she flinches. Major red flag alert. Cheolmin presses harder, and Jae-wee finally blurts out that Jae-jong has always been a bit of a player. She straight up calls him a downright womanizer, and Cheolmin is visibly disturbed. Good, he should be. Jae-hui then confesses she lied about them not being friends. She couldn't bear the thought of Cheolmin and Jae-jong being close. She admits she introduced them, and Cheolmin is reeling. This girl is a mess of tangled feelings and deception. Cheolmin starts freaking out, his heart racing, as he realizes Jae-jong texts Jae-hui regularly and seems to genuinely care about her. He's clearly seeing the pieces fall into place, and it's not pretty. This dude is realizing he's walked into a seriously twisted situation. Our boy is starting to understand Jae-hui's obsession with him isn't exactly healthy, and honestly, it's terrifying. Cheolmin suddenly remembers Jae-jong asking for his number, and clenches his fist. He realizes he didn't give it to him. He starts spiraling, thinking about how he used his cowardice as an excuse to avoid sharing contact info. But then he wonders why Jae-jong would even want his number in the first place. It's a legit question. Our boy is visibly shaken, and honestly, this is the moment he fully understands just how obsessed Jae is. The teacher asks for volunteers to be class president, but seriously, nobody raises their hand. Awkward. This girl, Jae-hui, just straight up volunteers, and the teacher asks for her name, no hesitation at all. She's told to come to the front, and the teacher is clearly relieved someone actually stepped up. The teacher asks if anyone else wants to run, but it's a total dead zone, so Jae-hui is officially president. Now they're asking for a vice president, and our boy, Mingyu, glances up. Uh-oh, here we go. Someone raises their hand, but it's cut off, building some suspense. And it's another student who volunteers, raising his hand high and declaring he'll do it. Mingyu, though, looks completely unimpressed. He's judging hard, and honestly, same. The teacher assumes everyone agrees with Jae-hui being VP and demands applause. Talk about pushy. Two students, a blonde guy and a girl with glasses, immediately start clapping for Jae-hui, but Mingyu is giving major side eye. Mingyu starts fidgeting with his suit, looking totally distracted, and bro, something is definitely up with him. We see a club application with Jaebin Son's name on it. This is getting interesting. The girl with glasses tells Mingyu she's joining the science club again, and Mingyu casually says he is too. But wait, Mingyu seems a little too nonchalant and starts scratching his ear like he's hiding something. The girl asks if he's interested in Class A or Class B of the science club, but Mingyu just wants to know the difference. She says he's joining Class A, isn't he? And Mingyu just confirms it, so easily. However, the girl looks suspicious, and we can tell she's not buying it for a second. Mingyu's definitely playing a game, and he's straight up trying to match Jae-hui's moves. This is gonna be good. Mingyu tries to act cool, telling the girl not to be cheeky. Talk about a weird flex. The girl asks what the interview is like, and Mingyu casually says the teacher asked about science topics last year. But then he drops a bomb. There's a new mentor teacher, so the questions could be different, and the girl visibly flinches. A new guy walks up, says hello, and it's clear the girl is totally thrown off guard. She awkwardly returns the greeting, and Mingyu just stands there looking intense. Mingyu bows, and honestly, the angle makes him look kinda menacing. Is he up to something? We get a close-up of the new guy, and he looks stressed, like he's sweating for no reason. The girl manages a shaky hello. She's clearly uncomfortable, and we're starting to feel bad for her. Mingyu's staring, and he's thinking about how the new teacher will give him a worried look. What is happening in his head? The girl asks why Mingyu looked so nervous, and he plays it cool, saying the interview just made him tense. But she doesn't buy it for a second, and calls him out. demanding to know why he's worried. Mingyu smirks and reveals this isn't a university interview at all. This girl is straight up losing it. She's panicking, and Mingyu just wants her to keep smiling and remember how well he's doing. Then, out of nowhere, she announces she's getting laser surgery after the exams. What? Mingyu's shocked by the news, and she casually adds that her glasses are annoying when she eats. Bro, she's dropping these bombshells like it's nothing. Is she trying to mess with him? She's totally playing mind games, and Mingyu's clearly trying to figure out what's going on. The girl keeps smiling, and honestly, it's a little creepy. This whole situation is off. She's determined to only remember how well he's doing, and we're starting to feel seriously uneasy. She asks if they know her name, and our boy Mingyu just draws a blank, straight up forgets. He tries to play it off, but this girl is not having it. She's pretending to be deeply hurt. Mingyu doubles down on the drama, claiming they're the president and vice president, and then starts crying. She finally reveals her name, Jaehui Song, and Hyo Song, the other girl, says she remembers her. Jaehui remembers Mingyu as the president, and Hyo Song gets a shout out for having a unique last name. They realize they were in the same class last year, and it turns out they all had Mr. Choi as a teacher. The conversation turns to the science club, and Jaehui asks if Hyo Song is joining again this year. Jaehui thinks it's great if their teacher mentors the club, but Hyo Song looks like she wants to disappear. Hyo Song admits she was interested in the science club last year, but didn't join because her teacher mentored it. But Jaehui's pushing, suggesting she sign up too, and Hyo-sun's reaction is priceless. She literally flinches. Okay, so the teacher announces they're redrawing seats after lunch, and this dude, Jaehui, is immediately stressed. Jaehui urges Mingyu to hurry and draw a number, but he seems totally unbothered. Like, what is up with him? Everyone starts grabbing numbers from the box, and honestly, the tension is building. We need to know what happens. Hyo Song pulls number 23, and Jaehui immediately asks what she got. She's way too invested in this seating chart. Hyo Song is told to move to the seat labeled on the blackboard, and Jaehui's face is unreadable. Bro. Mingyu's just staring off into space, looking all moody, while everyone else settles in. What is going on with him? The blackboard has the Korean flag on it, and it's a little detail, but it adds to the weird atmosphere. Hyo Song's sitting down now, and Jaehui's still fixated on her, like she's expecting something to happen. But seriously, this whole scene is giving us major yandere vibes, and we're officially on edge. Mingyu's expression is so intense, it's like he's plotting something. This is getting creepy fast. Someone mentions Sokcho Beach, and this girl immediately perks up, reminiscing about how pretty it is. The group's all chatting, but our boy is clearly not feeling the vibe. He's looking super tense. They're all forced to share food with this new guy, and it's already awkward, with people offering chives. He refuses the chives, calling the taste weird, and bro, that's a mistake. Everyone side, eyeing him. Our boy tries to shut down the conversation, saying he doesn't want to go anywhere, but no one listens. This blonde girl is practically demanding he join them, insisting it's only for 3 days and mentioning Jaehui. He finally speaks up, but his expression is intense, and honestly, he looks straight up furious. He mutters jerk under his breath, and it's clear he's thinking about Jaehui. What's going on with that? He wonders why Jaehui's name is suddenly being brought up, and you can feel the tension building. And just when you think it's just awkwardness, his eyes flash, and he's clearly hiding something massive. 3 weeks pass, and everyone's heading to the bus station. It's a total madhouse, honestly. This blonde dude, Hyo Song, spots our boy and immediately yells, wanting them to sit together on the bus. Hyo Song actually grabs our boy's arm, pulling him along, and bro, he looks so annoyed. Our boy is internally screaming. He's thinking Hyo Song is super irritating, and it's hilarious. He tries to play it cool, but his inner monologue is savage, straight up calling Hyo Song a pest. Hyo Song is all smiles, oblivious to the internal rage, and it's making our boy's eye twitch. He's definitely not thrilled, and it's clear this unwanted attention is making things way worse. Our boy thinks he's dodging the blonde, but Hyo Song is persistent. This dude won't give up. He's stuck next to Hyo Song on the bus, and honestly, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Our boy is fuming, and you can feel the tension. Something's about to explode, I swear. Hyo Song keeps pushing that they were together when he first joined lunch. Super awkward, right? He claims he just feels comfortable with Jaehui, but Hyo Sung isn't buying it and asks if they're dating. Hyo Song notices them going to the teacher's office every day and jumps to conclusions. Classic busybody. Our boy straight up denies anything romantic, saying he's just comfortable with Jaehoe, but Hyo-song is TL not letting it go. Then Jaehoe speaks up confused, saying she's actually sitting with Tu Young. Total plot twist? Someone points out Mingyu is looking for a seat, and Jaehoe suggests he sit with him instead. Smooth move. Our boy looks absolutely devastated, and it's clear Jaehoe making plans with Mingyu is hitting different. Hyo-song yells at everyone to just sit down, but the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Someone asks if anyone has water, and we get a glimpse of another guy's head. What is happening? No way, this is getting messy, and I have a feeling this trip is about to be a total disaster. He's staring at Jaehoe and Hui Yong, desperately wondering how to change the situation. It's kinda sad, TB. Jaehoe plops down next to Hui Yong, and our boy is visibly crushed, like, seriously heartbroken. Someone points out Mingyu needs a seat, and Jaehoe immediately suggests he sit with our boy instead, smooth, but savage. He looks totally wrecked, and Jaehoe casually making plans with Mingyu is clearly hitting different. Hyo-song tries to shut it down, demanding everyone sit, but the tension is unbearable. You can practically feel it. Someone asks for water, and we get a random glimpse of another guy's head. Okay, that's weird and unsettling. No way, this is escalating quickly, and I have a feeling this trip is about to be a complete disaster. Hyo-song is plotting to carry them, whatever that means, and Yong is rambling about Bam. What is going on? Our boy straight up says he doesn't like stuff like that, and won't toss anyone in the water or jump in either. A bold statement. Jaehoe declares she's going to nap, and honestly, she's probably the smartest one here right now. The room reps grab the keys and take the lead, and everyone starts heading out. It's go time! They're told they can unpack and rest, but need to be back by 2 p.m. A super tight schedule, TB. Someone can't wait to see the room, saying it looked pretty average online, but our boy's clearly dreading it. Keelman spots Hui Yong and immediately greets him and asks if he's already unpacked. So eager. Hui Yong explains their class got here sooner, and Keelman casually notes they weren't close before. Ouch. Keelman gives Hui Yong a long, intense look, and bro is definitely sizing him up. Keelman says they were close, and our boy looks so confused. What is going on with these two? Keelman explains their moms are friends, so they've known each other a while, but Hui Yong seems unconvinced. Hui Yong bursts into the room, hyped about being home, but Jaehoe's expression is intense. Jaehoe is absolutely fuming, straight up declaring she dislikes everything about Hui Yong. They're trying to line up by student number, but Young keeps suggesting Jaehoe take off her glasses. He doubles down, saying she should take them off tomorrow too, and then reveals his reasoning is insane. Hui Yong says he's going to toss her in the water, and Jaehoe slaps him, and honestly, good for her. Everyone is staring at Hui Yong, who looks completely stunned by the slap, and bro deserves it. We get a close-up of Yong, and he looks off, like something is seriously wrong with this dude. Another close-up, this time of Jaehoe, and she's definitely not messing around. Jaehoe looks furious, but it's hard to tell if it's just anger or something else. Hui Yong is still reeling, but something tells me this isn't over. Not even close. Okay, so Cheelman suggests they play the tea game, and everyone's immediately on board, except Hui Yong, who looks suspicious. Someone asks what the tea game even is, and apparently it's a truth game, which Hui Yong has never played. No way. Hui Yong claims he's busy, but everyone knows he's avoiding it because it's about him and Jaehoe. This girl is relentless. They're all begging him to play, but he's still resisting, and honestly, something tells me this game is gonna be messy. Our boy is up all night, scrolling on his phone. He's clearly obsessing over Jaehoe, but she's playing hard to get. He's practically passed out, totally wrecked from lack of sleep, but still clutching his phone like his life depends on it. He's bugging Jaehoe for the dare she gave him, and she's straight up refusing to tell him until he aces his midterms. Talk about motivation. He's lying in bed, still fixated on his phone, and we get a glimpse of how physically exhausted he is, muscles tense and everything. And then we see the back of him, completely exposed. Bro, this girl is watching him while he sleeps. No way! The class is at the beach, trying to get a group photo, but the teacher wants everyone squished together, which is awkward. Our boy's trying to look cool and collected, throwing up a peace sign, but honestly, he looks super uncomfortable in that crowd. Someone's getting way too close for comfort, and it looks like Jaehoe is right behind him. The tension is building, you guys. She's leaning in, practically breathing down his neck, and her expression is unreadable, which is seriously creepy. But wait, she's just casually resting her head on his shoulder. Or is she? This girl is a master of manipulation, I swear. The group is begging to go swimming, but it's April. The teacher's rightfully horrified, warning them they'll freeze. Jae-hui suddenly gets lifted into the air, and everyone's losing it. Lift, they yell, and she looks totally shocked. The president is coming, and the group starts carrying Jae-hui towards him, but she's desperately trying to get down. She's flailing and screaming stop, but they're not listening. It's clear this is about to get wild. Everyone's cheering Jae-hui on, saying good job, as they rush towards the ocean, and our boy looks stunned. And then, SPLH, they all jump in, and it's total chaos, bro. Jae-hui and the others are completely submerged. The teacher is shocked, yelling that they really did it, and everyone's laughing hysterically at the scene. The teacher's about to join them, but he looks hesitant, like he's questioning all his life choices. Jae-hui is clinging to a guy, and another is holding on to her, but they're all struggling in the water. Our boy just stares, completely frozen, as the whole group is swept away by the waves. This is insane. They're hauling Jae-hui out of the water, and someone, that blonde girl, is saying it'll feel warm soon. The crowd is gathering, looking at Jae-hui, but our boy is totally fixated on something else. He's staring at the ocean, looking super conflicted, and honestly, he looks like he wants to run. A girl is whispering something to another, clearly worried, while our boy is still lost in thought. He starts to wobble, like he's about to fall, and someone yells at him to join them in the water. But he's straight up refusing. I told you I'm not going in, and it's getting intense. Then, no way, they grab him and pull him towards the ocean, and he's screaming don't. He's flailing, yelling no, as he's dragged under the waves. This is a nightmare. Our boy is completely submerged, his face contorted in fear, and the water is swirling around him. He's going down, 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 and it's looking seriously bad. This girl is relentless. He's pulled under, but then a hand grabs his shirt, yanking him back up. It's Jae-hui. She's desperately trying to pull him to safety, but the current is insane and it's a struggle. Our boy is sputtering and coughing, completely overwhelmed, and Jae-hui is just relentless. He finally gets a breath, but he's staring right at Jae-hui, and bro, his face is full of terror. Jae-hui is clutching him, whispering that everything will be okay, but her eyes are off. Seriously creepy. He tries to push her away, yelling at her to let go, but she just holds on tighter. This is getting dark. Someone asks if he's okay, but he can't answer. He's just shaking and staring at her with pure fear. Water drips off his face, and he looks utterly broken, while Jae-hui just watches him with that unsettling smile. She's still holding him, whispering sweet nothings, and honestly, it's way more terrifying than the drowning. He's completely lost, staring at her with a mix of fear and confusion. This girl is straight up obsessed. He's calling out for Hae-sung, clearly distraught and desperate to find her. But it's all echoing in the water. He spots a figure in the water and swims towards it, thinking it's her, but it's just a tangle of branches. He finally reaches Hae-sung, who's floating lifelessly, and he's frantically trying to wake her up. He pulls her onto the bus, and someone asks if he's alright. He just stares straight ahead, completely shell-shocked. He's scrolling through his phone, looking at texts from Hae-sung, and it's just a lot. She's telling him to do well on his midterms, but also to go to bed. This girl is playing games. He reads a final message, I'll see you in Seoul, and it's sending chills down our spines. He's sitting on the bus with a stern, looking older man, who confirms their destination, Seoul, of course. Our boy looks out the window, lost in thought, and honestly, he's a mess right now. He's clearly headed toward something terrible, and this whole situation is just escalating so fast. The teacher sighs, telling our boy what he did was serious. He could be suspended, no way! But it doesn't stop there. The teacher says he needs to apologize to Mingyu, like ASAP. Suddenly, Mingyu's mother arrives with an older woman, and the tension is instantly cranked up. The teacher introduces Mingyu's mom, Miss Park, and honestly, she looks furious. Miss Park greets them, and our boy can't help but stare. This is getting awkward fast. He's lost in thought, replaying everything that happened, and it's clear he's seriously stressed. The teacher announces the end of the class trip, and it feels final, like something big just happened. Miss Park is here, along with her mother, and the teacher's about to deliver some bad news. It looks like they're about to hold him accountable, and our boy is bracing for impact. He's staring straight ahead, completely frozen, and this whole situation is a total disaster. Miss Park asks how Mingyu is doing, and the teacher explains he's still been talking about it. But get this, Miss Park says she had a long conversation with Mingyu before coming here, like a serious heart-to-heart. She reveals Mingyu admitted Hae-sung was very clear about not wanting to go near the ocean, straight up. However, this whole thing feels off, like she's carefully controlling the narrative. Okay, so everyone's heading to lunch, but Hyo-song is totally spacing out at his desk. This girl, Soo-young, notices he's not moving and asks if he's even coming to eat. Hyo-song just waves her off, saying she can go ahead. Something's clearly wrong with our boy. Soo-young presses him, thinking the meeting went well, but he's clearly upset about something. He's fixated on what happened on the class trip, and Soo-young thinks the other guys don't even care. Soo-young starts typing on her phone, and we get a close-up of Hyo-song looking wrecked. She reveals he got into the science club, but he barely reacts. He's totally checked out. It's super awkward, and Soo-young just stares at her phone, waiting for a response. Hyo-song is brooding, and Soo-young is getting increasingly worried about him. He mumbles something about Mingyu, and honestly, this dude is a mess right now. Hyo-song is spiraling, convinced he's the only one who failed. It's a total meltdown. Soo-young tries to reassure him, saying he did well on the test, but he's not hearing it. He's absolutely humiliated, and Soo-young is seriously concerned about what's going on. She asks if this is about the club, and bro, he's barely making eye contact. Soo-young's worried they're drifting apart, and honestly, it's a legit fear. Hyo-song is completely shut down, covering his face with his hands, but Soo-young doesn't give up. She keeps pressing him, and he finally admits he was going to tell her about Mingyu after the midterms. Apparently, Mingyu is her closest friend, and Hyo-song's been keeping something from her. She's confused because she already considers him a close friend, and is wondering why he's so worried. But it's clear Hyo-song's jealousy is about to explode. This is getting messy. Soo-young asks if he wants her to do it again, but Hyo-song is straight up hesitant. Something's really off. She thinks it'll make her feel better, but she's clearly reading the room and sensing his distress. But she goes for it anyway, reaching out to touch him, and our boy flinches like it's gonna hurt. She's questioning her actions, thinking he seems really upset, and honestly, she's starting to get a bad feeling. Soo-young gently pats his back, trying to comfort him, but he's still buried in his hands. This is rough. He blurts out they promised to go to the same university, and it's clear this is about more than just a test score. Hyo-sung finally looks up, and he's smiling. It's a weird, unsettling smile, and it does not match the situation. He just says, okay, but his expression is so strained, it's like he's barely holding it together. However, that smile is totally creepy. Something is seriously wrong with our boy. This girl is so oblivious. She's trying to be supportive, but she has no idea what's going on with him. Hyo-song is on the phone, and Soo-young is totally eavesdropping. She asks who it is. He answers, and it's Jae-jong. She's asking how he is, but he's giving one-word answers. Jae-jong says they haven't talked in a while, and he brushes it off with the busy studying line. But Jae-jong isn't letting it go. She asks if he still studies with Jae-hui, and you can feel the tension. He's all, why? Pretending to be curious, but we know he's totally fishing for info. Soo-young wants to ask him something, but he cuts her off, and honestly, it's kinda rude. He's wiping his face with his hand, looking stressed. Something is seriously bothering our boy. Soo-young asks what's wrong if he did something wrong, but he immediately backtracks, sketchy. He says it doesn't matter, but his face says otherwise. This is a total cover-up. He's clearly hiding something, and Soo-young is starting to realize it. But what's going on? He's on the phone again, and it's Jae-jong. He's trying to end the call, but she's persistent. She asks if he's avoiding her, and he straight up lies, saying he's busy studying. Smooth bro. He clutches his pen so tight his knuckles are white. He's definitely hiding something big. Soo-young is getting suspicious and tries to talk to him, but he shuts her down, claiming he's busy. He's so cold and dismissive. She says she feels hurt, and honestly, she deserves better. He brushes her off, saying he's preparing for university. This dude is a master manipulator. Jae-jong calls again, and he answers immediately. Talk about shady behavior. He's talking to her, and Soo-young's grandfather asks why she's not in her room. Awkward. He quickly redirects the conversation, telling the grandfather to let his daughter play. He's covering for her. But something is seriously off. This whole situation is giving me the chills, and I think Soo-young feels it too. Soo-young's grandfather asks if she thinks they should move. He's worried about the rent and the lease. Our boy suggests they find a cheaper place nearby, and his grandmother agrees. He's playing the responsible grandson. He asks if that's okay with her, and honestly, he's being way too accommodating. Something's up. They check out a new place, and the grandmother immediately praises his finding skills. A little too eager, if you ask me. He lists all the perks: affordable, good sunlight, close to school. He's really selling it, but why? The grandmother points out the old flooring and wallpaper, but the landlord assures them he'll fix it. Seems legit. Our boy straight up tells her to take the place, and the grandmother asks if she likes it. He's pushing hard. He glances away, and it's super obvious he's hiding something. This is getting intense. Suddenly, Jae-jong calls out Hae-sung. No way, she's here! He looks shocked, and this girl is clearly not supposed to be here. This is about to explode. He says he really likes the place, and bro, it's a little too enthusiastic. He's definitely hiding something. Jae-jong suddenly asks if he's moving because of her, and our boy deflects, saying he just wants a comfortable space. But Jae-jong doesn't buy it for a second. She's suspicious, and honestly, she should be. This girl asks our boy how his midterm went, and he admits it wasn't great, but he's not thrilled about it either. She immediately asks to see it. No way. And the teacher is right there telling everyone to show their parents their grades. Our boy's grades are good enough for an academic progress award, and she's quick to point out his improvement, which is sweet. But it's not enough for her. She straight up says his score still isn't as good as hers, and he's clearly feeling the pressure. She encourages him, saying he'll catch up soon if he keeps going, and he's suddenly worried he needs to work even harder. They're eating pizza. A weird pizza, honestly. And he finally asks the question we're all thinking: why aren't they hanging out with Mingyu anymore? He thinks Mingyu might still be awkward around them after whatever went down, and she confirms it, saying Mingyu seems uncomfortable too. She's giving him a look, and honestly, it's a little creepy. She's definitely hiding something. She asks a question, but doesn't say it out loud, and we're left hanging with a cliffhanger. However, this girl is clearly thinking about something else, and it's probably not good news for our boy. She drops a bomb. She's going to England for 3 weeks this summer, and our boy is visibly thrown. He asks why, and she shudders before explaining her mom works there and found her an English camp. It's not just a camp, though. It's a program where she'll experience university life, which sounds kinda intense. He pretends to be cool with it, saying it sounds nice, but something is definitely off with this dude. She explains her mom has been away a long time, and he's clearly disturbed by the news. But she tries to play it off like it's a normal summer program, and he just nods along, clearly suspicious. She asks if he wants to know more about the camp, but he seems hesitant, like he already knows it's bad news. She describes it as a place where students live and experience university life, and he's still not buying it. He gives her a weird look, and she says it's a bit different than just spending time in nature. Our boy's starting to put the pieces together, and honestly, we're worried about what this means. She's laying it all out. She'll give him homework before she leaves, and insists he'll be fine without her. But our boy is straight up spiraling. He's clearly not okay, and his eyes are wild with panic. She says she knows there's more to life than studying and hopes he gets into a good university. It's a weird flex. Then she drops a huge bomb. Her grandmother was incredibly proud of her achievements since elementary school. She reveals her grandmother doted on her, but got sick when she was young, and our boy is listening intently. Her grandmother is gone now, but she still studies to make her proud. It's a little creepy, honestly. She's explaining all this while they walk, and we get a glimpse of a sunny, idyllic landscape. However, it's revealed this isn't just about academics. It's about fulfilling her grandmother's expectations. She hopes he succeeds and makes his grandmother proud too. It's a lot of pressure for everyone involved. And honestly, this whole scene feels off. Like she's trying way too hard to justify everything. She tells him she thinks he's special, and our boy is immediately thrown. What is happening? This girl's grandmother clearly had a huge impact, and she's connecting it to his goals now. He asks how he could be special, and she stumbles over her words, saying it's hard to explain. She starts with the obvious: he works hard, but then says that what makes everyone special, which is a point. She quickly recovers, saying he's special too, because he also has a goal, and bro is just standing there. She's laying it on thick, and it feels less like a sweet confession and more like justification for something. It's unsettling how much she's tying everything back to ambition and achieving goals, honestly. She's walking right beside him, almost too close, and her expression is unreadable. The sky is this weird pink color, and it just adds to the creepy vibes of this whole conversation. No way, she's framing everything around her own needs, and our boy is completely oblivious. She tells him he shines so brightly, and when they're together she feels truly alive. Talk about intense. She's leaning in, hand reaching for him, and straight up declares she's gonna focus only on him. He's walking ahead, totally oblivious, and she's just staring at his back. Bro is in danger. This girl's classmates are complimenting her skin, but she's clearly distracted and barely acknowledges them. She glances over at our boy, who's sitting alone and looking down. It's a loaded moment, honestly. She reaches out and lightly touches his hair, and he looks up, startled. What is she even doing? He tries to brush it off, but her touch lingers, and she's giving him this unsettling smile. However, he quickly turns away, visibly uncomfortable, and she doesn't seem to notice or care. The title card drops, "To Drown in You." Okay, that's a very ominous title, guys. We get a shot of the school building, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me serious bad vibes. Okay, so she's getting makeup on in class, totally against the rules, and our boy is losing it. He's staring at her, and she finally looks up, locking eyes with him. Talk about awkward. He demands she wash it off now, but she just says she'll do it soon. She's seriously testing his limits. Her friend asks what if their teacher sees, and our boy is already spiraling, questioning what's happening. The other girl tries to defend Jae-wee, saying they're just having fun, but he's not buying it. He's practically yelling about what if she gets a demerit, and honestly, he's coming off super controlling. She calls him out, asking who he thinks he is, and the tension in the room is insane. Jae-wee insists she'll wash it off, but then another girl asks if she can use Jae-wee's wipes. Our boy is completely frozen, and she's staring right at him. This is escalating fast. She's holding his gaze, and you can tell she's enjoying his discomfort. She's straight up toying with him. She's asking what that was, whatever just happened, and she looks genuinely freaked out, which is rare. Everyone in class is staring at her now, and she's fixated on our boy. This is getting super intense. He's completely frozen, staring back, and she's still holding his gaze, but she's turning away now. She's walking toward him, and he's clearly panicking. Bro, she's coming in for the kill. This girl, Hyo-song, spots our boy Mingyu trying to leave and straight up yells at him to stop. She rushes over and yanks his backpack. Talk about aggressive. She needs to talk? Like no. Mingyu shouts back, telling her he already told her to stop, but she's not listening at all. Hyo-song responds with a simple "Ayas," but it feels super loaded, like she's confirming something huge. She doubles down, demanding to know why he switched her turn without even asking. What is going on? Mingyu reveals the reason Hyo-song's friend, Manhwa, is friends with the guy whose turn it was. Hyo-song is confused, asking what he's even talking about, totally lost in the drama. He explains people tend to hang around others who are similar, and honestly, it sounds like he's building a case. But Hyo-song isn't having it, claiming Mingyu is being unfair and that Cheolmin and this other guy are totally different people. She insists Mingyu can't assume anything, and honestly, this whole situation is spiraling out of control. Hyo-song accuses Mingyu of trying to control her, saying what Mingyu thinks isn't important right now. Mingyu gets right in her face, angry that she's trying to control him. No way is he letting that slide. They're now arguing near a window, and Mingyu points out the cleanup duty is a class rule, but Hyo-song isn't hearing it. Mingyu pushes it, asking if she's considered he's just trying to protect her. But she's not buying it. Hyo-song snaps, demanding to know why he thinks he has the right to control her and make assumptions. She's seriously upset, and Mingyu looks totally taken aback by her reaction. This is getting intense. Mingyu's expression shifts, and he quietly admits he just didn't want anyone to hurt her. Hyo-song is reeling and asks Mingyu if he hates her now. Ouch, that's a low blow. She's so upset, she's practically begging for an answer, and Mingyu looks completely devastated. But bro, the look on Mingyu's face, straight up heartbreak. This situation is a mess. Mingyu's reeling, and Hyo-song demands to know what he's even thinking, straight up asking how she's supposed to feel about him. She throws out that he tried to keep her from eating lunch with other kids. And honestly, it's a pretty low blow. Hyo-song accuses him of being stronger than she thought, but then immediately apologizes for speaking so sharply. What a roller coaster. She says she got carried away, and Mingyu looks absolutely crushed, but she's already turning to leave. Hyo-song tells him she's going back to clean and will see him tomorrow, and bro, the tension is THK. They walk toward the door, and Mingyu glances back at her, looking completely heartbroken. This is brutal. She exits, leaving Mingyu standing there, and his expression is just empty, straight up devastated. He's frozen, staring at the door, and it's clear this conversation hit him way harder than he let on. Mingyu's eyes are narrowed, and he seems to be gathering himself. Something's definitely brewing. But this isn't over, not even close. because our boy looks like he's about to make a decision. Hyo-sung is thinking about how she hid her anxiety, pretending everything was fine with Minyu. She recalls talking to him as if nothing happened, but bro, it's clear she's still reeling. She admits she thought changing herself would be enough, but now realizes she just lowered her guard. Suddenly, she remembers receiving an academic progress award, and it's a total mood shift. Someone congratulates Mingyu, and the entire class breaks into applause, but he looks so lost. Mingyu accepts the award, but his expression is blank and honestly, it's heartbreaking. He's receiving all this praise, but it's clear he's barely processing any of it. Hyo-seong is watching him from afar, and the look on her face is complicated, to say the least. She's definitely second-guessing everything, and it's a total internal crisis for her right now. But this isn't about the award, it's about Mingyu, and she's starting to realize just how much she messed up. Hyo-song asks Jaehui when she's leaving, and Jaehui seems totally distracted. She's staring right at Mingyu. Mingyu accepts his award, but he looks so lost in thought, and Jaehui is fixated on him. Jaehui abruptly tells Mingyu to finish up, then snaps into a military salute, which is intense. She directs the class to give Mingyu a salute, and honestly, it's a little creepy how controlled she is. Mingyu is clearly uncomfortable with the attention, and Jaehui is watching his reaction with a strange smile. Hyo-song realizes Jaehui is still upset about Mingyu, and that she's putting on a show for him. Jaehui leaves the classroom and Hyo-song follows, clearly needing to talk to her. They walk outside and Hyo-song tries to ask what's going on, but Jaehui is barely acknowledging her. Jaehui stops at the crosswalk, staring straight ahead, and Hyo-song is getting seriously worried now. Jaehui pulls out her phone, seemingly ignoring Hyo-song, and bro, the tension is THK. Mingyu is spiraling, seriously. He's shaking so much he can barely hold his phone, convinced she's still upset. He checks his phone and sees a text from Jaehui asking where he is, and relief washes over him. But it's kinda creepy how quickly he perks up. He starts speed walking, desperate to find her, and straight up Jira-s her arm to stop her. Jaehui says she called out to him, and then drops a bomb she thought he'd left already. Mingyu confesses he's worried she still feels uncomfortable around him, thinking he might be making things awkward. Jaehui brushes it off, claiming she was just looking for him because of the award. But no way is that the full story. She says she's going to study hard all summer, wanting to get high honors like him next term. It's a little too eager, honestly. Mingyu looks genuinely touched, telling her it's all thanks to her, but his eyes are watery, and something feels off. He's clearly bottling up a ton of emotions, and his expression is so intense it's almost unsettling. Jaehui insists she called out to him, and her smug tone is giving major villain vibes. She totally knew where he was. Jaehui waves goodbye, telling Mingyu she'll text him when she can, but it feels so forced and distant, honestly. She starts walking away, and bro, the emptiness in this scene is hitting hard, like she's already shutting him out. Mingyu stands there watching her go, backpack slumped, and it's clear he's totally lost in thought. He's reeling. He's frozen, staring at the crosswalk, and it's super unsettling because he looks utterly defeated and small. 3 weeks have passed since, well, everything. It's been rough, clearly. Huge warning signs flash on screen. This episode is intense, covering mature themes and substance abuse, so brace yourself. Jaehui is walking to school, and someone calls her name, but she's totally spacing out, lost in thought. She's catching up with a classmate about camp, saying the time difference was brutal, but she's trying to play it cool. Our boy shows up, complimenting her camp photos, but this girl is acting so weirdly distant. Hye-song starts to speak and bro, she's about to lay something heavy on him. It's clear she needs his attention. She asks him to listen, but then immediately says never mind, which is straight up manipulative. Hye-song tries to brush it off, saying she'll tell him later, but her expression is giving major red flags. She claims she needs to talk to their teacher, but honestly, that feels like a total excuse to ditch him. She walks away, leaving our boy confused, and says she'll see him in class, but something is definitely off with this girl. Hye-song asks if they're talking about the class trip, and Jaehui says she should wait until he returns. Super awkward. Someone else asks what they think about Hye-song, and a girl admits she doesn't like her, calling her creepy. They all agree they're worried about Jaehui, and have been wanting to talk about this for a while now. Another girl reveals Jaehui and Hye-song used to be inseparable, and she hoped they'd get together. But after Hye-song attacked Mingyu, she realized Jaehui shouldn't be with him. Finally, someone sees it. Meanwhile, Hye-song is trying to play it cool, saying she was just joking about the trip, but it's a total lie. She claims she couldn't go because of a family trip, then says she didn't mean for them to gossip about Jaehui. She tries to backtrack, but the other students insist they're genuinely concerned for Jaehui. The tension is building. Haesong is clearly trying to control the narrative, but the others aren't buying it, and our boy looks so uncomfortable. Jaehui is still staring out the window, totally zoned out, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me chills. Someone overhears their conversation and admits Haesong was clearly over Jaehui by the first term. Wow, that's fast. But they quickly clarify she's the class president and super sensitive about bullying, so she's obligated to spend time with him. Another student thinks Haesong will distance herself eventually, but honestly, that feels like wishful thinking. Our boy is still brooding, staring at the floor, and someone points out how different those two are. He's questioning if Haesong even sees Jaehui as a friend, and someone else jumps in to say she probably just pities him. They all agree Haesong won't leave Jaehui alone. It's straight up creepy, and bro needs to get away. Someone remembers the teacher yelling about Jaehui getting a demerit, and then our boy admits he wishes Jaehui would just stop hanging out with her. He's worried sick. Another girl says Jaehui and Haesong were friends, but things clearly changed, no kidding. This dude thinks Jaehui is totally oblivious, and Haesong is manipulating everything, but it's too late to say anything. However, Jaehui is still lost in thought, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me major red flags. Someone asks Jaehui why he's been going to Haesong so often, and bro is immediately on the defensive. He stammers about university, trying to make it sound like it's just study sessions, but it's so unconvincing. Jaehui says they promised to go to the same university, but his voice is all shaky and weird. He's clearly desperate to talk about it later, saying they're alone now, and it's a lot. Our boy is straight up panicking, begging Jaehui to just tell him what's going on. He's so anxious. Jaehui is side-eyeing him hard, and honestly, her expression is sending chills down my spine. She asks why he'd even bring up their teacher, and it's a total curveball. What is happening? Jaehui demands to know why she told him about it, and Haesong is just smirking. Haesong is staring off into space with a creepy, knowing look. This girl is seriously unsettling. However, Jaehui's expression is unreadable, and I swear she's playing some kind of game. Haesong finally spills what's on her mind. She's thinking about studying abroad, and she's nervous to tell Jaehui. She reveals she wants to study in England, and Jaehui looks completely blindsided, like he didn't see this coming. Haesong explains her mom suggested it, and it's the first time she's actually felt excited about learning. Wow, that's a twist. But here's the kicker, she says her mom doesn't know how long she'll be gone, and Jaehui's face is falling apart. She continues, saying she loved the school's atmosphere and the professor's teaching style in England. Haesong gushes about the interesting curriculum, but Jaehui is just staring at her, clearly freaking out. She's totally unloading this bombshell, and Jaehui is stuck in silence, looking like he wants to disappear. No way, Haesong is explaining everything, and Jaehui's expression is getting more and more unhinged. She's talking about how much she loves England, but Jaehui is starting to look like he might actually cry. However, it's clear this isn't about studying at all. This girl is straight up leaving, and Jaehui is losing it. Haesong says she's grateful for what Jaehui said before, because it helped her make this decision. Okay, something's up. Jaehui asks if she means because he encouraged her hard work, and Haesong admits it made her think about what she really wants. She explains this opportunity suddenly came up, and she couldn't ignore something she truly desired. Wait, is she justifying this? Jaehui insists she'll have to start from the beginning, but she agrees, and honestly, he's sounding a little too eager. He asks if she'll finish high school first, but Haesong drops the bomb. She's leaving for England right away. Jaehui is reeling, staring out the window as rain streaks down the glass, and this is getting seriously intense. He's totally broken, and Haesong asks if she can ask him something. Ugh, please don't make it worse. We get a close-up of Jaehui's face reflected in the rain, and he looks completely devastated. This is brutal. Haesong asks her question, and the rain is blurring everything, but you can feel the tension building. But seriously, what is she asking, and why does Jaehui look like his world is ending? Haesong asks Jaehui if he ever thought of her at all while she was gone, and bro, the question hits air deep. He's totally submerged in water, like literally, as if memories are flooding him, but it's super unsettling. Haesong admits she felt guilty because of their promise, but it's clear she's got a twisted idea of what that means. She says she of course thought of him, and it's a relief, but honestly her expression is giving major red flags. Our boy is straight up begging her not to send him back to that place. Whatever it is, it's clearly messed him up. Huge warning flashes on screen letting us know this episode is dark self-harm, mature themes, substance abuse. Buckle up, bro. She drops a bombshell she'd literally drown to death without him. No way, this girl is intense. He's confused, asking what that place even is, and this woman just holds him tight. It's a weird flex. We get a close-up of her face, and she's got this unsettling look, like she's hiding something huge. She admits he relied on her a lot, and that she knows how hard this must be for him. But it feels off. She says she's not happy about this either, trying to sound sympathetic, but her expression says otherwise. She promises they'll talk it out, that they'll talk all the time. Is she trying to reassure him, or control him? He looks exhausted, and honestly, it's like he can see right through her attempts at comfort. He's trying to stay chill, but the tension is THK. Something is seriously wrong with this situation. Hyo-song's pleading for her to let go, saying she can't breathe, but this girl is squeezing her so hard. She's gripping Hyo-song's hair, squeezing her head. It's a full-on chokehold, bro. Seriously intense. Hyo-song gasps for air, looking absolutely terrified, but Jae-wi is right there, shouting at her not to push him away. Jae-wi pushes Hyo-song off and she staggers back, coughing and gasping for air. It's a mess. Another guy rushes over, looking shocked, while Jae-wi just stares, totally unbothered by what just happened. The blonde dude looks seriously concerned, asking if Hyo-song is okay, but Jae-wi is just watching, creepy. Hyo-song weakly says she's okay, but she's clearly shaken up, and Jae-wi is still giving off major vibes. Jae-wi asks if she feels better, but honestly, it feels like he's checking if his actions worked, not if she's actually okay. Hyo-song manages a yeah, but it's so fragile, and Jae-wi's expression is unreadable. This dude is playing games. We see a shadowy figure lurking in the background, and it's clear someone else is watching, adding another layer of mystery. Jae-wi's stepping closer, asking Hyo-song if she's okay, but she flinches back, straight up recoils from his touch. He's like, you, and the blonde dude tries to intervene, but Jae-wi just stares him down. Jae-wi tells them to move, and his voice is so cold, so commanding, it's seriously unsettling. He says he doesn't want to fight Hyo-song, but then slaps her. No way, Jae-wi, what is wrong with you? Jae-hoi's ranting about Hyo-song bringing up the beach, accusing her of trying to drive a wedge between him and Jae-wi. He claims he heard she was asking around about him, and is furious she'd think he didn't know. The blonde dude tries to explain, saying she didn't mean it like that, promising to explain later. But Jae-hui isn't hearing it. He's calling her a fake, a backstabber. This dude is losing it. We get a glimpse of the blonde and Hyo-song, and they both look completely defeated and heartbroken. Jae-hui's just standing there, radiating possessiveness and rage. Our boy is in deep trouble, honestly. Jae-hui's losing it, demanding to know what Hyo-song said, but she's panicking, begging him to speak. Hyo-song is a mess, gasping for air and saying she feels like she's going to die. This is terrifying. The blonde dude tries to intervene, threatening to get a teacher, but Jae-hui just yells in his face. So aggressive. We get a quick shot of Jae-hui's hair, and honestly, it looks like it's moving on its own. Super creepy. Jae-hui's sister, with glasses, steps in, saying they'll talk later, but she looks totally distraught. Jae-hui just stares blankly ahead, and the blonde dude and Hyo-song are huddled together. The tension is insane. Suddenly, something, or someone, swoops in, moving at lightning speed, and it's all a blur. Jae-hui gets slammed into, and is sent tumbling. But what just happened? It's raining now, and Jae-hui is on his knees, soaked and looking completely broken. He's a wreck, tears streaming down his face, and it's clear whatever attacked him was personal. Jae-hui's sister is reaching out to him, offering a hand, but he just stares straight ahead, totally zoned out. She asks if he's okay and if he was studying, but he's clearly not processing anything at all. She tells him he's smart and nice and suggests they study together. She's trying so hard to help our boy. Jae-hui turns away, clutching his arm, and she follows, but he's lost in his own head right now. His sister is carefully holding a screwdriver, and she's saying he's special too. What is she up to? She explains he has a goal, just like her, and honestly, that's a little ominous considering everything. They start walking, and she's got a backpack. Looks like she's planning something, and it's not good. She's talking about how she's always been alone, and Jae-hui's the first person to see her true self. She says she'll make him understand that they'll be together forever. This girl is straight up obsessed. She grabs his arm and he flinches, but she just smiles. This is terrifying, bro. He needs to escape. Jae-wee is desperately ripping up an academic award, the paper tearing in his hands. He's falling apart. He's wondering if having a physical illness would make Jae-wee remember him better, like it'd be easier for her to care. He's staring out the window, watching his sister walk away, and realizing he can't see Jae-wee anymore. Jae-wee decides he needs to get used to not seeing her, but he's clearly in denial. It's a tough pill to swallow. He's clutching the torn award, whispering that he can't survive this, and honestly, we feel that in our souls. He keeps repeating, I can't, I don't know how. It's heartbreaking, bro. He's completely lost. The rain is coming down in sheets as he walks outside, and it's like the weather is mirroring his emotions. He's questioning if Yoonha was ever the problem, or if he's the one who's always been broken. Huge self-reflection moment. He admits he still can't make friends, sleep, eat, or control his feelings, and the anxiety is just overwhelming him. He's repeating, I'm anxious, I'm anxious. It's a gut punch, and we're seriously worried about our boy right now. Jae-hui straight up declares he's too alive to be dead, but can't be alive while Yoonhae is here. Talk about a mood. He says he'll be better off without her in his life, and bro, the rain is really coming down hard now. He collapses soaked, insisting he was so sure he would be fine, but this whole situation is anything but fine. He's completely broken, and honestly, this is a disaster. We need to get our boy some help. Okay, so this episode starts with a warning about mature content, substance abuse, yikes, so buckle up, things are about to get heavy. This girl Sira is back in her hometown and the sea breeze is hitting different, stirring up memories. She's determined to face whatever's been haunting her, refusing to run from her past, which is good because our boy Jiwoo is there, looking brooding and mysterious on the rocks. But also, seriously, what's with the scratches on his neck? They're having a moment, a quiet reunion. But the atmosphere is so tense you could cut it with a knife, honestly. Jiwoo asks why Sira brought him here, and accuses her of breaking a promise. She swore she'd stay away, and now he's clearly upset. Sarah tries to explain, but her expression is kinda creepy, like she's not telling the whole story, and the way she looks at him. The close up on Jiwoo's neck shows more of those strange marks. They look like bruises, but something's definitely off. He demands to know what's going on, but Sira just stares at him, her eyes filled with a complicated, unsettling emotion. And that's where we leave it, bro. A super awkward standoff, and a whole lot of unanswered questions. This is getting good. Sarah reveals she brought Jiwoo here because he hates water, and she's always been drawn to what he avoids. She explains this place is the only one that can save him, but it's a total mind game. Seriously, what does that even mean? Jiwoo tries to reject her offer, refusing to let her get close, but Sira just smiles, and it's sending chills down our spines. She insists she is his salvation, and the way she says it is so unsettling, like she's completely lost it. Jiwoo asks her not to come any closer, but Sira doesn't listen, and then, no way, she pushes him into the water. He's submerged, struggling, and honestly, this is straight up assault. Sira? Jiwoo thrashes, trying to get away, but Sira's got a grip on him, pulling him deeper into the icy depths. They're both underwater now, locked in a desperate struggle, and the tension is unbearable. Jiwoo stares at her, eyes wide with shock and betrayal, and you can see the realization dawning on his face. Sarah holds him tight, her expression unreadable, and it's clear this isn't about saving him, it's about control. Jiwoo, soaked and furious, accuses Sira of making everything his fault, and honestly, he's not wrong. But then this girl drops a bomb since meeting him. She hasn't been able to like anyone freely, and it's a lot. Sira claims it's just anxiety, trying to explain away her obsession, but it feels like a total manipulation tactic. She's grinning, saying she's happy he figured it out, but it's a creepy, unsettling smile that sends shivers down our spines. Jiwoo realizes this isn't about affection. It's about despair, about her needing him because she feels lost and rejected. Sarah keeps pushing, asking if he doesn't want to start over, suggesting she's the only one who can truly care for him. And then, bam, a flashback shows a younger Jiwoo, and Sira's voice reveals she's always known how he felt. She reaches for his hand, and the word TOUFH flashes on the screen, like this is some twisted, pre-planned moment. Sarah promises she'll want him no matter what, and it's not sweet, it's possessive and terrifying. Our boy is trapped, and this girl is straight up losing it. But she's not letting go, not ever. Jiwoo demands to know if she loved him, and Sira just slaps him. No way, that came out of nowhere. He's reeling, hands flying up, and Sira's expression is cold as ice. She's totally broken. Sarah insists he stop pretending to be human, and asks what he expects her to do, but it's a loaded question. She's laying it all out. She's not human, and she doesn't want him acting like a ski he is either. Sierra claims he's just like her, and honestly, it's a terrifyingly twisted compliment. She's saying if he hadn't met her, he wouldn't understand true emotion, but he could mimic it. So creepy. Jiwoo is spiraling, realizing Sarah has been playing him the entire time, manipulating everything. She's desperate, wanting him to understand she'll always want him, no matter what he does. But the real gut punch. Sarah reveals she's known how he felt about her for ages. She's been planning this. Our boy is trapped, and Sarah is doubling down on her obsession. Bro, this is going to get messy. Sarah asks if he's even willing to live among people, but she immediately follows up, questioning if he can. She accuses him of refusing to get to know anyone, saying he lacks the courage to connect. It's brutal. Sarah delivers the final blow. He's incapable of love, because no one ever taught him how, and it's devastating. She stares down at him, eyes narrowed, and you can see the calculation in her gaze. This girl is ice cold. But then her expression shifts, and she smirks, claiming she knows why Jaehooi looked at him that way. Jiwoo is caught off guard, and Sarah's smile is terrifying. She's enjoying his discomfort way too much. However, the scene cuts to a heavy downpour, and it feels like the world is mirroring Jiwoo's emotional state. Sarah's voice echoes, saying she'll always want him, no matter what. It's a promise, but it feels like a threat. She reveals she's known his feelings for ages, and she's been planning this whole time, manipulating everything. Our boy is utterly defeated, and Sarah is doubling down on her obsession. Bro, this is seriously escalating. Sarah's voice cuts through the silence, and she's accusing Jiwoo of forgetting how he tried to strangle her. Cold. She's reminding him she looked absolutely terrified, and honestly, you can feel the weight of that moment. Jiwoo insists he'll apologize to Jaehooi and fix everything, even clenching his fist like he means it. He vows to not corner anyone he likes again, promising to stay in touch with Jaehooi, but Sarah isn't buying it. Sarah says it's too late for apologies, and throws it back at him. Does he even remember what he did? She paints this picture of them alone in a cave, and it's clearly a flashback to when he nearly killed her. Sarah states she's never hurt someone she cares about. It's a direct jab at Jiwoo and his actions. Jiwoo looks up, and you can see the disbelief on his face. This girl is, really pushing his buttons. But Sarah just stares down at him, her expression unreadable, and it's giving major villain vibes. She's got this smug look like she's completely broken him, and bro, this is a power play. Sarah asks why Jaehooi would like Jiwoo, or why she'd keep in touch with him. Talk about twisting the knife. But then she drops the bomb. She committed murder to make Jiwoo happy. No way. She explains he was shocked at first, but his life improved because of her actions, so it was worth it. Sarah says she was perfectly willing to do anything for him, and honestly, that's some seriously messed up devotion. This girl is straight up losing it, flushing the toilet repeatedly like it'll wash away her problems. She's puking in the sink, muttering curses under her breath. Things are clearly spiraling. She's staring at her reflection, looking totally unhinged, like she's not even seeing herself anymore. She finds the other woman, soaking wet in the tub, and starts pulling her out, but the vibe is so off. She's questioning what happened, wondering if she drank too much, but we know it's way more than that. She demands to know who the woman in the tub is, but it feels less like a question and more like a threat. The woman in the tub is clearly terrified. You can see the fear in her eyes, and honestly, same. She tells the woman to stop talking, and it's a chilling command that sends shivers down your spine. The woman tries to push her away, screaming at her to leave her alone, but this girl is relentless. She's back to cursing, and the scene cuts to black, leaving us hanging with a seriously bad feeling. She's demanding to know the woman's name, but this girl clearly doesn't like the answer. The woman in the tub tries to slam the bathroom door, but our mermaid is too fast. She bursts in. She's completely soaked, standing over the woman, and straight up threatens her to stay quiet. The woman screams, but it's cut short. This mermaid is relentless, grabbing her and silencing her. She's dragging the woman around, and it's brutal. No way is this a rescue mission anymore. The woman tries to fight back, but this mermaid's strength is insane. She's completely overpowering her. Our mermaid pins her down, and the woman lets out a choked cry. Things are escalating fast. She's screaming at the woman, demanding to know what she wants with of her man, but it's totally unhinged. The woman's face is contorted with fear and pain, and honestly, it's terrifying to watch. She smashes something against the woman's face. It's brutal and sudden, bro. The bathroom door flies open with a sireke, and our mermaid is losing it, panting and clearly enraged. She's grabbing the woman's arms, pinning her against the tile, and honestly, it's terrifying. The woman screams for her to get away, but this girl isn't listening. She's completely fixated. She's yelling about staying away, and the woman looks absolutely broken and defeated. Our mermaid's face is inches from hers, and she's demanding to know what the woman wants. She's turning, twisting, and still screaming at the woman. It's a complete meltdown. She's practically spitting, demanding to know what this woman wants with her man. The woman is utterly helpless, completely at her mercy, and it's a seriously disturbing sight. She's breathing heavily, face contorted, and it's clear this isn't about jealousy. It's full-blown obsession. She's lunging with the knife, screaming she won't die, but our boy tries to stop her. It's intense. She's fighting him off, insisting she'll kill him before he kills her, and it's seriously scary. She shoves past him and rushes into the bathroom, knife still raised, and things are escalating fast. She's frantically searching the bathroom, looking for something. What is she even looking for? She whips around, eyes wide with panic, yelling what the, and asking where it went. She's shivering, face twisted with fear, and it's clear something just happened. She slams the bathroom door shut, and then, no way, she drops her phone into the toilet. She's completely losing it, and we see the screen splattered with water and something else. She's utterly broken, and this whole situation is spiraling out of control, bro. She demands a ride to Bucheon, but the taxi driver is hesitant because of the late hour and the cost. Suddenly, this girl bites the driver's hand, drawing blood and shocking everyone, straight up unhinged. She's wielding a knife now, pressing it against the driver's throat, and threatening to kill him if he doesn't drive. The driver panics, yelling at her to get out of the car, but she's completely lost control. She's screaming she'll kill him before he can kill her, and honestly, the tension is insane. She grabs his hair, pulling him back, and he's clearly terrified. This is a nightmare scenario. She's threatening to call the police, but it feels like an empty threat with a knife in her hand. She bursts out of the taxi and sprints into the pouring rain, still clutching the knife. What is she planning? She's running, eyes wild with desperation, and bro, this is a full-blown chase scene now. She turns and grabs his face, and it's a desperate, terrifying moment. This girl is completely broken. She's dragging him through the rain, and he's desperately trying to get away. It's a brutal struggle. She slams him against a metal railing, and it looks like it's about to break, bro. This is intense. She screams at him, asking why he's doing this to her, and honestly, it's a twisted question. He kicks her away, but she just keeps coming, shouting that she did nothing wrong. No way. She calls him a demon, then demands to know if he wants her dead, but it's a loaded question. He delivers a chilling eyes, and she's completely devastated, but she's still fighting back. She's collapsing, exhausted and broken, and the rain just keeps pouring down. It's heartbreaking. But, as she's losing consciousness, she says she's contemplating something. What does that mean? She's staring up at him with hollow eyes, and it's clear she's still a threat even in this state. Our boy is completely unreadable, and this whole situation is spiraling into something truly dark. He wonders if Haesung would be happier without this girl, and honestly, it's a heartbreaking thought. He admits he's wished she'd just disappear, and bro, that's a messed up thing to even think. He's panicking, hands shaking, realizing how awful that sounded. It's a total confession. Our boy is spiraling, straight up admitting he wants her gone, but this girl, she's still out there. Okay, so things are INTNS. We get this total blackout, like the story's giving us a moment to breathe or not. This girl is clutching our boy, and she's straight up declaring they're meant to be together, body and soul. She reveals this all started the moment he gave her a name, which is a lot, like major possessive vibes. She asks who he is, but she's already holding him so tight it's kinda creepy, right? She seems lost. He tries to respond, but she's cutting him off, clearly spiraling and saying she doesn't want to be there. Our boy looks genuinely concerned, but honestly, this situation is way beyond a simple bad day moment. She's getting dizzy and starts to lose consciousness, collapsing against him. It's a total mess. This girl is saying she feels dizzy, and honestly, it's like her obsession is literally overwhelming her. He's clearly panicked, trying to hold her and figure out what's going on. But it's getting real messy, real fast. He's desperate, saying he doesn't want to be there either, and you can just feel the tension building. He says it's okay, he'll let her go, but bro, it feels so forced, and she's clearly not having it. She insists he can go, but, there's this huge but, hanging in the air, right? She's not letting him off the hook. Our boy looks totally confused, questioning what she means, and honestly, it's a good question. This girl drops the bomb, she's coming for him again, and it's not a threat, it's a promise. She's staring intensely, a creepy little smile playing on her lips, and it's sending chills down my spine. He's suddenly in the water, and it's a total shock. One minute he's standing, the next he's sinking. He's struggling, flailing, trying to get his head above water, but she's just watching. Her hand reaches down, but it's not to help, and that's when it hits us, she did this. His clothes are soaked and clinging to him, and he's pulled onto the bank, looking utterly defeated. She's standing over him, a smug look on her face, and straight up, this girl is terrifying. His grandmother finds him soaking wet, freaking out about where he's been this morning. She demands to know what happened, seeing him in this state, and he just stares blankly. She presses him, insisting he tell her everything, and he's clearly shutting down. She's totally losing it, asking why he's so wet, but he's completely unresponsive. It's eerie. Grandma's practically begging him to speak, but he's just gone, lost in his own head. Cut to the classroom, and no way, he's being directed to a seat by a teacher. The teacher points to an equation, asking if it looks familiar, and it's a setup, we know it is. He's told to turn to page 89, and the panel shows a view from his desk. It's also ominous. He walks toward his seat, backpack slung over his shoulder, and it feels like a trap. The teacher says his name, Haesong, take a seat, and the whole scene is just wrong. Class is dismissed, and our boy looks totally out of it, coughing into his hand. Something is wrong. Someone calls out his name, Haesong, and it's a blonde guy. He's delivering a message from the homeroom teacher. He starts walking toward the teacher's office, and bro, the hallway feels super creepy and isolated. He finds the office and goes inside, but the teacher looks unsettled, like he was expecting him. The teacher asks him to come into the counseling room, and this is where things get really weird. They're sitting face to face, and the teacher asks why he was so late today. Straight up, the tension is insane. He doesn't answer, just stares blankly, and the teacher's expression is unreadable. The teacher's face is close up, and she looks totally freaked out. What is going on with our boy? She's clearly concerned, but also distant, like she's hiding something, and her silence is deafening. This girl is seriously giving off bad vibes, and we know whatever's happening is way beyond a simple tardiness issue. He asks if what he heard is true, and the teacher just stops, like she's processing something awful. She says what he did is considered sexual assault, and bro, the weight of that statement is crushing. She yells at him, demanding to know if he's even listening, tapping him repeatedly. It's intense. She explains this isn't just about being late, but about what he did to Mingyu on the class trip. He's completely frozen, staring into the distance, and you can see the realization dawning on his face. He admits he knew what he did was wrong, but he actually did it, and it's hitting him hard. He's visibly disgusted with himself, finally understanding the gravity of his actions, and honestly, it's a tough scene. He thinks he's alone with his guilt, but this girl is still watching him, and it's super unsettling. She asks him to imagine how scared Mingyu must have felt, and her expression is terrifyingly intense. Our boy finally looks up, and he's completely broken. This is a turning point, and it's not looking good. He tells his friend he's going to apologize to Jae-hui today, but his friend looks seriously skeptical, like, what is our boy thinking? The teacher warns him if anything else happens, she won't go easy on him, and straight up says she doesn't care he's her student. He just meekly says okay, but you can tell he's reeling from her harsh words. This is intense. His friend explodes, demanding to know if he told the teacher about what happened with Mingyu. She presses him, asking if that's why the teacher went to talk to her, and our boy just looks stunned. His friend is furious, saying he didn't even ask before running to the teacher. Can you believe the nerve? She confesses she wanted to deal with it herself, and honestly, she looks absolutely devastated. This girl is clearly hurt and feels betrayed, and her expression is piercing. It's a really tough moment. She says this whole situation is between him and Mingyu, and she's clearly furious he involved others. But wait, she's not just angry. She's also watching him with that creepy intensity again, and it's seriously unsettling. Jae-hui stops him, and bro, she's seriously worried. She's practically begging him to wait. She straight up tells him it's too dangerous to be alone with Mingyu, and honestly, she's got a point. She admits she's overstepping, but she pleads with him not to get close to Mingyu. She's terrified for him. She's saying all this with such intensity, and it's clear she knows something our boy doesn't. But what? Our boy is feeling sick, and someone's taking his temperature with a forehead scanner. No way, he's got a 39-degree fever. The nurse tells him to sit down and wait. He plops down in a chair, looking totally miserable, and this girl is sitting nearby. She's staring at him with this intense look, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. She tells him he needs to go to the hospital, and he's wondering what's up with her reaction. He doesn't feel sick, though, which is super weird considering the high fever reading. The nurse is telling him to ask for an IV drip, saying it'll help him get better quickly. He agrees, but he's clearly stressing about why this whole situation feels so off. He admits he doesn't have the money for treatment, and things are getting real. Bro, something is definitely wrong. He's sick, broke, and being watched by this intense girl. She offers to pay for his treatment, handing over her wallet. But our boy is wary, sensing something is seriously wrong. He refuses her help, saying he'll just go home, but she's not letting him leave so easily. This girl is getting way too close, grabbing his arm and insisting he stay, and honestly it's super uncomfortable. She's rambling about how she knew he'd get sick, and bro, this is escalating into full-on yandere territory. He tries to pull away, but she won't let go, and now she's saying she's been watching him for a long time. Suddenly, she's staring at the IV drip, and it looks like she's tampering with it. No way! She's messing with the drip, and he's finally realizing this isn't about helping him. It's something much darker. He's trying to get up and run, but she quickly hides behind a curtain and straight up disappears. He scans the room, panicked, and sees the IV drip is now filled with a strange, murky liquid. However, he collapses back onto the bed, completely helpless, and it's clear this girl has a plan. He calls out her name, Haesong, and she's just standing there, looking totally spaced out. Someone's getting an IV drip, and it's clearly our boy, but he's rapidly losing consciousness. She asks if he wants to go home and get his bag, but he insists on going back to school, which is weird. He asks how much the treatment cost, and this girl gives the most unsettling reply, "I'll tell you later." He's lying in bed, looking exhausted, and she tries to convince him not to return to school. She claims they both skipped lunch, but it's a flimsy excuse, and he's not buying it. She says their teacher wouldn't approve of them being alone, but honestly, it's a transparent lie. She's fiddling with her phone, and something tells me this isn't a friendly chat. She's avoiding eye contact, and it's clear she's hiding something major from him. But this whole situation is so messed up. She's obsessed, he's drugged, and school is the last place he needs to be. She explains she told him about getting the pass, but then drops a bomb. It wasn't her who revealed it to him. Our boy is lying there, looking totally wrecked, and admits someone touched Jaehui, and he's clearly spiraling. He blurts out Jaehui, and then asks why she's so nice to him, straight up demanding an explanation. This girl is speechless for a beat, then claims she doesn't know why, but she's totally lying through her teeth. She mumbles she just doesn't know, and we see her standing over him, looking super unsettling. She says she knows what he did was wrong, but insists she doesn't hate him, which is a huge red flag. She actually says she doesn't think he's strange or bad, and that he could be a great person. It's creepy AF. But here's the twist. She's saying all this while staring down at him, and it's clear she's hiding something. She's totally lost in her own head, and our boy is stuck in bed, completely at her mercy. She's standing there, looking distant, while he's left to process everything. This situation is spiraling out of control. She drops into a seat and asks him if he has a question for her. Talk about turning the tables. He's in a hospital bed, IV drip and all, and straight up says he doesn't have any questions at all. He clenches his hand, and then reveals he's thinking about things before they became friends. He admits it was painful just to wake up every morning, but meeting her changed everything. We get a sweet flashback of them walking to school together. She's clearly his light, and it's kinda touching. He's back in the present, lying in bed, and this time he's smiling, but it feels off. This girl is looking at him, a little stunned, and he asks if she ever felt something for him. She's all, "You know what you said before," and starts backtracking, claiming their connection was just a shallow friendship. She's sitting beside his bed and finally asks if he likes her. No way is this a normal question. He's lying there, looking at her, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me major chills. He asks her why he wouldn't fall for her, and bro, the confession is about to drop. She explains being an outcast and how he offered help. It's a surprisingly vulnerable moment. She says being with him could have hurt him, and now our boy is realizing she's been carrying a ton of guilt. He admits she was so kind and pretty that it made things harder for him. Wait, is he blaming her? He straight up confesses he even thought it would have been easier if she were a bad person. This is dark. She's looking away, and he says he needs to get used to not having her. Ouch, that's brutal. She's over by the IV drip, looking defeated, and he's starting to think he didn't deserve her. He realizes he should never have put her in danger because of him, and it's like a switch flips. He decides it's time to let her go, and honestly, good for him, this obsession is toxic. He's staring into space, looking determined, and it's clear he's finally breaking free from this girl. She's spiraling, questioning what she's supposed to say to him. This is a mess. She admits she doesn't even know how she feels about him, and it's a total bombshell. She's confessing she doesn't feel anything, and our boy looks absolutely crushed. He's trying to process everything, and honestly, it's brutal seeing him this vulnerable. The teacher announces Jaehyui, the class president, is leaving to study abroad, and asks her to come to the front. He explains to everyone that Jaehyui is going to England, and the whole class seems genuinely sad to see her go. Everyone starts clapping for Jaehyui, and honestly, it's a really sweet moment until you remember who else is obsessed with our boy. Jaehyui's handing out her workbook and notes to someone, making sure they have everything they need for university prep. She's got a super detailed, color-coded study guide, and she's clearly put a ton of effort into helping this person succeed. The class is covered in farewell notes for Jaehyui, filled with cute drawings and heartfelt messages. It's a lot. Jaehyui gives this dude her workbook and notes, saying they'll be super helpful with the textbook. She hands over a math notebook clearly labeled with her name, Jaehyui Song. It's a personal touch. But the guy straight up says he already has a copy, and that feels off. Like, why would he need a duplicate? He asks if she's also preparing for university, but she just confirms she has everything covered. And honestly, the vibe is weird. He just says yeah to Jaehyui, keeping it super short and closed off. It's kinda awkward, TB. Jaehyui tries to get him to open up, offering to talk about anything, life, studying, whatever. But he's totally shutting her down. He's clearly struggling to respond, and Jaehyui looks genuinely confused by his silence. They're sitting close now, but Jaehyui admits she doesn't even know where to begin talking to him, which is wild. Jaehyui reveals she goes outside when she's unhappy, a simple way to de-stress, but this is where it gets weird. She asks if he gets unhappy too, and bro, the look on her face is intense, like she's really digging for something. Jaehyui says she's just human, and deserves to feel things, but it feels less like a confession and more like a challenge. He asks if she gets unhappy, and she confirms that she does, but it feels like she's testing him, gauging his reaction. He asks if she gets unhappy too, and she replies that she does, and it feels like she's trying to force a connection. She insists she's just human too, and it's a super strange way to say it, like she's trying to justify her actions. This girl admits she can't stand watching people be happy, and straight up says it makes her feel rejected. Wow. She confesses she's afraid she might never leave her room once he's gone, which is a huge red flag, honestly. Jaehyui points out he seems incredibly stressed, then thanks him for opening up, but it feels calculated. She insists what he's feeling isn't strange, and that it just means he's human. But it's a weird attempt at normalization. Jaehyui says when she feels sad, she goes out to watch people, but this isn't about empathy, apparently. She clarifies it's not about gaining empathy, and bro, she's just spiraling into full-on obsession territory. We cut to a flashback of her standing alone, completely isolated. It explains a lot, but still doesn't excuse it. She's practically admitting her behavior is abnormal, but tries to frame it as completely normal. Delusional. Another flashback shows her watching people from afar, and it's clear she's not looking for connection, she's observing. She repeats that she just watches people when she's sad, and it's chilling. This isn't healthy, it's straight up stalking. Our boy is spiraling, straight up admitting he feels small and insignificant when he's stuck inside. It's kinda sad. He desperately tells Jaehyui he wants her to text him about anything, even just the weather, because he needs that connection. We get a beautiful shot of the sky, and Jaehyui narrates that their time together, though short, was incredibly powerful. He starts writing a note to Hyo-san, wishing her good luck, but it's clear he's really saying goodbye. He realizes he won't see Jaehyui at school next week, and it hits him hard. He should have been nicer, and he knows it. He starts to crumple up the note, but stops mid-motion. Something's changing. He declares Jaehyui won't be in danger because of him or Yoonhye anymore, and it's a serious turning point. Our boy says he finally knows what he has to do, and the look on his face is intense. He's making a decision. We get a swirling blue screen, hinting at what's coming, and honestly, it's giving me chills. He's clearly plotting something big, and it's a total 180 from his earlier sadness. Brace yourselves, it's about to go down. He's confronting Hyo-sung, telling her it's over, and bro, the intensity in his eyes is unreal. Hyo-sung staring right back, looking all haunted and lost, and you can tell she's processing this. She says she heard him, and then drops this bombshell she was actually talking to Jae-hee first, not him. Hyo-sung explains she saw the darkness in his eyes and wanted to bring back the light, and it's a lot. Our boy is reeling, questioning if she even heard him, and honestly, he looks totally betrayed. But Hyo-sung clarifies she did hear him, she just prioritized speaking to Jae first, which is kinda messed up. He's speechless, biting his lip so hard it's cracking. This is a full-blown emotional breakdown. Hyo-sung says she's here to end things, and it's clear she means everything, not just their relationship. A close-up on Hyo-sung's eye and it's swirling with power. She's about to unleash something huge. Our boy is completely broken, staring at her with a mix of fear and realization, and it's a devastating cliffhanger. He's straight up refusing to accept her offer, telling her he'd rather die than be with her. Wow, harsh! Hyo-sung counters, saying she can give him what Jae-hee did, offering solutions instead of just empty words. Our boy insists it's not about Jae-hee, even if she became exactly like her. He just won't accept it. Hyo-sung urges him to reconsider, but he's digging in his heels, refusing to budge. She tries to appeal to him, asking if an old friend from his hometown wouldn't be better than someone who left, but that backfires hard. He snaps, telling her she can't say those words. And honestly, she's pushing all the wrong buttons. Hyo-sung reveals her true form, showing off her scales. No way, she's not even hiding it anymore. She asks why he's reacting like that, questioning if it's because she's not human, and it's a total power move. He clarifies it wasn't about her being human, but about the things Jae did for him. This is getting complicated. Hyo-sung declares he'll never understand the difference, and it's clear she's completely lost him. He's desperately telling her she didn't abandon him, refusing to believe she'd just leave him behind. This girl straight up says she can be like Jae-hee, promising to say everything he wants to hear. It's creepy. But our boy is losing it, shouting he doesn't want that he told her before. He's completely overwhelmed. He's spiraling, insisting he doesn't want anything from her, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch. This girl has our boy pinned down, and she's not messing around, threatening to make him regret whatever he's about to say. Okay, huge warning screen pops up. This episode is intense, so buckle up because things are about to get real. She's desperately asking him to say he'll be with her forever. But her grip is tightening and things are spiraling. She demands he just say it, and bro looks absolutely terrified, like he's staring into the abyss. We see her face for the first time, and honestly, she's a mess, tears streaming down, completely unhinged. He shouts no, but she's already pushing him, and it's clear he's trapped in this situation. She's so close, whispering something in his ear, and the scene is bathed in this creepy pink light. He winces, trying to pretend he doesn't hear her, but she knows the answer, and it's not good. She reveals the only thing she wants, and it's not love. She wants him gone from her life, and she's said it a million times. But this dude clearly doesn't understand, and she's just completely broken, demanding he leave her alone. She's laying down the rules, she'll never leave him, insists there's no reason to, and honestly, it's terrifying. They're locked in a tight embrace, tears streaming down both their faces, and it's clear she's barely holding it together. She's spiraling, demanding to know how much more she has to do to make him stay, and it's a desperate plea. He's pulled under the water, and she's calling him a monster, which is a huge reversal. She's the one losing control. She clutches him tightly underwater, but her grip feels less like love and more like she's trying to break him. We get a close-up of her face underwater, and her eyes, they're completely vacant, almost lifeless. She's holding him so close, almost suffocating him, and it's a disturbing image of possessive desperation. Another close-up. Her face is pressed against his, and you can see the strain in every muscle, every line. She's so close, her face nearly blending with his, and her expression is unreadable, just empty. A final shot of her eye, and you can see a faint, glowing blue within. No way, this girl is straight up not human. She's forcing a choice on our boy, Malsik Park or Jae-hye's song, and bro is visibly freaking out. He names the second Soon Bin Kwan, and this girl's grip tightens, she's squeezing the life out of him. She demands he choose again, and he's trembling, completely overwhelmed by her power. She repeats the demand, choose, and honestly, it's less of a request and more of a threat. He asks if she's threatening to kill them, and her response, a cold, chilling can't I. She accuses him of applying human standards to her, saying they've gone too far, and it's a wild reversal. This girl is straight up delusional, claiming he said she isn't human, and now she's mad he's holding her to expectations. She's leaning in, face inches from his, and the intensity is insane. You can feel the pressure building. She repeats choose one last time, and it's clear she's not playing around. She's ready to snap. No way. Her eye is glowing blue, and she's definitely not just a mermaid anymore. Something else is happening. She's laying it all out. She saved him from those men, killed his sister, and even his uncle, and it's a total power play. She claims he couldn't have done any of it without her, twisting everything to make him indebted to her. She leans in close, tears streaming down her face, insisting she's the one who made his life better. Our boy is reeling, questioning if he's wrong to feel this way, and honestly, he deserves a break. She launches into a rant about him not being able to connect with others, saying he's always anxious. She calls him a coward, accusing him of running away from everything, and it's brutal. She continues her tirade, saying he can't control his emotions and is just pathetic. She's crushing him with her words, pushing him down, and it's clear she's losing it. He's completely broken, clutching his head, and she's just standing over him, a twisted smile on her face. But wait, she's saying she'll always be there for him, that she'll protect him, and it's seriously creepy. She's giving him one last chance. Name someone who deserves to die in his circle, or everyone he knows is toast. He's stunned, completely frozen, and she's leaning in, tears welling up, looking absolutely unhinged. But then, out of nowhere, another dude walks in. It's Hyosong, and he looks shocked to see her. Hyosong asks if our boy isn't going home, and bro looks totally lost, clearly not processing anything. Another guy walks up, and it's obvious this isn't a random encounter. Hyosong knows this girl. Hyosong greets this girl by name, and she just stares back, a blank expression on her face. She's completely ignoring him, and honestly, it's kinda creepy how she's not even acknowledging his presence. Hyosong turns to our boy, and his expression is unreadable. What's going on with him? We get a side profile of Hyosong, and he looks off, like he's hiding something big. This whole situation is giving me major bad vibes, and I have a feeling Hyosong is about to throw a wrench into everything. Our boy tries to play it cool, asking if he can borrow a book from the club room. Smooth move, bro. Hyosong cuts him off, saying he's working late and invites him to the counseling room to chat. He touches the bookshelf and grabs a red pen, like it's some kind of nervous habit. Super weird. He's staring intently at the books, and honestly, it feels like he's searching for something specific. We get another side profile of our boy, and he looks distant, like he's already checked out. This girl suddenly appears at the window, drenched from the rain, and she's looking right at him. She says, "Wait, Hyosong," and then straight up tells him she'll be quick. Talk about ominous? Hyosong is watching her, but his face is unreadable, and something feels seriously off with him. She's walking towards them in the rain, and our boy is clearly frozen, unable to react. However, this girl is radiating danger, and I have a feeling things are about to explode. Hyosong clutches his head, totally overwhelmed. It's like a switch flipped, and he's spiraling. He bolts, running down the hallway, trying to escape something, but it's not working. He keeps running, desperate to get away, but honestly, it feels pointless. But he feels relieved that Jae-wee left school. Talk about a messed up silver lining. Okay, so our boy is straight up falling through the forest, branches whipping at him. It's intense. He's tumbling down a rocky slope, desperately trying to grab onto anything, but it's no use. He finally crashes, winded and clearly hurt, but he's still trying to process what just happened. This dude is seriously messed up, all bruised and bleeding, but he's pushing himself up anyway. He's muttering about protecting Yoonhae and the people he loves, even if it means sacrificing himself. Heavy stuff. He's crawling toward what looks like a stream, the sound of water almost soothing after that fall. But he's in serious pain, every movement sending aches and throbs through his body. He collapses again, completely spent, and just lies there defeated and broken. He's realizing no one is coming for him, Yoonhae isn't here, and this is where he's meant to be. So sad. And honestly, it feels like he's giving up, accepting this fate, which is just heartbreaking to watch. Someone's gently caressing his hair, and honestly, it's a super tender moment, despite everything. Hyosong is trying to get him to go to lunch, but our boy is clearly out of it. He's slumped over in a classroom, admitting he's too tired to even function. This is rough. He mumbles he can't move, completely defeated, and it's just heartbreaking to watch. Haesung is running a hand through his hair again, and asks if anyone will be there to wake him up. She's standing over him, and bro, her expression is unreadable. What is she planning? He's looking up at her, eyes barely open, and it's a really vulnerable, intimate moment. But this whole scene feels off, like something is seriously wrong with Haesung's intentions. She's standing there, looming over him, and the panel fades to black. No way, what's happening? Total darkness. This isn't a comforting scene anymore, straight up ominous. He jolts awake in the forest, disoriented and clearly messed up. This is not good. He tries to stand, takes one step, but immediately staggers and it's super wobbly. He's stumbling through the trees, desperately trying to get his bearings, but it's rough going. He thinks he can get back to Yunha if he follows the water, which is a plan, honestly. But then, something shakes him, like a tremor running through his body. What the heck? He's visibly shaken, tears welling up, admitting it's okay if he just gives up. However, something is clearly wrong. He's barely holding himself together, and it's terrifying. This girl is absolutely messing with his head, and he's starting to lose it, straight up. He's swaying, totally unstable, and it feels like she's draining the life out of him. Our boy is completely broken, defeated, and this is just awful to watch unfold. He declares he'll find a new path, but bro, he's barely standing and it's super dark out here. He starts walking, taking shaky steps deeper into the forest, and honestly, it's a terrible idea. The path ahead looks wrong, overgrown and menacing, like the forest itself is fighting him. He keeps pushing forward, but his legs are giving out, and he's stumbling with every step. Suddenly, a branch snaps under his foot, and it's like the forest is mocking his struggle. He collapses, falling to the ground, and it's a brutal thud. This is getting worse by the second. He tries to get up, insists he can stand, but his body is completely failing him now. This girl has him completely drained, and he's a mess. It's like she's sucking the life out of him. He's lying there defeated, but then he forces himself to his feet, determined to keep going. However, he's barely upright, swaying dangerously, and the forest is closing in around him. He's stumbling through the trees, desperately trying to push forward, but everything is spinning. He's gasping for air, mumbling about needing to keep going, and flashes back to a sweet memory of his family. But he's so lost and disoriented, admitting he doesn't even know how to get back now. Suddenly, he jolts like something shocked him, and his eyes snap open, but he's still totally wrecked. He grabs onto a tree for support, wobbling dangerously, and this dude is this close to collapsing again. He's trying so hard to stay upright, but the forest is actively working against him, it feels like. And then, a glimpse of his family again, a warm memory of them embracing, giving him a little boost. He repeats to himself that he needs to keep going, and honestly, we're rooting for him. He's determined, but this girl has drained him, and he's barely holding on to consciousness. However, he forces himself forward, clinging to the hope of seeing his family again. It's heartbreaking. He's running on fumes, but our boy pushes on, desperately trying to escape this nightmare. He remembers a happy day at the beach, but it just fuels his resolve. He has to get back. He grits his teeth, declaring he must go, but then he's overwhelmed by pain and collapses. He's clutching his head, spiraling, and the forest seems to twist and mock him with every move. He hears something, a sound in the trees, and for some reason, he actually walks toward it. Branches whip around him, like the forest is trying to swallow him whole, and then, something rushes past. He nearly falls, but catches himself and spots a small, hidden door in the trees, possible way out. But when he saw someone waving at him from this hell, he's momentarily distracted and frozen. He finally notices the small, shabby door hidden in his cage, a glimmer of hope in all this darkness. And honestly, this feels like a trap, but he's out of options and desperately reaches for it. He's crawling now, absolutely wrecked, but still trying to reach that door. It's brutal. But he stops dead, clutching his chest, gasping for air, and it's clear he's at his limit. He's panting, struggling to breathe, and honestly, this is straight up agonizing to watch. However, despite everything, he forces himself forward, desperate to get through that door. Our boy is straight up at the police station, looking rough with bandages on his face. The officers offer him options: report it officially, talk to someone at school, or tell his parents, but he's clearly hesitant. He starts to explain, realizing he needs to be honest about what's going on, even if they don't believe him. The police reassure him it's a safe place, and they're there to listen, which is good because this whole situation is wild. He clenches his fist, clearly bracing himself, because whatever he's about to say is huge. He blurts it out, Mr. Taeyeonmun from Bopa High is missing, no way! He asks them to investigate, and the officers immediately get to work, requesting the school's number. And honestly, our boy is a mess, totally shaken up trying to process everything. His heart is pounding as he waits for them to start the search, and you can feel the tension building. This girl, this mermaid, is getting way too intense, and things are about to explode. He's explaining how he's been using Mr. Mun's phone to track her. Wild, right? The police officer takes the call, asking if Mr. Mun actually came to school today. Our boy spills everything, admitting he's been tracking this girl's location using the phone. He's saying it all so fast, barely getting the words out. He's clearly panicked. The officer seems to buy it, asking for details and promising to look into it. Thank goodness. But then, the officer's face changes, and he looks concerned, like he just got some news. He hangs up the phone, and our boy flinches, bracing for the worst. It's a tense moment. The officer explains Mr. Mun is missing, and straight up, our boy looks like he's seen a ghost. He's completely frozen, staring blankly, and it's clear this news hits him way harder than we expect. This girl's obsession is escalating, and our boy is now tangled up in a missing person case. No way this ends well. He hears the officer mention Mr. Mun, and suddenly remembers something huge. Mr. Mun wrote a note. Our boy realizes Mr. Mun was at the club room and blurts out that he's alive, completely shocked. He demands to know what happened, desperate for answers, and the officer starts to explain. The officer says Mr. Mun left a note, and our boy is reeling. This is getting seriously weird. He asks the officer to check the book, knowing that's where the note must be hidden. The officer confirms Mr. Mun did, in fact, write that note. It's all starting to connect, but it's scary. The officer reveals the note was from the club room, and our boy's face falls. Something is definitely wrong. But then the scene cuts to black, and the officer says, yes, of course, like he knows more than he lets on. We see our boy frantically searching, rummaging through everything, desperate to find something. This whole situation is spiraling, and honestly, this is straight up terrifying. He finds the book and frantically flips through it, searching for the note Mr. Mun wrote. This is intense. And there it is. He finds the note tucked inside, and his eyes widen as he starts reading the chilling message. The note says to close the window and curtain, and not to go outside until the rain stops. Super creepy, right? It continues, don't open the window, even if someone knocks. But then a knock echoes through the room. Our boy is frozen, questioning what this all means, and his face is etched with pure dread. Oh no. He's visibly shaken, trying to process everything, and then the room starts to shake violently. What is happening? He questions what he's even thinking, and honestly, we're right there with him. This is a nightmare. Another, louder knock rattles the room, and he's completely paralyzed with fear. This girl is playing games. He stares at the door, utterly terrified, and it's clear he knows exactly who, or what, is on the other side. Bro, this is a straight-up horror movie unfolding, and our boy is the main character. We need answers, ASAP. He's on the phone with Mr. Mun, urgently asking if anything happened, if anyone knocked. This is escalating fast. But our boy's friend is clearly spooked, warning him the mermaid wants to hurt him, his friends and his family. No way! He desperately asks if anything did happen, if anyone knocked on the window, but his friend hesitates. Uh-oh. His friend reveals he's worried about triggering his paranoia, and claims nothing happened, but we all know that's a lie. He pleads with Mr. Mun not to come, and honestly, it's a desperate, heartbreaking moment. This is awful. Our boy explains he knows what Mr. Mun must be thinking, and then admits he also knows what his own problem is. What does that mean? He confesses he's afraid his presence at school puts everyone in danger, and straight up says he's checking himself into a hospital. Mr. Mun is stunned, clearly processing this huge reveal, and you can feel the weight of the situation in this panel. His friend thanks him for everything and turns away. It's a final, somber goodbye. And our boy is left alone, looking completely devastated. This is a rough ending to the episode. He demands to know if Mr. Mun is dead, and this girl's brother just stares him down. He knows something. Bro, the tension is insane. He's basically accusing this dude of knowing about the mermaid. Cut to a police station, and someone is furiously typing on a keyboard. Things are about to get real. This other guy nervously admits he's being threatened too, and asks if he can report it to the police. He reveals a student from Bopa High is the one threatening him. That school is seriously cursed, right? He explains the school won't check security footage if he asks, and he's leaving out a major detail. Yoonha being a mermaid. He needs help from the police, but is strategically omitting the mermaid part to make his story believable. The officer asks about the student from Buyu High, and he confirms it's true. This is spiraling quickly. However, it's a trap. He's already set everything in motion, and honestly, it's a super messed up plan. He's banking on them not knowing the full story. But this girl is seriously dangerous, and he's playing with fire. The officer questions why he needs footage from us outside the school, not inside. It's sis, right? He claims it'll only show the building, but honestly, that's a weak excuse. He's hiding something big. We cut to a flashback of this girl, looking all ethereal and wet, confessing her feelings. It's intense. But the flashback reveals when and where she confessed, and it's clearly connected to the current mess. Someone's fiddling with a lock, and it clicks open. But then water starts dripping from the handle, which is ominous. Inside the room, a broken machine sits next to a working one, and honestly, that's a bad sign. This girl, Hyo-song, is dumping something into that machine, and it's glugging and splashing everywhere. It's a total mess. Our boy walks in on all this, and Hyo-song is totally caught red-handed, but she's not backing down. Hyo-song tells him he can't keep leaving his room at night, and she taps his shoulder. It's a creepy, possessive move. He tries to brush her off, saying he'll clean up whatever she's made, but she's not having it, bro. She insists she has to do it, and starts wiping up the spill, but this is straight up unsettling. Hyo-song is clearly losing it, and our boy is looking increasingly worried. This is escalating fast. Someone calls out, "Wait, Hyo-song," but she doesn't seem to care. She's fixated on cleaning. But honestly, this isn't about cleaning, it's about control, and this girl is spiraling. Hyo-song tells him she'll be outside and to call if he needs anything, but then immediately pivots to needing to read his diary. She demands to read his diary, and bro, the look on her face is intense. She's not asking. Suddenly, a torrential downpour starts, and it's like the sky is mirroring the chaos unfolding. Our boy is now completely soaked, standing in the rain. It's a dramatic, vulnerable moment. He's dripping wet, staring straight ahead, and honestly, he looks utterly defeated. We get a weird view of his feet in the flooded bathroom, and something is definitely tangled around them. The bathroom is completely filled with black, stringy stuff, and it's wrapping around everything. No way. He shouts no, and declares Yoonhae isn't there right now, but it's a desperate denial. He's clearly trapped and unraveling, but this girl, Hyo-song, is the one pulling the strings. But the rain and the strings, they're all converging on him. This is getting seriously creepy. He clenches his fists, promising to make sure everyone finds out about her. Straight up, this is a threat. Our boy is under the shower, trying to wash away whatever just happened, but it's clearly not working. He's now in his hospital room, insisting he needs to stay as long as possible, because it's the safest place. He's scribbling furiously in a notebook, determined to prepare himself for the real world. But what is he planning? He's jotting down notes about security cameras and blind spots, realizing they'll be searching for him if he disappears. He's convinced she won't take him to Mo Island, but he's still desperate for a plan, any plan. But just revealing her existence is enough for him. He's willing to risk everything for that. Then we see Yoonha, and all she feels is anger, like a load of anger. She's seething, and it's clear she's about to unleash hell. Our boy is playing with fire. However, her rage is palpable, and this is a seriously dangerous game he's playing with her. He's cornered, convinced a pen is the only thing keeping her from killing him. No way! He flinches, and then blurts out that she must have poisoned the pen. This dude is thinking. Suddenly, he's back in the hospital, looking totally wrecked and covered in blood. But what happened? He accuses her of lying, calling her a horrible name, and demands to know who sent her to kill him. He's spiraling, collapsing back into the hospital bed, and it's a total mess. A nurse taps him, telling him it's time for his morning medicine, and asking for a cup of water. He explodes, calling her a monster and yelling about an assassin from the SL group. This is escalating fast. He's convinced she's working with someone, demanding to know who ordered the hit on him. The nurse tries to calm him down, while another asks him to open his mouth. Something's seriously off. She's trying to medicate him, but our boy is totally resisting. This feels like a trap. Okay, so the doctor asks him to draw a person. Just a simple request, right? He starts sketching, scratching at the paper, looking totally spaced out and disturbed. He finishes the drawing, and it's a stick figure. Seriously, just a sad, lopsided stick figure. The doctor asks what this person is like, and our boy just stares off, refusing to answer. He finally mumbles that the figure looks lonely. It's a super weird response, honestly. Cut to a wider shot of the room, and it's full of people, but he's totally isolated at his table. A book sits on the table in front of him, but he doesn't even glance at it. He's completely checked out. He's lost in thought, and this whole scene is giving major broken soul vibes. But it's not just sadness. There's something dark and unsettling brewing beneath the surface. And honestly, this dude is a mess, and I'm starting to think this whole hospital stay is making things worse. He's reminiscing about Jae-hui. She was always busy studying, but still wrote him notes. How sweet. Those notes are literally the only thing bringing him joy now, which is super sad, honestly. He's reading her diary and suddenly stops, asking if this is really her diary or a novel. Weird flex. She's peeking over his shoulder, and he's straight up shocked. What is she even doing? He yells, "My diary," and tries to grab it back, but this girl is fast. She's holding the diary open, and he's losing it. This is about to get messy, you just know it. Wait, he asks if she's a mermaid. No way, what is happening? He's staring at her with wide eyes. Bro is clearly freaking out. She's still holding the diary, and it's clear she's not giving it up without a fight. He tries to grab the diary again, and the tension is so thick. This is a disaster waiting to happen. No way. This girl straight up welcomes him to Earth like he's an alien? She introduces herself as the wanderer from Silkophius, and bro is reeling. What even is Silkophius? He's demanding answers, but she just says she's been waiting 6 years, and honestly, that's creepy. She insists she's been watching over him, and our boy is officially terrified. This is not a healthy obsession. They're all stuck in what looks like an activity room, and this girl Yunha is about to start a drawing game. The rules are simple: write a word, someone draws it, and the next person guesses. Seems harmless enough, right? But honestly, everyone looks super tense and uncomfortable in those matching pajamas. It's a weird vibe. Yuna asks someone to write a word, and our boy does it, handing over a notebook. This girl keeps staring at him, and is straight up asking if he's looking for mermaids. Talk about awkward. They decide to go in a circle, and Yuna wants to see if the answer stays the same throughout the whole game. Yuna's getting the game started, asking the first person to write something down. He finishes writing, and you can tell something is off. His expression is so serious. He hands the notebook over, and the tension is building. Bro, what did he even write? No way, he's written TOP, but what does that even mean in this messed up situation? Haesung is feeling anxious and asks to go back to his room. This is getting intense. The nurse agrees and Yunhao insists on escorting him, but our boy looks totally uncomfortable. Yuna's scribbling furiously in the notebook as they walk, and it looks like she's still focused on this game. She hands the notebook to another patient, and he looks so confused. What is happening? He reads what's written, and his face is a total question mark. Bro, same. No way, she wrote "operate the engine." What does that even mean in this context? He's staring at the page, clearly lost, and honestly, this is straight up creepy. She's still writing and scribbling, while another patient looks on with a blank expression. But wait, she initially wrote, "Show me the mermaid." Is she still fixated on that? However, now it's "operate the engine." This girl is all over the place, and something feels seriously off. Yuna suddenly asks if he's thought about this, and our boy is totally lost. What is she even talking about? He starts to ask what she means, but then notices she's already finished eating. She's moving fast. The scene cuts to a projection of space, and a message appears. Perhaps the universe you've always pictured might be quite different. Everyone is sitting in a circle under the starry projection, and she confesses no one believes her when she says she saw an alien. She explains she feels isolated and confused because she's from Silkophios, and someone says she must be feeling that way. Yuna declares she'll tell her story, and our boy looks up, clearly intrigued. Finally, some answers. She starts with when she was a Hope Protectee level C in elementary school, but someone interrupts, telling her to be quiet so everyone can hear. Yuna continues, explaining it all started in the 3rd grade, and someone else chimes in, saying the focus should be on Yunha. She admits she wrote Yunhei is incredibly powerful, and then asks if that means someone needs to help her. This is a trap, right? Someone suggests they need a fail-safe plan to prove Yunhei is a mermaid, and the scene ends with their hands clasped. This is getting wild. Our boy straight up tells her he can study on his own, doesn't need her help. Talk about awkward. This girl insists someone who knows more should teach him, and then drops that she used to get good grades. Seriously. He calls her notes sloppy and says memorizing them is a waste of time. Ouch, harsh burn. She grabs his arm, saying he'll be totally lost on the exam, but he just looks unimpressed. She's sketching stars and claims she invented one that hasn't been discovered yet. This is getting weirder. He's like, that's not scientifically possible. And she's all, but why assume it doesn't exist? She's rambling about the universe being filled with countless stars, while he's visibly judging her. He declares most people don't read into things that aren't real. Is he trying to gaslight her? He says they're too busy with things that do exist, but she's not having it, and doubles down. She's all about the infinite possibilities of space, and honestly, this whole situation is escalating fast. He tries to backtrack, saying he misspoke, but bro is clearly stressed. This girl launches into a whole explanation about mermaids and unknown entities on Earth. It's a lot. He questions how she knows she can travel in and out of water, and she's like, trust me. She leans in close, and he looks seriously uncomfortable. Personal space much. She declares humans have no idea what the supernaturals really is, and starts adorning herself with trinkets. She proposes an alliance to reveal the truth, and our boy is like, hold up. He asks if she can just go back, but then starts spiraling, realizing what that means. If he goes back to study, that guy is going to yell at him again. But if he stays, she won't leave him alone. He's trapped, and then admits he came here because Yoon have threatened people he cares about. Wow. But now he's questioning if this alliance is even a good idea, and honestly, same. He straight up tells her he can't afford to get close to anyone else. Talk about a mood. She's writing in a diary, claiming it's because they can't use their phones. But our boy isn't buying it. He wants her to stop talking about it, but she's just getting started, and honestly, it's a terrible idea. This girl asks if he has schizophrenia. Ouch, that's a low blow even for her. She keeps pressing, and he looks increasingly cornered. This is getting uncomfortable fast. She explains her reasoning, saying he processes things accurately, unlike others who would question reality. She argues a schizophrenic person wouldn't accept the truth, but would blame others instead. She finishes with a zinger. He wouldn't hide the truth with a logical excuse. Talk about a red, but he's already figured it out, and asks why she thinks he's schizophrenic. She points to the diary. She's building a case, claiming he's able to accurately process what he sees, and it's unsettling. She claims his story is too fantastical to be a delusion, and that's why everyone thinks he's schizophrenic. Wow, the nerve! But he fires back, saying he's different, and this giant hand grabbing his face is a choice. She's holding a green pill, and he asks why she thinks he's so unique. It's a setup, bro. She's clearly manipulating him, and he's starting to see it, but honestly, this is getting intense. Okay, so flashback time. This girl is living her best life as a third grader, just chilling and reading outside. She's running along, totally carefree, but then, no way, a spaceship appears above her. A beam of light shoots down, and she's straight up abducted by aliens, bro. It happens so fast. She's lifted into the ship, and it's like, goodbye Earth, hello outer space? Suddenly she's in a weird sci-fi lab, all decked out in a little astronaut suit, honestly kinda cute. But then she sees Hit, this massive, creepy alien with huge eyes and long, spindly limbs. The alien looms over her, and it's terrifying, but apparently, this is where her powers begin to develop. This is a lot to take in, but it seems like the aliens are experimenting on her, turning her into something different. And now, she's changed, definitely not the same little girl from the field. Things are about to get wild. So, yeah, that explains how this girl ended up with all her powers, but it's a seriously messed up origin story. The alien starts blasting radio waves at her, trying to rewrite her brain with their knowledge. Her head, hands, and feet tingle as the waves hit, and she feels different, like something's changing. But after each treatment, new knowledge floods her brain. Stuff she never knew before just appears. However, it's not all good. Sometimes the treatments don't work, so they starve her to boost radio wave absorption. She's totally broken down, curled up and crying, but the alien doesn't care, it just wants results. We cut to a close-up of her eyes, and you can see the alien equations reflected in them. It's creepy AF. She's absorbing all this alien knowledge, becoming something other, and it's seriously messing with her head. But honestly, the alien's obsession with turning her into one of them is terrifying. It's a full-blown power grab. The alien's feet are slowly descending, and it's clear this girl is getting closer and closer to becoming something else. And that's it. The alien's done with the experiments for now, but this is just the beginning. I can feel it. She's just dropped in her yard, and it's suddenly winter. No way! She's stumbling around, totally lost, and spots her house, but something feels off. Her mom and dad are there, but they don't seem to recognize her, straight up ignoring her. She wanders inside, desperate for a reaction, but it's like she's a ghost in her own home. Then she finds her room, and it's filled with equations and weird diagrams, a total science lab. She sees a younger version of herself, sketching in a notebook, but the drawing is alien. And then it hits her, she remembers everything. The experiments, the alien, the lost time. She's staring at the equations now, absorbing them, and honestly, it's like her brain is exploding. She clutches her head, overwhelmed, but the knowledge keeps flooding in. She can't stop it. But this girl isn't just remembering, she's becoming something new, something terrifying. She's writing in her diary about feeling like radio waves in her head, too noisy then too quiet. Our boy is reading her diary, and he thinks it's way too elaborate to be a delusion. But it's also kinda unbelievable. This girl sniffs a pen and insists it smells like kiwi, but he says it's just a regular pen, no way. She clicks the pen and starts applying lipstick, and it's clear this is some next level weirdness. She grabs his arm, and it's a total power move, bro, like she's claiming him. She's dragging the pen across the pages of his book, marking them up, and he's completely frozen. She's laying it all out. She read his diary, and now he has to tell her what he didn't write in hers. Our boy is speechless, saying he doesn't even know where to begin, and honestly, same. She's straight up demanding information, and it's like she's unraveling a huge mystery. But here's the kicker, she knows everything, and he's realizing this isn't a game anymore. She asks if he's sure he can do this, and our boy is trying to act all confident, but bro is definitely nervous. This girl insists she's not scared anymore, and she's trying to convince him she's okay, which is unsettling. She points to a rock way out in the water and wants them to swim to it, like it's a totally normal idea. He needs a head start, obviously. This dude can't swim, and she knows it, but she's playing it cool. She starts counting, 1, 2, and he's splashing around, trying to keep up, but she's already moving. He's struggling, straight up drowning, and she's gliding through the water like a mermaid. Which, duh. He's going under, and she's just watching. However, she seems to be pulling him forward with some kind of power. She's got him, hauling him through the waves, but he's gasping for air and looks absolutely terrified. She's pulling him toward the rock, and it's like she's rescuing him, but also controlling every single move. She's standing on the rock now, and she's staring at him with this intense, unreadable expression. It's creepy AF. He's getting pulled under again, but this girl is somehow amplifying the waves. It's like she's controlling the ocean. She's dragging him deeper, and it's not a rescue anymore, it's something else entirely, honestly terrifying. A strange throbbing sensation radiates from her, and the water around them is swirling with an eerie glow. No way, she's transforming, and her legs are merging into a full-on mermaid tail right before his eyes. He's sinking, completely helpless, and she's looking down at him with this detached, almost pitying expression. She calls out his name, Yoonha, but it doesn't sound like a cry for help, more like an acknowledgement. She's swimming away, pulling him along, and he's completely at her mercy, with no idea where she's taking him. They descend into the inky depths, and it's like they're entering a whole other world. Super unsettling. He's floating in this dark abyss, and she's still pulling him, but now it feels less urgent, more deliberate. She stops, and they're suspended in the darkness, and honestly, this feels like the beginning of something truly messed up. She's hugging him tightly underwater, and honestly, it's less comforting and more possessive. She keeps repeating his name, Yoonha, like she's trying to imprint it on his soul. Super creepy, bro. She's weeping while she holds him, but it's unsettling, like she's grieving for what she's about to do. She's just holding him, completely submerged, and it's becoming clear this isn't a rescue, it's a straight-up claim. This girl's aunt sends over some snacks, and she casually hands them to our boy. Super sweet, right? But it turns out she didn't want the snacks for herself. Bro, she's got a stack of practice test materials. He's all ready to accept them, but then he sees the results of the standard admissions test, and his face falls. He straight up tells her he doesn't need the workbook, nothing's changed, and tries to give it back. Awkward. He asks why she even wanted the materials, wondering if she's suddenly decided to go to university. She drops a bomb. She says she might never come back here, but it's not for her, it's for someone named Allie. Our boy is totally confused, asking who Allie is and if she's made a friend. He's completely lost. This girl keeps it mysterious, saying it's confidential, and honestly, that's a huge red flag. He spots a color-coded chart and demands to know what the blue color means, looking for answers. She's evasive, but the tension is building. Something's definitely going on with this Allie, and this girl is hiding it. She explains the ocean represents Yoonhae, saying she's scared but also loves it. Deep stuff. She reveals Yoonhae needed to be in the ocean, and maybe that was the reason she kept going. This girl insists Yoonhae was the only one she had left, and our boy is starting to feel uncomfortable. But he's also seriously detached, saying he can barely remember any good times with her anymore. He straight up admits he just wants Yoonhae out of his life, which is harsh, honestly. She asks why he should care what Yoonhae thinks, and then she starts putting on diving gear. She's getting ready to dive, saying she needs more information to understand how Yoonhae feels. This girl's putting on flippers and a mask, and our boy is just standing there, completely stunned. She throws a paper boat into the ocean of blue shards and it's a total mood. However, she looks up, and you can tell she's about to do something totally wild. This is escalating fast. She tells him to imagine Yoonhae as bits of paper patched together, and explains all he needs to do is find the rips and tangles. She dives into the blue shards, completely submerging herself, and says she's already inside Yoonhae. She asks him to tell her when he's ready, but it's seriously creepy and controlling, honestly. The shards swirl around, and we see a question forming Yoonhae's inner self. Talk about a deep dive. More and more blue pieces float around, and it feels like she's getting lost in Yoonhae's mind. She says she came because she missed Yoonhae, and then drops a bomb they have a lot in common. She confesses she's sad he's changed so much in Seoul, but it feels less like concern and more like possession. This girl straight up says she's a human unlike him, so they're different, and it's getting super intense. She's clearly distraught, saying she's not even envious of other kids anymore, and her life is far from normal. She's completely broken, saying she doesn't even feel human, and our boy is just watching, completely speechless. He blurts out, "I love you," and it's a total curveball. Honestly, like what? He says thinking about Yoonhae is making him reflect, and then he collapses. He's shaking, gripping something. It's a photo, and this dude is clearly falling apart. He confesses what he hates more than Yoonhae is, her being dead, and it's brutal. He's spiraling, saying it's funny he's become like her, and we're getting major villain vibes. He admits she confused him, but he did those things to her himself. No way, this is dark. He stares down at her body, and says he can't blame anyone but himself, so intense. He declares he needs to take responsibility, and then, boom, someone's smashing through the window. It's Yoonhae grabbing the body, and she's absolutely furious, bro. This is chaotic. She's screaming she's afraid she'll find Yoonhae's actions acceptable, and honestly, she might. He thinks he's finally broken free, but this girl is straight up, everywhere, shattering the glass around him. He's saying he doesn't think he can escape her again. Like, seriously, is he realizing how intense this is? Suddenly, a photo of Yoonhae cracks and falls into a trash can with a clack. It's a super unsettling moment. Someone's approaching, and they reveal that our boy has totally fallen into a trap. No way, talk about a twist. She's pulling him close, saying Yoonhae must have tried something, and honestly, it feels like a setup. He's completely broken down, head in her hands, and this whole scene is just heavy, bro. She's cradling his head, and it's clear she's trying to comfort him, but her expression is so unreadable. She's running her hand through his hair, and you can feel the tension. What is she planning? He's burying his face in her shoulder, completely defeated, and it's a really raw, vulnerable moment. She's staring down at him with this intense expression, and honestly, this feels less like comfort, more like possession. Our boy's reeling, realizing his middle school friends secretly recorded Yoonhae. No way, that's messed up. He's remembering a conversation with Yoonhae, but she's saying she has no power to help anyone. So sad. She reveals they thought something was off with him, and that's why they recorded her. Talk about a breach of trust. He jolts, understanding what happened, and this girl flinches, bracing for his reaction. The tension is building. She's crying, head in her hands, overwhelmed with everything. It's a really vulnerable moment for her. She's staring blankly, and it's clear she's completely shut down. This is heartbreaking, bro. But they don't know she's a mermaid, of course. That changes everything. He tells her to call her friends, but she just collapses into his arms. She's totally broken down. She's clinging to him, and he's just there, completely helpless. This is a really heavy scene. She's practically drowning him in her embrace, and honestly, it's starting to feel less like support, more like a trap. Okay, so this girl is straight up demanding water, but our boy is clearly distracted by something else. She asks what's going on, but it's just a simple water, and honestly, it's kinda creepy how fixated she is. She's getting intense, staring right into him, and you can tell something is seriously wrong with this girl. No way, she slaps him, out of nowhere, and our boy is totally shocked, obviously. He's reeling, completely stunned, and she's just watching his reaction, which is so unsettling. She's clutching her hand, shaking, and muttering that it was just a guess, but her face says otherwise. She's trying to play it cool, asking if he's okay, but the tension is THISK, and he's not buying it. He tells her to stop talking about it, and she's like, fine, but she's clearly not over it. She's still messed up. She tries to steer the conversation, asking where they left off last time, and it's a total power move to change the subject. But seriously, this whole situation is giving me the chills. She's a little too obsessed, and our boy is in danger. She demands he read Rise, claiming it's a story for when he can't stop thinking about it in bed. And it's a top secret. He asks what this is, and she calls it an emergency escape button, but it feels seriously off. No way, she just bites him, straight up, out of nowhere, while he's reading, and it's brutal. He's reeling, telling her it's enough for the day, but she's not listening, shaking him and demanding he continue the story. She forces him to tell her where they left off last time, and it's clear this isn't about the story at all. She reveals he tried to keep his word even while in pain, and honestly, it's a twisted confession. She's lying in bed, looking all innocent, and says, what a good guy, but it's so manipulative. He's walking down a hallway, completely broken, and starts choking back sobs. This is rough. Our boy is a mess, and this girl is straight up terrifying, playing with him like this. He jolts awake from another nightmare, groaning and clutching at the sheets. It's clearly been a bad one. He's sitting up now, totally panicked, staring at the ceiling as if expecting something to jump out. He remembers a flashback of him and a younger boy. It's a memory of a traumatic event, and it's messing him up. He's wondering if what Yoonha said earlier triggered the nightmare, and it's a legit question. He decides he'll just fall back asleep, knowing full well he'll probably have another nightmare. But what else can he do? He reaches for a small notebook, and it's covered in weird scribbles. What is this even for? He opens it up, and it's filled with questions: rock, paper, scissors, origins, why people pout, first names. It's so random. He's staring at the questions, looking totally lost and defeated, like he's trying to solve some impossible puzzle. Our boy is clearly spiraling, and this whole situation is just sad, honestly. He's completely broken, and it's like this girl is deliberately messing with his head. She's ruthless. This girl is spiraling, questioning when we even as become aware of ourselves. It's deep. She wonders if it's at birth, when we learn to talk, or when someone says our name. Heavy stuff. But then she hits us with the real questions. Why do people have self-identity at all? And honestly, she's really fixated on tears. Why do people only cry when they're sad? Both of them are floating in space now, and she's asking why anxiety always strikes at night. Relatable. They're getting closer, and she's finally starting to understand something. It's a big moment. She realizes why our boy believes her, and it's a total game changer. No way. She's finally seeing things his way, and it's about to get real. However, the whole scene is bathed in this eerie glow. It's unsettling, to say the least. She's staring right into his eyes, and it's like she's unlocked a new level of obsession. Yikes. She hands him the notebook, and he starts reading. It's clearly something she wrote. He says it's very her, and admits he couldn't sleep last night, but then she drops a bomb. She claims reading it actually calmed him down, and that he basically questions everything. He admits he couldn't stop reading, that it made him forget everything. Straight up obsessed. She points out this means he questions everything, and our boy is visibly reeling. He asks how she knew this would calm him down, and she hits him with a wild explanation. Apparently, thoughts can mask other thoughts, and that's why the notebook worked. Whoa, deep. She declares it's time to go, and our boy flinches. Something is definitely up. He asks where they're going, and she's leading him to the visiting room, but he's clearly terrified. He doesn't want to go in there, and honestly, we're right there with him. This is bad news. They arrive at the visiting room, and this girl Hyeseon introduces herself. But the guy in the chair is already freaking out. The man in the chair lets out a strangled sound, and Hyeseon calmly says she'll connect him with an earthling soon. He asks if this is the earthling she was talking about, and Hyeseon just sighs. She insists they need to communicate through writing, even though they're standing right next to each other. What is happening? Our boy is confused, and Hyeseon finally admits Yoonha didn't tell him about this meeting. He's scribbling in the notebook, trying to figure out what's going on, while she doodles aimlessly. Haesung says he's at a crossroads and then draws a chaotic mess of doodles with a rocket ship. No way. She's still trying to get him to write, and he's starting to unravel, but she's totally unbothered. He demands to know why she brought him here, and honestly, we need answers too. She declares he's questioning everything, and this girl is straight up manipulating our boy. It's terrifying. He's totally losing it, demanding to know if she's sure about this whole situation, and straight up asks if she can see he's in a mental hospital. He spills everything Yoonha is blackmailing him, forcing him to do whatever she wants, and the decision of what happens next is all on her. Our boy is hunched over, completely defeated. But then Haesung just leaves him there, alone and vulnerable. Haesung walks away, and honestly, this is a power move and it's making our skin crawl. Our boy is deep in a book, seemingly researching something intense. Looks like he's trying to figure things out. He's brooding, seriously, this dude is radiating something's wrong energy, and it's stressing me out. Okay, so this girl Haesung is sitting with someone in what looks like a hospital waiting room, and she's pointing at something, clearly agitated. She's laying down some serious rules, telling whoever she's talking to not to question anything. And bro, that's a red flag if I've ever seen one. Haesung's friend responds with fine, but then immediately asks what our boy is supposed to say about meeting her sister and friends. And then the bomb drops. She casually mentions she told them he's a mermaid. A mermaid? No way. Everyone is stunned. Pardon, and a mermaid are the only things anyone can manage to say. Honestly, same. One of the people present asks if she means a mermaid like from a fairy tale, because this is getting wilder by the second. Haesung confirms it. Apparently this mermaid can emerge from any body of water, which is terrifying and amazing. He explains that this mermaid can emerge from any water, and it's just a lot to take in, honestly. He tries to explain that Haesung is just his cousin's friend, but coughs mid-sentence and looks super uncomfortable. The two girls press him for details, wanting to know exactly how he knows Haesung, and it's clear he's scrambling. He blurts out she's his cousin's friend, then immediately corrects himself. He's not a patient at the mental hospital, just a messenger, which is sketchy. The girls seem unconvinced and worried, whispering to each other if Haesung is seriously ill. This is getting intense. Someone cuts in, telling them to discuss this later and asks them to write down everything they remember about the recording. They all sit around a table, and it's super awkward. You can practically feel the tension in the room. Someone asks them about what they heard in the recording, and honestly, this feels like a trap. They explain it happened over 2 years ago, so their memories are hazy. Convenient, right? But then they cut it off, saying that's enough information, which just makes everything feel even more suspicious. And honestly, the whole scene is giving me major bad vibes. Something is definitely off with this whole situation. Our boy is reading a message exchange between Yoonha and Haesung, and it's a lot. Haesung asks Yoonha to stay with her forever, but Yoonha replies she can't console anyone, she just wants to disappear. Yoonha says all she can do is stay in the water and listen, and it's seriously creepy. What does that even mean? The girls are questioning if this conversation was weird to everyone, and honestly, it totally was. They start to speculate if Haesung meant she's a literal mermaid, and bro, they're not far off. Someone wonders if Yoonha has a mental illness, but honestly, that feels like a huge understatement right now. Our boy is straight up asking if they don't believe this girl is a mermaid, and it's a bold question. They all confirm they don't believe it, and the tension is building. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Someone needs him to testify that Yoonha might be behind something, and it's clear he's being used. He's looking super stressed, and honestly, this whole situation is messed up. Our boy is in deep trouble. Okay, so our boy is asking Yoonha if she remembers almost getting hit by a car with Haesung. It's a super specific question. Yoonha confirms it happened, and she looks totally freaked out while remembering. Then she blurts out, "Hi Ben." Wait, who is that? This is getting intense. Flashback time, we see Yoonha running in the rain, about to get hit by a car, and it's happening so fast. But someone pulls her back at the last second. She's saved, but we don't see who saved her. Yoonha says someone grabbed her wrist and pulled her down, and honestly, this is a major plot twist. Our boy is now suggesting it must have been a ghost, and Yoonha says she hopes it was her mom or dad. She's asking if that makes sense, and bro, it doesn't. This is getting weirder by the second. Another flashback shows Yoonha explaining she felt someone grab her wrist. It was a very close call. But wait, this whole time, they were talking about that incident. And it's clearly connected to what's happening now. Okay, so the guy questioning them is straight up demanding to know if they cooked this whole story up. This girl, Bin, is losing it. She's totally panicked and asking what's going on. Another guy admits he's completely lost, saying this makes zero sense, and honestly, same. Yoonhae is handing over a letter, claiming Hyo-sung wrote it for him, and it's a super weird move. She says she's done what she came to do and thanks him for his time. So shady, and he's not buying it. He's clearly disturbed, and then Yoonhae's brother rattles something while walking away, which is creepy AF. Yoonhae's brother promises to call later if anything else comes up, but this feels like a threat, not a promise. Bin is freaking out, whispering, "My brother." She's realizing something big is happening. She asks if her brother is even okay in the hospital, and it's a legit question considering everything. But her brother is apparently doing great, has made a friend, and is preparing for a life outside the hospital. What? Yoonhae is on the bus, reading a letter and looking all smug. She's clearly up to something. She clutches the letter to her chest, and it's a super intense moment, like it's a vital clue. She tells someone she spoke to them just now, and the other person is whispering, "What did they say?" The tension is building. She's on the phone, but the connection is terrible, and they can't hear her, but the question, "What did they say?" keeps repeating. This girl is detailing everything she told them. Apparently, they were shocked by what she revealed. She admits she recorded the conversation, and then drops a bombshell. It was even as more detailed than they know. They didn't believe the mermaid story, but they did agree that someone named Yoonhae exists, which is wild. They agreed to be witnesses, and she's totally playing it cool, but our boy Yoonha is starting to get nervous. Yoonha is begging her not to do anything dangerous, and she's all like, "It's not, because I don't want to help." Yeah, right. But then Yoonha's brother warns him that getting involved has consequences, and Yoonha just says, "Be patient, this is an alliance," promising to find the alien if they keep working together. A timer beeps, time's up, and Yoonhae is straight up pushing a button on some device. She claims she gave them plenty of time, but bro, she's clearly not messing around. Yoonha's looking at her with serious side eye, and honestly, he should be scared. Yoonha says she didn't get this confidence for nothing, and it's super creepy. She's planning something big. Okay, so this weird group outing starts with the teacher saying it's warm enough for an activity before it gets cold. She's all about the fresh air and the smell of wet grass, which is kinda sus, honestly. Our boy and this blonde girl are paired up, and she immediately asks for his ward number. He's in 2 on a 5. She keeps pressing, asking where his bed is, specifically wanting to know if it's in the far corner. Why does she need to know that? She says there's no reason, but her little smirk says otherwise, bro. We cut to a long hallway and this girl is wandering around, clutching something in her hand. She's got a seashell, and she's clearly obsessing over something. It's giving major creepy vibes. She's lying in bed, looking totally fixated, and still clutching that seashell. She's whispering room 2 to 5, and it's straight up terrifying. This girl is not okay. However, she's clearly planning something, and our boy is walking right into it. She thanks him for the gift, but straight up admits it wasn't for him. Major red flag. She asks if he'll take her partner away if he gets out, and our boy is like, "If my answer is yes." Creepy power move. She tells him to try and take the seashell back, and then no ichosh, he's getting sucked underwater. No way, she's dragging him down with her, swirling around in a vortex of water and bubbles. He's totally submerged, clutching the shell, and she's staring at him. This is getting intense. She's got him pinned, and honestly, this is a full-blown yandere situation unfolding. The water swirls around them, and it's clear she's not letting him go. She's completely lost it. She's got his head in her hands and she's staring into his eyes. It's so unsettling. But this girl is clearly dangerous, and our boy's about to find out just how far she'll go. However, she's completely overtaken by darkness. Something big is about to happen, bro. She whispers Yoonha. It's like a spell, and our boy is completely frozen. But she's not just whispering, she's actively pulling him under, weaving currents around them both. He's trying to fight it, but this girl's power is insane. She's got a total grip on him. However, she's not trying to drown him, she's embracing him. It's a super creepy, possessive hug. Someone announces the afternoon program is starting and asks them to come to the activity room. Talk about bad timing. A nurse arrives with visitors and bro, this is about to get messy. She's walking right into a confrontation. Our boy sees the visitors, a woman and a blonde girl, and he's visibly stunned, like he recognizes them. He stares at them, completely speechless, and honestly, this is a major turning point. but the nurse is leading them closer, and our boy is clearly conflicted. He doesn't want them to see this girl. He just stares, frozen, as they approach, and you can tell he's bracing himself for whatever happens next. This girl, Yoonha, is straight up yelling at the nurse, demanding to know how they let her parents in here. Her mom tries to ask how our boy is doing, but Yoonha cuts her off, refusing to answer any questions. Suddenly, she grabs his arm and demands he let her go, but the parents are shocked and confused. The mom tries to calm her down, telling her to sit and not embarrass them, but Yoonha is losing it. Yoonha's dad finally speaks up, asking how he's been, and honestly, the tension is insane. He repeats the question, trying to get a response, but Yoonha just stares at him with a blank expression. The parents declare they came despite everything, because they're still his parents, but something rattles behind them. The mom tries to get Yoonha to open up, suggesting she talk to them, but it's clear she's digging her heels in. The dad is just there, looking vaguely annoyed, while Yoonha remains completely unresponsive. And bro, this whole scene is a powder keg. You can feel something snapping is about to happen. Yoonha's dad lays down the law. He expects our boy to be in his 3rd year of high school, period. The parents offer support for whatever career he chooses, but they want him discharged and focused on his future. Yoonha's mom tries to get her daughter to speak up, saying they've given him plenty of time to rest. But Yoonha just stares back, looking totally lost and fragile. It's heartbreaking, honestly. The parents finally leave, thanking him for his hard work, and the room falls silent. Our boy stands there, frozen, as a classmate walks by, completely oblivious to the drama. He starts to leave but drops his books. A small stumble, but it feels significant. He bends down to pick them up, and you can see the weight of everything crashing down on him. However, as he gathers his things, a strange look crosses his face. He's starting to understand something. And bro, that realization, it's not good. It's like he's finally seeing the bigger picture. Yoonha's dad asks what she's been up to, and she just doesn't answer, bro. It's so awkward. She claims she hasn't gone anywhere, but her dad presses her, saying he saw her earlier. She's clearly hiding something. Yoonha insists nothing happened, but her dad demands the truth, and she finally starts to crack. She tries to deflect, asking why he's even bothering with studying, saying he doesn't even want to go to university. Our boy actually explains he wants to live a normal life, but this girl just scoffs. Talk about a mood killer. Yoonha's getting increasingly agitated, asking why he's acting so strange all of a sudden, and begs him to keep teaching her. She straight up says it's pointless for him to study for the college entrance exam, especially because she picks his major. This girl argues he could waste 4 years if he doesn't enjoy his studies. She's got a point, actually. But then she drops the bomb. People like her are incapable of living normal lives. Talk about a dark admission. And honestly, that's the most terrifying thing anyone said all episode. This situation is spiraling. He's totally lost, admitting he doesn't know what he wants. This is heartbreaking, bro. Yoonha gets it, saying he doesn't fit in at university, then pats his head. So condescending, no way! She straight up says no university can teach you to be interested in something. This girl is wild. But here's the kicker, she thinks she knows what he should be interested in, and that's a huge red flag. Our boy is straight up losing it, demanding to know why she's even thinking about going wherever she's planning to go. This girl is holding up a phone, showing him something, and looks totally devastated, like she just got the worst news. He grabs her arm, refusing to let her go, and insists he'll never let her walk into danger alone. She calls his bluff, asking why not, and a creepy, shadowy face flickers in her eyes. No way, something's seriously wrong. He finally spills it. He doesn't want her to get hurt. He's trying to protect her, but it's coming across kinda controlling. But she reminds him they promised to risk everything for each other, a vow they made way back when. He doubles down, saying he'll do anything to keep her safe, even put himself in danger instead. She's reeling, clearly shocked by his offer, and honestly, this is where things get really twisted. He's adamant he won't let her go, and she's just processing everything, looking completely stunned. She finally gives in, but with a quiet, defeated of course not, and the tension is thicker than ever. He's on the phone with Haibin, and she's apparently allowed to make calls now. What? He asks if she's eaten, and she says she and her grandma are getting fried chicken. Seriously. He's suddenly ecstatic. It's the first day of middle school for her, and he's losing it with excitement. Haibin's mom asks who he thinks he is, and Haibin excitedly explains it's her first day of middle school, of course. Our boy is beaming, declaring he gets to wear a school uniform and he's officially a middle schooler now. He's so happy, but this whole scene is giving me the creeps. It feels off, like he's fixating. He's totally caught up in her school life, and honestly, it's a little unsettling how much he cares. He's on the phone, practically vibrating with pride as he tells Hyben he's so proud of her. She's getting a text from him. "How are you?" But she's still stuck in the hospital, which is concerning. She explains she's been moved to a room where she can use her phone, and our boy instantly perks up, relieved. He's so quick to assume she's better, saying he was worried sick, but she barely gets a word in. He's leaning against the doorway, clutching his arm, looking totally wrecked, like he hasn't slept in days. She says she's still in the hospital, and he just flatly says, "Yeah, thanks. No way, that's cold." He's trying to play it cool, but his body language screams obsessed and exhausted. It's seriously creepy. But then another call comes in, and he glances at the screen. It's her grandma, and he's instantly more cheerful. He answers, and it's clear he's been rehearsing this conversation, asking about her grandma and her fried chicken. He's so focused on her little life, and honestly, this dude is spiraling. It's a full-blown obsession. He's on the phone asking about her test, but she's clearly distracted. Time is jumping around. We cut to a flashback of a classroom, everyone packing up. It's super blurry and unsettling, bro. Then, this girl is meticulously rolling noodles with a fork, and our boy is just watching her, completely fixated. She explains they're allowed forks in the open ward, and he drops his plate. Talk about a clumsy moment. He's practically begging her to check her phone, and she finally does. It's a message from partner. The message asks what she'll do if she gets to Mull Island, and our boy's face drops. What is going on? He says he'll find a clue, but then it cuts to a vision of her falling off a cliff, and he mutters about needing to know why she was crying that day. He's desperate to understand why she became so obsessed with him, and honestly, it's getting seriously creepy. This whole scene is giving me major chills. It's like he's unraveling a dark secret. He's spiraling, and this girl is just eating noodles, totally oblivious to the storm brewing inside his head. He warns her they could die before even reaching the island. Things are getting real. But then he asks if she ever wondered why she insisted on living with him back in her hometown. He's suggesting she stayed because of their shared memories, and honestly, it's a huge accusation. She reaches for him, and he pulls away. This is getting tense, bro. She's suddenly underwater, and he yells they need to leave, like Nanobu. She's grabbing at something in the water, but it's unclear what it is. She turns to him, saying he'll either get a new life or meet his end likes. She lays out the deal: go to the island, but he has to do something specific. What is she planning? Her eye is close up, and you can see a glint of something dangerous. He asks if she's sure he can escape on his own, and she offers to help him. But he doesn't want to owe her anything. He straight up tells her they can't live with their families until whatever this is ends. Talk about a bombshell. This dude reveals he's in the exact same situation, completely dependent on Yoonha while stuck in the hospital. He admits he's been stressing about how he'll manage without her once he's discharged, and honestly, we feel that. But the moment Yoonha lays out a plan, he says it finally feels like he can breathe, a total 180. They're both staring at entrance exam scores, and she's like, let's decide right now, which is intense. Yoonha's got this calculating look on her face, and it's sending shivers down our spines. He points to one exam, but she tells him to go up, and he's confused. What does that even mean? He asks if she means to apply to a higher level school, and she just says you can, pushing him hard. He protests, saying there's no way he could get in, but she's relentless. I'll make it happen, she declares. She's convinced she can pull strings, and it's clear she's not taking no for an answer. This girl is a force. So our journey to break free from their past lives begins, and it's intense, bro. They're buried in study materials, planning for the entrance exam. This is serious dedication. He's completely overwhelmed with anxiety, leaning on her for support, but she's acting off. They're consoling each other, yet it feels so one-sided, like she's controlling the entire situation. Our boy is straight up panicking. He feels super nervous about the high school equivalency exam results. This girl, though, she's ice cold, telling him there's no way he could fail after all his studying. He's secretly recording with his phone, a precaution she insisted on before he went into the exam room, and boom, he passed. She shows him the confirmation on her phone, and he's visibly relieved. She reveals she passed too, and he's honestly a little shocked, like, did they even take the same test? They're holding hands, but the vibe is weirdly tense, like there's something unspoken between them. Flashback to 2 weeks ago, and we see her laying down the law about recording and immediately turning the phone back on after the exam. She's making it crystal clear fail this exam and everything is over, the stakes are insane. She emphasizes it's not even the college entrance exam, but she's still this intense about it. No pressure, right? She says she'd be embarrassed if he failed after all this studying. But bro, she's the one putting all this pressure on him? She tells him to wait, then speeds off in a car. Our boy is immediately suspicious, wondering where she's going. He rushes inside and finds her already changed, looking shocked as she reveals she went to another examination center. She gasps and confesses she took the college entrance exam too, and honestly, he's reeling. She says she's been studying all day, but then asks about his college entrance exam. Smooth, girl, smooth. He accidentally lets slip he hasn't even thought about it, and immediately regrets it. Oops, a major blunder. He braces himself, fearing her reaction, and asks if she wants to know if he plans to take it at all. She answers with a simple yes, but the silence that follows is deafening, and she looks away. She flatly states she doesn't want to go to college, and then just tells him to give up on it too. She walks away, leaving him stunned, and the panel focuses on her back. This girl is seriously controlling. She keeps walking, and it's clear she's not interested in hearing his thoughts, just straight up shutting him down. She's throwing all his textbooks away, and he's just standing there. What is wrong with our boy? This girl straight up calls him ungrateful, and then lets out a weird laugh. It's unsettling, honestly. He finally speaks up, asking what's going on, but she just scoffs and says, "Ha." She doubles down, saying he doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. But the threat is clear. Yuna. She calls his name, and then says he doesn't have to answer if he doesn't want to. So manipulative. She's looking away, clearly trying to hide something, and he's starting to realize this is about more than just college. He asks what she's doing, and she just stares at him with this dead look. It's sending chills down my spine. She says she's just tired, but bro, she's totally hiding something, and he can tell. He demands to know what's going on, and she finally looks back, her expression unreadable. She asks what he's doing, and honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She suggests a campus visit, and our boy is totally thrown. What is this girl planning? Several days later, she reveals there's no official visit planned, and he's starting to get a bad feeling. She says they're just going to show up unannounced, and he's like, wait, seriously? They're walking towards the university, and she's trying to play it cool, saying they'll blend in if they dress the part. She grabs his hand, and he seems uncomfortable, to say the least, but she doesn't notice. She remarks that the university seems mature, but honestly, she's the one acting way too grown up. They're surrounded by students, and she says they'll blend in. But it's so crowded, it's kinda chaotic. She's babbling about how crowded it is, and he's just silently processing everything, and bro, he looks stressed. She's holding his hand tighter, and he's trying to pull away, but she's not letting go. This is getting intense. He's clearly uncomfortable with the physical contact, and she just doesn't seem to care, which is seriously concerning. She insists they aren't dating, but then a girl literally appears behind them with a gone sign. No way. Our boy is straight up shocked, gasping at the sight of this mysterious blonde, and she's radiating energy. Turns out the blonde is part of the extraterrestrial life research club, and they've got a whole alien theme going on. He asks if she's majoring in something related, and this club president is totally sweating. Something's up. The president wipes his brow and hands over an application, but there's a tiny alien figurine on the desk. Creepy. He asks about her job, and the president is getting increasingly flustered, but it's clear she's pushing him for info. She grabs his hand again, and he's visibly panicked. This girl is not taking no for an answer. He shouts what she's doing, and she's completely unfazed, still gripping his hand tightly. She's questioning him, but he's trying to pull away, and she's just staring, and honestly, it's terrifying. She's grabbing his pen, and he's looking at her with pure dread. This is escalating fast, bro. She's dragging him down the hallway, insisting they leave because it's too hectic. But he's totally lost. She suddenly grabs his hand, and he's visibly startled. This is getting seriously forceful, bro. He asks where they're going, and she just keeps pulling him along, the door creaking shut behind them. She declares they shouldn't be there, and he's starting to freak out. What is even happening? She says they'll leave if someone asks, but it feels like she's intentionally trying to cause a scene. They walk into a lecture hall, and she announces they're there to see this, with a creepy smile. She's greeting everyone, and our boy is just standing there, looking utterly confused and trapped. A voice announces they'll start the second week lecture now, but he's clearly noticed something off. He looks up and his face falls. No way, is that another version of her? He's totally bewildered, and honestly, this situation is about to explode. The professor asks what the brightness of the star represents, and our boy is totally lost, clearly. Someone raises their hand, and it's another her. Straight up, this is getting wild. He stares at her, looking utterly horrified. A tear even rolls down his face. Bro, it's intense. She's giving him this intense look, and he's completely frozen. Like he can't even process what's happening. Someone spots this girl and her dude wandering around, immediately questioning if they even belong there. They're confronted. Who are you? But it turns out they're just high school students crashing a university lecture. The professor is surprisingly chill, saying it's common for students to lose interest in their studies, and apologizes for being surprised. Our boy explains they just took the high school equivalency exam and wanted to check out university life firsthand. The professor laughs, impressed by their curiosity, but the dude is giving this girl a serious side eye. He's clearly not buying it, glancing at her with a look that says, "I'm onto you." This girl, though, is totally unfazed, calmly sipping her drink like a queen. The professor continues rambling about youthful curiosity, but honestly, it's all a distraction from the tension brewing between them. He's impressed, saying it's nice to see young people who haven't lost their curiosity. But something tells me this isn't about curiosity. This girl has a plan, and our boy is right in the middle of it. She asks him how it was, seeming totally innocent, but bro, we know she's fishing for info. This girl claims she's just curious about what he thinks, playing it cool, but it's so sus. She stares at him with those intense eyes, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. She's sizing him up. A little kid starts causing a scene, but our boy's bodyguard steps in, ordering him to be quiet. The bodyguard is serious, straight up glaring at the kid. This dude doesn't mess around. He turns back to this girl and asks if she knows why she feels the way she does. Talk about loaded. They're getting super close and she looks conflicted. But then, bam, a car comes barreling toward them. No way. Our boy reacts instantly, shielding her with his body. He's a total hero. He grabs her, pulling her close, and it's a full-on desperate save. Talk about intense. Everything happens so fast. The car screeches and this girl is completely in his arms. He's reeling from the near miss, clutching his head, and this girl is holding onto him tight. Talk about a save. Everyone's freaking out, but our boy is checking on her, making sure she's okay. Total knight in shining armor. She's leaning into his embrace, looking vulnerable, but something in her eyes feels off, like she's playing a role. Another guy arrives, looking furious, and demands to know what she's doing. Things are escalating fast. He accuses her of sneaking around and attending a lecture, even visiting a professor's lab. What is going on? She just calmly thanks him, and another guy can't believe it. This girl is good at keeping her cool. But the first guy isn't buying it, and he's about to unleash his anger. This is about to get messy. He's practically radiating rage, asking if she's ready for his wrath. Bro, she's totally unfazed. She's staring right back at him, a tiny smirk playing on her lips. She's enjoying this way too much. And just like that, the tension snaps. She's clearly got something up her sleeve, and our boy is walking right into it. She casually drops that she could have given him a tour if he'd asked. Talk about a power move. Another guy chimes in, saying no earthling would ever be allowed into a lecture. This is getting weird. They're all agreeing she got lucky with a good-natured professor, but any other teacher would have reported her immediately. Then, one of them asks if our boy knows what this earthling's weakness is. A plan is brewing. Apparently, Yuna is blackmailing him, forcing him to do what she wants. No way, that's messed up. He admits it, saying the decision is hers, and she's known about it all along. She's playing everyone? Someone asks what he's doing, but he tells them to stay quiet. Things are about to go down. They spot a pet on his arm, and it's a wolf tattoo. That's a little unsettling, to be honest. The tattoo starts to glow and move. Straight up, that's terrifying and our boy is losing it. He yells at them to stop, totally embarrassed, but they reveal the tattoo means some. Jay has no choice but to help Yuna. He's offering to buy Yuna an iced Americano and a latte. Bro is trying to be a good boyfriend, honestly. He hands over his credit card, and she's instantly grabbing it. This girl is so forward, it's kinda wild. They're heading out, and she nods at another guy, then starts walking. Something feels off about this whole scene. Yuna suddenly stops talking and our boy notices. She's acting strange, and it's making everyone uneasy. She collapses, looking totally distraught. But it feels staged, like she's putting on a show. One of the guys explains she's his cousin and he's used to her quirks. Okay, so this is a family thing? He admits she's family, but it took him a long time to understand her. Still, he's defending her to everyone. But then someone points out he's not related to her. Ouch, that's a low blow, and the tension is rising. He says it must be hard for him. Then the car alarm blares. Talk about bad timing, and the mood just shifted. Our boy looks completely shocked, and honestly, this is where things are about to get real. He starts talking, admitting he never had fun before meeting Inha. Wow, that's a heavy confession. He says being with her makes life feel less bleak, and then drops that he's never had fun before. Talk about a mood. He admits he wouldn't have dared go out like this without her, and honestly, that's kinda sweet but also controlling. He's telling the others they're not kids anymore, and they should know what they're doing. Bro is trying to be the mature one here. He asks if he crossed a line, clearly worried he overstepped, but they assure him he was just being considerate. He confesses it was a huge deal for Yunha to even agree to tour the university today, and he's so grateful to her. He's staring off into space, and it's clear he's lost in thought. What's he planning now? He's thinking he'll aim for something, but what? The suspense is killing me. He's lost in thought, and it's a super intense close-up. Something is definitely brewing in his mind. The screen fades to white, and it's like everything is on pause. No way this is a good sign. Yuna says that makes sense, then drops a bomb. She's become super interested in the universe since meeting him. But there's a problem, and this girl looks genuinely distressed as she admits something is wrong. He explains his navigation device is messed up, so he can't calculate orbits properly. Talk about a bad situation. He confesses his sense of direction is terrible, and he's afraid he'll hit a meteorite, and honestly, that's just a lot. Our boy is finally leaving the hospital, and the doctor is giving him a stern warning to stay on his meds and keep his appointments. He assures the doctor he will, and thanks them for all their help, but honestly, something feels off. He's trying to act normal, but his footsteps are unsteady, like he's barely holding it together. This girl, though, she's waiting for him with a taxi and a huge suitcase covered in stickers. No way. She's staring off into the distance, and her expression is intense, to say the least, bro. She's pulling the suitcase, and it's covered in adorable stickers, but the whole vibe is just unsettling. She tells him they're leaving, and he just nods, seemingly resigned to whatever's happening, straight up. They're walking toward the taxi, but she's leading the way with a determined look, and he's just following along. The taxi pulls up, and we get a glimpse inside. It's filled with what looks like dolls and toys. They're both inside, and the taxi is speeding away, but something tells me this isn't a happy road trip. She asks what he ordered, and he just drops the bomb, a GPS receiver, bro. He's immediately grilling her about Wi-Fi on Mull Island, and she says there's a station, but it'll be slow. But it takes 40 minutes by boat to reach the island, and he's worried about the connection speed. She explains they can at least send texts, but then straight up says if Yunha decides to drown them, it won't matter. Our boy's face falls, and he quietly admits he's never used his phone on the island before. He murmurs that it'd be better to witness something noteworthy before dying, and honestly, that's a dark thought. She's looking away, seemingly unbothered, while he stares into space. The scene cuts to an exterior shot of a building, and then to the choppy water with a boat docked. Something's building here. However, the atmosphere is so ominous, and this girl's calm is seriously creeping me out. He's begging her to reconsider, but she's having way too much fun with this whole situation. She asks why he'd expect her to change her mind, then straight up admits she's never felt this alive. She's practically glowing, and he announces he'll go alone if she won't come with him. Talk about a power move. They're walking toward the boat, and a man is waiting for them, looking concerned, to say the least. They're boarding, and she's all smiles while our boy looks completely defeated. Bro. She leans in, and he looks genuinely startled. What is she planning? It starts to snow, and he checks a GoPro, realizing it's recording everything, but honestly, it's kinda creepy. He's staring out at the falling snow, and you can see the worry etched all over his face. But the snow is getting heavier, and she's still grinning. This is not a good sign. However, she's documenting it all on the GoPro, and it feels like she's trapping him in a nightmare. He's rummaging through his bag, desperately searching for something, It's the tracker, no doubt. He finds it and checks the screen, and it's showing Hyosun's location. She's close, way too close. He wraps her in a blanket and tells her he'll keep her warm, but it feels like a hollow promise. He calls out Hyosun's name, and she responds with a chilling confession. She's in pain. She asks him for a hug, and bro, the desperation in her voice is sending shivers down my spine. He's huddled over, clutching the tracker, and it's clear he's starting to realize the gravity of the situation. He wonders if they can even defeat this vast, overwhelming sea, and honestly, it doesn't look good. He clenches the tracker tighter, and a terrifying thought crosses his mind. He's going to kill everyone. He's jolted by something, and it's clear he's realizing the extent of Hyosong's control. No way. She's been recording everything this whole time, trapping him in a nightmare of her making. She turns to him, offering a shaky smile and thanking him for his patience, but it feels so forced. Suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through the snowstorm, commenting on how handsome our boy is, and Hyosong tenses up. Hyosong clutches his arm tighter, and he's clearly starting to suspect something is seriously wrong with this situation. He's trying to stay calm, but he's piecing things together. The tracker, the recording, her obsession. It's a terrifying realization. He's convinced she's going to hurt someone, and bro, the look on his face says he's formulating a plan. But she's stepping forward, seemingly oblivious, and a strange, shadowy figure begins to emerge from the water. Tentacles, straight up tentaculous, are reaching for his feet, and he's frozen in shock, while Hyosung just turns away. He's desperately trying to pull her away, but she's completely unresponsive, staring out at the stormy sea. He's finally managing to get her moving, and she's claiming she just needed to turn around. Sketchy, very sketchy. However, as they walk, he sees the same woman from before, and realizes this whole town is somehow connected to Hyosung. He's desperately trying to explain Hyosung isn't his girlfriend, but this uncle figure doesn't seem to care. He introduces himself as Yoonho, and the uncle is immediately excited. He wants to know what brought them here. Our boy awkwardly explains they brought their own food, and the uncle just waves it off, insisting on giving them allowance. Hyosung is getting increasingly agitated, gripping his arm tightly and staring daggers at the uncle. Something is seriously up. She tries to pull him away, but he resists, and she's clearly not happy about it. They're inside, and Hyosung is making a massive, elaborate meal, but he's creeped out, saying she never cooks like this. She snaps at him, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife, but the uncle is totally oblivious. Hyosung is trying to find her wallet, but she's resisting, and our boy is quickly realizing she's trying to control the situation. He tries to stop her, but she's pulling away, and it's clear she's planning something, and he's starting to panic. She demands another bowl of food, and the uncle happily obliges, totally unaware of the power dynamics at play. Everyone is freaking out, telling him he absolutely cannot stay at Hyosung's place. It's a disaster zone. Hyosung's mom bursts in, wallet and photo album in hand, and is immediately showing off baby pictures of Hyosung. They're flipping through the album, and the uncle is reminiscing about how much trouble little Hyosung used to cause. She points out how much Yoonjong resembles a young girl in the photos, but honestly, this is getting super weird. Okay, so our boy is totally restless, staring out the window at night. He's clearly not okay. He's lying in bed, gripped by anxiety, and it's intense. You can see he's seriously struggling. This girl Yoona lays out their plan for tomorrow, the cave and a stop at his house, but something feels off. Bro, his heart is pounding as he hears a noise and then another, like someone's moving around. He checks his phone and sees a message from Yoona saying she's done something. But honestly, the timing is sus. He replies, tapping out a quick message, but his face shows he's far from relieved. This is getting creepy. He stands up, mumbling about needing space, but the house is already feeling way too small for both of them. The door creaks open, he jolts, and then there she is, standing in the doorway, and it's terrifying. She's right behind him, and he looks completely frozen. No way this is a coincidence. Seriously, the tension is unreal. She's invading his personal space, and he's clearly trapped, which is a disaster. He flinches, totally caught off guard by her sudden appearance, and bro, it's a major red flag. He covers his face, overwhelmed, but she's already reaching for him, and it's creepy AF. She's practically on top of him, and they turn toward the door. There's someone else there. They trudge toward the figure, and it's his aunt, looking concerned, but this whole situation is spiraling. His aunt asks why they're up so late, and this girl just casually says they couldn't sleep, which is a lie. She spins it, claiming they're going to look at old photos, like that's normal at 3 a.m., and asks if he wants to join. He hesitantly agrees, but honestly, he looks miserable, and she's practically beaming. She leads him to a room packed with photo albums. It's a shrine to his past, and it's overwhelming. His aunt points out they have pictures since he was born, and it's a lot. A disturbing amount, actually. She nods, accepting the offer, but you can feel the tension building. Something's about to go down. His aunt explains everyone helped her family after they moved, even developing photos, and she's clearly setting the stage for something. She reveals this is her first time in the room, and wasn't allowed in as a kid. Talk about a loaded statement. His aunt casually drops that hi, Song used to be a troublemaker and ruined photos, but it feels like a warning to our boy. He cautiously grabs an old photo album, and his aunt warns them the albums are fragile, which feels ominous. They open an album and bam, it's a photo from an old-fashioned funeral, and this girl is instantly captivated. She's totally fixated on the photo, while he looks uneasy, and it's clear this isn't just a casual look back at memories. She explains Mole Island had a reputation for being a dark and ominous place, and she starts to flinch like she's remembering something terrible. He asks why it was ominous, and she reveals they used to perform a ritual to help spirits find peace. But it sounds way more sinister. She's staring intensely at him, and it's clear this ritual is connected to everything happening, and bro, the tension is insane. But she stops mid-sentence, and her expression changes, hinting at a much darker history and a seriously twisted obsession. She reveals Mole Island used to be a dumping ground for criminals and their bodies, super grim. But the island was abandoned because it felt ominous, until someone ignored the warnings and moved in. She says the newcomers were poor people from inland, and our boy realizes this is about his family. He remembers his father building up the place, thinking he hated the island, and it hits him hard. His aunt tries to play it off, saying accidents happen by the sea, but it's a weak attempt to downplay things. She's distracted, staring off, and then she's on the floor, rummaging through something. What is going on? She pulls out a photo, and it's a picture of a traditional ceremony with people in hanboks. She explains Mole Island became a gathering place for Mudang, spiritual mediums, who settled there and started families. These Mudang didn't mix with the islanders except during rituals, and she keeps repeating the island was hopeless. She's fixated on the past, and it's clear this girl thinks Mole Island is cursed, and she's somehow connected to it. They carved a totem to bring luck to the island, but it straight up backfired and angered everyone. So they kicked the Mudang families off the island, but it didn't solve anything. It just got worse. She reveals the Mudang didn't go back to the mainland, but relocated to a deserted island called Samcho instead. And honestly, it makes her furious just thinking about them. It's a serious grudge. She explains all these people had children, yet they still chose to move to that abandoned island. Wild. Our boy asks if that's even allowed, and his aunt just shrugs it off, saying no one stopped them. She emphasizes they completely cut ties with the islanders, and it's clear this is a huge deal. He's reeling from this info, and you can tell he's connecting the dots about his family's history. But the Mudang story isn't over. She's building up to something big, and it feels ominous. This girl is obsessed with the past, and it's becoming clear Mole Island is seriously cursed. She says the Mudang bought a boat to perform rituals on the mainland, but Mole Island won't let anyone from there in. Our boy asks if they can go to Samcho Island, and his aunt straight up says they'd never be allowed. She insists there's bad blood between the families, and no one would welcome them. But then, she changes her tune, claiming no one would dare turn them away, and it's all so confusing. She's clearly hiding something, and suddenly declares story time is over, so suspicious. It's 2 a.m. and she's rushing everyone to bed, but our boy is clearly not buying it. He secretly checks his phone, and no way. It's a photo of his mother from years ago. This girl is scrolling through old pictures in the dark, and it's giving major creepy vibes. She's fixated on the photo, and the expression on her face is totally unhinged. Then the sun rises, and honestly, it feels like a bad omen. She blurts out the Unikev, and pauses mid-sentence, like she just remembered something terrifying. Her face contorts into a creepy smile, straight up unsettling, and she's clearly hiding something huge. She pretends she's just kidding, telling them to eat and have fun today, but the vibe is so off. His dad asks if they're going out, and she clutches a tiny plastic heart, which is disturbing, to say the least. Our boy and this girl stumble into a cave, and it's not just any cave, it's glowing with some weird water. They walk deeper, and the light gets brighter, revealing a massive underground pool. But something feels off. Suddenly, this girl gets pulled under the water. Our boy dives in after her without a second thought. What a hero. It's a full-on struggle underwater, and honestly, it looks like she's actively trying to drown him. No way. He surfaces coughing and clearly shaken, but he's more worried about her, and his face is full of panic. This girl is straight up grabbing his hand, and he's visibly distressed, but he lets her. What is happening? She demands he give her his wet hand, and he's just letting it happen. This is getting creepy fast. She's holding his hand so tightly, her grip is intense, and his expression is a mix of fear and confusion. She's clutching his hand, and he looks completely overwhelmed, but she's not letting go. This is escalating quickly. Our boy is trapped, and this girl's obsession is becoming terrifyingly clear. Bro, this is a bad situation. She mumbles something about it being too late, and our boy is totally confused, asking what she means. She brushes it off, saying nothing, and straight up tells him they're going to the next stop. Super shady. They arrive at what she claims is her family home, a pretty rundown place, but she acts like it's normal. She slides open a door and steps inside, but pauses, leaving our boy outside for a beat. So weird. He asks what she's doing, wondering why she isn't coming in, and she flinches at the question. Red flag. She finally reveals she lived here with someone named Yunha for a month in middle school, and our boy is reeling. He presses her for details, demanding to know what her days were like back then. He's finally onto something. She reveals they used to go to the sea and play games as kids, but it's clearly a painful memory for her. She says they'd swim together, but our boy is getting seriously creeped out by this constant reminiscing. He asks if she did this every day for a month, and she avoids the question, saying they talked about everything. She says they always talked about the same things, and our boy looks incredibly uncomfortable with the implications. She explains the conversation would always circle back to how she left the island. She's setting him up. She's hunting at a bigger story, and our boy is starting to realize this whole nostalgia trip is a trap. She's clearly manipulating him, and bro is starting to suspect something is seriously wrong with this girl. She's painting this idyllic picture of their childhood, but it's all a facade, and our boy is seeing through it. He's trying to piece together what really happened, and she's subtly guiding the narrative. It's so manipulative. She wants him to believe she's the victim, but honestly, this whole situation is giving me major red flags. She asks what Yunha did during those 6 years he was gone, and our boy is instantly on the defensive. He admits he felt guilty every time he heard about Yunha. Straight up, he was ashamed of himself. He confesses he thinks she wanted to fill the emptiness Yunha left when he arrived. But how is that even possible? She insists it would have been impossible, but our boy isn't buying it. He's starting to connect the dots. But you know what? He realizes they're talking about Yunha out loud instead of writing things down, and that's a huge shift. She's trying to get him to open up, and he actually starts to. And then this girl launches into a full-on rocket ship of memories. She says this place was where they spent the happiest time of her life, and honestly, it's a little too perfect. She asks if it's unfair he's forced to hate even the good memories, and bro is visibly reeling from the emotional manipulation. She's laying it on thick, trying to make him feel guilty for resenting their past, but our boy is starting to see through her game. However, he's definitely going in the right direction. He's starting to remember things, and that's dangerous for this girl. He asks about her diary, specifically what she wrote about her uncle, and she doesn't even hesitate to say she'll tell him everything. She says she stopped writing about her uncle after her grandmother moved in with them. It's a weirdly specific detail. Our boy presses her, and she reveals he was a huge influence on her until her grandmother arrived, and then nothing. She claims he was a complete jerk, and she just dumped all his stuff, but she's saying it with so much intensity, it feels off. She's trying to paint him as the villain, but Yunha looks totally stunned, like this is the first time he's hearing this story. But wait, she's saying her uncle was obsessed with her. No way, this is getting seriously creepy. She insists she cut all ties with him, but Yunhai's face is screaming, I don't believe you. And honestly, she's totally deflecting. She's giving him a story, but it feels like she's hiding something way bigger. He asks if that's really the truth, and she just stares back unblinking. This girl is ice cold. However, the scene ends with Yunha looking totally shaken, and it's clear she just unlocked a memory he didn't know existed. He's wrestling with whether to tell Yunha the truth, seriously questioning if it's even a good idea. But he quickly decides against it, telling her would be too selfish, and he's clearly scared of her reaction. They've searched everywhere, but come up empty-handed, with absolutely no leads in this case. So, they're reluctantly agreeing to explore the supernatural side of things. It's getting weird, guys. He says he needs to be proactive, and Yuna admits she's been holding something back the entire time. They're walking and run into someone who asks where they've been. Didn't they go hiking yesterday? Yuna explains they came back early because it was too slippery, and insists they enjoyed the cave. Then, Yuna straight up asks their uncle if he knows about Samcho Island. Auntie Sunmi mentioned it yesterday. The uncle confirms he knows the island but wants to know how they know about it. Suspicious much. And honestly, this whole conversation feels like a setup, like someone's leading them right into a trap. Okay, so this dude and this girl are shooting a video, thinking they've got a viral story. No way. They're hoping an old phone number will help with their investigation. But it's a long shot, honestly. The uncle points out that people change numbers, or don't even have landlines anymore. Good point. He doubts anyone even knew their numbers, and our boy seems to realize this whole lead is a dead end. This girl is totally heartbroken, staring off into space and looking wrecked. She leans on our boy, looking for comfort, and he's clearly concerned about what's going on. She asks him about Samcho Island, and he gives her the go, ahead to ask whatever she needs to. She starts to question him about the island, but then silence. The tension is building, bro. She grabs her phone, trying to call someone, but the call ends after just a minute and 20 seconds. She tries again but no answer, and he's clearly getting frustrated. This is not good. She asks what area code the call was, and he tells her it's Gyeonggi province, but something's off. He's about to say something, but she cuts him off. She's desperate to find out what's happening. However, it seems like she's not getting through to anyone, and our boy is getting increasingly worried. Straight up, this situation is spiraling. She's obsessed with Samcho Island, and something is definitely wrong. She reveals she asked Deokwi to get the phone numbers, and our boy is livid, straight up exploding. Everyone jolts at his yell. Even the blonde girl coughs, but this girl doesn't even flinch. She asks why he's getting so angry, saying Samcho Island happened a long time ago, but he's not having it. He accuses her of not understanding the gravity of the situation, and honestly, he's right to be furious. The blonde girl covers her mouth, clearly freaked out by this sudden outburst. The tension is insane. This girl insists the kids were curious about Samcho Island, so she took matters into her own hands. She explains she got the numbers from Deokwi, but our boy is losing it, demanding to know why. She tries to downplay it, saying it was just a simple request, but his face says it all. He's terrified. He's clearly remembering something horrible, and it's hitting him hard. No way this is good. But she's totally ignoring his distress, and it's clear this girl is spiraling out of control. He explains that when she called him, he would have realized she's from Mull Island, and remembers what he was told yesterday. Apparently, no one would ever take anyone from Samcho Island to Mull Island, so this girl is seriously pushing it. She insists the Mudangs probably feel the same way about them, because everyone on Mull Island used to be ruthless toward Samcho. She's telling everyone to forget about it all, but her tone is way too intense, like, seriously controlling. The blonde girl seems to be taking it to heart, but our boy is staring at her like she's lost her mind. Then, she quietly says it's her. She's the one who called, and the room goes silent. We cut to a shot of the rainy window, building the tension, because, let's be real, this is about to explode. Our boy looks up, completely shaken, and asks Unha. Like he can't believe what he's hearing. And honestly, this is a total power move. She's laying it all out there, and it's terrifying. But the blonde girl just asks Unha. She's clearly confused, and we're all confused double teach her. She decides the room is too small and straight up says she's going to sleep in his room if she falls asleep talking. Our boy is clearly freaked out, questioning if she really came to talk, because it looks like she wants to sleep there. He says the room is cramped and uncomfortable, then offers to go to her room if she falls asleep. Total mixed signals, bro. The blonde girl looks up, eyes wide, and we finally see her reaction. She's totally stunned. He turns back, and honestly, you can see the tension in his neck. This dude is on edge. He tells her he hopes she feels the same way, and then, get this, he admits she's making him nervous. He drops a bomb he'll protect her, but then adds she's not the only one who needs protecting. What is going on? He explains that when this is over, she'll need to help him with his situation. It's a serious request. She says it'll be her turn to face danger because of him, This is spiraling, and it's intense. But she just stares at him, and the silence is deafening. She's totally processing everything he just said. He pulls the covers up, thinking she's finally drifting off, but she's still awake and watching him. He asks if she's asleep, and she just stares back, completely silent. He tells her he guesses she didn't want to sleep alone tonight. Then the blankets rustle as he reaches for her. He gently cups her face, and honestly, the tenderness is kinda unsettling given everything we know. He says she's helped him so much, and this girl is really leaning into it, eyes closed. She drops a bombshell she's willing to accept whatever happens to her while helping him. No way, this is intense. She's totally committed, staring right into his eyes, and it's a little creepy, not gonna lie. The scene cuts to a dark, starry sky, and the story title "To Drown in You" appears, ominous much. Suddenly, seagulls are squawking, and a man says he's heading home with the kids. What even is this? Someone thanks Uncle for the ride, but honestly, this feels like a random interlude. A breather before the storm. They walk away from the boat, and our boy realizes they didn't even see Yoonhae at the end. That's a weird detail. He wonders if he should be relieved, but then admits he actually wanted to meet her. Bro, mixed signals much. This girl is clearly torn up, staring off with tears welling up in her eyes. She's devastated she didn't get closure. He points out she could have confronted him on the island, but she says she gave up on her goal after leaving the mountain. What goal? More tears, and she looks absolutely heartbroken. This is getting heavy, honestly. He finds a shell and says if she's ready to take it back, she can. What does that even mean? She doubts she can and asks why, and our boy just stares back, looking intense. He straight up says that's exactly what he wants and grabs her hand. Okay, now it's getting creepy again. She asks if they should look for Master Cheong, Ryan, when they get back to Seoul. Another mysterious figure. This is a web. He just tells her to follow him and pulls her along, and honestly, this dude is totally in control. He asks if there's a route for a private boat to that place, trying to figure things out. He grabs her hand and she's clearly shocked. This is escalating fast, guys. She demands to know what's in that place, needing answers now. The desperation is real. He pulls her along, not even letting her finish her question, and honestly, he's so controlling. Okay, so someone suggests karaoke and everyone's kinda vibing with it, but then this girl just casually drops, "This is my dog." Wait, mate? Everyone is totally losing it over how cute the dog is. Honestly, can't blame them, but our boy just looks unimpressed. They're all at a freshman welcome party and someone suggests they ask each other questions. A little icebreaker, right? Our boy reluctantly agrees, but he's clearly not thrilled about being social. He hasn't done this in ages. This girl, Yoonha, immediately volunteers to go first, and everyone's looking at her expectantly, like what's she gonna ask? Yoonha asks a question, but it's not normal. It's straight up cosmic, like what happens when she collides with Andromeda. She's poking our boy while asking, and he's giving her the side eye, like, are you serious right now? Yoonha asks if he has any questions for her, and bro just says no, so cold. Yoonha looks super bummed, and honestly, she's kinda giving off weird vibes. Something's definitely up with this girl. She asks if he has any questions for HER, and the look on her face, she's clearly expecting something, but he's shut her down. Yoonha suddenly asks what our boy wanted to major in university, and he looks like he's about to implode. He mutters about wanting to retake the college entrance exam, straight up admitting he doesn't belong. Yoonha asks what he wanted to study, and he says applied chemistry and biological science, but then someone coughs. Turns out that entire department at M University closed 3 years ago. Awkward. This girl is Ry pressing him. He's totally speechless, and Yoonha is looking at him with this intense expression, like she's expecting something. Yoonha doubles down, asking if they're even talking about the same university. She's not letting this go. Our boy tries to brush it off with a weak "well, come on," but the guy next to him is blusing and clutching his chest. Yoonha's asking all these questions, and he finally snaps, "What's with all these questions? Do you not like me or something?" She responds with, "Why would you think that?" And honestly, the tension is thick. He's clearly flustered, and she's giving him this look, like she's about to reveal a Hooji secret. He's begging her to let him see her face, but she's covering it and looking totally unhinged, like seriously disturbed. They're walking past a fresh pub sign, and the other guy is straight up cracking up at whatever Yoonha just said. Yoonha calls everyone weird, and then says she asked a question as they wanted, but something's off with her tone. She starts laughing hysterically, and the other guy is clearly creeped out, while our boy looks completely lost. Someone says he's weird too, and Yuna's laughter just gets louder. This is escalating fast, and not in a good way. He says it'll be awkward inside, so they should wait, and she just agrees, looking dead inside. Yuna asks how they're getting home, suggesting the last bus, but then her phone rings. Talk about bad timing. She looks at the phone, her eyes wide with surprise and something else, and then goes silent. Her expression is unreadable, her eyes darting around, and it's clear whatever's on that call is Hugee. She's staring into space, completely frozen, and honestly, this whole situation is giving me chills. He tries to grab her things, but she's totally freaking out, asking what's wrong. It's a mess. This girl is losing it, muttering about everyone laughing at her, and straight up wants to teach someone a lesson. She slams a door and yells at someone named Yunha to wait, but then things get weird. A keychain falls and clatters, and it's like a signal. Everyone's on edge now. Suddenly, they're saying they HAV to go, and the other girl is understandably confused. Our boy drops a bombshell, they're going to the past. No way! What does that even mean? Yuna looks shocked but also relieved. This whole situation is a total head-scratcher. She's staring off into space, seemingly lost in thought, and honestly, it's super unsettling. She's clutching her bag, looking strangely hopeful, and bro, I have a bad feeling about this. They're all staring ahead, ready to jump into wherever they're going, but this is about to get intense. She's pulling him close, whispering they should live in their own world. It's getting intense. He's visibly shaken, questioning why she ran, but she just drops another bomb she got them about. She explains they want them to come this weekend, and he straight up flinches. Something is really wrong. She mumbles something, but he barely registers it, looking completely lost and confused. He asks again why she ran, but she doesn't answer, staring off into space. This girl is a mystery. A timer flashes, 772 men 5 men, and it's clear they don't have much time left. She says they shouldn't care about anyone else, and bro, that is a Hoagie red flag. They're both falling, plummeting downwards, but she's holding onto him tight. It's chaotic. He's desperately trying to understand, asking why she did it, but she's just gone. She's fading away, and honestly, this is heartbreaking, even with everything she's done. She's telling him they'll stay up all night to make a plan before the weekend, but he's clearly distracted. He asks if she's coming, and our boy looks so lost, like he's about to fall apart. He's staring at his own reflection, and it's clear he just wants things to go back to normal with Yunha. Someone apparently got into trouble snooping around, and they overheard some disturbing news. They can't risk getting caught by the authorities, and it's obvious they're in deep trouble. She and our boy agree to understand, but the tension is THCK, something's definitely off. She's telling him to slow down, but she's got a gun in her hand, and no way is that okay. She's looking at him with this intense expression, and he's completely frozen. It's terrifying. She's trying to tell him they'll be okay, but he's not buying it, and honestly, he shouldn't. He's desperately trying to figure out what's going on, but she's just distant and unreachable. He's shocked they built a dock out of logs, but honestly, it's the least of their problems right now. Someone's unlatching something. It's a frantic, desperate sound, and they need to hide, stat. They're told to come back soon and not cause trouble, and it's super unsettling how casually they say it. She says they'll be back in 2 hours, but our boy clearly knows something is seriously wrong, and he's worried. They're walking towards these houses, and honestly, they look way too normal for this place. There's a warning that this episode is going to be dark, so buckle up, bro. This girl and our boy notice all the houses look surprisingly ordinary, but something feels off. They had to be built in secret. They figure someone must have brought the furniture from the mainland or Mole Island, which is a detail that feels important. They find some clothes hanging up, like someone lived here recently, but everything is just wrong. Suddenly, the ground around them gets soaked, water just appears out of nowhere, and it's super unsettling. They approach this huge house, and our boy says it looks even bigger up close, but this girl is already getting bad vibes. She's visibly shaken, and our boy says wow, he's definitely starting to feel the creepiness too. This girl flinches, and it's clear whatever is inside that house is seriously messing with her head. Our boy points out they haven't seen a single person, and it's seriously creeping him out, like ghost town vibes. This girl realizes people used to live here, but no one does now, and honestly, that's a huge red flag. She's super confused, trying to figure out what's going on, but she's also determined to find answers. They decide to check inside the strange house. It's a terrible idea, but they're committed now. As they reach for the door, our boy suddenly freezes, looking totally shaken. Something's wrong. He's seeing something, bro, and it's clearly messing with his head, because his face is full of tears. He's totally spaced out, and this girl is worried sick. What is even happening to our boy? She tries to get his attention, but he just stares straight ahead. He's completely lost in whatever he's seeing. He finally manages to speak, but it's just a choked up murmur. This is not good at all. This girl is clearly terrified, but she's determined to find out what's happening to him, no matter what. He insists on looking first, stepping ahead of this girl, and she just wants him to take his time. Rain starts pouring down, and she's totally bummed. Seriously, why today of all days? She's visibly upset, tears streaming down her face, and our boy is clearly worried sick about her. Rain is absolutely hammering the window, and she wonders what's inside the abandoned house. Our boy starts fiddling with the door lock, and he's thinking about the Mudang, spiritual healers. Maybe they know something. He trails off, then whispers Yunhai. It's a name, and it hits him like a ton of bricks. This girl declares she's ready, and bro, that's a little scary considering how messed up everything is. We get a glimpse of a figure with long, flowing blue hair, and honestly, it's giving major bad vibes. She's wearing a pale blue dress with ribbons, and it's a haunting image. Something's seriously off. Our boy is fixated on the name Yunhai, but this girl is stepping forward, and she looks determined. She says too, and our boy is totally confused, staring at her with wide eyes. He's fixated on the name Yunhai, but this girl is stepping forward, and she looks determined. She declares she's been waiting, and honestly, that's a little creepy considering the situation. Suddenly, a heavy clunk echoes through the house, and our boy whirls around, startled. He sees a skeletal figure slumped against the wall, surrounded by dusty books and papers. It's a ghost. The scene flashes to old documents, and it's clear this ghost was a scholar, desperately writing something. The papers are covered in ancient script, and it seems like this ghost was researching mermaids. The camera zooms in, and we see the scholar's final, desperate plea for help. No way. The image fades to black, then focuses on our boy, looking terrified and straight up frozen in fear. But this girl is still moving forward, stepping into the darkness. She's not scared of anything. This girl is shouting run to our boy, but he's frozen, staring at the ghost. She grabs his arm, desperate to pull him away, and he finally starts to move. But she's yelling at him not to look, and he whips his head around, confused. She's demanding to know what he's looking at, and it's clear she's losing it. He tells her to run back to the boat, and bro, he sounds seriously panicked. She's desperately trying to get him to listen, but he's fixated on something. No way. He shouts no, don't come, and straight up shoves her away. She's falling, and he's trying to reach for her, but it's too late. She yells at him to not look, and honestly, that's a terrible thing to say. He ignores her, and she's asking what he's talking about. This is getting intense. This girl bites down hard on her hand, drawing blood, and our boy flinches back in shock. What is happy meaning? She shouts Onha, and bro, she's clearly trying to fight something inside herself, but it's a losing battle. She's struggling, hesitating, then spits something out. It's seriously gross, and she looks totally disgusted. Our boy collapses in the rain, and this girl just plops down next to him, looking defeated. He's trying to call the police, pressing the buttons on his phone, but she's grabbing his wrist, stopping him. She's screaming at him not to call, and he jolts back, totally terrified of her. This is getting intense. She's pulling him closer, and he's resisting, but she's way stronger than he is. No escape. She yanks him, and they both tumble to the ground, and honestly, he's got no idea what's going on. She's dragging him away, and he's asking why she's stopping him. But she doesn't even answer. She's pulling him further and further, and our boy is just left there, completely helpless. He's saying it's okay if he dies. Like what? Because he was supposed to. But then he stops, realizing she's right there. She's leaning in close, and you can see the pain etched on her face, but it doesn't stop her from doing something. Our boy looks up, shocked, and she finally finishes what she started. She's telling him it's okay for her to die, but not him. But she's not okay, clearly. She's a mess, and he's staring at her, completely bewildered by this whole situation. Okay, so this girl is having a total flashback. She's remembering the day she left our boy alone. She's reaching for him, desperately trying to pull him back, but it's too late. He's slipping away into the water. She screams at him, saying she left him that day, and bro is clearly devastated, like completely broken. She's reliving another memory, remembering him crying, and she's begging him not to, but it's no use. This girl is seeing herself, or maybe a vision, underwater, and our boy is just floating away from her. She's falling apart, shells and glowing bits surrounding her as she's consumed by grief, and honestly, it's intense. She's saying a part of her died that day, and she's terrified, but she's trying to stay strong. She's drowning, clutching at something, and she whispers that if he cries, he won't come back to her. This girl, Haesong, is desperate. She just wants to live, and it's a raw, heartbreaking plea. She's surrounded by darkness, cradling our boy, and it's clear she's willing to do anything to keep him with her. He's begging her to let him go to him, desperate to reach whoever she's thinking about. But someone asks if even wants to see him. Ouch, that's cold. He's clutching his hands, tears streaming down his face, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. Someone's holding his hands, offering comfort, but he's clearly lost in his own world. They ask if he's crying and then, wait for it, if he's sad because of them. He's trying to smile, but it's strained, and tears are still falling. It's so messed up. A close-up shows his watery eyes, and honestly, you can feel his pain radiating off the screen. Their hands are clasped tightly, and she says tears can mean happiness too. What a twist. She's saying tears could mean happiness, and the scene is filled with shimmering light. No way. She's remembering him crying, and it's like a full circle moment of intense emotion. Haesong says she feels so much more with him, and bro, she's really leaning into that. She admits she gave him hope, and he says he feels the same way. It's a super vulnerable moment. But then things get intense. Someone's grabbing for a rope in the water, and it's a straight-up rescue mission. No way. Haesong is transforming, scales appearing as she sinks into the ocean. It's wild. Our boy is freaking out, staring at the water, completely shocked by what he's seeing. He asks how this is possible, and Haesong responds that she can be his hope too. It's a huge reveal. Haesong explains she could be okay with this, revealing she did it because they were hurting him. She drops a bomb those people deserve to disappear, and honestly, the intensity is through the roof. She's justifying her actions, but it's twisted, and our boy is reeling from the confession. Haesong doubles down, stating those people deserved it. This girl is seriously unhinged. He's desperately saying no as Haesong clutches at him, looking totally broken and distressed. She explains she left his world behind on Mull Island. It's a huge reveal about their past. We flash back to a younger Haesong and our boy happily playing, but it quickly turns chaotic. They're falling, surrounded by water, and it looks like she's turning into a mermaid. No way! Haesong asks why he changed so much, and it's clear she's blaming him for something. Haesong is confused, and honestly, she's looking pretty intense as she processes everything. She says they've been apart too long, and now he's lost, questioning where he even belongs. But she flips it, saying she's the one who changed, and it's a straight-up accusation. Haesong grabs his head, holding him tightly, and it's a super possessive, unsettling move. She's claiming it's her fault he's confused. This girl is seriously rewriting history. Haesong declares she doesn't think they should see each other anymore. Talk about a cold drop. She says she's different now, she has to protect her family, and our boy is just stunned. Haesong reveals she's unlike him, and bro, it's a loaded statement. She's setting up a huge divide. She pulls him closer, hand gripping his face, and it's intensely possessive. This is getting seriously creepy. Haesong's eyes are filling with tears, and she's staring right into his, totally unhinged. She's tightening her grip, and he's looking increasingly desperate. He's trapped, and it's awful. Haesong's grip doesn't loosen, and she's staring intently at our boy. It's a full-on power play. He's trying to pull away, but she's holding on tight, and honestly, it's suffocating to watch. A single tear rolls down his cheek, and Haesong's expression is complicated, like she's both hurting and determined. He's fully within her grasp, looking totally lost, and it's a chilling end to this sequence. No way this ends well. She's dragging him under, and it's brutal. Our boy is completely helpless against her strength. Haesong says she knows what he's afraid of, which is just ominous and creepy, honestly. She straight up declares she'd rather he drown. This girl is ice cold and terrifying. He's sinking, struggling, and it looks like she's just watching, with this detached expression. Haesong's hand reaches out, but not to save him. She's just caressing her own face, lost in thought. He's completely submerged now, and she's still staring, tears streaming down her face. It's messed up. She's lost in her own world, and the water around him is getting darker. This isn't a rescue mission. He's still sinking, his body limp, and she's barely acknowledging what's happening. It's heartbreaking. But then, she shifts, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes, and starts to move. Haesung reaches for him, and for a split second, we think she might save him. However, it's too late. She's clutching a knife, looking absolutely wrecked, and someone, presumably our boy, asks if she's going to kill herself. Haesung's response is chilling. She says she wondered why he was out so early, but she's clearly not concerned with his well-being. She doubles down, asking if he's trying to end it because things are too hard, straight up accusing him of suicidal ideation. Haesung grips the knife tighter, her expression unreadable, and it's clear this isn't about helping him at all. Okay, so this girl is straight up drowning, like actually underwater, and looking up at someone. It's our boy and he's reaching for her, but she's drifting further away, tangled in seaweed or something. No way, she's fully transforming into a mermaid right before his eyes, scales and everything. He's asking himself what he should do with her, and honestly, the question is a little creepy at this point. He grabs her hand, pulling her up, but she's clearly distressed and clutching at something hidden under her dress. They're both soaked, standing in the pouring rain, and she's wiping his face, like she's the one comforting him. He flinches when she touches him, and bro, that's a major red flag. Something is definitely off. He agrees to go with her, but his expression says he's totally uneasy, like he's being led into a trap. She asks if he's okay, and it's so condescending, like she's checking if her toy is functioning properly. But honestly, this whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen, and I have a bad feeling about where this is going. She offers him a discount on another boat ride, but it feels off, like a creepy attempt to lure him back. Our boy is thinking about Yoonha and realizes she's in serious danger. Something finally clicks for him. She's huddled and shivering, clearly traumatized, and he's trying to process what's happening. They get inside, and she starts playing the footage from the boat, revealing an hour of hidden recordings. No way. The footage shows bodies, and they've been dead for years. This is getting seriously messed up. She pauses the video, and their faces are grim as the reality of what they found sinks in. Yoonha looks devastated, tears welling up, and it's the first genuine emotion we've seen from her in a while. He tries to reassure her, saying it's okay, but bro, it is definitely not okay. This just keeps escalating. Everything suddenly feels incredibly dangerous, like they're barely keeping their heads above water. This whole situation is spiraling, and honestly, I'm bracing for the worst. Something big is about to go down. He's trying to recall his name, but it's completely gone, like his memory just popped. But then someone reminds him he forgot his name tag. This girl asks if he remembers anything, and he blurts out about losing his name tag in middle school. It's a weirdly specific memory. He explains he used to run to the ocean after school every day, and then realizes Yoonha must have taken it, thinking it's a sign. He starts researching, convinced the name tag holds some superstitious meaning, and finds his name scrawled all over it. Suddenly, he's clutching his head, clearly in pain, and this is not good. Something's triggering him. He wonders if it's okay to continue with Yoonha, but bro, that question is way too late. He's frantically searching on his laptop and she's watching him. This is a seriously tense scene. She asks what if they face another ridiculous situation, but honestly, I think she's the one causing them. After returning from Samcho Island, he remembers something. But the reveal is brutal. He's lying on the floor, clearly hurt. He's completely broken, and it looks like he's remembering everything. This is a full-blown meltdown, and I'm scared. He's spiraling, remembering his mom, dad, and Soonbin. And then a terrifying vision of how he'll look when he dies. He taps his pen against the table, trying to ground himself, but it's clear he's deeply disturbed by these thoughts. Someone asks why he's fixated on such a grim idea, and honestly, that's a valid question. This is dark. He's in some kind of meeting, surrounded by people, but feels totally isolated in his own head. He thought a normal life would bring him peace after everything. But it's just not happening. This is heartbreaking. We get a split screen of his face, and it's like he's fracturing. Something inside him is breaking apart. He's completely overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. This is a total emotional collapse, and it's brutal. He's sobbing uncontrollably, and it's clear he's remembering everything. No way this ends well. He's pleading for it to stop, begging for relief. But this girl, she's just watching him suffer. This is messed up. She's reveling in his pain, and our boy is utterly broken, straight up helpless. A floorboard creaks and Soonbin wakes up. Something's definitely off, and she's clearly disturbed. She groans, and her partner asks if something woke her, but she says it's been happening since Samcho Island. Her partner also admits she's been waking up disturbed, and they share a worried look. This is getting creepy. Soonbin gets out of bed, saying she'll go investigate, but her partner looks deeply concerned. Our boy's pacing, and he's confessing that she's been fading away, and it's killing him more than his sleeplessness. He's straight up spiraling, haunted by the feeling that he can't help her. This is heartbreaking. He's lost in his thoughts, and the window blinds are casting these long, unsettling shadows. The atmosphere is intense. He's remembering her, remembering everything. And it's clear this isn't just about sleep deprivation. It's way deeper. He's desperate, and it's obvious he's completely powerless to stop what's happening to Soonbin. No way this is good. And honestly, this whole situation is messed up. Soonbin is spiraling, and our boy is left to watch it happen. He's convinced he can fix things himself, refusing medication. But Soonbin's partner overhears and looks concerned. Soonbin's partner calls out to her, but our boy interrupts, needing a moment alone. He's clearly struggling. He tries to brush it off, saying he just needs to check a few things, and Soonbin's partner reluctantly agrees. He glances back at Soonbin, and it hits him. She looks like she's been hospitalized in a psych ward, and it's terrifying. Soonbin asks what's wrong, and he blurts out that she looks like she was in a psych ward before. Ouch, that's rough. She's silent, and he notices her hand dragging across the desk, like she's completely numb. This is so unsettling. Soonbin asks if he's seeing or hearing things others can't, and her question is loaded with meaning. He's frozen, staring at her, and honestly, the tension is killing me. What is going on with this girl? He's spiraling, remembering everything. And this isn't just sleep deprivation. It's something much darker. He's desperate to help, but it's clear he's powerless to stop what's happening to Soonbin. And it's heartbreaking. He's reeling, insisting this isn't how people see Soonbin. He's desperately trying to deny the truth. But Soonbin's doctor cuts him off, asking about insomnia and if this is a new symptom. She's onto something. Our boy stumbles over his words, completely flustered, and it's obvious he's hiding something huge. However, Soonbin's expression shifts. She's clearly processing everything, and it's sending chills down my spine. This girl is straight up leaving, looking super downcast under that cap. Our boy sees her go, and bro, something's definitely off with his expression. It's intense. He starts walking after her, one step at a time, and the sound effects are building the tension. He knows she's hurting, and offers her some space tonight, trying to be understanding. She's leaning against something, looking lost, but she immediately shuts down his offer. No way does she want alone time. She needs his help to escape something, and it's a huge reveal. His face drops, and you can tell he's processing what she just said. Escape from what exactly? She's still reeling, clearly distraught, and honestly, the situation is escalating fast. He asks if she wants some time alone, but she refuses, and he's clearly taking it seriously. He agrees to help her escape, and that's a promise that's going to change everything. We're in for a ride. He's totally confused. Did she decorate her room, or is something else going on? He realizes she's been busy all day, and then it hits him. The pizza box on the wall? She straight up tells him to come in, and her vibe is intense, to say the least. She's huddled up, looking super fragile, and our boy is immediately concerned. The room is a mess, empty snacks, scattered stuff, but she's claiming it's all part of her escape plan. He's trying to piece things together, and honestly, it's a lot to take in. She's definitely not okay, but she's putting on a brave face, or trying to at least. This girl is spiraling, and bro, her desperation is real. Something is seriously wrong. He asks what she's running from, and her answer is cryptic, but it's clear she's terrified. She just wants to disappear, and he's promising to help her. But we all know this is gonna get messy. He declares this place their spaceship now, and honestly, it's a total mood shift. She's clutching his hand, and they're moving forward, but it's a slow, strange journey. She says they're passing through darkness, but it feels less like escape and more like isolation. He's leaning in close, trying to reassure her, but she's lost in her own head. It's heartbreaking. He asks her to look out the front, saying he's too busy navigating. But it's a weird request, right? She spots something floating out there. A machine, and it looks strangely familiar. She realizes it's a space probe, and our boy is immediately fixated on whether it has a golden disc. It does have a golden disc, and he's stunned. This is clearly hitting him hard. He wants her to remember that disc, because it's the first message from alien life to humans. No way! She confirms she sees it, and bro, the intensity in her eyes is sending chills down my spine. She tells him that disc holds all the sounds of Earth, like everything ever recorded. No way. This girl wants space probe to have room to pass, and asks him to say goodbye to Earth's echoes. He's staring out into the darkness, and she's clearly worried about what he's thinking. It's totally dark and quiet outside now, and he says it's like they've reached a new void. She insists they conserve fuel and take a break, but it's freezing cold in there, yikes. He's shivering, and she reaches out to warm him. It's sweet, but also super unsettling. She's starting to drift off, and he's worried, straight up realizing how vulnerable she is. She's falling asleep, and he's just watching her, which is kinda creepy to be. He's lost in thought, and the darkness around them feels heavier than ever. The scene fades to pink, and it's like everything is being swallowed by the void. What is happening? He's pulled her into a tight embrace, and she's leaning into him, eyes closed. It's a really intense moment. He's freaking out, whispering no, and trying to push her away, but she just holds on tighter. She tells him they shouldn't be doing this, but it's clear she's the one in control, and it's terrifying. They're both lying in bed now, tangled in the sheets. It's a super vulnerable scene, and honestly, I'm stressed. She's asleep, and he's staring at her, lost in thought. But he admits she was his sanctuary, and he needed to stay away. She stirs in her sleep, and he calls out hello. Like, is she even fully aware of what's going on? Someone responds addressing her as Master Cheong Ryon. Okay, that's a new level of creepy. He's clearly conflicted, but this girl is straight up obsessed, and it's a dangerous combo. He's lost in thought, and the scene fades to pink. It's like they're trapped in a dream, or worse. She's asleep and curled up, clutching the blankets. But it feels less peaceful and more like she's protecting something. Someone on the phone is begging our boy to tell them everything he remembers about that island. Seriously, the desperation is real. He snaps, telling them to introduce themselves before making demands, and then starts to apologize, but gets cut off. He reveals he's a 20-year-old university student from Mull Island, and then drops a bomb. He met a mermaid there when he was 10. He says he hasn't been able to escape her ever since. No way, this is getting intense, and the flashback art is gorgeous. We see a sweet moment of them embracing, but it's tinged with sadness because we know how twisted things become. He explains he went to Samcho Island to investigate her past, but instead he found skeletons. He found skeletons in a big house by the ocean, and the old man just calmly says he's not surprised. Creepy doesn't even cover it. The old man drops the most fatalistic line ever: no one can escape their fate, and honestly, that's terrifying. He's lost in thought, and the scene fades to pink. It's like they're trapped in a dream, or worse. She's asleep and curled up, clutching the blankets. But it feels less peaceful and more like she's protecting something. She says the only thing she can do is tell him what she remembers, but warns him not to expect too much. Suddenly, a floorboard creaks and this girl lets out a huge yawn like she's exhausted from everything. Someone asks what's going on, and honestly, the confusion is palpable. They're clearly picking up on something weird. She just stares back with a blank expression, and bro, the tension is building. This is not good. Okay, so the Mudangs, basically spiritual healers, all gathered on Mull Island, and they weren't fakes or scammers, straight up. They're performing a ritual, and this girl, this mermaid, is manifesting right in the middle of it. It's wild. Someone gasps, and then nothing. The islanders are clearly rattled by what they just witnessed. It's around this time that things start falling apart between the islanders and the Mudangs. They stop getting along at all. The islanders are pissed, posting messages everywhere claiming the Mudangs are responsible for the island being haunted, and humiliated them. The islanders stop offering boats to the Mudangs, meaning they can't reach the mainland anymore. Talk about cutting off access? The Mudangs used to make a living performing rites on the mainland, but now they're stuck and things are getting desperate. One of the Mudangs is sketching something on a man's hand. Looks like a map or a symbol, honestly kinda creepy. He's saying they can't go back, and our boy is listening intently. What are they planning? But something is off about this whole situation. This dude looks super intense, and I don't trust it. Our boy is sitting by the sea, looking totally lost in thought after his dad's funeral. He stayed in his hometown for months, just existing, but then suddenly the sea explodes with waves. Flashback time. He's slumped against a wall, clearly depressed, and a calendar shows how long he's been spiraling. He's wallowing when the master calls, saying there's still work to be done. No time for grief, apparently. The master's summons come through on an old-school rotary phone, seriously adding to the creepy vibes. He pauses, looking conflicted, like he's weighing his options. But he knows he has to answer the call. Someone asks if the funeral went well, and our boy gives a short waste, looking incredibly sad. Another dude sighs, then they talk about how his family packed everything up, ready to move to Samcho Island. But the whole scene feels off. Like something is being left unsaid, and our boy is picking up on it. He's clearly troubled, and honestly, bro, I'm starting to think this master isn't who he seems. Someone announces the mayor and the master are finished talking, and our boy looks totally defeated. He mutters there's nothing they can do, clearly crushed, and then admits he tried his best. But it wasn't enough. An older man stares down at him, looking impassive, and our boy glances away, feeling totally judged. He clenches his fist, trying to stay strong, but the tension is radiating off him. This is rough. Someone asks if he's been punished, and our boy turns, straight up threatening that they're the ones who'll regret this. The scene cuts to a massive stone wall, overlooking the ocean, and it's like a fortress. This is getting intense. Someone comments on the insane amount of work to build all the houses, but honestly, it feels like more than that. Another dude wonders if the master summoned him just to operate a boat, and our boy looks completely exasperated. He's absolutely furious. This is ridiculous, and the whole situation is spiraling out of control. But then, something clicks. He realizes the master is using him, and it's a total power play. Our boy stares at this woman holding a kid, and she straight up denies it's her child. Talk about a cold response. Someone asks whose kid it is, and the master says he won't reveal the truth until they reach Samcho Island. So mysterious? The other guy is shocked, asking what's going on, and the master just brushes it off. Super shady, bro. He asks who she is, and someone points out the woman is surprisingly calm, barely even crying. That's weird. The kid looks up, and his gaze is intense, like he's sizing everyone up. No way this is a normal kid. They're all on the beach now, and the woman is just sitting there with the kid, while others build sandcastles. The master is remembering something, and it looks like this girl was way too young to be having a child. However, the flashback shows her looking incredibly young and vulnerable, which is heartbreaking. He remembers her being so fragile, and it's clear this whole situation is hitting him hard. But something about the kid's gaze, it's unsettling, and our boy is clearly realizing this isn't a simple family matter. It took over a month to move, and the hill is seriously steep. Someone almost falls. They're hauling boxes up this crazy incline, and our boy realizes the dock is on the opposite side of the island. He asks why the dock is there, and someone says it's due to the island's energy. But it feels like they're hiding something. This means they have to go over the hill every time they need a boat, which is super inconvenient. Thankfully, the islanders helped with the move, making it smoother than expected. But our boy still feels uneasy. They promise to never visit each other again, and it's clear Mull and Samcho Island are now completely cut off. Now, our boy is alone in a dark room with just a candle. Talk about a mood killer. He's annoyed he's stuck using a candle in this day and age, but hopes it'll help him clear his head. He decides he needs to adjust to this new life, and remembers the house the islanders built for him. And that's where he's going to find out who that mysterious child is. This is getting intense, bro. Okay, so this dude is laying it all out. They've finally found a vessel to hold the ocean spirit and its child. But the islanders aren't buying it. They're straight up accusing him of trying to summon a god's child. He's surrounded, and they're warning him not to anger the spirits. Talk about pressure! Someone calls him out, saying this whole plan is absurd and they should worship, not create gods. Then they drop a bomb. The child they found was abandoned at birth, left to fend for herself. However, this dude insists the spirits didn't abandon her, and it's clear he's got a different plan brewing. He's cradling this little girl, and honestly, it's kinda creepy considering everything we just learned. And now we're back to him, looking all intense. This guy is seriously determined, no matter the cost. Someone yells at him to stop, but he's clearly not listening. This is escalating fast, bro. He's not backing down, and you can tell this is about to get seriously messed up. No way this ends well. He's laying down some serious guilt, saying they're going to give Air the respect she deserves. It's a thinly veiled threat. But he's revealing the real deal. This house, the island, everything exists to serve the god's offspring. He's calling on the god's child to rise, and honestly, the islanders are losing it. Total chaos erupts. However, this guy doesn't care. He's fully committed to resurrecting this thing, no matter what it costs. Okay, so our boy and this girl are talking about the ritual master Cheong, Ryan mentioned, and it seems to have something to do with Yoon Hao. They're looking at an old photo, and bro, it hits them. This child might be the one who later gave birth to Yoon Hao. No way! Our boy is totally shaken, a tear rolling down his face, because Yoon Hao apparently didn't even know what it meant to be born, which is heavy. The scene cuts to a flashback of Yoon Hao as a baby, all blurry and sad, and it's clear this is the source of all the messed up stuff. Back in the present, they're all sitting together, and the older man is listening intently as they discuss this crazy revelation. This girl is showing the older man something on her phone, and he looks concerned, to say the least. A close-up of the older man shows he's definitely processing some serious information, and it's not good. Our boy remains calm, but he asks if the older man named the creature himself, and the answer is why he asks straight up. But hold up, the older man drops a bomb. That mistake will cost our boy his life, and it's not a threat, it's a promise. He explains that the moment he gave the creature a name, both he and it became bound together, and honestly, things are about to get real dark. This girl declares they were meant to be together, body and soul, and our boy visibly shivers. Things are getting intense. He touches her, and the older man is shocked, asking how he could see and touch a spiritual being when he doesn't have the divine sight. Our boy flinches, unsure of the answer, but reveals his friend also had physical contact with her before he died. No way! And it gets weirder. Her voice was recorded on another friend's phone, meaning she's somehow being picked up by technology. The older man realizes this creature has divine power, and he's starting to piece everything together, but it's not looking good. He asks if she can exist like a living person, and our boy replies she's neither living nor dead, which is unsettling to say the least. The older man stares, completely bewildered, while our boy seems to be holding it together, but barely. Our boy recounts spilling water near this girl and how she definitely reacted. Bro, she's losing it. The older man is all, we can argue about whether she even exists, but he needs to see it to believe it. He slams his mug down, and honestly, that's a mood. He's about to demand answers. This girl asks if anyone has heard about her, and her tone is sending chills down my spine. She insists they spoke a word, and it's clear she's not messing around. This is escalating fast. They demand to know what Yoon has is, and this girl straight up calls her a mudang, a shaman, from Samcho Island. She finishes with "so shouldn't you know," and our boy is visibly shocked, realizing the depth of her past. He tries to calm her down and make her sit, but she's completely unhinged. This is not going well. However, she's barely listening, lost in her own world, and it's terrifying to watch. And honestly, the way she's staring at him is unsettling. This girl is obsessed, and it's a problem. The older man says mudangs, shamans, often make a huge mistake, thinking they're the real deal. He claims people believe any mudang who talks to ghosts is legit, but that's totally wrong. This girl insists real mudangs reach for God and endure countless, painful rites to soothe spirits. She's building up to something big, and the old man looks genuinely shaken. This is getting intense. But here's the kicker. She says the creature our boy met might be the ocean god's child, like the Samcho Island mudangs wanted. Or she adds it could be a trapped evil spirit. No pressure or anything. She swears no mudang, not her or anyone else, can connect with this being without a ritual. However, she finishes with "you won't need a ritual to get to her," and honestly, that's terrifying. She's staring right at him, and bro, the intensity is off the charts. This girl is completely fixated. The old man reaches out, and the way he's looking at her, he's starting to realize just how dangerous this is. He's begging the old man for help, offering to take out a loan, anything to get what he needs. The old man straight up tells him he abandoned Samcho Island long ago, and it's a huge mistake to go back. He claims he's lost his power, isn't greedy, and already put himself in danger by being involved. But our boy is desperate, clenching his fists and refusing to listen. He needs the old man's help, regardless. He insists this isn't just about him, and the stakes are way higher than the old man realizes. The old man shuts him down, saying he only told him what he remembers, and won't get involved. She tries to comfort him, but he's spiraling, refusing to accept this. No way he's giving up now. She's clearly upset, and he's completely broken, staring at her with tears in his eyes. And honestly, this is heartbreaking. Our boy is falling apart, and she looks so lost. She's trying to pull away, but he's clinging to her, and this whole situation is just messy. She's questioning him about Yoon Ha, and he admits they made contact while both in the psych ward. He says it was when they were both still patients, and she's reeling. This is huge, bro. She's absolutely devastated, and he's clearly bracing for her reaction. It's about to go down. She demands to know when, and he's practically begging her to listen, but she's not having it. She's losing it, and straight up asks if he knows how pathetic this makes her feel. She's spiraling, questioning if she's even helping him at all. This girl is a mess. He's completely shut down, speechless as she breaks down in front of him. She's trying to pull away, but he's holding on tight, and honestly, this is just heartbreaking. They're on the swing set, surrounded by snow. It's a symbolic flashback, and it's intense. He's lost, she's distraught, and the whole scene feels utterly hopeless. Wow. She's pouring her heart out, saying she's grateful for him every single day, and honestly, it's a little much. She claims he's helped her so much she can never repay him, but then her phone ranges. No way, what's happening? He says it's probably urgent since she rarely gets calls, and she's immediately clutching his arm. This is intense. She's clearly distressed, but he's trying to figure out what's going on. This call is about to change everything. This girl, Yuna, is acting super weird, pretending to use spoons as glasses, totally a mood honestly. Someone mentions Yuna's name, and we get a quick flash of her back, looking vulnerable. Maybe? Yuna is lying on her phone, looking distraught, and bro, she's clearly spiraling. Our boy finds her like this, completely wrecked, and he's desperate to understand what's going on. He's racking his brain, trying to figure out why she's so upset, but he's drawing a blank. Yuna finally speaks up, and she's straight up blaming all the adults on Samcho Island for something. She's laying into them, saying they could have helped, and our boy is expecting her to control her anger. But she's not calming down, she's just lost in her own thoughts and pain. He asks what her answer might be, hinting at a dark truth he's afraid to hear. Yunha's finally explaining her anger, but it's way more complicated than he thought. It's about the adults on the island. Yuna is laying it all out. The adults on the island knew Master was going to cause trouble, but they did nothing. Our boy is losing it, demanding to know what's wrong with everyone for letting this happen. He's especially mad at the Mudangs, the spiritual mediums, because they should have known better and intervened. He's spiraling, saying he doesn't understand why they're letting this happen, and straight up questions the idea of creation itself. Yuna's face is a mess, but she taps something on her phone, and then, bam, a call comes in. We learn Master was afraid of getting punished by the spirits for angering them, which explains some of his behavior. But apparently, he also had sympathy for the child he was hurting, which is a lot. The scene cuts to Yuna lying in bed, looking totally out of it, but the narration reveals she can be incredibly compassionate. Our boy grabs his phone, determined to take the incoming call, and it feels like a really important moment. He's got a serious look on his face, like he's bracing for bad news, and things are about to go down. I can feel it. He answers the phone, asking if the person on the other end was sleeping, but then gets hit with a huge question. Did they know about what happened to his family? He confirms he hasn't slept and asks what's up, but the caller immediately jumps into asking about his friend's reactions to the family tragedy. He's totally caught off guard. He can't even remember how the conversation started that day. It's all a blur. The caller asks about his mother, straight up questioning if she's unconscious, and our boy confirms she's in a coma. He explains the doctor said to keep talking to her, saying nice things, but he doesn't think she can even hear him. It's heartbreaking. The doctor apparently told him she could hear, but he suspects the doctor was just trying to make him and his sister feel better. He says it feels like talking to someone who's asleep, and honestly, it's a gut punch. We cut to a flashback of him and Yuna sitting on a bench under a tree, and it's clear this is when he first told her. The flashback shows the scene unfolding, and it's clear he's sharing something incredibly painful with her. But it's also hazy, and he can't quite piece it together. He's struggling to remember the details of that day. He finishes telling her about his mom, but then Yunha drops a bomb. She says his mom isn't waking up. Our boy is completely thrown, and Yuna just holds him, like she's trying to comfort him, but it's awkward. Yuna's hand is on his shoulder, but he's visibly disturbed by her words. She's claiming his mom won't wake up. He explains the machines are just keeping her alive, and honestly, it's a really bleak admission. There's no hope. He apologizes for unloading all of this on her, but Yuna says he doesn't have to. She wants to know. Yuna says she wants to hear about his family too, and she's finally opening up, sharing a little of herself. He starts talking about his parents, saying everyone thinks they're this perfect couple. But that's totally not the case. But here's the kicker. They fight constantly, and it's gotten worse since his older sister moved out. He confesses he actually told them to get a divorce, and things escalated. They straight up beat him up after that. He finishes the story, saying it must be hard for her too, and it's a really raw, vulnerable moment between them. Haejin reveals she found out about everything, the whole situation, by accident, and she's clearly upset. She explains she invited 3 classmates back to her place, and that's when she discovered what was going on, but she feels like it's her fault. This girl is straight up blaming herself for creating the opportunity for whatever happened to occur. Our boy tries to reassure her, saying she didn't do anything wrong, and asks if anyone said anything to her. Haejin admits it's complicated, and she's hesitant to share everything, but he pushes her to open up. She finally explains she didn't mind everyone knowing, but she hated how they all started distancing themselves from her. So she tried to talk to them to fix things, but they were cold and things escalated quickly. We see a flashback of her trying to reach out, but they just brush her off, asking where she's going and laughing. She reaches for one of them, but they pull away, and honestly, it looks so painful. Haejin says they were dismissive and pushy, and our boy is probably realizing just how much this has messed her up. Haejin's on the phone, and our boy is about to make a big move. He's heading to her school tomorrow. She's totally shocked, but then starts questioning why he'd even bother with university right now. He drops the bomb she's his priority, and seriously, that hits her hard. She's reeling. Our boy is straight up threatening to beat anyone who messes with her, and transfer her to another school if needed. He's laying down the law, saying he'll handle the consequences, and Haejin is just overwhelmed. She's crying now, but he's all in, promising her she doesn't have to worry about a thing. Haejin's completely broken down, but our boy is holding her close, and it's a really intense moment. He says if anyone says anything mean again, he'll just beat them up. This dude is Surios. She's clutching the phone, tears streaming, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch. He's promising to make everything okay, and it's clear he's willing to do absolutely anything for her. Haejin's clutching her phone, but she's clearly not buying his everything's okay speech. She's squeezing it so tight. She asks if he wants to come up with a plan, but he cuts right to the chase, and bro, it's intense. He moves closer, and she's bathed in this weird, otherworldly glow. No way, what is happening? He stares at her, completely mesmerized, saying she's glowing, and honestly, it's a little creepy even for this story. Okay, so this dude confronts the girls about calling Haejin needy, straight up asking if they know how hurtful that was. The girls are all sitting around a table, looking super uncomfortable, like they didn't expect him to actually call them out. They're silent for a beat, then try to play it off, saying they were just kidding about Haejin being needy. They double down, claiming they just joke around like that, and weren't trying to pick on Haejin at all. But the teacher isn't buying it, telling them to watch their attitude. She sees right through their BS. Then, no way, they try to flip it, saying Haejin's the one acting strange, deflecting all the blame. They're still talking and one of them starts laughing, a totally forced, creepy laugh. Honestly, Haejin's clearly upset, and the girls are just straight up gaslighting everyone, pretending it's all her fault. It's like they're trying to make everyone think Haejin is the problem, but their story is falling apart fast. And honestly, this whole situation is giving me major red flags. Something is seriously off with these girls. He demands they apologize to Haejin, saying she's hurt, but they refuse, claiming they have nothing to apologize for. The girls stay silent, and our boy is not impressed. He's giving them the side eye. One of them scoffs and then, no way, they just up and leave, slamming the door behind them. The remaining girls start whispering, questioning who bullied Haejin and pointing fingers at our boy and his friends. They're ranting now, saying Haejin is like a little sister to them and ajudar anyone say anything bad. They apparently spread rumors about Haejin's family and called her needy. Seriously. One of the girls dramatically clutches her chest, acting like she's the victim here. It's so fake. But then, a girl with sunglasses walks into the room, looking totally unbothered. She just stares them down and honestly, she looks like trouble. This girl is clearly the ringleader, and the whole situation is about to escalate. I can feel it. The girls are shivering and freaking out, realizing they messed up big time. They straight up thought they could bully Haejin. Our boy steps in, looking so done with everyone's drama, and demands an apology from them. He's not playing games. One of the girls reluctantly agrees to apologize, but the others are still giving him serious side eye. They're not happy. He accepts their half-hearted apology, but they're all still tense and awkward. And honestly, it's painful to watch. Suddenly, someone asks if he's Hyben's brother, and this girl with sunglasses just appears out of nowhere. What is going on? The girls are staring at him now, and it's clear they're realizing who he is. This is about to get intense. They're all lined up, looking at our boy as he walks past. But something feels off, like they're planning something. He's walking away, but it's like they're all sizing him up. This girl with sunglasses is giving me major villain vibes. They're all whispering and plotting behind his back. I swear, this group is a recipe for disaster. They're still watching him go, and I'm telling you, this is not over. Our boy just walked into a lion's den. He's about to leave, but the blonde girl with sunglasses asks if he's going to see his sister first. Wait, he has a sister. The blonde says it's too late to see her, and our boy's face drops. Something is seriously wrong. Suddenly, a girl is running towards them, looking totally panicked and desperate. What is happening? She barrels into him, yelling about him leaving without a word, and how it's been years since they've seen each other. Our boy awkwardly explains he didn't want to disturb her during class, but she's not buying it. She's so upset. The blonde woman steps in, looking totally annoyed, and asks what all the fuss is about. The sister starts rambling about not seeing him in years, while the blonde girl just rolls her eyes. This is a mess. The blonde tells our boy they promised the other students would apologize after seeing him, which is weird. She then drops this insane theory that teenagers are more scared of kids a year or two older than adults. What? Our boy just stares at her, completely speechless, and honestly, I'm speechless too. This is getting wild. The sister is sticking it to our boy, saying he skipped class last week too. She's really laying into him. He tries to explain he was tossing and turning all night, but she's not having it and just groans in annoyance. But then she sees a note on the door. A psychiatrist appointment for him, and she's instantly concerned. She tells him she'll never forget his promise, and then heads out, leaving our boy totally confused. He's left standing there, and she waves goodbye, but it's clear something is off with this whole situation. Our boy is left staring after her, and honestly, the whole scene feels super unsettling and weird. We know whatever lies ahead is going to be challenging, but I did not expect this level of drama. She's walking away, and he tells her to have fun, but it feels like a forced, hollow sentiment. She's heading towards the school, and it's clear she's hiding something. What's going on with her? The camera focuses on the school gates. It's all so ominous, and bro, I have a bad feeling about this. He's getting tapped on the shoulder, but he's still stuck on nothing. Totally zoning out. This girl just straight up asks if they've met before, and our boy is super confused. He hasn't a clue. She's getting intense, asking if he's ever been in a psych ward, and he's obviously taken aback. She awkwardly congratulates him on university, then hands him a diffuser. It's a weird flex, honestly. She receives a gift back, a tea set from England, and they both pretend it's all normal, but it's so forced. She's rambling about them both getting into university, while in the hospital. It's a little creepy, right? Yuna is falling behind, and this girl is calling her out, but Yuna just waves it off, totally detached. Yuna is staring off into space, and I'm starting to think something is seriously wrong with her. She says she'll get something, and our boy is still reeling, totally speechless about the hospital talk. But then she's suddenly right behind him, and it's super unsettling, like personal space much. Yuna is staring blankly at another student, and this girl is getting increasingly frustrated with her detachment. Yuna's just gone, bro, completely checked out and staring into nothingness, and it's seriously creeping me out. Okay, so this girl is trapped in some kind of weird, hike room, looking totally freaked out. She's huddled up crying, and this massive shadowy figure is looming over her. It's super creepy, bro. The figure asks her how she's feeling, which is rich, considering he's the one making her miserable. He actually asks if she's excited to learn about things she loves, but it's so twisted because he's controlling everything. He straight up tells her he's already taught her this lesson, and it's clear he's manipulating her memory or something. She's at a chalkboard, writing symbols, but it looks like she's being forced to learn. No way this is a normal class. The figure asks if she's just going to stand there, and honestly, she should run. Now. He yells at her, saying she's in trouble, and the vibe is just intensely threatening. This guy is a menace. We get a glimpse of another figure, smaller and also shadowy, and it's like, Is this a clone or something? She's staring at a wall covered in more of those symbols, and it feels like she's trapped in a never-ending nightmare. She suddenly remembers the lesson, the symbols, and it's like a switch flips in her head. But the figure isn't impressed. He demands to know what she's doing, and if she thinks this is a joke. He keeps pushing, asking if that's really the best she can do, and the pressure is insane. He calls her name, Yuna, and it's not a loving call, it's a cold, controlling command. The scene cuts to a massive auditorium packed with shadowy figures watching her, and it's terrifying. Someone comments on how terrified she looks, calling her a poor thing, but it feels so condescending. She's writing furiously on the chalkboard, covering it with those strange symbols, and it's all happening so fast. We hear the sound of scratching. It's unsettling and adds to the mounting tension. He's furious she's scribbling, yelling at her, and the shadowy figures in the audience just watch. But she's finally remembering, and the look on her face suggests she might be starting to understand something. She's up on some kind of platform, looking totally lost and fragile, and someone just drops a brutal, "You're a failure," on her. Someone demands she get down, but it's not a rescue, it's cold and controlling, like she's being ordered around. Then a figure appears, obscured in shadow, and starts telling her to forget what happened. "Yuna? Seriously?" Cut to a dining room, and someone calls out for Yuna, but she's clearly checked out, staring into space. She suddenly asks why Earthlings call their lives TV shows. It's a weird question, but it's connected to something bigger. Our boy explains it wasn't a show, but a twisted Incinerus 55 new race test project, and honestly, that's terrifying. He's worried about her, calling her name, but she's still miles away, lost in her own head. This girl starts revealing she was too interested in the universe, and they saw it as a warning they tried to enforce. She explains they brought her into Hope Protectee Level C and constantly interrogated her, but never let her answer. She says they asked so many questions, but refused to give her time to respond, and it's clear this whole thing messed her up. She's spiraling, claiming Earthlings don't even exist. They're just vectors without substance, which is seriously messed up. Our boy is desperate, squeezing her hand trying to ground her, but she's completely detached from reality. Suddenly, someone bursts in, and it's clear they've been listening. They think they've made a mistake. This dude is talking about getting it wrong, but it feels like a setup, and the tension is building fast. He's grabbing her arm, trying to pull her away, but it's too late. She's clearly in danger. "No way!" Someone snatches her, and she lets out a terrified yell, struggling against their grip. She's fighting back, kicking and screaming, and the whole scene is just chaotic and frantic. But someone else is there, and they're dragging her away, and honestly, it's a total disaster. Another person is looking on in shock, and something just clunks to the floor. That's not good. She's left staring, completely bewildered, and bro, this whole situation is spiraling out of control. She blurts out "Hi Song," and our boy immediately asks about her phone. Something's seriously wrong. She jolts forward and clutches him, tears streaming down her face, and it's heartbreaking to watch. She insists she thinks she knows what's going on, but then pushes him away. What is happening? She sprints off, yelling "Anha," and leaving him totally stunned and confused in her wake. He's desperately trying to figure out where she went, but it's like she vanished into thin air. Someone yells at him to go, saying she's going to get hurt, and bro, the urgency is real. He turns, panting, clearly reeling from everything, and the scene is just filled with tension. He's twisting around, calling out for her, but she's nowhere in sight. Where did this girl go? He wonders where she went, thinking he saw her head this way, and honestly, it's a race against time. But this is bad, she's gone, and our boy is left reeling, desperately trying to find her. He's frantically calling Yuna's name, desperately searching for her, but she's totally disappeared. He's pacing back and forth, completely lost, wondering if he should wait for her or go look. This is agonizing. No, he can't wait, so he decides to search for her, thinking of all the places they frequent together. He's sprinting, panting, clearly pushing himself to the limit, and bro, the desperation is palpable. He races past the building, but it's all blurry through the rain, and honestly, it's a chaotic mess. He's still running, but everything is obscured by the downpour. Can he even see where he's going? He's desperately scanning the streets, but there's no sign of her, and this situation is spiraling out of control. He's looking around, calling out her name again and again, but only the rain answers. It's heartbreaking. He's running and running, but it's like she vanished into thin air, and this whole thing is just terrifying. He's completely frantic, searching everywhere, and honestly, this girl is straight up playing with his heart. Sung Jae calls out for Yoonha, but she's already inside at his place right now. He turns around and bro, he's losing his balance. This is not good. He stumbles and falls down the stairs, and honestly, it's a total disaster. Yoona rushes over, seemingly concerned, but something about this feels super off. Okay, so our boy is hearing about Yoonha's past. Apparently someone convinced her life was on the line if she didn't do something. They were straight up scaring this girl, telling her she was in trouble, and honestly, it's messed up. Yoona cried through every single episode of whatever show she was on, but they just removed her when she couldn't handle it. Her parents are not fit to be parents, to say the least, and they acted like her pain didn't even matter. Whenever Yoona tried to talk about what happened, they just told her she got what she wanted, and to move on, cold. But here's the kicker, Yoonha was only 10 years old when all this went down, which makes it even worse. The following year, all the relatives had a dinner, and our boy got to see Yoona again. Things were already strained. He's just sitting there, and she's reading, but the whole vibe is off. You can tell something's still brewing. Bro, the silence is deafening, and you just know this isn't a happy reunion. It's a ticking time bomb. This whole backstory is seriously messed up, and it explains a lot about why Yoonha is the way she is now. Yoona reveals this whole TV show thing was a cover story. She was actually kidnapped by aliens. No way. She says they experimented on her at their space station, trying to understand alien intelligence, which is intense. Our boy is totally shocked, asking what she's even talking about, and she explains she constantly needed radio wave therapy. Apparently, she had to pass their test before they'd let her orbit return to Earth. Talk about pressure! Yoonha admits she buried the memory of everything because she couldn't cope with the trauma alone, which is heartbreaking. She insists she wasn't joking, straight up believing she was abducted, and our boy is starting to see how deep this goes. But it's not just the abduction, it's the way her parents dismissed it all. They just wanted her to move on. Can you believe it? She says this is supposed to be a secret, but she's spilling everything now, and honestly, it's a total bombshell. Yoona is completely distraught, and her expression is terrifying. She's not okay, and it's clear this is still affecting her. However, bro, this whole thing is messed up, and you can tell this is only the beginning of unraveling her past. Yoona is sobbing, clutching her mom and dad, and it's heartbreaking. She's telling them Sung Jae doesn't believe her. She insists he said she's lying about everything, claiming she was on a TV show instead of being abducted, which is wild. Her dad asks what's wrong, but Sung Jae cuts in, saying nothing is happening, and Yoona just sobs harder. Yoona desperately tells them Sung Jae Appa doesn't believe her, and her grip on her mom tightens. She repeats he said she's lying, specifically about being on a TV show, and bro, it's clear she's spiraling. Yoona insists she was kidnapped, and honestly, her parents look completely lost, trying to process everything. Her mom finally speaks up, stating it was the aliens who did it, straight up blaming extraterrestrials. No way! We get a close-up of Sung Jae's shocked face, and he looks like he's about to faint, which is understandable. Yoona's still clinging to her aunt, and her parents are trying to comfort them both, but the tension is insane. But this whole situation is escalating fast, and it's clear the family dynamic is seriously fractured, and it's terrifying. Sung Jae tells Yoona he still feels guilty about when they were in middle school, and this girl looks totally devastated. He explains her condition worsened, and other students started bullying her. But honestly, it's hitting different now. We flash back to middle school, and our boy straight up threatens anyone who dares to touch her. If you bully her one more time, I'll kill you. No hesitation. He protected her from the bullies, but then shifts to the present, and she asks if it feels nice to have a friend. Her aunt thinks it would be nice, and then Yoona asks him to treat her like they're the same age, and not call him Appa anymore. Sung Jae looks away, a little flustered, and bro, you can tell this request is throwing him for a loop. He's clearly processing everything, and it's a huge shift. He's not the protective older brother figure anymore. However, his expression changes, and he's clearly hiding something, which is super sus. Yoona is still asking if it's nice to have a friend, but Sung Jae just stares at her with a strange look. In the final panel, Sung Jae's face is intense, like he's sizing her up, and honestly, it's terrifying. Yoona's clutching something in her hand. It looks like a scalpel, and her parents are freaking out, demanding to know what it is. Sung Jae yells at her to put it down, and her aunt jumps in, asking if it's an alien. No way. Yuna's spiraling, demanding to know why they brought her here, and accusing them of knowing her mentor was hurting her. She's totally losing it, and Sung Jae's mom tries to tell her the mentor is dead and gone, but Yuna isn't listening. Yuna demands to know why they made her go there, and asks if they want her to be hurt too, just like before. She's clutching her arms, clearly in distress, and Sung Jae's dad is losing his patience, yelling at her to stop crying. Yuna is still crying and demands they just let it go, and then accuses them of hurting her by dwelling on the past. She's absolutely unhinged, and Sung Jae's dad is like, "You know we didn't mean to hurt you." It's a mess. He claims the show was supposed to help her, but she's clearly not buying it, and it's only making things worse. Yuna is sobbing, and honestly, this is heartbreaking, but also seriously creepy, because this girl is not okay. Sung Jae tries to reason with Yuna, saying it's all for her future, but she's clearly not hearing it. She's spiraling, claiming everything is her fault, because she wasn't smart or strong enough. Yuna is straight up blaming herself for everything, saying it's because she's weak, and then stops talking. Cut to Sung Jae's parents. They're talking about how Yuna ended up in a psych ward, and it's heavy. Sung Jae is losing it, demanding to know what his parents did to her, and accuses them of being overbearing. He realizes Yuna was his very first friend, and suddenly it all clicks. But it's a dark realization. We get a flashback of doctors and adults talking over little Yuna, and it's obvious they dismissed her concerns. Yuna is just a small, sad figure in the flashback, and bro, it's heartbreaking to watch. Yuna is staring blankly, completely broken down, and honestly, this girl needs help. She's a mess, and it's clear she's been carrying this trauma for a long time. Sung Jae tells his parents he's here to get Yuna's things, and let them know she's safe, but it's clear he's not thrilled about it. He insists it's not Yuna's fault, that she didn't do anything wrong, and straight up tells his parents not to blame her. Sung Jae explains this is about Yuna's personal problems, not about anything they did, and honestly, it's a pretty direct read of the situation. He's trying to be the voice of reason, but you can tell he's still reeling from everything he just learned about her past. Our boy arrives back at the hotel, lugging a suitcase and a big duffel bag. Looks like he's settling in. Big warning flashes on screen, and honestly, it's not a good sign. This episode is about to get intense. He calls out for Junha, sounding totally exhausted, and bro, the vibe is immediately off. He finds a plate of what looks like meatballs left out for him, and it's kinda sweet, but also super creepy. He sighs, clearly stressed, and tells her she really needs to eat something. He's trying to be a good boyfriend, but we see Junha lying in bed, completely still under the covers, and it's giving major red flags. He taps her shoulder, trying to wake her up, but she doesn't react. This is not good at all. The meatballs are just floating above her. No way, this girl is straight up using her powers. He turns on the shower, probably hoping to snap her out of it, but the water is just swirling around strangely. However, this isn't a normal shower. It's like the water is alive, and things are about to escalate quickly. He's totally losing it, realizing everything is falling apart just like before. This is rough. He desperately says he doesn't want Junha to get hurt because of him, but it feels hopeless, honestly. Creak, the bathroom door is opening, and our boy is clearly terrified of what's on the other side. He's washing his face, trying to pull himself together, but tears are streaming down. This is heartbreaking. He grabs his walkie-talkie, seemingly trying to call for help, but it's a long shot, right? He's wrapping a towel around his head, trying to hide, and the desperation is real. But he's peeking out from under the hood. For some reason he's checking the hallway, which is dumb. He sees nothing. But the tension is so thick you know something is definitely up. However, there's a large shadow looming behind him, and bro, he's totally walking into a trap. And now he's surrounded. No escape, and things are about to get seriously messy. He's stumbling around, clearly exhausted, trying to find his way back to bed, but it's slow going. He collapses onto the bed, and this girl is already there, looming over him. No way! She's shaking him, trying to wake him up, but it's intense and a little scary, honestly. He blinks confused, and she's right in his face, whispering something. Creepy vibes. She pulls him close, wrapping her arms around him, and he's letting it happen. What is happening? He says she's back, and admits it's been hard for her, finally realizing what she's been through. He promises everything will be okay now, and she's clinging to him. It's a huge moment. She whispers a thank you, burying her face in his neck, and you can feel the relief radiating off her. However, this whole scene is a little too cozy, considering everything we know about this girl. And honestly, something feels off, like this isn't a reunion, it's a trap closing. He says Yoonhae, but instantly realizes he's messed up, thinking she was someone else. He spirals, questioning why he'd even dream of Yoonha being Yoonhae. It doesn't make sense at all. He's seriously freaking out, convinced he's losing it, and wonders why this dream felt so real. He splashes water on his face, trying to wake himself up, but it's not helping. It's so creepy. He's scrubbing at his neck, noticing marks there. But they're not from a dream, are they? He grabs the hand sanitizer, squeezing it, but it slips, splattering everywhere. Total mess. He stares at the water dripping from the dispenser, lost in thought. This is bad, I can feel it. He looks up, eyes red and haunted. And it's clear this isn't just a nightmare. Something's wrong. He squeezes the sanitizer again, and the bottle makes a squeaking sound. It's a small detail, but unsettling. The droplets fall into the sink, creating ripples, and our boy looks absolutely broken. Oh no. He's begging her to not be Yoonha, but she's already wrapping her arms around him. It's too late. He tries to push her away, screaming she's not real, but she just holds on tighter, whispering his name. He's fighting against her, desperately trying to break free, but she's surprisingly strong. Seriously, what is going on? He's losing it, demanding she leave, insisting this is a nightmare. But she's just getting closer, her grip tightening. Suddenly, his body goes rigid. He's completely frozen, unable to move, and this girl is now fully embracing him. She murmurs about how long she's waited, how she's finally back, and our boy is just completely paralyzed. He collapses, a strangled no escaping his lips, and then, straight up, he falls to the floor. She's looming over him, and a green hand reaches out, hovering over his face. Oh no, this is not good. He's staring up at her, terror in his eyes as the green hand descends. And then, we hear a thud. No way, she's holding him, cradling his head, but there's a disturbing calmness in her expression. She's confessing she feels like him, like all of him, and bro, that's a massive red flag. She squeezes his hands, demanding to know how sad he was when she left, and it's intense. Her grip tightens, his hands tremble, and she asks if he thinks she looks human now. What is happening? She's crying, saying she can cry just like humans, and claims she can be loved too. It's all so twisted. We get a quick shot of the barred window. They're trapped, and honestly, things are spiraling. She kisses him, a desperate, clinging kiss, and it's clear she wants him to reciprocate. Yikes. She begs him to kiss her back, to do it again, and our boy looks utterly devastated. This is rough. He tells her he already told her no, but she just ignores him, insisting he's not alone because of her. He's pleading with her, completely broken, but she's just lost in her own world. It's heartbreaking. She's completely unhinged, and he's trapped. This girl is straight up terrifying. She claims her hair got in his mouth as an excuse, then goes for a kiss. Talk about a power move. They kiss, and our boy is totally frozen, while she's practically devouring him. It's so unsettling. He's desperately trying to convince himself this means nothing, that he feels nothing, but it's clearly not working. He's panicking, realizing he's letting this girl drag him back into her obsession, and honestly, he should have run ages ago. This dude is at Haeson's door, telling someone inside to knock if they're in there. It's kinda creepy, honestly. He starts pounding on the door, seriously going to town with those knuckles, and we immediately know something's off. The door unlocks with a beep, but it's way too easy, and he's stepping into a trap. You just know it. The door slams open and this older woman just jolts back, and it's straight up chaos. No way this is good. He's calling out for Haesong, pushing past the woman, and finding her collapsed on the floor. Oh man, this is bad. Haesong's panting, clearly shaken, and says, "You're here." But she's barely coherent, something seriously wrong with her. She's shaking so badly she can barely speak, asking why he didn't come out when she needed him, and it's heartbreaking. He just stares back, speechless, and honestly, it's the perfect reaction to this whole messed up situation. She's withdrawn, distant, and barely murmurs no when he asks what happened. She's hiding something. He tells her to take care, trying to act normal, but she's clearly not okay, and this whole thing is giving me chills. He asks what she wants to do about her phone, offering to get her a new one right away. So sweet, but so oblivious. She says she already ordered one, but hasn't received it yet. This is getting weirder and weirder, honestly. Suddenly, we cut to her in the bathtub, completely submerged, and it's a total shock. What is happening? Her hair is floating around her, and she's gripping the edge of the tub, looking totally lost. This girl is falling apart. He rushes to her side, asking if she's okay and telling her she needs to tell someone about this. He's starting to piece things together. She just stares back expressionless, and bro, the tension is insane. This is not a good look. He's desperate to understand, and she's just gone. She's completely shut down, and it's heartbreaking to watch. He wants to know what's going on, but she's clearly keeping secrets, and the silence is deafening. However, she finally whispers you should let her know, and it's a total curveball. Who is her? She's staring off into space, completely vacant, and this whole scene is giving me serious chills. Something's seriously wrong with this girl. She's offering him a pill, or something, and he looks so confused but also concerned for her. She calls him Yoonhae, and it's clear she's not fully there, completely lost in her own head. She demands to know why he isn't taking her with him, and honestly, the desperation is creeping me out. He finally explains he doesn't want her to get sick like last time, but she doesn't seem to buy it at all. She asks if there was ever a time when she was healthy, and it's a gut punch. This is devastating. He's reeling, clearly shaken by her words, and she's just watching him, expressionless as ever. He's trying to process everything, and she's fixated on him. It's a really unsettling dynamic. She's gripping that pill again, and the way she looks at him is just intense, bordering on obsessive. He's clearly disturbed, and bro, I'm starting to think this isn't about sickness at all. She's whispering about being healthy, but the look in her eyes says she's anything but. This is spiraling fast. He's desperately trying to figure out what she wants, but she just says she doesn't know. Total emotional whiplash. She throws herself at him, clinging tight, and he finally seems to understand something about her pain. He realizes she mustered the courage to study and protect her sister, despite everything, and it hits him hard. He gently touches her face, asking why she was crying, and the flashback begins. It's a lot. We see them walking together as kids, but it's hazy and dreamlike, hinting at a lost past. He's reaching for her, trying to comfort her, and the scene is all soft focus and sadness. He's holding her head in his hands, and it's a really tender moment, but it feels off. She's curled up, completely vulnerable, and the way he's looking at her is shifting. It's intense. He's cradling her, and you can tell this isn't just about protecting a friend anymore. It's way more complicated. She's completely lost in his embrace, and honestly, the desperation is building to a fever pitch. He's telling her what they both want is to be happy, and she's clinging to him in the tub. It's a fragile moment. She insists they can find a way to be happy together, but then questions how. It's a desperate plea. She says she's happy right now, but immediately points out he's anxious, and it's a total redirection tactic. He steps back, looking lost, and she calls him Yoonhae. It's like she's trying to ground herself. He asks if she remembers what she did to Jae-wee, and the scene flashes back to her sister. Oh boy. We see she was anxious even when she was with Jae-hee, and it's starting to become clear this isn't just about him. She was terrified Jae-hee would forget her if she spent time with others, which is a lot to unpack. He reveals he was afraid he wouldn't be part of her future, and this girl is straight up obsessed with control. He admits he felt like he was going crazy, and honestly, this is a toxic dynamic. He asks if he looked happy to her back then, and the flashback shows her staring at him. This is unsettling. She confesses she's been so mentally drained, opening up to others feels overwhelming. Wow, that's heavy. He asks if getting to know the real her is even possible, and bro, he's laying it all on the line. She admits she doesn't know how to let him in, and doesn't even want to learn. Total red flag. But she insists she can't imagine happiness without him, and honestly, that's a lot of pressure. He promises to help her with her loneliness, and asks her to teach him everything. This is a turning point. He wants to see all of her, even the parts she's kept hidden, and we're bracing for impact. She's staring at him, and it's clear she's not used to someone wanting to truly know her. But Yoonhae, she's clearly hiding something, and her expression is shifting. She's saying she doesn't want anyone else, and that he's everything. This is escalating fast. She's clutching him tightly, and for a second, she seems vulnerable, but then her grip tightens. She's breaking down, saying it hurts, and straight up confesses she can trust him now. Wow. She's holding on to him so tightly, it's almost suffocating, but she's clearly desperate for this connection. She finishes her thought she can trust him now, but then immediately asks trust who? No way. This girl is spiraling, admitting she's been alone for so long, and honestly, this is a lot to unpack. Our boy is heading out for a smoke, looking all broody and distant as usual. He calls out to Yuna, but she doesn't answer, and he instantly starts spiraling. No way! He's freaking out, wondering where she is, then remembers she's been crashing at his place due to rental problems. He learns she's having a problem with a water leak, but he's desperate to check on her room, seriously. He's about to open the door, but then she stops him, saying it's her stuff and he shouldn't go in. We get a peek inside her room, and it's full of books and a weird glowing orb. Super sus, right? Zoom in on her ID card. She's a president of the university, studying physics and astronomy. Interesting. He jumps into his car, clearly stressed, and drives off. Things are getting seriously complicated for our boy. The car speeds away, and honestly, you can feel the tension building with every panel. He finds her at the department office and the staff member offers to give him her address. Okay, this is getting real. He arrives at her place, and she's standing there in a soaking wet dress. Major red flag vibes. This girl straight up confesses she wants to get closer to him, but not with Yoonha involved. Our boy is speechless, but she's leaning in close, and honestly it's super creepy and intense. She asks him what he wants to know about her, and he's clearly getting conflicted. What's going on? He asks about her past, what happened before they reconnected, and she just stares back. Close up on her face, she looks devastated and lost, like she's holding back a ton of pain. He says, I don't remember anything, and bro, that's a huge reveal. Is this amnesia? She's completely broken, and we're left with a cliffhanger, wondering what she's hiding. She wants to ask him about something that happened when they first arrived on Mull Island. Okay, flashback time. He's genuinely confused, claiming he doesn't remember being caught in a net and crying what? But then we get a hazy memory from her perspective. She remembers him untangling fishing nets that day. Our boy demands to know about Samcho Island, suspecting it's connected to her past, and straight up asks why she killed those people. This girl reveals she was the one summoned and tormented first. No way, the tables are turned. She insists she's telling the truth, but admits she can't remember what happened. Only the pain. He presses her, asking if she's sure, and she's clearly desperate to make him believe her. She pleads with him to believe her, but then, the hospital monitor flatlines. Oh no! A piercing beep sounds, and honestly, that's a seriously ominous cliffhanger. This episode is a roller coaster, bro, and we're left wondering if she's lying or if something else is going on. He thinks he recognizes Yoonha, but demands she wait right there. Something feels seriously off. He turns and walks into a room, finding a couple staring at him, and asks who they are. The man looks him up and down, then asks if he's the one. What is going on? The woman grabs his arm, looking distressed, and asks if he's been living with their daughter, straight up accusing him. She's furious, calling him disgusting, and our boy looks totally blindsided by this accusation. He's completely lost, demanding to know what they're talking about and who they think he is. The man's expression is intense, he's not backing down, and this situation is escalating fast. She continues to accuse him of living with their daughter, and he's reeling from the shock. The man's grip tightens, and our boy looks completely trapped. This is a nightmare. He demands answers, but honestly, it feels like he's walked into a seriously messed up situation. He asks if Yoonha goes to his university, and honestly, the man's reaction is intense. Our boy realizes something's wrong. He swears he didn't tell anyone about Yoonha attending there. He demands to know how this dude found out, but the man straight up accuses him of lying. The man reveals he already told Yoonha's father about their connection, and our boy is losing it. He's completely shocked, yelling about what he's done, but the man just calmly tells him to stop interfering. The man insists they're still a family and are worried sick about their daughter. It's a power play, for sure. Our boy tries to warn them, saying if anything happens to Yoonha, it's the father's fault, and things exp low D. The man is furious, demanding to know what he said, and then CICK, he hangs up the call. Suddenly, tires screech, and it looks like they're swerving. This is about to get messy. The car spins out of control, and it's a total disaster, bro. No way this ends well. He swears he doesn't know where Yoonha is, but the man doesn't believe him for a second. And honestly, this dude had it coming. The man slaps our boy across the face. Our boy is reeling, demanding to know what's going on, but the man just stares him down. Cut to Yoonha soaking wet and looking totally lost. She's clearly been through it. She's shivering, wrapping her arms around herself, and seems completely broken. Our boy is furious, demanding answers, but Yoonha just stares back expressionless. He asks again where she is, but she just repeats that she doesn't know. It's so unsettling. Then, the man grabs our boy, and it looks like he's about to drag him somewhere. No escape. Suddenly Yoonha snaps. She grabs a shard of glass and raises it, looking absolutely feral. Everything goes white. a huge splash of something, and then total darkness. No way, this is good. Yuna's got our boy pinned. She's gripping his wrist so tight. It looks like it's gonna snap. She's staring right into his eyes, and bro, it's not a loving gaze, it's cold and calculating. Yuna pulls him closer, and the man tries to intervene, but she's surprisingly strong, holding them both back. She whispers something in our boy's ear, and his face just drops. Whatever she said, it's messed him up. Someone is telling our boy to just leave this girl alone, but another voice insists she'll never go for him. He grabs her arm, and honestly, this dude had it coming, but she's immediately told to forget it. She's trying to pull away, and it's escalating fast as he accuses her of having no manners. He's holding her tight, and she's screaming at him, threatening to teach him a lesson. He's asking what's going on, and she's straight up losing it, yelling about a home invasion. She claims she was only defending herself, but our boy is not buying it for a second. He questions if that's really true, and then the landlord shows up to make things even messier. The landlord accuses him of entering her place without permission, and now he's in trouble too. She's getting slammed with accusations, but then someone points out it's not illegal for parents to enter their child's space. But this whole situation is a mess, and everyone is arguing. No way this is going to end well. Sung Jae is losing it, demanding to know where Yuna was and accusing her of lying to him. He grabs her, and bro, she's not having it. She's trying to break free, yelling at him to let go. She shoves him, and he stumbles back, yelling Yuna's name as he crashes into something. He calls out for Yunho again, and it sounds desperate. She's clearly gone somewhere else. He finds her cornered, and this girl is terrified, clutching her arms and looking ready to snap. He's reaching for her, but she's backed up against a wall, and honestly, the tension is insane. He's staring at her, and you can tell he's starting to realize something is seriously wrong with this situation. She's freaking out, eyes wide, and it's clear she's not okay. This isn't just fear, it's something else. He's looking around the room, and it's unsettlingly empty, like something bad happened here. He's completely lost, staring blankly, and you can just feel the weight of whatever he's realizing. He's demanding answers, asking if they're the reason Yunha's like this. But she's straight up done. She snaps back, telling them they have no idea what they're talking about, and reveals Yunha's been different since birth. This dude's losing it, yelling at them to tell her not to come back, insisting they'll never take her back. It's brutal. He turns away looking defeated, and for a second, it seems like he's actually going to listen. But then he whirls around, confused, and she's calling out his name, sounding desperate and panicked. She's clutching her head, totally overwhelmed, and it's clear she's spiraling. This is not good. She's saying his name again, Sung Jae, and it's a plea, like she's begging him for help. He's staring at her, and then at her brother, and honestly, something clicks in his head. Her brother is telling him to not panic, to listen carefully, but the situation is already a disaster. He hears that Yuna ran away, and everything just falls apart. This is a total mess. Her brother explains that their father dropped by earlier and scared Yunha. But our boy is not having it. He's frantic, telling them to keep looking and not worry, but his heart is pounding like crazy. You can see it. He's practically begging them to call him if Yunha shows up, and then just sighs, completely drained. He wanders off, looking totally lost, and you can tell he's replaying everything in his head. He spots Yuna's bathroom door and heads towards it, bracing himself for what he might find. He cautiously opens the door, and there she is, in the bathtub, covering her face. It's heartbreaking. He's standing there, frozen, and suddenly asks himself, what if he is the one who's messed up? He thinks if he's the problem, then she'll spend less time with him, which is a devastating realization. But then he spirals, thinking if they can't find Yunha, she'll be too distracted to focus on him. He's desperate, saying they can find her, but he looks so broken. No way this ends well. He's on the phone, telling someone to take the missing person file, but promises he'll keep searching too. Bro is relentless. He's standing in the rain, staring at the police station, while this girl watches him from inside. It's so tense. He's back inside, asking about a specific part for his phone, but it's only available overseas. Seriously, the timing. They tell him shipping and repairs will take forever, and he just stares at his cracked screen. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Someone suggests buying a new phone, but he insists on fixing this old one, even though it'll probably break again. Stubborn much. He's spiraling, thinking he's the reason Yunha left, and that if he weren't around, she'd be safe. This is getting dark. But then he realizes if Yoonho is gone, she won't be focused on him anymore. This dude is straight up messed up. He's desperately telling everyone to keep searching, but he's completely broken down. You can feel the desperation. He wanders off, lost in thought, and heads towards the bathroom. You know this won't be good. He cautiously opens the bathroom door, and there she is in the tub, covering her face. Heartbreaking doesn't even cover it. He's asking about a girl with light brown hair, but they haven't seen her. This is bad, really bad. He's told to grab a jacket, and honestly, it's like a premonition of doom. Our boy is walking in the pouring rain, looking totally lost and distracted. He's fiddling with something in his hand as he walks. It's a memory card, and it's ominous. He stumbles, nearly falling, and the card slips from his grasp. No, no, no! He's running now, desperate to find it. And then he's straight up falling into the ocean. He's splashing around, gasping for air, and realizing exactly where he is. The ocean. He's flailing, trying to swim, but this storm is relentless, and he's going under. He's screaming for Yoonha, begging to go back, but she's nowhere to be found. He's completely submerged, and it's terrifying. This is a nightmare unfolding. She grabs his head, forcing him to look, and straight up, it's not pretty. This girl is losing it. He tries to pull away, telling her it's not funny, but she won't let go. She's way too strong. She insists he can't look, saying it's too horrible, and honestly, we're bracing for impact. She's desperate, pleading with him not to see, but the damage is done. He's already glimpsed something awful. Our boy wakes up, totally shaken, and sees a call from Yoonha popping up on his phone. It's super unsettling. He answers, but she's not saying anything, and he's already getting seriously creeped out by the silence. He demands to know where she is, but then splash, something hits his face and the call gets cut off. He frantically tries to figure out what just happened, yelling for Yoonha, but it's honestly too late for that. He slams his phone down, desperate for answers, but then realizes something is seriously wrong with the bathroom. The phone goes flying into the sink with a clunk, and it's clear this girl is losing it. Water starts rushing everywhere, and he's totally caught off guard. But bro, this is just the beginning. He's trying to process everything, but a shadowy figure starts messing with something behind him. No way. Something rustles, and he turns around, and honestly, this dude is walking into a trap. He's completely frozen, and we get a close-up of his face. He's about to realize just how dangerous this situation is. He's pulled under the water, straight up drowning, but then Yoonha grabs him. It's so fast. She's desperately calling his name, but it's muffled and unclear, like she's underwater too. The rain is coming down in sheets, blurring everything around them. It's a total downpour. He's sinking, completely helpless, and this girl is pulling him down with her. No way! She's clutching him tightly, her face contorted with desperation, but it's honestly terrifying. Yoonha repeats his name, saying it's okay now, but that just makes things worse, right? She calls him partner, and the way she says it sends chills down your spine. It's not sweet at all. She's whispering Haesong into his ear, and bro, he looks totally lost and confused. He finally opens his eyes, and the look on his face is pure shock. He's realizing something huge. He sees her face up close, and honestly, she's completely unhinged, but he's still drawn to her. She declares Yoonha is dead, and our boy gasps. He's totally reeling, completely broken by the news. He's slumped against the bars, and the rain is just pouring down on him, mirroring how he feels inside. He's lost in thought, and the rain keeps falling, but it doesn't wash away the pain. It just makes it worse. He's clutching an umbrella, but it's barely helping, and honestly, it feels like a pathetic attempt to shield himself. He walks out into the rain, and it's clear this isn't freedom. It's just another kind of prison. Someone calls out, "So what happened?" and then asks for Haesong, and our boy is clearly not okay. He straight up tells the therapist therapy won't work for him, demanding a prescription like last time. Wow, avoidance level 100. He storms out, taking the stairs 2 at a time, and then just collapses onto them, completely defeated. He's convinced Yoonhae is playing him, saying he knows the truth and refuses to fall for whatever she's planning. He's spiraling, asking what he needs to fix and how. Like, dude, take a breath, okay? He rushes out into the city, seemingly determined to figure things out on his own, but it feels desperate. Someone notices he's early, and the door creaks open, but it doesn't feel like a welcome. It's super ominous. He taps his phone, and it turns out everyone in the office worked to fix it. It's fully repaired, but it feels off. He's shaking his phone like crazy, desperate to get a signal, but it's no use, nothing's connecting. He's convinced the call isn't going through, and honestly, it's setting off major alarm bells. He's staring at a man in a cap, and this guy looks seriously troubled, like deep in thought. He demands the driver take him to Gusing Station, but the driver refuses. Gyeonggi Province is a no-go. Our boy is offering double the fare, practically begging to be taken there, but the driver isn't budging. The driver turns around and asks if he's here to yell, and bro, the tension is THEK. The older man asks if he remembers being yelled at, and it's clear there's some serious history here. He says he needs to ask something, and it feels like a pivotal moment, like everything hinges on this. The old man wonders if the ghost will stay in his head, even after it stops bothering him. Heavy stuff. A woman says she wants to prove her pain isn't paranormal, and honestly, that's a twist. The old man asks what she wants now, and this girl straight up says she wants to matter, to be someone important. He suggests she go back to the boy, saying he's the only one who'd truly appreciate her, but she's embarrassed. She confesses she's been pretending to be strong, but actually feels weak and pathetic, a total facade. She admits to helping him, but the truth is, she found comfort in watching him suffer, which is messed up. She thinks he's disappointed in how fake she is, and honestly, it's a heartbreaking realization. The old man points out she dove headfirst into investigating the supernatural, but asks why she didn't learn about him too. Silence hangs in the air, and then she drops the bomb. She likes him so much. He's stunned, and we see a close-up of his reaction, totally speechless. She's pleading with someone to let her off right here, like Nandu. Something's seriously wrong. This girl is running, hair flying, looking back with tears in her eyes. It's intense. She's desperate, clutching her side as she runs, but it's clear she's being followed. She's still running, and it's obvious she's completely terrified. No way this ends well. Our boy and this girl arrive at his grandfather's house, wanting to say one last thank you. He rings the doorbell, and we immediately sense something is off. It's way too quiet. His grandfather answers, and straight up wishes him a long life, then calls out, "Onha creepy." Our boy flinches, clearly rattled, and quietly asks his grandfather to wait, something's wrong. The door creaks open, and his grandfather unexpectedly grabs him. No way, this is a bad sign. The grandfather ushers them inside, sighing heavily, and it's clear something is seriously messed up. Inside, there's a memorial altar with photos of the grandfather and Yunha, but that's not the worst of it. Our boy reveals Yuna kept asking about a creature named Yunhae, but he refused to tell her anything unless she came in person. He told her he wouldn't share anything, but she's here now, and bro, this is a disaster waiting to happen. However, the photos on the altar show Yunha and the grandfather together, and she looks different, unsettlingly so. Yuna starts sipping her drink, but then casually drops a bomb. She's changed her mind. The grandfather demands to know their plan, and our boy is visibly stressed, trying to stall. He looks away, clearly hiding something, but the grandfather isn't letting it go. He wants answers now. Yuna interrupts, saying she doesn't want to hate Yunhae anymore, and wants to properly talk to her. But here's the kicker, she admits it's a trap, and she might not be able to escape Yunhae's grasp. The grandfather is horrified, calling our boy reckless for even considering this. And honestly, he's right. Suddenly, the scene flashes back, and this girl starts rambling about gifts being memories and names being relationships. She's lost in thought, staring off into space, and it's super unsettling. What is she planning? Our boy looks devastated, asking what she's given Yunha until now, and the tension is insane. He's completely broken, and it's clear he's realizing just how deep this obsession goes. The grandfather explains that Yunha lost her memory, but this girl is obsessed with our boy because of something he gave her. He's reeling, admitting he can't even remember everything he's done, and it's clear he's messed up badly. The grandfather reveals Yunhai's past was horrific, and she's clinging to whatever our boy offered her, and will never let go. Our boy looks absolutely devastated, and for a moment, he seems to understand the gravity of the situation. Yuna clutches her chest, her grip tightening as she silently processes the information, and it's seriously creepy. We get a flashback. Yuna asking when our boy started being Hyosong Jum, and then Yunit asking when he started being Yuna Yu. Yuna stares intently, and it's clear she's trying to figure out exactly what changed and when. No way this is good. The grandfather says the first thing is about Yunhai's memories, but the second thing is about their relationship, and it's intense. But here's the kicker. Yuna admits she started being Yunhai Yu and is actively choosing to become her. She's fully embracing the yandere rule, and honestly, this is straight up terrifying. She's gone full villain. The grandfather explains Yunha was abandoned, tossed aside before she even got a name. It's heartbreaking, honestly. She only received kindness in death, which is exactly what our boy unknowingly gave her, and it warped everything. The natural order is messed up, and she's become someone who doesn't quite belong anywhere, a total anomaly. She was destined to be nothing, but our boy gave her a name and a purpose. And now she's obsessed with returning the favor. Yuna reveals she had no joy and no one to lean on, and it's clear she's projecting all of that onto him. She says he gave her a name and it's a total power move. She's fully claiming Yunha as her identity. Our boy looks away, clearly overwhelmed, and the grandfather is just watching it all unfold. The grandfather thanks them for everything, but it feels super forced and ominous, like a dismissal. He straight up tells them they're on their own now, and to never come back, which is harsh even for him. He claims he doesn't interfere with other people's lives, but bro, he's been knee-deep in this mess the entire time. The door starts closing between them, but this girl suddenly changes her tune. She takes back everything she said about him getting punished. She's apologizing now, practically begging, and our boy looks totally thrown by the sudden shift. The grandfather, though, he's grinning like he knew this would happen all along. What an insufferable dude. We cut to an exterior shot of the building, and honestly, it just looks ominous and isolated. Our boy is alone now, looking super conflicted, and the weight of everything is hitting him hard. Yuna apologizes again, but demands a proper apology from him. The nerve of this girl! He finally says he's sorry, but it's clear it doesn't sit right with him, and she's still not satisfied. She's crying, saying how much she's suffered, and it's a lot. She's really leaning into the victim role. Suddenly, the grandfather grabs her, yanking her away, and our boy jolts back in surprise. The grandfather reveals he knew she was worried about him, and honestly, it feels like a calculated move. She's sobbing, clutching his arm, and finally manages to get out, "Thank you for coming back. It's a lot." The grandfather casually announces they'll move their stuff tomorrow, and they can stay here tonight, like it's no big deal. Our boy pulls up the search results on his phone, and it confirms what he suspects: she lied about being dead. He asks if she never showed up again, and she straight up admits she wanted him to stop looking for Yunha. They're both in bed, and she's still a mess, admitting she's anxious. But then things get weird. She confesses she likes him a lot, and it's delivered with this unsettling, desperate energy. She starts to pull away and asks if he's saying goodbye, but quickly clarifies it's not what she meant. He tells her to just sleep, insisting it'll all work out. But he looks totally unconvinced, and she's not buying it. He asks if she remembers what Master Ryong said, and bro, the tension is thick right now. He tells her not to worry, but honestly, he looks absolutely terrified, and she's holding him tight. They arrive at the port, and it's straight up ominous with all the boats and fog. This girl and our boy stand staring at this massive, shadowy mountain. It's seriously unsettling. He looks totally wrecked, and she's clinging to him, but her expression is off, bro. She's got this desperate look in her eyes, and he's clearly realizing something's really wrong.